We have received tragic news. Megawoman is dead. The tears of the people filled the streets, their cries echoing throughout the world, their despair rippling through the skies. Every corner of the planet mourned as they watched the death of their savior, Earth's mightiest defender, through their screens and televisions. Every media, every news outlet all repeated the same words over and over again. Megawoman is dead. Megawoman, who has protected our world and our universe for hundreds of years, has died. We have received confirmation that Megawoman has been killed by the supervillain. We advise every man, woman, elderly, and children to hide in their bunkers in the coming dark days. Be warned, there will truly be dark days ahead. Expect the other supervillains to wreak havoc. With her death, everyone seems to be carrying the same question. Who will protect us now? But even with the tears of people almost drowning the entire planet, there was one who neither mourned nor cheered for the hero's death. Instead, he only let out a sigh as he folded his laptop, canceling all the noise it once produced and completely drowning himself in the darkness of his abode. The boy then stood up as he grabbed his phone from his pocket, and as he unlocked it, a photo of the one they called Megawoman quickly flashed on its screen. But instead of flattering or glamorous photos of the hero, which most boys his age had, the photo that was on his screen was anything but. Instead, it was a photo of her all bloodied up with the whites of her eyes filling up her sockets, with her mouth completely caved in and her head twisted in a way that it shouldn't. Her face reflected on the boy's eyes, which neither trembled nor blinked. His lips, however, quivered as it produced a silent giggle, shouting in the cold and dark room as he zoomed in on the mighty hero's disfigured face. The boy also had the photos of the other heroes that were with Megawoman, the Hope Guild. They were also beaten and bruised, but not as worse as Earth's mightiest hero. Unlike Megawoman, there was still life on their faces. After looking at their photos for what seemed like a second, he returned to Megawoman's disfigured face, and another chuckle emerged from the mouth of the boy. His eyes, however, remained constant. At the start of the 18th century, when crimes and terrors from superpowered individuals spread like an epidemic, when the world was almost in complete chaos and its life slowly withering, when all hope seemed lost, Megawoman showed herself to the world. The gold and white radiance that came from her suit brought light back to the world. She became the cure to the widespread evil that was tarnishing the lands, once again allowing the world to heal. But even with her existence, the planet was too big and too much for her to handle alone. But then, another miracle happened. Just a few months after her appearance, more and more heroes came to the light, ushering the age of heroes. And until now, 300 years later, that age still blooms. But with the death of the very symbol of superheroes, humanity would have to once again take a leap back and wait for another Megawoman to appear. Why? The boy continued to scan the photos on his phone, only stopping as he reached a video clip of Megawoman, seemingly kneeling on the ground. Her face, however, seemed to still be beautifully intact compared to the earlier photos the boy was viewing. Why are you doing this? Megawoman's sedated voice cracked, trying her best to stand up. But as soon as she gained the strength to move, the ground beneath her would turn into a crater, pulling her down along with it. A long and deep breath could also be heard coming from the boy's phone as a shoe could be seen stepping on Megawoman's head. But before the owner of the sigh could be heard, a series of knocks drummed through the air, and as soon as it reached the boy's ears, he quickly shut off his phone. But instead of the room being completely filled with nothing but darkness, light showered it completely. Riley, how many times do I have to say to turn on the lights when you're already awake? We even installed special lights so they won't affect your skin. Stop being so gloomy and creepy all the time. And why are you so dirty? Haven T, you heard the news. Megawoman is dead. We should go to the bunker before Dark Day finds his way to this city. Before the boy called Riley could even react, he was bombarded by a series of words by the woman that suddenly barged inside his room, his unusually empty but ordinary bedroom. And with the ordinary bedroom, the figure of the boy stood out almost in exaggeration. His hair was completely white, the color of his skin, as pale as his hair itself. The only colors that one could see in his face were his lips and the edges of his eyelids that seemed to blush from his also seemingly bright blue eyes. Why are you just sitting there? Mother is already waiting for us in the bunker. The woman that barged into his room could not help but scream in frustration as Riley just stared at her. This isn't a joke, Riley. Stop being so lazy. The woman then quickly picked up something from the floor, throwing it towards Riley before running outside. I'll wait for you downstairs. Riley blinked a couple of times as he looked at his swinging door, which looked like its hinges were about to fall off as his sister once again slammed it open. But after a few seconds, he stood up, casually putting his phone back in his pocket as he wore the hoodie that was thrown to him by his sister. He checked his room one last time before heading out of his room, with each of his steps expressing his laziness. Hurry up, his sister once again screamed as he saw Riley moving like a snail. It's all right, Hannah. Riley finally uttered words, his voice almost as sedated as his figure. Dark day can T come to this city. How would you know? Haven T, you seen the video. The fucker just destroyed Toronto and killed Megawoman. Hannah once again went amok as soon as she heard the mocking exhaustion in her brother's voice. Why do you sound so tired when you just spend hours in your room lazing around? Are you know what? Never mind. I Don T want to know what you albinos get into in the dark. Well, hurry the fuck up. Hannah then hurriedly covered her brother's head with his hoodie before proceeding to grab his wrist tightly. Riley could only let himself be dragged as Hannah suddenly rushed outside the house. And as soon as the great outdoors welcomed him, chaos did too. Riley was not able to see it clearly as his sister quickly wrapped her arms over his shoulders, pushing him away, but it was enough for him to see that their neighbors had the same thoughts as them, as they too scurried their way towards their own bunkers. Hannah, what took you so long? Is your brother with you? And as soon as Riley and his sister got inside their bunker after only walking a few steps from their house, the sound of metal creaking immediately pierced their ears as their mother immediately closed the steel door. It's not my fault, Mom. Hannah pushed Riley away as soon as she knew they were secured. This albino was laughing by himself in the dark again. Hannah, how many times do I have to say to not talk to your brother like that? Whatever, I don't care. Hannah only rolled her eyes as she cracked open a bottle of water that was sitting on a table, passing it to Riley before she went to the corner of the steel room. Their mother was going to say more, but before she could do so, Hannah was already on her phone, listening to music with her headset on. And you, young man, what do you think you Ray doing? Don T, you listen to the news. Megawoman is dead. I know, Mother. I saw her bruised and beaten. I heard her last words as she died. What? Where did you see that? The press hasn't T released any video. Every news I turn into refuses to show what truly happened to Megawoman. Riley's mother then quickly turned on the television, raising it to the highest volume as she switched the channels to try and find the video that Riley mentioned. But no matter how many channels she tuned into, only a blurred image could be seen. Oh my God, what's happening? The voice of Riley's mother trembled through the bunker. Her hand almost dropped the remote she was holding as it shivered uncontrollably. What about the Hope Guild? Are they also dead? Why is all the news about Megawoman? What about your father? Father and his team are alive, Mother. What? How do you know these things? Did you read it from the internet? Show me. Riley's mother quickly leaned towards him, and as soon as she did so, Riley quickly moved away. Sorry, Riley's mother quickly muttered as she tried to look her son straight in the eyes. Riley, however, avoided her gaze and only looked to the side. But how do you know all of these? Did your father call you? It's okay, Mother. Riley shook his head in response. I know it because I am the one who killed Megawoman. Ah, there it is. There's your father. I know, Mother. I left them alive. Look, your father is fine. Your father is fine. Well, Riley could only blink his eyes a couple of times as he watched his mother jump up and down in joy, even dragging his sister across the floor to force her to celebrate. I am dark day, Mother. But alas, his words were completely drowned by cries of joy from their mother. They said that villains all had a reason for what they were doing, that they were heroes in their own stories. Not me. I was born evil. Riley Ross, Dark Day, 2021. Your father is alive. Mom, stop. Back inside the bunker, Riley's eyes moved up and down as he watched her sister try her best to hold onto her headset for dear life. However, their mother's incessant hugging and jumping in joy did not help her one bit, and in the end, she had no choice but to take them off and join her mother. After all, even though she wasn't showing it, the red circles around her eyes showed that she too was worried about their father. On the other hand, Riley just drank a bottle of water as he moved to the side, watching the news as they continued to update the aftermath of the bloodiest battle their world had ever experienced. Toronto was completely destroyed, as it was the last venue for their battle. More than 2 million dead. But what the media outlets were not yet covering was the other areas where Dark Day and Megawoman's battle took place. It started in Brazil, then Mexico, before finally being decided in Toronto. Based on Riley's estimate, then the death toll would probably be more than 5 million by the end of their counting. Riley could only shake his head and let out a sigh as he turned off the TV, causing her mother to immediately stop celebrating. Why did you turn it off? They are just spouting lies, Mother. It is better for you to just wait for Father to tell you what really happened. Why you Ray right? Hearing her son's words, Riley's mother let out a long and deep breath as she finally let go of Hannah. You Ray right, I should calm down. That's not what I meant, mother. No, you Ray right. Your father should be coming home soon. Riley's mother shook her head. Hannah, prepare the first aid kit and boil some water. What? Why, Maze? You know your brother can touch anything hot. But he can at least get the first aid kit. Just do it, you Ray the stronger sibling. Arg, Hannah could not help but screech in frustration as she stomped her way across the bunker. You owe me a cheeseburger after this. I thought you turned into a vegetarian. Riley blinked a couple of times as his sister violently waved her finger right in front of his face. That was before Megawoman died. I do not see the relevance in. Before Riley could finish his words, Hannah repeated his words to him, playing with her voice as she tilted her chin left to right. Stop being so robotic and help me with. Honey. This time it was Hannah that was interrupted as the creaking of the thick steel door hummed in their ears, and afterwards followed by the loud gasp of their mother. Hannah quickly looked towards the noise, only to see their father almost completely covered in blood. Honey, we saw the news. Even though their father did not have a clean spot on him, their mother did not hesitate to embrace him, even trying to assist him inside. Get a chair for your father. Riley quickly ran towards the chair on the corner, but as soon as he picked it up, his sister grabbed it from his hands. Don't exert yourself, you dummy. Hannah let out a sigh as she placed the chair near their father. What happened out there, Dad? Is Megawoman really dead? Their father slightly glanced at Hannah before turning his head to the floor, letting out a long but deep and stuttered sigh. His lips moved several times, trying to find the right answer to give his family, but with the exhaustion that threatened to suffocate him, the only thing he could do was nod. What about Darkday? Do we know what he's going to do now? Their mother then removed all the things that were attached to her husband, starting with the white cape that had already been drenched in blood. She then swiftly removed his belt, which held all sorts of tools and apparatus. But still, with some of them even looking lethal, their mother seemed to expertly know how to handle and remove all of them even without looking. Bernard, answer my question. With her husband keeping eerily quiet, she could no longer contain herself and suddenly slapped him in the face. He just disappeared. And the slap seemed to completely wake Bernard up, as his eyes quickly wandered across the bunker, and as soon as they landed on his two children, he quickly straightened his back and composed himself. We don't know where Darkday is. Bernard then shook his head as he let his wife take care of his wounds. After he killed Megawoman, he just suddenly disappeared. He treated us as if we were children, Diana. The Hope Guild was there to back Megawoman up, but Darkday multiplied himself, dealing with all of us all at the same time. What did the government say? Are they going to evacuate us? Diana's voice once again became louder as she stitched her husband's wounds. Tell me they will evacuate us. At least Riley and Hannah, they can at least do that for a member of the Hope Guild, right? They are too busy. It's not just Toronto, honey. Brazil and Mexico also became a battlefield. Millions have died. A number. Diana quickly grabbed Hannah and hugged her as soon as she heard her husband's words. She also wanted to hug Riley, but he quickly avoided her. Hannah, however, held his hand before he could completely move away. Riley looked at his sister's hand for a few seconds before turning his head to the side. The casualty would have probably been lowered if your group had not interfered, Father, Riley then casually said. It was clear that Darkday was only after Megawoman. Those deaths, Father. They are your fault. Riley, Diana could not help but quickly let out a gasp from her son's words. Apologize to your father. It's all right, Bernard raised his hand. Our son is right, Diana. But you have to understand, Riley, that Megawoman means everything to the people. We needed to help her with everything we could. Our only mistake is that we completely underestimated Darkday. The powers he has is completely unpredictable. It's as if. Honey. Before Bernard could finish his words, he suddenly fell from his seat. Diana quickly rushed to check on him, only for her hands to touch the floor beneath him that was drowned in blood. Help me get your father up, one of his wounds opened. While his sister and mother scoured to stitch up his father's wounds, Riley just let out a short but deep sigh. He has lost too much blood. He's going to die soon if you do not close his wound, he then said. What? Hannah cauterize it. Are you sure? Just do it. As her mother's cries reached its peak, Hannah quickly raised her index finger, and as she did so, a blade of fire suddenly emerged from its tip. Her eyes wanted to look away as she pointed the flame towards his father's wound, but in the end, she just winced as she trailed her finger across the gash across his father's stomach. Gross. Bernard was jolted awake from the pain of having his wound burnt, but still, he just gritted his teeth as he looked his daughter straight in the eyes, nodding his head and gesturing for her to continue. Hannah started breathing heavily as she saw the look on her father's face. Even though her father had been wounded before and usually always comes home with a new scar, she has never seen him once crying in pain. She truly wanted to cry, but doing so would surely cause the flame in her finger to waver. But still, the emotions that rushed through her as her father's cries echoed throughout the metal walls truly was overwhelming, causing the flames to flicker. And as they were about to disappear, she felt a somewhat cold touch around her head, completely covering her ears from all the noise. Her mother was still holding her father down, so the hands could only belong to one other person. As she thought of that, she lightly nodded her head as the flame on her fingers became more precise, cleanly cauterizing the gash quickly. And finally, the breaths of panic slowly turned to that of calm. A second, a minute, an hour, they all stood and sat there in silence as Bernard lay unconscious. They tuned in on the news, trying to see if there were any updates of Darkday's whereabouts and what he was going to do next, but nothing. There was nothing. Even after a week had passed, there weren't any signs of him. The world waited. The government was on high alert and had sent superheroes all around the world to guard the people. With the heightened and total security, even the supervillains and terrorists became dormant. After Megawoman's death, there was a sort of false peace that lingered the entire planet. The people were allowed to mourn their dead, to mourn their families, and to finally mourn Megawoman and give her a proper funeral. As for Darkday completely disappeared from the face of the world, leaving no trace that he even existed in the first place. Megawoman will always be the world's hope. Hope Guild would not have existed if not for, and as the people mourned for Megawoman, as one of the members of the Hope Guild, White King, stood on a pedestal and gave his speech of the greatness of the fallen hero, a boy was smiling. There's your father, I thought he wasn't going to wear that costume. Diana turned up the volume as soon as her husband appeared on television. He is looking quite fat, isn't he? Don's tea, let your father hear that. That was the costume he was wearing when we met. I think he was even wearing that when we created you. You, Mom. Hannah could not help but roll her eyes from her mother's words. Riley, help me out here. I wasn't conceived by them, so I will not be able to relate, Riley quickly said as he stood up from his seat, walking away from the mother and daughter duo. You, Ray, still my brother. There should be a sort of camaraderie here. Are you leaving me here? SSHH, your father is speaking. Deanna turned the volume of the TV to its maximum, completely drowning her daughter's complaints. Riley only took a small glance towards the TV before heading back to his room, and as soon as he was in the comforts of his own room, he quickly placed his hand on his mouth. A muffled giggle then whispered into the air as his shoulders trembled. But after a few seconds, his giggles were replaced by the sound of a deep and heavy breath as he made his way to his closet. Don T, you find it funny too, he then whispered. I wonder who they're burying exactly. When you, Ray, right here with me. Riley then looked straight towards the unmoving eyes that presented themselves to him as soon as he opened his cabinet. The owner of the eyes, as if also frozen in time, remained unmoving as well, her skin completely pale as her body was twisted in a way no human should be able to achieve. A Megawoman. A Megawoman. Riley's slightly sedated hum whispered throughout his small room as he remained staring at the naked, mangled corpse inside his closet. They are mourning you, they are crying for you. And yet they don't even know that you're still alive. Riley then slowly raised Megawoman's head, and as he did so, the sound of her bones cracking and hitting one another creaked in the air. There was a slight movement in her eyes, but that was it. No groans, no whispers, not even signs of breath escaped from her mouth, and yet she still lives. Tell me, Megawoman, what exactly do I need to do to kill you? Riley then pushed Megawoman's head away, causing it to hit the back of his closet and her whole body dropping to the ground. Because of you, I will also have a hard time dying from now on. Do you know what that means, Megawoman? Riley then let out a long and deep sigh as he shook his head, his monotonous tone completely gone as he talked to a living corpse. I won't grow anymore. Riley then stomped on Megawoman's head repeatedly, not too hard for it to crash through the floor, but still hard enough to crack the surface of the closet. What's going on upstairs? Diana, who was still watching his husband give a eulogy, could not help but blink her eyes a couple of times as she turned her head to the ceiling. It's probably just Riley doing his albinism rituals or something, Don T mind him. Hannah, I told you so many times not to tease your brother like that. It's fine, it's fine. Diana let out a sigh as she saw her daughter nonchalantly waving her hand around. She knew she didn't have a normal family. The fact that her husband was one of the core members of the biggest superhero team in the world already made them different from the rest. Her daughter had also awakened her powers at a young age. Some families would kill to have a daughter like Hannah. Hannah, however, did not even practice her powers, saying that if she grew any stronger, then she would have a responsibility to the people, and she didn't like that. Riley. Well, perhaps Riley was the most problematic of them all. Riley was the biological son of one of the previous members of the Hope Guild who had to be put down by Bernard and her other teammates. Along the way, she became crazy, even almost killing Riley, who was only 2 years old at that time. Bernard and the others found her strangling Riley, whose hands and feet were completely bound by chains. Truly, if they came to the scene any second sooner, then Riley would have already died. They had troubles in pulling her away from her son, screaming and shouting that Riley needs to die, that he was a monster that should not have been born to this world. When Diana heard that story from her husband, she completely burst out in tears, causing her to adopt Riley there, and then even though she hasn't even met toddler Riley. But as soon as she met him, she once again burst out in tears. As Hannah keeps referring him, Riley was an albino, his hair, his skin, as white as snow. For his own mother to call him a monster just because he looked different was truly such a tragedy. She quickly rushed to hug him, but alas, Riley did not seem to want to be touched. She couldn't blame him, of course. After what his own biological mother did to him, it would be even more surprising if he didn't grow cold. But alas, 14 years after, Riley was still the same. And surprisingly, the only one that could actually have a somewhat normal conversation with him and even touch him was Hannah. Because of this, he had to be completely homeschooled. There was also that his skin was sensitive to sunlight, so she and Bernard opted to have Riley just stay with them for now. Look at the outside, Megawoman. Upstairs, Riley was lifting Megawoman by his hair, with the two of them bathing on the sunlight that seeped from his window. It's still peaceful even without you. Riley took in a long and deep breath as he rested Megawoman's head on his shoulder, but it had also become boring. You Ray supposed to be from another planet, right? Can you point me where you, Ray, from so I can visit it? Riley tried raising Megawoman's hand, but it fell as soon as he let it go. Seeing this, Riley could not help but let out a sigh. It's your fault no one can kill me on the planet anymore, Megawoman. And even if they do manage to win, I will just become like you, unable to do anything but still alive. That's not good, Megawoman. That's not good at all. I need to die. You should have at least told me when you, Ray, going to recover from this. Loud. I'm bored with you now. I am returning you. Riley then let out a sigh as he stood up, carelessly dropping Megawoman's body to the floor as he walked towards his bed. And with just a single hand, he casually raised the whole mattress from its frame. He then lifted up his other hand, causing the bed frame to split in two, revealing what seemed to be a set of dark leather clothing, as well as a black helmet that was dark to the point that it almost looked as if your arm would fall to the abyss if you dared touch it. Once you recover, I'll be waiting back for you. Okay, Megawoman, Riley then said as he looked towards Megawoman's body, and don't tell anyone about my identity, you, Ray, the only one I trust. But it's okay if you do, since I'll just kill everyone that knows. But please don't tell my sister. Okay, Megawoman, that's a promise. Although the void that Megawoman had left behind is vast, almost unending, we, and the other superheroes that are still here, promise you that we will try our best to fill that void. In the center of the city, White King, Riley's adoptive father, continued his eulogy for the fallen hero, his words, heard by the thousands that surrounded him, and the billions that were listening to him through their screens and their radios. And even though there were thousands, not even a single breath could be heard from them as they listened to the man standing on the pedestal, completely clad in white. Besides the members of the Hope Guild, other superheroes were also present, giving their utmost respect to Megawoman. Maybe someday a great hero will once again come to us, but there will only be one Mega Woe. Oh my god. What the fuck? Before White King could finish his long and gratifying speech, the crowd that was completely silent all started to gasp at the same time, clamoring and yelling words of panic. All of them were looking at the sky. Bernard also noticed that all of the superheroes became stiff, with some of them holding out their stance as they too looked towards the sky. Seeing this, Bernard quickly looked to the sky behind him, but before he could even fully turn his body, he felt a slight breeze suddenly waft beside him, followed by a quiet thud. Loud. With the crowd once again suddenly falling quiet, White King could not help but take in a gulp as he slowly turned his head towards the noise. Megawoman's. And as soon as he saw the mangled corpse that was suddenly sprawled beside him, the only thing he could do was slightly back away, and as he did so, he felt something lightly hitting him on the back. Nice speech, White King. Bernard quickly grabbed one of the guns that were securely fastened on his waist, but before he could point it towards the individual that suddenly stood near him, it was quickly slapped away. The other superheroes also leaped onto the stage, surrounding the black-clad individual in no time. Dark Day. They all muttered, and while they were completely focused on him, the people that were there to pay their respects to Megawoman all could not help but shriek in panic. They were all here to send her off, but suddenly Megawoman was thrown in front of them, her corpse, completely mangled up. But even though their panic was at its peak, none of them could move. They could feel their breaths weakening at every beat, their blood rising up to levels that they shouldn't. Relax. A voice then echoed and pierced their ears, waking them all up from their stupor. They all looked back towards the pedestal, only to see that Dark Day was now the one standing there. I did not come here to harm any of you. Dark Day then raised both his hands, his palms facing the crowd. Even with almost a dozen superheroes surrounding him, he didn't even hesitate to turn his back on them. Instead, his focus was completely on the crowd. As you can see, I have returned your Messiah, Dark Day then said, the visor of his vantablack helmet almost sticking to the microphone. You, Ray, welcome. Dark Day, how dare you, KH? You've had your chance to speak, White King, and it was very nice, good job. Before Bernard could finish his words, he felt an arm wrapping around his neck, threatening to take off the white mask that covered half his face. He then looked towards Dark Day, only to see another exact replica of him slowly emerging from his body, duplicating themselves on their own and guarding him in a circle. Megawoman is alive, Dark Day then said, and although this was wonderful news, none of the crowd could express their joy. How could they, when they could clearly see how mangled her body is? Even those who were just watching from their screens could not believe what they were seeing, completely shaken up by Dark Day's sudden appearance. Maybe in a few weeks or months, or maybe even a year, she will rise again. Dark Day's long but deep sigh echoed throughout the air, but until then you have to settle with the other weaker heroes. But do not fret, people. Until Megawoman rests, until Megawoman cannot save your pathetic lives, I too shall take a rest. The other superheroes could not help but look at each other from Dark Day's words. In truth, they all might show themselves ready to fight him at any time, but how would they even hope to defeat someone who was able to toy with the most powerful superhero of all time? Until Megawoman remains asleep, Dark Day then lowered his hands, placing them on the podium. I, Dark Day, will retire. Even with Megawoman receiving the best possible care, there are still no signs of her waking up. They are doing. I am bored. Riley let himself fall on his bed as his monotonous voice almost filled the entire room, only drowned by the sound of the news that he was playing on his phone. It has been a month since he announced his retirement to the world, and he has not donned his suit since then. His life had become as monotonous as his voice waking up, eating, pretending, sleeping. He was no longer finding any excitement in watching the videos he took of Megawoman. There was this itch growing inside of him, an itch that could only be scratched by the scent of blood lingering through the air around. A void that would only be filled as a life fades away in his hand. In line with this, the world government has announced the beginning of a new project, an academy that would help nurture and one day hope to train the next superhero. That will become the next Megawoman. Riley blinked a couple of times as he lifted his phone in the air, his eyes carefully watching the news anchor that was talking on the screen. And with every second the news was reflected through his eyes, a smile also slowly crawled on his face, interestingly stupid. I wish to be enrolled in Mega Academy, parents. A few days after the announcement of the government that they have built a school to train future superheroes, the Ross family were currently having a casual dinner that was only made weird as soon as Riley opened his mouth to speak. The other members of the family continued with their meal as if what they heard was just some sort of hymn from the wind. But after a few more seconds, the silence was broken by a loud clanging. Hannah suddenly stood up from her seat, dropping her cutleries on the floor as she looked her brother straight in the eyes. You want to go to school, Hannah's words were slightly sedated. You, the most antisocial loner/weirdo I have ever met in my entire life, want to go to school. Yes, Riley answered without even a slight hesitation. Do you even know what that means? That's good, did you hear that, honey? Before Hannah could finish her words, she was quickly disrupted by their mother's almost deafening scream, almost a shriek, really. Our son is finally coming to age and realizing that he shouldn't be cooped up all alone in his room. You, Ray, finally graduating from being homeschooled. But you, Ray, the one who decided to homeschool me, mother, I am fully capable of socializing with people. We understand, dear. You, Ray, all grown up now. Diana went over the table to give Riley a hug, but he quickly moved his chair and his plate to the side to avoid her. And before the growing chaos could ensue, the head of the family finally decided to speak up, clearing his throat to show his intent to speak. I think we are forgetting one simple fact, Bernard said before taking a sip of his coffee, obviously trying to build up suspense with his pause. Only children with superpowers are allowed to enroll in the academy. But Aaron's you going to be one of the instructors there, honey, Diana quickly replied. You could just enroll him secretly. Bernard whispered as he placed his hand on his chin. That's a possibility, isn't it? No, it's not. Their idea, however, was shut down by Hannah before it could come to light. Even if you do manage to enroll him there, he would be constantly in danger of being surrounded by sups. Did you also forget the fact that his skin is sensitive to the sun? Well, you can just attend with your brother. Why are the two of you such airheads when it comes to brother? I do not appreciate the tone you are taking, Hannah. Am I the only one seeing the looming calamity here? Your brother's looks should be enough to be considered a superpower, no. Isn't that right, my handsome baby? No. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire dining room rose up. Riley's sunglasses, which he was suddenly wearing out of nowhere, was currently reflecting her sister, whose whole body was engulfed and wrapped in fire. You will be putting him in danger if you enroll him there. Put the fire extinguisher down, dear. Diana immediately blocked her husband's path, who already had the nozzle of a white fire extinguisher pointed towards Hannah. She then let out a long and deep sigh as she asked her daughter to calm down. You need to understand, Hannah. We were just excited that your brother is finally learning how to take initiative in his life. We were just kidding. We were, Bernard whispered as he hung up his phone, which was already dialing the academy. Calm down, Hannah, Diana repeated, or I swear I will hose you down myself and make you pay for all the damages you incurred in the house since you awakened your powers. Fine. Hannah's unusually warm breath echoed throughout the entire room as the fire that wrapped around his body slowly withered, and immediately, Bernard threw a towel over her so she could cover herself up. Sorry, Hannah then sat back down as she drank a glass of water. This is all your fault, Riley. Why would you even open up that idea when you know you don't even have any Where's what the fuck is that? As you can see, I have powers. Loud. The whole room instantly became quiet as soon as they saw the floating knife and fork that was suddenly floating in front of Riley. Bernard was going to rush and swat the sharp objects away from Riley at first, but when he realized that they were expertly circling around his finger, the only thing he could do was look at his wife and daughter to check if they were also seeing the same thing, and seeing the bewildered looks in their faces, they were. Are you doing that? Yes, I have already stated that I have powers, father. And as soon as he said that, the cutleries that were circling around his finger spun even faster. I suppose you could say I can move things with my mind, father. Telekinesis, since when? Bernard's voice was almost louder than Hannah's earlier screams. When I woke up. That's impossible. Those who awaken telekinesis can control their powers that well at day one. Hannah once again started to raise her voice, but this time no change in temperature was found. When I woke up a month ago. I see that makes sense, Diana nodded her head. No, it does. You know what? I am going to my room. I am done dealing with you guys. And with that, Hannah abruptly left, taking her plate with her as her steps left embers on the floor. I will also take my leave. Thank you for the food, parents, and thank you in advance for enrolling me to the academy as well. Riley then also stood up from his seat, carefully arranging his and his sister's chair before going up to his room. With their two children gone, Diana and Bernard immediately looked at each other with a sigh. They are growing up too fast, Aaron they, Diana said as she sat beside her husband and rested her head on his shoulder. Perhaps the academy would be good for the both of them. Hannah's powers are getting too strong. It would become more and more difficult for her if she just tries to ignore it. Bernard only nodded in response. As for Riley, he would finally have a chance at the normal life we couldn't provide for him. Diana continued despite Bernard only nodding his head at her every word, and we could also have the chance to relax. We Haven, T had time alone since we had Hannah. Perhaps we should move to a different neighborhood since we are you even listening to what I am saying. Yes, of course, Bernard once again nodded. It's just that Riley's powers trouble me. And why? Because it's the same as Ms. Phoenix. Are you afraid he would start asking questions about his real mother? You are his real mother, Diana, Bernard quickly said. But yes, I think the time he asks about his biological parents is soon upon us. There's no need to be nervous, honey. Hearing the lament in her husband's words, the only thing that Diana could do was let out a sigh and pat his shoulders. We knew this day would come sooner or later. I am sure they are ready too. So we, Ray, enrolling both of them. It's decided. But they need to pass first. So why exactly am I here? Because you wanted to attend the academy as well. No. Riley and Hannah were currently out on a field, lined up with several other people of seemingly similar age. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, slowly walking in front of Riley and the others as she checked the documents in her hand. And as she made it in front of Riley and Hannah, she abruptly stopped, looking at the two of them from head to toe. Don't expect any special treatments, she then whispered before proceeding to check the other examinees. 6 weeks after Riley's discussion with his family, Mega Academy had finally started accepting students, and due to their father, the two were able to squeeze themselves in the first batch of examinees. Whether that was a good thing or not, it doesn't really matter for the two. Riley then scanned the rest of the examinees, who some seemed to be even younger than him, and seeing that the examiner had sufficient information of all the people here, it would seem that Riley's first theory was right. The academy wasn't built to nurture future superheroes. It was built to serve as a surveillance system, and Megawoman wouldn't like that. Well, next, based on the current public data that the government had surveyed, 1 out of 20 people had superpowers, and almost minimally increasing annually. And also based on their research, out of the 20 people, excluding the one that had already declared they have powers, it is said that one is hiding their abilities. With the world's current population of approximately 5 billion, there were almost 500 million superpowered humans roaming in the world, including those who were in hiding. With that number, the government would not really be able to efficiently track every special individual that may be a threat to the world. But with the birth of Mega Academy, as well as the incentive of having the chance of becoming the world's greatest superhero, they have finally targeted people with dreams, children and teenagers. Children who were otherwise scared to expose themselves, children who were hidden by their parents because of the danger their power held, children who did not understand what they truly are, teenagers who wanted to become something big, teenagers who wanted to explore their powers, teenagers who just wanted to belong. With the promise of the academy to train and hone their abilities, these individuals would surely surface, making it easier for the government to track anyone who even had an inkling of superpowers. The only reason why the government had not done this until now was because of the existence of Megawoman, who was completely against militarizing superpowered individuals, and with a school controlled by a government, stationed in different countries, that was not so far-fetched. The fact they already even had the facility to accommodate such an action was proof enough that they had planned this way before, and were just waiting for a chance to make it happen. Well, at least that is what Riley thought as he continued to watch the other examinees showcase their unique powers and abilities. Why are you smiling? Stop being so creepy. Hannah, who was beside him, could not help but slightly move away from him as a small hint of laughter was escaping from his mouth. Don't tell me you are actually happy that you finally get the chance to go to school. Let me tell you, it's nothing special. He couldn't help it seeing all of these people displaying their powers. The only thing that Riley could think of was how easy it would be to just snap their necks or squash their heads in. Dreaming of wanting to be the next Megawoman, pathetic. Her powers were way beyond that of everyone else. Flight, Herculean strength, minor telekinesis, heat vision, super speed, 9 vulnerability, and as it would seem but not yet proven, near immortality. Her powers were simple, cliché, even. But the level of her strength was undeniable. And so, right now, as Riley watched the current examinee showing his powers, he once again could not help but let out a muffled giggle, garnering the attention of the other examinees near him. Oh, don't do that. Hannah could not help but let out a short but deep sigh as she pulled Riley near her. That's a guaranteed way to be bullied. Your complexion is already weird as it is. Don't add anything to it. Hearing his sister's words, Riley quickly nodded his head. He was here to blend in and to pass time while waiting for Megawoman's recovery. If something happens and he has no choice but to accidentally kill everyone here, then he would be left with nothing to do. Blend and adapt, Riley repeated to himself. But as soon as he saw the examinee currently showcasing her powers, the only thing he could do was close his eyes to try and ignore it. The power to not be seen by the naked eye, invisibility, that was the examinee's power. Even if Riley can't see her, he could just destroy the whole vicinity, and she would surely be one of the... Stop, Riley took in a long and deep breath as he tried to center his thoughts. He didn't truly realize how hard it was to be surrounded by people without his mask on. As Darkday, he could say and do anything he wanted without any filter. But now that he was out in the world as Riley, he was having a difficult time adjusting. But he would try, he promised himself, not to look away from the next examinee that would showcase his or her powers. Next, Sylvie Savlivna. Savlivna. Is that Russian? Why is a Russian here? Hearing the female examinee introducing herself, most of the examinees started to look at each other, the merging of their whispers, enough to be heard by everyone. The female examinee, Sylvie, however, did not seem to mind as she just looked at the supervisor. You can start. As soon as the supervisor gave her permission to do so, her feet quickly left the ground, slightly pushing the blades of grass that were previously peacefully resting beneath her feet. But that was not all. She flew to the weights that were strategically placed for the examinees to use and proceeded to lift the heaviest one without exerting any visible effort. That's enough. It would seem that she had more in her arsenal as she remained floating in the air. But before she could do anything more, she was ordered by the supervisor to return to her line. Most of the people that were previously chatting and murmuring about her completely shut their mouths, and the one on her left couldn't help but scooch to the side, instinctively avoiding her. How could he not, when she displayed powers similar to that of Megawoman? The one on her right, however, did not even flinch and only looked at her curiously before turning her head to the other side. Oh, what's with that look? Don, tell me you regaining a crush. Hannah then let out a small giggle as she saw her brother with his mouth slightly open, his eyes completely fixated on the girl beside her. Maybe it was worth it being your chaperone after all. Hannah continued to tease Riley, even waving her pinky finger in front of his face. Riley, however, completely ignored her and focused on Sylvie. He didn't recognize or realize it earlier since his sister was completely blocking Sylvie from his view, but if Riley's guess was right, then Sylvie should be related to Megawoman, maybe even her daughter. And it's not only the fact that she had similar abilities, but they also look somewhat alike. Out of all the people here, he was probably the only one who had seen Megawoman up close and without her mask. Stop that! Hannah, who had seen the weird growing smile on her brother's face, could not help but want to cover his face. If you want to woo someone, smiling like a serial killer is not the way to go. Next, don't do anything weird while I am gone. With her being called forward, Hannah slightly hesitated as she tried to warn her brother. She then looked towards Sylvie, snapping her fingers to get her attention. If my brother does anything weird to you, I give you the permission to very lightly slap him on the face, she said before walking to the front. Sylvie wondered what her co-examinee meant by her words, but as soon as she turned to look at the direction she pointed to, she could not help but slightly back away. How could she not, when the strangest-looking person she had ever seen in her entire life was widely smiling at her? It did not help that his whole body was completely wrapped in clothes, with his face the only thing you could see on him. Hi, however, as soon as she tried to greet him, the boy's smile quickly dropped as he looked away. The only thing she could do was blink a couple of times as she, too, focused her attention towards the current examinee. Hannah Ross, pyrokinesis. Hannah casually said as she flicked her finger, summoning a blaze hovering on its tip. She was going to return to her line, but before she could do so, the supervisor stopped her. Is that all? I am afraid you will not be able to pass if that is all you can do. Seriously, I don't even want to fine. Hannah could only groan in frustration as she returned to the front, and as she did so, Riley took a few steps back, distancing himself away from Hannah before wearing his sunglasses. Sylvie, who saw him suddenly moving back, could not help but look back and forth between him and Hannah, but after a few seconds she too decided to step back a few steps. As soon as Hannah got back to the front, she quickly looked towards Riley, who had both his thumbs up. Seeing this, Hannah let out a light scoff. Since her brother was cheering for her, then as her big sister, she shouldn't disappoint, she thought as she closed her eyes, taking a long and deep breath. From afar, it looked as if Hannah's body was becoming distorted, as if a ripple of water was surrounding her entire body. The blades of grass beneath her feet also started to wave, but not for long, as they soon slowly turned to ashes. And as Hannah let go of her breath, a bundle of smoke fumed from her mouth. And as soon as she opened her eyes, a whistle of a cry roared through the air as flames instantly wrapped her entire body, causing a small thunder that lifted her up into the air. With her slightly hovering from the ground, Hannah then turned her flame-clad face towards the supervisor. "Happy. Happy." A small smile slowly crawled on the face of the supervisor, as the heat that Hannah was releasing was fiery enough for it to reach her, even though she was already meters away from the flaming creature. The flames in Hannah's body did not really offset from her body too much, tightly wrapping her body like some sort of loose suit. However, from time to time, there were flares flailing out from her, almost like a laser or a flash of light that made the temperature rise even further. "That's fine, examinee Hannah Ross." The supervisor then wrote something on her file as she finally pulled her eyes away from Hannah. "You may go back to your line, next." "Loud. What are you doing? Go back to your lines." But to her surprise, Hannah did not move from her spot, still slightly hovering from the ground as the flames on her body burned even hotter, almost releasing some sort of searing noise that whispered to the ears of the other contestants. Sylvie Savlivna, who moved several steps backward because she saw Riley doing the same, finally realized why he did so. The current examinee, Hannah Ross, can't control her powers that well. "Chill out, sis." Hannah then turned towards the supervisor as she once again urged her to return to her line. And although her words seemed relaxed, the stress in her voice was clear for everyone to hear. It also didn't help that when she looked at her brother, the only thing he did was pull up his zipper even higher and tighten his hoodie while taking another few steps back. Hannah Ross had never really once explored her power. She did enough that it was able to help her light up the stove or help her father when he needed to repair his tools with a shrink tube. There were also her slight outbursts, but other than that, she wasn't interested enough for her to practice it religiously. After all, no one in her family other than her had superpowers. Her mother, Diana Ross, had the strength of a gorilla, but it wasn't really a superpower. She just became like that from the stress of having to take care of the rest of the family. As for her father, Bernard Ross, he is also a normal human, at least the peak of what humans could achieve. Even though he was part of the most famous superhero league in the world, he didn't have any superpowers. He was able to join it due to the masterful use of his tools, which he had also created by himself. He was also a master of all the fighting styles and martial arts one could think of, even creating one or two of his own style. Okay, maybe his father was a bit extraordinary after all, but still, White King, by definition, no matter how extraordinary, is still a normal human. And her brother, well, no one really knew he was a super until they just randomly told them. "Hannah Ross, please return to your line." "I said chill out." The flames around her grew even stronger as the supervisor once again urged her to go down. With her scream, the other younger examinees could not help but slightly feel a small panic, causing some of them to let out a small gasp. But still, they did not move from their spot as they thought it would be seen as a weakness. "Is your sister all right?" Sylvie then slightly leaned closer towards Riley. Riley, however, instead of answering her, only stared at her straight in the eyes. If Sylvie wasn't weirded out by him before, she was now. However, Riley's blue eyes, which were almost glowing, made it hard for Sylvie to move her eyes away from him. But finally, after a few more seconds of this awkward situation, Riley answered. "She's fine," he muttered monotonously before turning his attention back to her sister. "She's perfect." And hearing this, Sylvie slowly took a step away from Riley. "Could it be you are unable to control your powers?" "I can just shut up." The supervisor then slowly approached Hannah, while still writing something down on her file. What are you doing? Stay away." "Now I know why they chose me as the supervisor." The supervisor then let out a long and deep sigh as she gently dropped the examinee's files on the ground as she continued to approach Hannah. "It's because of you." "What?" Before Hannah could finish her words, a light snap whispered in her ears as the supervisor suddenly clapped her hands. The supervisor then stretched her arms to the side, and as soon as she did so, spheres of water suddenly emerged like a bubble to her sides, materializing out of nowhere. And without even any warning, she once again clapped her hands. The two spheres of water, almost the size of a tank, quickly sandwiched Hannah as they merged into a one huge sphere, completely confining her inside. It was a good thing that her father had made her a suit, made from materials that were able to withstand the extreme heat and fire that her power produces. If not, then everyone would have had a clear view of her naked body as soon as the water prison confined her. Interesting. But still, even with her whole body drowning in water, some of the flames persisted, boiling a part of the sphere. Seeing this, the supervisor slightly flicked her finger, causing the sphere of water to compress even tighter. Darkday's eyes slightly twitched as she saw his sister struggling, gasping for air as the ball of water continued to restrict her breath. His fingers, slightly itching as he turned his attention towards the supervisor. If he kills the supervisor here, was there a chance he might be discovered? He could probably make her head explode without even anyone noticing, but that would surely garner the attention of the higher-ups of the academy. A more stealthy approach, then. HM. The supervisor let out a small gasp of air as she felt her chest slightly tightening, her heart slowly beating in a chaotic manner. Seeing her slightly flinch, a smile could not help but slowly build up on Darkday's face. He then took a long and deep breath as he felt the beating of the supervisor's heart on the palm of his hand. Just one grip, then her life would be over. It had been a long time since he had last taken someone's life, 2 months at least. His fingers were truly just shaking from the excitement. Please stop this. But before he could psychokinetically squeeze the life out of the supervisor, a loud voice rang through his left ear, causing him to stop. Loud. Sylvie then rushed forward, patting the supervisor on the shoulder. Please stop, Miss Supervisor. She's going to drown if you do not release her soon. Although her words were somewhat fluent, the tiny bit of her Russian accent remained in her voice. Weird, Riley thought. Megawoman's accent was completely American. Was it possible this Sylvie was a relative from far away? But she and Megawoman looked too much alike for them to be distant relatives. Perhaps Megawoman's husband was from Russia. Once again, Riley found himself looking at Megawoman Jr. If he killed him, would she also have the same kind of immortality as Megawoman? If she did, then that would probably prove his assumption that she was, indeed, Megawoman's daughter. But what if she didn't? What if she just dies if he kills her, then she'd just die, without even having the chance of getting stronger? A flower gone too soon is just weed, Riley thought. Riley's eyes started to move randomly as different scenarios appeared in his mind, but after what seemed like a second, he finally reached a conclusion on how he would know who she truly was. He'd just ask her once he had the chance to do so. With Sylvie patting the supervisor's shoulder, the tight feeling in her chest also gradually faded away, waking her up from the slight stupor she found herself in. She quickly released the sphere of water, causing Hannah to drop down from the air. Hannah's grasp for air whispered to the ears of the other examinees, causing them to wince from the cracking of her voice. Are you all right? Sylvie quickly rushed towards to help her, while the supervisor waved her hand, calling for the medics to come forward. I am fine, Hannah said as she struggled to even stand up from almost having drowned. Thanks. Sylvie then had no choice but to back away as the medics came rushing in, quickly taking her away to the side. Riley was about to follow them, but Hannah quickly waved her hand and gestured to her to stay, which he did. The other examinees could not help but whisper and murmur to each other as they watched her being taken away. They were first awed by Sylvie's display of her powers. However, with Hannah's performance, most of it was completely burned away. This is what the academy is for, children. The supervisor then picked up the files of the examinees from the ground, patting it for any dirt. That girl was a fine example of why it is dangerous for you to keep hiding your powers. Some are too lethal to be contained. Hearing the supervisor's words, some of the examinees could not help but nod in agreement. Even Sylvie let out a sigh as nodded. The only one that was not moving his head was Riley, whose eyes were still following his sister as she was being checked by the medics. Let us move on. Next. Next. I said next. It's your turn. Riley blinked a couple of times as he heard Sylvie's voice. He then looked at her, before moving his eyes to the front as he finally heard the supervisor calling for him. Next, stop dawdling, you Ray, holding up the line. D. Riley Ross, telekinesis. D. Riley Ross, telekinesis. Hearing Riley's monotonous voice, the other examinees quickly looked at each other. Ross, is he related to the fire girl earlier? Most likely they Ray just next to each other. But still, why is he wearing something like that in the middle of summer? Even more so with them being related, the other examinees could not help but whisper to each other as Riley slowly made his way to the front. With him still wearing sunglasses, as well as his hoodie zipped all the way up to his nose, he was completely covered up. I need to see your face, Mr. Riley. The supervisor, of course, was also slightly weirded out by Riley. She knew who the two were, as she knew the identity of their father, who would also happen to be teaching in the academy once the school year started. And so, even more, she had to be strict with them. There were also many other children who were the sons or daughters of other superheroes. She was told not to give them any special treatment, and she was going to do just that. Hannah was quite an interesting case, a loose cannon that perhaps would benefit most from attending the academy. It was wise of White King to hide her from the world, as her powers would surely attract the attention of the people, but mostly, the terrorists that were crawling through the depths. She wasn't the only pyrokinetic in the world, but she was one of the few that is still alive or not part of an evil organization. But to think he wasn't only hiding one, but two sups. She was about to make Riley take off his hoodie once again, but as soon as she rechecked his file and saw that the sun was harmful to his skin, she quickly made him stop. Riley, however, did not, as he casually took off his jacket. Riley, Hannah, who was being checked by the medics, quickly pushed them away as she rushed towards her brother. "It's all right, Hannah," Riley said as he threw his hoodie and sunglasses towards her. "I applied sunscreen," he said in a monotonous tone as he raised his thumb, SPF 150. He did not really need to. The sun was not really harmful to his skin, at least not anymore. But to appease his sister, he still chose to apply it. But still, Hannah continued to step towards Riley to give him back his hoodie, but before she could do so, she was pulled away by the medics who were previously checking up on her. She wanted to resist, but could not do so as she might harm the people blocking her path, and so, the only thing she could do was hope that nothing would happen to her brother. Everyone else, however, had their eyes wide open. With the sun shining down on him, Riley looked as if he was glowing. It did not help that he was wearing a white t-shirt underneath. "An albino," a whisper escaped from one of the other examinees. "Wow, first time I am seeing one." So that's why he was fully covered up. Once again, the other examinees began to look at each other. Sylvie was perhaps the only one who did not react that strongly, as she had already partly seen his face earlier when he was creepily smiling at her. But still, looking at him now, a slight interest was slowly growing inside of her. Hannah had already made her interested as soon as she showed her fiery powers. So as her brother, she could not help, but wondered just what kind of strength this Riley has, she thought, as she tried her hardest not to miss even the tiniest detail. "That's enough, quiet down." The examinees' whispers quickly dispersed as soon as the supervisor clapped her hands once more. "You can begin," she then said as she checked on Riley. "Okay." Hearing the supervisor's words, Riley carefully grabbed something from his pocket, and Hannah, who was still being checked by the medics, could not help but almost stumble as soon as she realized what was in Riley's hand, his cutlery set. Riley Ross, telekinesis. Riley once again repeated his introduction as the knife, fork, and the spoon in his hand slowly started to float in the air. That's it, was the collective thought of everyone there. Their breaths of disappointment quickly covered the entire field as they looked at Riley. With the way he looked, as well as the performance of his sister before him, they all thought that Riley would do something special, or at least match the intensity of his sister's powers. But making spoons float, every child who has awoken with telekinetic powers could do that. That's it. Finally, the supervisor voiced out all of their thoughts. "I am afraid you won. Be able to pass the exam if that's all you can do. Remember, the purpose of the academy is to train the next superhero that would become the next Megawoman. If this is all that you could do at your age, I am afraid that it would be impossible for you to even think of achieving that. And that goes for all of you," the supervisor then said as she looked at the other remaining examinees, "if you think that." "Oh my God." Before the supervisor could finish her words, one of the examinees suddenly screamed. She was going to ask why he did so, but she didn't have to. As soon as she moved her body, she felt a slight pain coming from her torso. She quickly looked towards her chest, only to see something lodged into it. She then turned her head towards the cutlery that was spinning around Riley, which was now missing a piece, the spoon. "Oh no," Riley hummed, "I apologize, like my sister. I also can control my power that well," he said as he flicked his finger. The supervisor could not help but slightly wince in pain as the spoon lodged in her chest began to move, shaking erratically as it was slowly being pulled away. Stop," the supervisor muttered as she grabbed the spoon. "Don't make it any worse." "Sorry, it's doing it on its own." "It's not, just stop using your powers." The supervisor then stretched her arms to the side as she once again summoned spheres of water. "Oh, I did it." However, before she could do anything with them, the spoon penetrating her chest quickly dislodged itself, causing her to take in a short but very deep breath, which made the spheres of water drop and scatter on the ground. Medic. If the spoon was just a little bit to the right, then it would have definitely hit her heart. And so, as soon as she was able, she quickly called for the medics, who were able to at least quickly stop her from bleeding using their powers. With her now away from death's door, she quickly stood up from the ground and rushed towards Riley, who quickly hid his cutlery back in his pocket. "Are you all right now, supervisor?" The supervisor wanted to slap Riley's head in, but as he said, it wasn't truly his fault. She should have known from her sister that Riley's powers aren't that simple. Just from the fact that the spoon he was controlling was accidentally able to pierce her skin was enough proof that he was also hiding great strength in him. And so, with that thought, the supervisor could only grit her teeth in frustration as she shook her head. "I am fine." "Accidents happen all the time. Go back to your line." "Did I pass?" "Dun T asked me that." The supervisor raised her voice as she ordered Riley to go back to his line. Ray going to take a few minutes break. Those who are already done, you can go ahead and take the assessment test instead of dawdling around here." Hearing the supervisor's words, the other examinees could not help but once again voice out their disappointment. They were having fun watching all sorts of other people display their powers. It was like watching an audition live, which is practically what they were doing now. But alas, they could do nothing but disperse. "It's not your fault, Riley." Hannah walked beside her brother as soon as she was able to. "It's that bitch's fault for triggering us. Gather untrained children with unpredictable powers in one area. What a good idea. Whoever thought of this is stupid. Stupid, I tell you, just like the government." "Really?" Riley looked at his sister straight in the eyes. "I think it's quite fun." "Of course it is." Hannah rolled her eyes as she hastened her steps. From a recluse, anything would seem fun. "Come, let's just take the goddamn stupid tests and get this over with." "I am sorry for dragging you here, sister." "PSH, stop being so dramatic." Hannah slightly trembled as she heard Riley's words. But after a few moments, she stopped walking and turned her head towards Riley, carrying a small smile on her face. "Besides, you're kinda right. It is somewhat fun, isn't it?" "My God, this is so boring. Just how long do we have to wait here?" "But you just said a while ago that this is quite fun." "That was earlier. Jesus, just how many sups are there for the interviews to take this long?" "I am not Jesus, sister, but do you still want me to answer your question?" "Shut the fuck up." Riley and Hannah, along with many other examinees, had just finished answering their assessment test and were just waiting to be called by one of the academy's staff. They were still in the same room where they took the written test, and so many others were also having their private conversation, making friends with future potential classmates. The girl that Riley had hypothesized to be Megawoman's daughter, Sylvie, was also in the same room, surrounded by a lot of examinees asking her different sets of questions. Even without the official school year even starting, even without knowing if they will pass or not, most of the people in the room were already forming their own groups. The two siblings, however, seemed to be in a world of their own as they continued to only talk with one another. Some of the examinees that sat near them held signs of obviously wanting to converse with the two, but quickly backed out as soon as they heard Hannah cursing. "Did you know that there are theories that Jesus is actually one of the earliest recorded super?" "Please just don't ever tell that story to anyone if you want to gain even a single friend." Hannah quickly covered her brother's mouth before he could start his ridiculous story. This actually wasn't the first time she would be hearing that story from him, as he had already told that story once when their mother had told Riley to share what he was up to lately one innocent dinner time. And that one innocent dinner time had quickly turned into something gruesome, as Riley's story did not really end on a good note. "Oh, I think I have heard of that once." Riley quickly looked to the side, as one of the examinees suddenly jumped between him and his sister, completely avoiding the examinee's eyes. "The fuck?" Hannah could not help but slightly raise an eyebrow with the sudden appearance of the young man. "Hello, privacy." "Close, but my name is Gary." The young man then reached out his hand towards Hannah as he let out a wide smile. "I already know your name, so you don't really need to introduce yourself." "Right, the name is Hannah." Hannah squinted her eyes as she shook the young man's hand. "Did you need something?" she then said as she quickly let it go. "No, not really." Gary shrugged his shoulders as he turned his attention towards Riley, reaching his hand towards him. "I was just curious about your brother's story." "Riley, was it?" "That is my name, yes." Although Riley answered Gary's question swiftly, he didn't take his hand, which caused Gary to turn towards Hannah as if gesturing if he did something wrong. "My brother's just selective with people," Hannah said as she squinted her eyebrows even further, especially to those who get too close. "Oh, I see." Gary blinked a couple of times as he retracted his hand. "Is he autistic or something?" "What the fuck did you say?" The other examinees present in the room quickly shut their mouths as the sound of a desk screeching on the floor rang through their ears. All of them quickly turned their eyes towards the direction of the noise, only to see a girl grabbing someone by their collars. "What's happening?" Most of them began to whisper, wondering what was going on. They quickly recognized Hannah, making their whispers louder and more targeted. Those who were near the commotion started to tell their version of the events of what just transpired. "Really, that guy called her brother like that? Is it true, though? He does seem kind of off. That kinda makes him dangerous, right? He was the one who stabbed the supervisor earlier." Hearing the words that were reaching her ears, Hannah could not help but click her tongue as she looked Gary straight in the eyes. As for Gary, he already had both his arms raised in surrender, letting out an awkward chuckle as he apologized to Hannah. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything rude by it," he said. "I also have a friend that is in the spectrum, so I just assumed that you would be fine with me calling him that. I truly am sorry." "Stop fucking laughing. You think calling someone you just met autistic is fine." Although the volume of her voice was low, the agitation in Hannah's tone was clear for everyone to hear. A hint of smoke was also starting to emerge from the collar of Gary's shirt. "Sorry, I laugh when I am nervous." Gary once again chuckled awkwardly as a hint of sweat trailed from his face. "I really didn't mean anything by it. Please don't burn my shirt, I just bought this." You. Please calm down, Ms. Ross." Before Hannah could say another word, she felt a light tap coming from her shoulder. She turned her head to see who it was, only to find Sylvie shaking her head at her. "If a supervisor sees you doing this, it might affect your chances of getting into the academy." The simpleton had also apologized. "Perhaps settle this at another time if it happens again." "Oh, ouch!" Gary could not help but stutter as he was suddenly called a simpleton. And so, with Sylvie getting in between them, as well as the looks they were getting from the other examinees, Hannah could only let go of Gary. "I really didn't mean it." Gary once again apologized towards Hannah, before turning his attention to Riley and apologizing to him as well. Seeing him sincerely regretting his action, Hannah finally let out a sigh as she waved her hand. "I might have overreacted a little bit. Thank you for holding me back, Ms. Savlib." "Savlivna, but you can just call me Sylvie, Ms. Ross." Sylvie let out a small hum as she let out a small smile. "Then you can just call me Hannah as well." Hannah and Sylvie then proceeded to shake each other's hands as they introduced themselves. "Call me Gary. Why are you still here?" All right, seeing Hannah glaring at him, the only thing that Gary could do was let out a sigh and turn around. "Sorry for calling you autistic, Riley." He then once again apologized before taking his leave. However, before he could even take 3 steps, Riley unexpectedly replied to him. "Why do you keep on apologizing?" Riley muttered monotonously. "You right, I am diagnosed with autism, which indeed makes me autistic." That Gary could only take in a gulp as another drop of sweat started to trail on his face. Hannah, on the other hand, could not help but plant her palm on her face as she let out a long and deep sigh. It almost felt like she wasted her anger and agitation for nothing. Throughout their years together, she had only seen Riley lie once or twice, and it was for something totally ridiculous. Of course, he won't lie even for his own sake. As for Sylvie, she just let out a small, "oh," as she finally realized why he was smiling at her earlier. He was probably just having a hard time trying to start up a conversation. "He is kinda cute, isn't he? I want to take him home." As for the other examinees, well, let's just say all sorts of thoughts were starting to race through their minds. This weird atmosphere would have probably continued if not for the academy supervisor that entered the room. "Riley Ross, it's your turn for the interview," and it just so happened that the center of all the attention was the next one to be called. "Don't say anything weird, all right." Hannah quickly fixed Riley's hair and straightened out his clothes. "Normal school life. Let us achieve a normal school life, please." "We are in a school for superpowered individuals, sister. I am afraid that's impossible," was Riley's answer as he followed the supervisor out of the room. "Well, your brother is quite a handful, isn't he?" Sylvie let out a small giggle as she watched Riley's back disappear from the door. "Tell me about it." Hannah's sighs almost filled the entire room. "You seem to really love your brother, though," Gary said as he shook his head. "Man, I am jealous. I wish I could have." "What the fuck are you still doing here?" "Riley Ross, age 16, and your power is telekinesis." I suppose. And we were told that you caused an accident during the demonstration. I suppose. Riley now found himself surrounded by 5 people, all wearing a unique set of clothes costumes. And as a matter of course, Riley recognized the 5. They were all superheroes that he had encountered before in his adventurous life as Darkday. The people in this room all know who your father is. One of the interviewers that had his eyes covered with a blindfold said, so in respect to him, we are going to give it to you straight, with the answers you gave in the assessment test. You are not suited to be a superhero, based on the answers you gave in the assessment test. You are not suited to be a superhero. I suppose. The 5 superheroes that were interviewing Riley could not help but turn their heads to each other as they awkwardly waited for him to say more. But even after almost a quarter of a minute, his mouth remained unmoving as he just sat there, staring silently towards the wall behind them. Do not be dejected, young man. We will not fail you just because of this. And finally, after what seemed like another full minute of silence, one of the interviewers decided to speak. It was the superhero known as Spectacular Mustache Man, named obviously because of the abnormally long but straight mustache sticking off of his face. That is why we are having this interview in the first place, to discuss the answers you chose more in depth, he said as he scanned the paper in front of him while stroking his mustache. And after checking it for a few seconds, he let out a long and deep sigh as he turned his focus back to Riley, who was still just quietly staring at the wall. Let me be honest with you, young man. The result of your test is absolutely horrendous. With Spectacular Mustache Man's words reverberating through the room, the other 4 heroes all nodded their heads in agreement. We will let the fact that you accidentally hurt a supervisor in the earlier test slide, as it says here in your file that you have only awakened to your powers a few months ago. Your answers to the assessment test, however, are something that we can overloo. Are you listening? I am. Right. Spectacular Mustache Man could not help but slightly squint his eyes as Riley answered him nonchalantly. Let's move on and discuss your answers. So in the very first question, the test asked you what you would do if you see an old woman struggling to cross the street, and from the 4 given choices, you chose D, push her off the street. Why on earth would you choose that? Because she is struggling. Then you could have just chosen A, help her cross the street. Why? Riley blinked a couple of times as he slightly tilted his head to the side. The test said she is already struggling to cross the street. Why would I help her struggle more? That is not something a hero would do. What? Spectacular Mustache Man furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean? She is struggling to cross the street, so the obvious way to alleviate her struggle is to help her cross the street. I see, Riley muttered. I suppose I may have misunderstood the question. How can someone even misunderstand that question? It was the most simple question in the whole test, the 5 superheroes thought as they once again turned their heads to each other. And what does he mean by, that is not something a hero would do, so pushing an old woman off the street was something a hero would do. It was already implied in Riley's file that he was diagnosed with some form of autism, but to think his lack of social awareness was to the point that it almost made them slightly uncomfortable. And so, once again, the room was filled with silence. It wasn't until the only female superhero from the group of interviewers stood up that the silence was broken. The others wondered what she was going to do, but she didn't really give them a sign as she proceeded to sit on the floor in front of Riley. Hi Riley, my name is Scarlet Mage. Do you know who I am? Riley only slightly moved his eyes a bit before nodding his head. Of course he knows who she is, he almost killed her once. And it wasn't only her, the remaining 4 had also almost been killed by him. The only reason they were still alive today was because Megawoman would always come in to save the day. He could probably kill them now, but alas, for the duration of Megawoman's recovery, he was in retirement. You don't have to worry, okay? Scarlet Mage then let out a smile, her voice sweet enough to warm up the whole room. Everyone in this academy is your friend, especially us in this room, okay? Thank you for your kindness, Scarlet Mage, but I am not a child, you do not need to treat me as such. Of course not, Scarlet Mage let out a giggle as she looked at the paper she was holding. I have another question, is that all right with you? Yes, as Spectacular Mustache Man said, that is what this interview is for. Okay, this is question 16. You have an archenemy that you have finally beaten after a long, arduous battle. Your archenemy is completely tired, beat, and unable to move, allowing you to do anything you want. What would you do? My answer to that question is letter I want to know your answer now, not what you chose in the written test, Scarlet Mage said as she looked Riley straight in the eyes, and please look at me when you answer. Is that necessary? Yes. As soon as Riley heard that, his eyes, which had been fixated on the wall, finally moved away, landing itself on Scarlet Mage. Look at my eyes, Riley. It's all right, I am your friend. Riley let out a short but deep sigh as he returned Scarlet Mage's gaze. What would you do in that situation, Riley? I will let her live and surrender her to the authorities. Why? Because that is what a superhero would do. But what if you Ray not a superhero? What if this is just some random individual that had killed your father? That is impossible. My father will not be beaten by some random indie. Just humor me, please. Then I will not have to do anything. The Hope Guild will hunt her down as he is a member. What if he killed your mother, your sister, and you Ray just a young man who finally has the chance to take revenge? What would you do? I will still let her live. Why? Scarlet Mage slightly raised an eyebrow from finally having gained a slight change of expression from Riley. Because anyone who hurts my sister shall live in pain for the rest of their lives. I see. Scarlet Mage let out a long and deep sigh as she stood up from the floor. Thank you for answering my questions truthfully. From then on, the 5 superheroes no longer relied on Riley's answers on the paper, as it was obvious that he had a hard time literally understanding the questions as they truly were. And throughout the interview, there were all sorts of sighs and slight gasps as Riley continued to answer their questions without even a single pause. And finally, after what seemed like half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Riley. You may now go back to the waiting room. Okay, did I pass? You did, and please call your sister. We will interview her next. All right. Riley only bowed his head before quickly leaving the room, and now, with him gone, another bout of loud sighs echoed throughout the room as the 5 superheroes all leaned on their seats, tired and beaten. He is definitely in the potential villain list, right? The superhero wearing a blindfold said as he fanned himself with Riley's paper. Definitely, man. What about the rest of you? I don't think so. Spectacular Mustache Man shook his head as he once again stroked his mustache. You have to understand he isn't a normal kid. Most villains Aaron right in the head, SMM. A potential villain would at least try to lie on the written tests. He clearly didn't Spectacular Mustache Man said as he lightly slammed his palm on the table. Maybe he's not even capable of lying. I heard some people with autism are like that. Isn't that more troublesome then, just based on his answers? Potential villain it is, the. No, he's not. Before the blindfolded superhero could stamp Riley's paper, Scarlet Mage, who had been quiet the whole conversation, finally spoke up. Throughout the whole interview, not even once did his heart change a beat. I was right then, he's not capable of lying. He is, Scarlet Mage shook her head. On the test, he chose what he thinks a superhero would do in every situation, not what he himself would do. That in itself is a form of lie. So what are you saying? Riley Ross is a blank canvas, Scarlet Mage said as she stamped Riley's paper with blue ink. If anything. He has the purest soul of all the examinees today. Scarlet Mage needs to die, Riley thought as he walked back to the waiting room. He truly wasn't aware that Scarlet Mage had the ability to somewhat see through lies, without tampering inside his mind at that. He thought she was just like her sister, an elemental controller. If she was going to teach in the academy, then he would definitely need to find a way to dispose of her without alerting anyone's suspicion. You Ray next, sister. Hannah, who was having a conversation with Sylvie, and surprisingly also talking with Gary, quickly approached Riley as soon as he got back to the room. How did it go? She said in a very eager tone. Did you pass? Of course, Riley said as raised both his thumbs. What? How? Hannah let out a short and playful gasp, before putting on the biggest smile on her face as she nudged her brother a couple of times. Because I chose to push an old woman off the street. And so, Riley Ross, also known as the supervillain Darkday, will finally start his not-so-normal life as a normal superpowered student. Are you sure you have everything? Do you have the portable fire extinguishers ready? Did you bring enough? Did you make sure all of your clothes are fire-resistant? What about you, Riley? Did you bring the 1 gallon of sunscreen we bought you? Mother, we moving to the academy dorms, not another country. Besides, father will also be teaching. Hannah's muffled screams whispered through the air as Bernard quickly covered her mouth, not allowing her to speak any further. Another month had passed since Riley's very successful entrance exam, and now the Ross were in front of the entrance of the academy, with Diana refusing to leave her children for almost an hour now. Remember what we practiced. Never, ever call me father when we are at school, whether I am in costume or not, Bernard whispered as he glared at her daughter. Hannah, however, only slapped her father's hand away. You look more suspicious doing that. I swear, how on earth have you survived this long without your secret identity getting discovered? Hannah rolled her eyes as she rushed inside the almost 3-meter thick gate of the academy. I'll meet you inside, blankface. She then waved at Riley before disappearing into the depths of the campus. I'm not done, get back he's. Before Diana could finish her words, Riley suddenly followed her sister inside, not even letting her say her farewells. The only thing Diana could do was let out a long and deep sigh as she lightly hugged her husband. They truly grow up so fast, They do, Bernard quickly nodded. Now, let us take you home so I can return here before the entrance ceremony starts. It's not fair that I am the only one not attending the academy, Diana pouted. Maybe I should also apply as a teacher. That's not going to happen, Bernard chuckled. Just wait for me at home, okay? We finally have the house by ourselves after 18 long years. Maybe it's time. We welcome another Ross into our family. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for making it to the academy, and secondly, I would also like to congratulate you on your first step to being an actual superhero. Wake me up when the old man stops talking. As soon as the welcoming ceremony started, Hannah quickly moved her chair nearer to Riley's, leaning her head on his shoulder as she closed her eyes to sleep through the speech being given by the president of the Mega Academy, the superhero known as Prophet. The Prophet is an old hero, almost as old as Megawoman herself. Besides being an active part of the government, not much is known about him. Riley had also not had the pleasure of having to encounter Prophet as Darkday, so all of his attention was currently on him. Riley did not even notice the stares they were getting from the other students, not even from the one beside him. The fact that you have made it here is already an accomplishment, so I am very proud of all of you. Prophet continued his speech, his smiles, enough to overwhelm the huge scar he had on his face. You are the very first batch of students of America's Mega Academy, therefore, I can promise that your stay here will be perfect. But what I can promise you is that once we are ready to let you go, you will come out of that gate a superhero. Perhaps Hannah had the right mentality, as Prophet's speech truly did last a very long time. The excitement on the students' faces has already died down as Prophet did not seem to have any plans to stop even after an hour of talking. At this point, only 2 students were left actively listening to what he was saying, Riley and Sylvie, the former trying to figure out Prophet while the latter was waiting. But she did not need to wait for long, as Prophet's speech finally came to an end. And so, to fire up your competitive spirit, based solely on the entrance exam, I shall call to the stage the student we think would have the best chance to replace Megawoman. Sylvie Savlivna. The crowd quickly woke up as soon as Prophet's claps echoed throughout the entire hall. Some of them who were already in dreamland were slightly confused, but as soon as they saw someone walking to the stage, they just instinctively also clapped their hands. Even Hannah was a victim of this domino effect, as she clapped her hands as soon as she was woken up by it. What's happening, Riley? Hannah weakly muttered as she tried her best to open her eyes. Riley, however, completely ignored her as he stared emptily towards the wall on the back of the stage. Best chance to replace Megawoman. He repeated Prophet's words in his mind. What did they mean by replace Megawoman? Was he just overthinking things, or did something happen to Megawoman that the government wasn't telling people? Was it really the right decision for him to return her there? Perhaps he should have kept her with the others, or maybe just took care of her himself. Earth to Riley. Riley's erratically moving eyes then stopped as Hannah waved her hands in front of his face. Are you really actually in love with that Sylvie girl? You do know I have her number, right? We became friends during the exams while you were being interviewed. I can give it to you if you want. What about it, No, Riley just shook his head in response. I was thinking about Megawoman's sister. What? Since when were you a fan of her? I am not. It's just that it seems that something is wrong with H. Before Riley could finish his words, a high-pitched screeching noise whistled through the air, almost deafening everyone in the hall. Sorry. It was then followed by Sylvie's something anxious voice as she tried to fiddle with the microphone in front of her. But finally, after a few more seconds, her long and deep breath reverberated through the air. First of all, I would like to thank the Academy for providing all of us students such a warm welcome. I am going to keep my speech short because I know all of us are excited to take our first step as students of the Academy. I know I am. So there really is only one thing I want to say to all of you. Sylvie closed her eyes as she once again took a long and deep breath before once again opening her mouth and scanning the fellow students in front of her. I will be the one to surpass Megawoman. Hearing Sylvie's words, not only the crowd of students, but also the faculty all shared a collective expression of awe, amusement, and irritation, creating an orchestra of gasps within the halls. So please forgive me as I do my best to stay at the top. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you. Even after the students were told that they may leave the hall to see their class assignments and designation, none of them stood up from their seats. They could once again only watch as Sylvie left the hall by herself. What she did was basically a declaration of war, and most of the crowd here that had seen her during the exhibition had already given up hope in fighting against her for the crown. However, there were some whose fires have only grown bigger as they accepted Sylvie's challenge. "Oh ho, your girlfriend truly knows how to make an entrance," blanked Riley. Hannah tried to nudge Riley with her elbows, but almost stumbled as she found the seat next to her suddenly empty. What the where the fuck is that idiot? Hannah quickly stood up as Riley was suddenly nowhere to be found. Dawn, tell me. T really did fall in love with her. Excuse me, Ma AM, can you tell me where the class assignments are posted? Like. A high-pitched shriek echoed throughout a hallway, followed by a bunch of books catapulting in the air. The owner of both quickly tried to catch the books she just threw due to her shock, but found them staying afloat in the air. Even from the mask the red-haired woman was wearing, one could not help but see her eyes squinting. She then slowly turned around to see who it was that called her out of nowhere, only to see a white-haired individual widely staring at her straight in the eyes. She once again almost jumped in fright as soon as she saw the young man, but as soon as she realized she wasn't actually seeing a ghost, she quickly let out a short but deep sigh and calmed herself down. "You student Riley Ross, right? What are you doing here? I think I am lost." "The Scarlet Mage." I knew I shouldn't have agreed to this. Scarlet Mage's red hair bounced springingly as she stomped her way through the halls of the Academy. She could fly if she wanted to, but that would be breaking one of the rules they have set up in the Academy. Using of powers is not allowed in the hallway except otherwise permitted to. Of course, she, as a teacher, is exempted from that rule. But what kind of example will she bring to the students if the one supposed to guide them breaks the rules? And so, she walked. It would have been fine if the hallways of the Academy were like any other normal hallways, but no. The width of the path is almost 6 times wider than that of normal, and its length reflects that as well. It was made like this as a contingency. You can't have superpowered teenagers confined in small areas. Besides the 3-meter thick gate and fence, the Academy looked just like a prestigious and expensive school on the outside, built with a lot of tall windows. Windows which were made of a meter thick of reinforced polycarbonate plastic. But even the building was actually just made for guests in appearance. 80 of the Academy was actually underground, with enough oxygen in the reserve to last centuries. Truly an architectural and engineering marvel. But right now, that very same marvel was being used to torture the superhero known as Scarlet Mage. As a minor telepath and an elemental controller, Scarlet Mage was used to just floating around using her powers, and walking the lonesome and unnaturally long hallways of the Academy proved to be an annoyance to her. Well, a pay is a pay. Her sighs once again echoed throughout the empty hallways. I swear, we should be exempted from taxes right now since. Excuse me, Ma AM, can you tell me where the class assignments are posted? Like. Scarlet Mage could not help but shriek as a voice suddenly whispered behind her. She almost used her powers as soon as she saw the young man behind her, but as soon as she realized who it was, she forcefully tried to calm herself down. You student Riley Ross, right? What are you doing here? What is he doing here indeed? Scarlet Mage looked at her phone, and the entrance ceremony should still be ongoing, or at least just ended. She was currently underground, and none of the students should be here yet. But since the student in front of her is literally a special case, she did not really react violently. I am lost, Scarlet Mage. He is lost, she would understand if they were above ground, but for him to be lost to the point that he found himself here, just how bad was his sense of direction and awareness? It truly was such a waste, Scarlet Mage thought. If Riley wasn't diagnosed with autism, then he would surely be popular with the ladies. Perhaps one could even say his albinism amplified his facial features, causing him to look like one of those solemn elves in Lord of the Bangles that she used to watch as a teenager. But alas, beautiful beings are always cursed with the most beautiful of imperfections. And so, with a sigh, Scarlet Mage could only grab the papers that were flying in the air one by one. Come, I'll take you back up. Just where on earth did you pop up from? I believe from my biological mother, Scarlet Ma. No, I meant which door did you take to get here? The metal door. You know what, never mind. Scarlet Mage shook her head as she gestured to Riley to follow her. I'll lead you to your class. You, Ray, actually under my supervision, so I'll take this as fate. Is that all right with you, or do you still want to go back up? It is perfectly fine by me. Riley then smiled as he proceeded to follow Scarlet Mage. There was an awkward silence that persisted in the air, prolonged by the unusual long hallway. Scarlet Mage did not really find it hard to converse with Riley during the interview, but now that the two were left alone, she realized she had no idea what to say to him. But finally, after a few more minutes of walking, the two finally reached their classroom. And as is with the other parts of the academy underground, the room was also spacious, with the block of seats directly implanted on the floor in several rows. The front of the room was also designed as a stage, for the teachers to be able to freely move. Scarlet Mage then asked Riley to choose any seat he wished. Riley, however, remained standing in front of her on the stage. A second, a minute, almost an hour. How did the entrance ceremony go? Was it fun? Almost an hour had passed, and Scarlet Mage could no longer endure the awkward situation and decided to strike a conversation, which she knew she would regret. No, it was boring and unnecessary, Scarlet Mage. All right, Scarlet Mage could only let out a chuckle. Did you leave before Prophet finished with his speech? No, I finished it before coming here, Scarlet Mage. I see. You do. Wait, what did you mean before coming here? Scarlet Mage then blinked a couple of times as she realized what Riley just said. I thought you were lost. I was initially, Scarlet Mage. Riley then responded as he slowly took a step towards Scarlet Mage, causing her to slightly back away. But then I finally found you. Found me? Did you need something from me? Scarlet Mage could not help but take in a gulp as her back was soon blocked by a wall. She tried her hardest to try and read the beating of Riley's heart, but found that it was the same as it always has been still. What are you doing? Scarlet Mage did not really want to hurt a student, but Riley's hand was already slowly reaching towards her face. If he continued any further, then she would have to react violently. This is very inappropriate behavior, Riley. I can still forgive you if you retract your hand. Forgiveness is not something I need, Scarlet Mage, Riley calmly said as his hand gently touched Scarlet Mage's neck. What I need is you. Holy shit, even the rooms are huge. With the door suddenly sliding open, Scarlet Mage took this chance to push away Riley's hand and move to the side. She quickly fixed her hair and dress as she looked at the student that just barged inside the room. The male student could not help but squint his eyes as he saw Scarlet Mage and Riley on top of the stage, awfully close to each other. But as soon as his eyes reached Riley, he quickly let out a light gasp. That's you. It is. The male student was none other than Gary, the examinee that Hannah had an altercation with during the entrance exams. Dang, I thought I would be the first to arrive. So you Ray in this class as well, are Rocky. Riley. Right, dibs. Gary then suddenly ran towards the frontmost seat and jumped on it. This spot shall be mine. You may take your seat as well, Mr. Ross. Scarlet Mage then took in a long and deep breath as her voice became deeper, the warm tone she was using towards Riley completely gone. Riley only nodded his head as he proceeded to sit beside Gary, the closest seat that had access to the stage, where Scarlet Mage would be spending most of her time during class. Seeing this, Scarlet Mage could only let out a sigh, before finally taking a sit on her desk and closing her eyes. It seems Scarlet Mage is strict, huh? Gary then whispered in Riley's ears. Here I thought she was quite welcoming during the interview. No, she is very kind. Kinder than most, Riley quickly replied. It truly is such a shame that I have to kill her. I didn't catch that. Gary, whose eyes were busy exploring the huge classroom, could not help but blink a couple of times as he did not hear Riley's words clearly. What are you trying to catch? Riley also blinked a couple of times as he looked around the room. No, The two continued to chat as they tried to wait for the other students to arrive. As for Scarlet Mage, she could not hear anything clearly as her heart was beating too fast. Just what was that, she thought. What did Riley mean by she needs her? Did Riley suddenly gain an obsession with her? She had researched people with autism as soon as she met Riley weeks ago, and she knew that most of them held some kind of obsession over something. Is that it? But they were student and teacher, wouldn't that be problematic? Was Riley even capable of feeling love? Scarlet Mage could not help but furrow her eyebrows as all sorts of thoughts raced through her mind. No matter the case, what happened earlier was truly inappropriate and unhealthy and must not be repeated again. Scarlet Mage then slightly glanced towards Riley and found that he was no longer paying attention to her. On the other hand, the almost 30 students that were already seated in front of her were. Scarlet Mage quickly stood up. Just when did all of these people arrive? How deep were her thoughts that she didn't even hear them coming inside? Good morning. Scarlet Mage quickly stood up as she scanned the students. Good morning, Scarlet Mage. And as she did so, most of the students also stood up, their greetings, led by none other than Sylvie Savlevna, chosen representative of the class 1V. Okay, you may take your seats. Seeing the students all greet her with respect, Scarlet Mage could only clear her throat as she tried to release the last of the awkwardness that remained inside her due to what happened with Riley earlier. Considering Riley wasn't looking at her anymore, she was probably just misunderstanding his intention. And of course, she would be right in that. Riley was not thinking of love or obsession. He was currently thinking of the best way of killing Scarlet Mage. She was a minor telepath, but it would be okay if it was just that, as Riley was resistant to mind control. But Scarlet Mage was able to dig even deeper than that. She was able to read the slight fluctuations in a person's heart, somewhat allowing her to bypass any of Riley's resistance. He was safe for now, as the only thing that makes his heart fluctuate is Megawoman, but it was better to be safe. He could just make her heart stop, but Scarlet Mage was still young. It would be quite suspicious if she died of a heart attack. He could probably concur up an accident, but Scarlet Mage was not just a street-level hero. She was an errant superhero capable of burning down a whole mountain. If she died in a car crash, then that would be slightly ridiculous. That solves it then. The only sure way for her to die is by an attack, perhaps an ambush in her own home. But for that, Riley must discover her identity and where she lived. And so, with that thought, Riley raised his hand. Yes, do you have any questions, Mr. Ross? Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly stutter as Riley suddenly raised his hands. What is your true name, and what is your current address? As soon as Riley asked that, all of the students in the room all looked at each other, carrying the same expression on their faces: confusion. That is a strictly confidential information, Mr. Ross, Scarlet Mage then patiently answered as she once again cleared her throat. But I am glad you asked that, as that is exactly the very first lesson we will be talking about today: secret identities. There really is only one thing you need to know. Once you start wearing a mask, never reveal your identity to anyone, even to your own family, if you can help it. Everyone knows that, Teacher Scarlet Mage. One of the male students raised his hand. And why are we in the same class as a retard? Whoa, Gary, who was sitting beside Riley, could not help but stand up as soon as he heard the student's words. He is autistic, you bastard. There's a difference, I think, but you shouldn't call people that way. Do you think it's fair? Even Sylvie is in our class, so why would someone like him be in ours? There's some kind of special. Before the male student could finish his words, he felt a slight tingling sensation on his forehead, followed by a sort of burning smell, as a tickle of smoke fumed from his eyebrows. Ooh, the male student quickly patted his eyebrow to put out the sizzling ember, but found that he was unable to do so. The only thing he could do was shake his head, slightly causing his completely gelled-up hair to wave. The class distribution is not in any way related to your skills or your capabilities as a working, functioning human, Scarlet Mage's words then whispered through the air as she snapped her fingers, causing the male student's eyebrows to completely disappear from existence. Remember, you might be here to compete against each other, but you are also here to learn, and perhaps a lesson in humility is what all of you need first. Follow me outside. And without even following with another word, Scarlet Mage suddenly stepped out of the room, leaving the automatic sliding door open for the students to follow her. They were a bit confused at first, but seeing as their teacher just went outside, they had no choice but to follow her. The male student with a gelled-up hair clicked his tongue as he looked at Riley before stepping out of the room, followed by 4 men that seemed to be his group of friends. Are you all right, Mr. Ross? Sylvie then suddenly approached Riley, who was just about to stand up as he followed the rest of the students out. The students that were still in the room could not help but be slightly curious as to why she approached him. After all, they could be considered heaven and earth. Yeah, man, want me to beat that guy up for you. Violence is not allowed inside the academy, Mr. Gary. Sylvie let out a sigh as she shook her head. It's written in the handbook. There's a handbook. I am fine, Sylvie Savlivna. Riley then stood up as he nodded his head towards Sylvie. We should follow the rest of the students. It's a huge building, and we can easily get lost by ourselves. Right, race you guys there, Gary screamed before suddenly rushing out of the room. But we don't even have a set destination yet, Riley said as he slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Just let him go, Sylvie chuckled. Let us go together. We already are, Riley muttered as the two of them started walking out of the room. I guess your sister is in another class. I wouldn't know, I didn't check the class distribution, Riley said, but there's a higher chance that she might just be cutting classes. I see, it was supposed to be a rhetorical question. Sylvie already knew that Hannah was in another class as she was just with her before entering the room, but to think Riley's first thought would be her cutting classes. Is that usually the first thought of siblings? You know, you can request to the academy to be transferred since you are a special case, Sylvie muttered weakly. If you are going to be more comfortable being near her, I can help you submit an application of transfer. She seems to be very protective of you. It's okay. The class is already full of noisy people as it is. I see. Once again, Sylvie could only awkwardly chuckle. She had no idea what was going on in Riley's mind, so she didn't know whether or not he was trying to be funny, and whether or not she was allowed to laugh. After that, the two just continued to follow the line of students until they reached a vast and spacious hall, and to their surprise, they weren't the only students there. There were two other classes in the two corners of the hall, and one included Hannah, who was already waving her hands at Sylvie and Riley. Sylvie waved back. Riley, on the other hand, only glanced at her before focusing on the three instructors that were talking in the middle of the hall. They talked for a few minutes before each of the instructors returned to their respective students. All right, listen up. Scarlet Mage clapped her hands to try and get her students' attention. Since it is the very first day of the academy, some of the instructors, including yours truly, have decided to set up some sort of exercise between our classes, a friendly tournament that would help us gauge your level of proficiency in controlling your powers. It's all ready, but they haven't taught us anything yet. Stop being pusses. This should be a good way to test our strengths with each other. Isn't this dangerous? None of you have to worry. Scarlet Mage quickly waved her hand. Before anything drastic could happen, we would make sure to stop it. You can challenge anyone you want. You can even challenge someone in the same class since none of you know anything about each other yet. When do we start, Miss Scarlet Mage? Sylvie then stepped forward as she looked Scarlet Mage straight in the eyes. Seeing this, Scarlet Mage looked towards the two other instructors, before nodding her head and turning her attention back to her class. It has already started. You can challenge anyone you want at any time, and the stage will be yours. Hearing this, not only their class, but the students of the other class as well looked at each other. Although there were some glares and curious stares, none of them really opened their mouth to challenge anyone. The instructors could have very well just made a list of participants, so why exactly did they make it into some sort of free-for-all? Then Sylvie let out a sigh before her eyes tried to find the male student who insulted Riley earlier. You, what's your name? M's me. The male student with completely pulled back hair could not help but stutter as he pointed at himself. My name is Danny. Then Danny, I challenge that guy to a match. But alas, before Sylvie could issue a challenge, Danny suddenly pointed towards Riley. When the others saw this, they could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. With all his bravado earlier, to think he would back out in the first sign of being challenged by an obviously stronger opponent. Shut up. Even his new group of friends seemed to be teasing him as they all nudged and mocked him. Enough, a challenge has been issued. Scarlet Mage let out a short but deep sigh as she turned to look at Riley. The truth is, she was already expecting Sylvie to stand up on behalf of Riley due to her aptitude test, but to think this Danny guy would beat her to it. But what's done is done. They have another reason for doing this anyway. What do you say, Riley? You can still back down if you want to. It's okay. Riley quickly shook his head. It's a better way to waste my time than just standing here. Ooh shit, hearing Riley's words, Gary, who was keeping quiet in the side, could not help but let out a prolonged hum, and as if he ignited the spark of the students, they too started whispering to each other. Okay, Scarlet Mage could only nod as she turned her head once again towards the two other instructors, who quickly ordered their students to move to the corner of the room to make space. Go to the front and introduce yourselves to the people. You'll be doing that a lot once you become a superhero. Daniel Espinoza, I will someday be known as Mega Man, Danny said as he rushed to the center of the hall, stretching his limbs further than that of any normal human. My power is superhuman elasticity. That's a disgusting power, Riley muttered as he too walked to the center of the stage. Riley Ross, I will someday be known as Riley Ross. Our Rileys. Hannah, who was quietly yawning behind her classmates, could not help but be woken up as soon as she saw her brother going to the center of the training hall. They were supposed to do a mock-up battle of some sort today right on the first day of school. She thought it was ridiculous, and they should have just let them go to their dorms first and just continue the lessons next month or something, but no, they had to be extra. It was stupid, she thought. But to think the very first person that would be issued a challenge would be none other than her brother. Seeing this, she quickly pushed her new classmates aside as she angrily walked to the front. This was bullying, she thought. Just because Riley was a little different than most kids, they were already bullying him on the first day of school. No, not on her watch. It truly was the right decision for her to enroll in the academy as well, because if not, she wouldn't be able to protect Riley from instances like this. However, as she was about to step out, their class instructor blocked her path. Please move, teach, Hannah said in a very irritated tone. That's my brother right there. I am afraid I can't do that. If you wish to fight, then you can only do so after this match is over. Are you crazy? I said that's my brother. He might be getting bullied. Then get revenge afterward. Stop being such a busybody. You can save everyone. And Mr. Nightwalker, please address me with a little bit of respect, as we will be spending a lot of time together from now on. That's fucking creepy is what Hannah thought as her supervisor smiled at her. Nightwalker always had his eyes closed, but even then, it looked like he was looking straight at her soul. And so, with Nightwalker blocking her path, Hannah could only grit her teeth and hope that nothing bad happens to her brother. If something bad did happen to him, then he would burn that single-eyebrowed boy that is his opponent. Daniel Espinoza, I will someday be known as Mega Man. My power is superhuman elasticity. Riley Ross, I will someday be known as Riley Ross. That's not a superhero name, but it will still be the name I will be known as, Riley said as he grabbed something from his pockets. Is that a spoon? For some of the students that recognized Riley from the entrance exam, most of them flinched as soon as they saw the spoon he was holding. After all, how could they forget the violent scene where Riley accidentally almost scooped out the proctor's heart? Yes, it's silverware, less durable but more expensive than stainless steel, but Mother seems to love it. No one asked. But you just did, Riley muttered as the spoon started to float in the air. This spoon is very much like you, Daniel. Much useless than most, and probably only loved by your mother. I am joking, of course. Damn, Gary once again let out a hum as he opened his mouth exaggeratingly while slowly turning his eyes towards his other classmates. Sylvie, who just heard Riley talk without any pause, could not help but let out a sigh. Seeing the silence persisting throughout the entire hall, she was finally not alone in her dilemma of not knowing if she should laugh or not, but since he said it was a joke, maybe it was fine. And so, with that thought, Sylvie let out a slightly muffled giggle as she covered her mouth. Enough, and as if Sylvie's laugh was a trigger, Danny let out a roar. Enough talking. Let us do this. So we are allowed to use our powers for violence now. Riley raised his hand as he looked at Scarlet Mage. Yes, Scarlet Mage nodded before a small blaze emerged from the tip of her finger. As soon as this flame explodes, you may begin your match. And from the moment of saying that, it didn't even take 3 seconds before the blaze on Scarlet Mage's fingertips let out a loud pop. And as soon as it did so, Danny's arms quickly stretched towards Riley like an arrow. You, Riley worded before moving his body to the side to dodge. Got you, you autistic bastard. Danny's arms, however, quickly flew back towards Riley, threatening to wrap around him like some sort of snake. Riley's eyes continued to follow the arms as they continued to circle around him, only a foot away from making contact with his body. However, as soon as Danny's hands intersected with one another, Riley let out a very small breath, and as he did so, the spoon that seemed to be aimlessly floating in the air whistled through the air, its other end shooting straight towards Danny's hands. Gah! And without even a slight resistance or hesitation, the handle of the spoon penetrated both of Danny's hands that were on top of each other. It did not stop there, however, as the spoon continued to fly down, dragging his hands until they planted on the floor. The spoon also penetrated the floor, completely pinning down Danny's hands. And with another flicker of Riley's finger, the bowl of the spoon bent, locking down Danny's hands. "Oh," Riley muttered as he stepped over the overlapping circles that Danny made with his arms. "It's much sturdier than I thought," he then said as he looked at the spoon trapping Danny's arms, "at least much more durable than you, Daniel. But you don't have to worry, your mother probably still loves you, they are usually made to be that way to their children." "Elle, let go of my hands." Danny tried to pull his hand away, but due to the pain of having a spoon embedded in his limbs, the only thing he could do was scream. "I can't do that, Daniel." Riley let out a sigh as he slowly walked towards Danny, trying to avoid his extended squirming arms as he did so. "That's a very disgusting power. I don't want it near me." "You fucker, my idol has the same pow W, what are you trying to do?" Danny could not help but take in a short but deep breath as Riley once again grabbed something from his pocket, this time a much sharper object, a knife. "You don't have to worry, Daniel," Riley muttered as the knife in his hand slowly floated over his palm. "I will make it painless." And as soon as he said that, a whistle once again whispered throughout the entire hall as the knife shot straight towards Daniel's head. Seeing this, the only reaction that Daniel had was a slight shiver of his body, before closing his eyes in fear of what was to come. However, before the knife could lodge into his head, it completely burned down in almost an instant. Seeing this, Riley flicked his finger, causing Daniel to once again scream in pain as the spoon pinning down both his hands was violently pulled away. And once again, without any hesitation, the spoon headed straight towards Danny's head. But once again, before it could reach it, the instructor of the other class grabbed it with his bare hand, completely crushing it. Riley then slightly turned his head to the side, as Nightwalker was already beside him, waving his finger and gesturing to Riley not to continue any further. "That's enough, Mr. Riley." Scarlet Mage then stomped her way towards Riley, the expression on her face clearly pissed off. If she was just a little late in burning down the knife, then they would probably already have their first casualty, right on the first day of school. "You should know when your opponent is already beaten, and that goes for all of you," Scarlet Mage shouted as she looked at the other students. "That's one of the lessons we wish to impart to all of you today." "But he's still breathing." "You know," Scarlet Mage could not help but groan in frustration as she looked at Riley's legitimately confused face. "Didn't you just hear him screaming in pain?" "Yes, it was very soothing." And no, Scarlet Mage covered her face. Seeing this, Nightwalker walked towards her and patted her on the shoulder a couple of times. "So," he then whispered into her ear, "still think he doesn't belong in the potential villain list." Scarlet Mage's eyes had been twitching for quite a while now. There was currently another set of students having a match in the center of the training hall, but her attention was completely settled on Riley. She had been observing him from the start of their battle, and not even once did his heart fluctuate. Even as he pierced his opponent's hands, even as he was about to stab his head with a knife, never once did his heart fluctuate. During the interview, Scarlet Mage thought of this as some sort of a plus as a hero that is always true to himself would more often than not end up making the right decision when the time comes. However, she completely dismissed the other side of the blade. Riley Dosen, know when to hold back. His heart was so pure that it will always go straight to the end result this time. He wasn't going to stop until Danny stopped breathing. His morals were all over the place. And so, from this day forth, Scarlet Mage promised herself she would take extra care of Riley. He doesn't belong in the potential villain list. She would stand by her decision. Riley is just a lost pure soul that would have to be guided with every step. She should probably visit White King soon in order for her to gain more information about Riley. And as for the person of interest, Riley was currently being isolated by the rest of the class. Even Sylvie could not help but slightly move away from him, as she was a bit uncomfortable with how much violence he was capable of. She was even starting to think that what happened during the entrance examination wasn't an accident. The only person that was left near Riley was Gary, who was letting out a curse every time something interesting happens during the matches. "Why do you always curse so much?" Riley then asked. I don't know." Gary just shrugged his shoulders before turning his attention back to the ongoing battle. Seeing this, Riley could not help but slightly furrow his eyebrows. When he was still running around as Darkday, he had also encountered a lot of superheroes cursing him as he crushed their bones, cursing him as he slowly ripped out their heads, cursing him as he gouges out their eyeballs. It was the only thing that messes up their otherwise beautiful screams. Riley then suddenly closed his eyes as the memories of the people he had killed resurfaced in his mind, his breaths trembling in excitement. He made an oath to himself to not wear Darkday's costume until Megawoman recovers, but every time he reminisced all the blood and anguish, there was a part of him growing, wanting to be bathed by it again. "Are you okay?" Riley's thoughts were then disrupted by the sound of Sylvie's voice, who approached him as soon as she saw the somewhat pained expression on Riley's face. "No," Riley quickly responded as he looked Sylvie straight in the eyes. No matter how much he looked at her, she truly reminded her of Megawoman. He wanted to ask her if she was related to her in any way, but for some reason he was hesitating. What exactly would he do if she was? If anything, what he needed to know right now was Megawoman's situation. Was the government helping her to recover? But based on Prophet's words during the entrance ceremony earlier, they were talking as if Megawoman was dead. Is she? If not, what exactly are they doing to her? Maybe he should visit them and find out, but he just told the world that Darkday is retiring for now. He would be breaking his word if he just suddenly barges in their office, wherever that is. Seeing Riley once again being lost in his own world, Sylvie could not help but let out a sigh. Why was she so afraid of him? Riley is literally a different person than most of them. His violence could just mean something else for him entirely. "You ray not fine, do you need some?" I challenged Sylvie Savlivna of Class 1V. "Hannah." Sylvie could not help but blink a couple of times as Riley's brother, Hannah, suddenly walked to the center of the stage, calling for her with a smile on her face. "What are you doing?" Sylvie muttered. In truth, she and Hannah had actually been talking to each other through social media. She could be considered her first friend in the academy, even before they were officially enrolled. So seeing her challenge her now, did she do something? "Let's show these guys what happens to the people who mess with my brother," Hannah said as she started stretching her limbs. "I am sure they already know that," Sylvie said as she turned her head towards Danny, who was still crying on the side as the medics were trying to heal him. Riley was far from a dame that needed protecting, but it would seem a sister. Care is something deeper than that, she wouldn't know, of course. "Let's just go do it," Hannah scoffed. "Or are you scared, future Megawoman?" "Fine. Ooh, shit." Once again, Gary covered his mouth as he looked back and forth between the center of the hall and Riley. "You seem to be the main attraction of the academy, Riley bro." "That tends to happen to people with albinism," Riley muttered as he focused his attention on the upcoming match between his sister and Sylvie. "We either get hunted or be treated as a god." "Oh, which one are you?" "The devil." "Boy, you edgy as fuck." Gary once again let out a gasp. "I love you already." "I'm afraid I am heterosexual, Gary." "Shut the fuck up, man." Gary chuckled as he too finally turned his attention towards the match. "Hannah Ross of Class 1F. Sylvie Savlivna of Class 1V. The two nodded at each other before turning their heads towards the three instructors, and as they did so, Scarlet Mage raised a finger, once again summoning a small glint of fire. "You know the drill." And a few seconds after she said that, the small flame she summoned popped, and as Scarlet Mage's fire disappeared, Hannah's entire body grew ablaze, and without any warning she rushed towards Sylvie, leaving a trail of fire in her wake. As she was only a meter away from Sylvie, Hannah suddenly spun her body, her foot threatening to burn Sylvie's face. Sylvie quickly leaped and flew back, but as she did so, the flames on Hannah's legs spewed towards her. The only thing that Sylvie could do was cover herself with her arms, her skin scorching from the heat of the fire. And due to her body's durability, she wasn't used to feeling pain, and so she could not help but let out a slight grimace as she turned to look at the flaming Hannah. "Oh gosh, your sister is so hot," Gary cheered. "That is true. Yo dude, that's your sister. How does that diminish the fact that she is currently hot?" "I am not talking to you anymore," Gary said as he once again focused on the battle going on in front of him. And it wasn't only him that was invested in the fight. Almost every student in the hall was watching Hannah and Sylvie intensely. Besides Riley's, the other matches truly were a bore to watch. After all, most of them were fledglings, not even knowing the basics of fighting another super. But now, seeing Hannah and Sylvie, they could not help but imagine what the future holds for them. It was truly starting to feel like they were in an academy for superheroes. "Have you been training?" Sylvie said as she gritted through the pain. I've been watching videos of other elemental controllers, Hannah said as she slightly glanced at Scarlet Mage. You could say I learned a thing or two. And the martial arts. My father is a bit of an enthusiast. Hannah let out an arrogant chuckle. I've been training since I was in diapers. I see, Sylvie let out a sigh as she once again slowly floated in the air. Then I better get serious then. Let us do this, and after 3 minutes, Sylvie won. Ah fuck, I am not doing this again. Hannah grabbed onto Sylvie's shoulders as her gasps were loud enough to travel throughout the entire hall. I almost lost. PFT, fuck you. Through the first minute of the battle, it was close with neither of the two losing to each other. However, when the second minute came, Hannah's flames began to wither. And by the third minute, Hannah was practically fighting Sylvie barehanded, and everyone knew the outcome of the battle then. That was very good. Nightwalker, the supervisor of Hannah's class, clapped his hands as he approached the two students. However, please do mind your language, we, not barbarians. Yeah, Hannah waved her hand as she pushed herself away from Sylvie. I'll see you and my brother later. You owe me ice cream for beating me. Sure thing, Sylvie nodded hesitantly before returning to Riley and the others. Damn, your battle got me hyped up. Gary also clapped his hand as he welcomed Sylvie back. Well, thanks. Now it's my turn, Gary scoffed as he lifted up his sleeves. Watch me as I challenge one of the instruct. That's enough for today. But alas, before Gary could even take a step towards the center of the hall, the three instructors gathered and started gesturing for all of them to come forward. So does anyone know what the point of this exercise was? Scarlet Mage was the first to speak up. Listen to it to teach us humility. Yes, but there is actually one more thing for you to know your limitations, and where you belong, Scarlet Mage followed. Some of you will no doubt grow as a superhero, beloved by the country, maybe even by the world. However, most of you will just remain doing your job in the streets, cheered only by the few because of the simple fact that you are weaker. It might sound harsh, but such will be your reality as superheroes. The muscular instructor of the other class grunted as he stepped forward. I can be considered as street-level compared to Scarlet Mage. But that is okay because not all battles need to decide the fate of the world, sometimes ensuring that a victim of a mugging could safely return to their children is more than enough. Boy, that got depressing towards the end, didn't it? Gary wiped the imaginary sweat on his forehead, walking backward as he talked to Riley and the others. Why still can't T get over the fact that you, Ray, just street level? Hannah smirked. You haven't even seen me fight. PFD. Even you, Sylvie, why is the world against me? Help me out here, brother. Gary was about to cling his arm over Riley, but he quickly dodged to the side. Anyway, since we were dismissed early, what are we going to do now? Train. Asleep. Boring, Gary quickly rolled his eyes from Sylvie and Hannah's suggestions. What about you, Riley? Anything you want to do? Visit Megawoman. Visit Megawoman. What do you mean, visit Megawoman? It wasn't only Gary, but Sylvie and Hannah were also looking at each other in confusion from Riley's words. Nobody knew Megawoman's current location, as it was strictly hidden by the government, so even if any of her fans wanted to see her, they would never be able to do so. So you, Ray, a fan of Megawoman, Riley? Sylvie raised an eyebrow as she asked. I suppose you could say that, Riley nodded. Megawoman made Riley's life more exciting, of course. He would grow somewhat attached to him, especially since she spent some nights in his cabinet. A part of her was also inside Riley now, so one could say they have grown a somewhat familial relationship without Megawoman's consent, of course. Of course we've Ray all a fan. Gary rolled his lips as he let out a long and deep breath. We wouldn't be in the academy dedicated to her if we weren't right, Hannah Banana. Speak for yourself, Hannah furrowed her eyebrows, and why are you coming with us? Since when were you a part of our group? What? I thought we already clicked back when we were in the interview. Gary quickly reasoned as he walked beside Riley. See, moan bro, tell your sister that we Ray friends. I am not your brother, Riley said as he continued to walk without any sense of where they were going, and I don't have friends. Finally, after a few more steps, Sylvie suggested something that they all seemed to agree upon. The campus has a land area of approximately 10 square kilometers. It was basically its own city. How the government was able to hide this was a mystery to even the media, which were actually flooding outside the 3-meter-thick gates right now. It has its own park, a museum dedicated to Megawoman and other prominent heroes, a huge library, and many more. But more importantly, it had its own mall, which the four were now heading to. How do you even know this exists, Sylvie? Hannah could not believe her eyes as they entered the mall. Suffice to say, it was even bigger and more luxurious than the malls outside. It was in the handbook they gave us. Seriously, didn't any of you read it? There's even a map of the whole campus attached there. Really? Maybe I should get a copy soon. Hannah nodded inquisitively as she once again looked around the place. And considering the number of people already in the mall, they weren't the only ones who had the idea of visiting the mall on the first day as expected of teenagers. How big is this place? Gary also let out a gasp of awe as his steps became heard. Why would you even have this many restaurants when there's like only 4,000 of us admitted to the academy? There are 4,000 supers enrolled here. Once again, Hannah's eyes were clouded with disbelief. They didn't look that many during the entrance ceremony, but then again, she slept through 90 of it, and it was quite dark as well. Just how many supers are there in the world? That's actually already considered quite few, Sylvie muttered. Based on a current study, there are almost 500 million supers roaming around the world, and in 100 years, most people would already have superpowers. More and more children with superpowers are being born. A manner of evolution, I guess. Fucks really, that's too many, Hannah muttered. Do you want to decrease that number, sister? Riley, who had been quietly following the three, finally opened his mouth as he walked beside his sister. Give me a week, and I will eradicate half of them for you, sister. Jesus, just how edgy can your brother get, Hannah? Gary almost tripped upon hearing Riley's words. And it wasn't only him. Even Sylvie felt a bit uncomfortable from what Riley said, once again deliberating on whether what he said was a joke or not. I think you should lay off on the manga and animes for a while, Riley, Gary said as he let out a small chuckle. Anyway, the security of the academy is no joke. Even their mall has cameras all over the place. How are we even going to have fun like this? This feels more and more like a prison now. You do know having fun and doing something illegal are two different things, right? Hannah rolled her eyes at Gary before suddenly pulling Sylvie towards a particular store near the entrance. Come, let the student representative treat us to something sweet. What is this? Was Sylvie's first question as they entered what seemed like a cafe, but not quite. It's Korean shaved ice. Hannah blinked a couple of times as she looked at Sylvie. It's been pretty popular recently. You like popular things. Gary let out a long but light gasp. I thought lesbians didn't like popular things. That's fucking sexist as fuck. Hannah raised both her middle fingers. And I am not a lesbian, you fucking shit. Why are you even here? What? I thought you and Sylvie had like some sort of thing. Gary could not help but stutter. Why would you crush my fantasy op? What am I supposed to order? Before Hannah and Gary could continue to bicker with one another, Sylvie let out a small hum as she tapped Hannah's shoulder a few times. I haven't been to a cafe like this before, so I don't know what's good. Oh, then just order me. What kind of currency is that? Hannah initially had an excited expression on her face as her finger slowly pointed its way towards the menu on the wall. However, as soon as she saw the symbol next to what is presumably the price, her eyebrows quickly furrowed. Instead of the usual US dollar sign that everyone was used to, it was replaced by some sort of acronym that made the letters M and P. 10 MP, even Sylvie, who probably knew most about the academy among the group, tilted her head to the side. She then picked up her handbook, which was sophisticatedly hidden around her right ankle, covered by her socks. Did you just? Gary was going to say something, but in the end chose not to as he just shook his head. He thought he was the quirkier of the bunch, but it was looking more and more like he was the normal one in the group. Nothing indicated in the handbook. Sylvie let out a short but deep sigh after a few seconds. Should we go to another stow? Hello, Charlotte. What do the letters M and P mean? And before the three could even make a decision, Riley suddenly stepped forward and called the cashier's attention. Hi, the female cashier could not help but slightly step back as a completely pale individual suddenly entered her side of the counter. You've not allowed here. Then you should close your establishment. You idiot. Before Riley could continue to terrorize the slightly petite female cashier, Hannah quickly pulled him out of the counter. You shouldn't just go over the counter like that. If we were outside you, LL be sent to juvie. But we not outside, Riley muttered monotonously. The rules are entirely different here, sister. What Don's tea, tell me you read the handbook. I did, that is why most of my actions are well within the rules of the academy. Riley nodded, seemingly satisfied with himself. Leave excuse me. With the group seemingly surprised at Riley's words, the female cashier, named Charlotte as it said on her name tag, raised her hand and called their attention. And as soon as she was sure that the four were looking at her, she quickly cleared her throat and started talking. MP means megapoints, Charlotte explained. It's the common currency you will be using within the academy. Right, Hannah squinted her eyes. What kind of shithole is this? So all of our money is useless here. Not necessarily, but in this shop we only accept megapoints. Charlotte gestured to the menu. You can get points based on your grades, performance, and by other means that you will surely discover along the wait. Before Charlotte could finish talking, Hannah suddenly rotated the cashier monitor towards her, revealing the script that Charlotte was reading from. That's illegal, sister. Riley shook his head in disappointment. As I was saying, Charlotte returned the monitor to its original position before lightly slamming her palm on the counter, slightly leaving a crack on it. MP is automatically stored inside your ID card, so don't lose it. Right now, all of you should have 100 megapoints given by the Academy for free. So may I take your orders? All right, Hannah could not help but take in a small gulp as she saw the crack on the counter. But after a few seconds, she let out a sigh and turned her head towards Sylvie. I guess you won be treating us this time. I see. Sylvie also let out a sigh of her own, not knowing whether to be relieved or disappointed. I'll have the bubblegum flavor then. Sylvie then took her ID card, which surprisingly was also hidden in her socks. 10 MP right. Right, Charlotte smiled as she gently grabbed the card from Sylvie's hands before swiping it on her console. But as soon as she did so, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. You, Ray, the current top 1 student. I think so. Sylvie blinked a couple of times in confusion since she presented a short speech in front of the whole student population. She knew that most would probably recognize her, but even the staff from the mall. She was sure she wasn't that famous. You are, Charlotte then proceeded to swipe 3 more times. Hey, what are you doing? Hannah was about to grab the card from Charlotte, but before she could do so, Charlotte faced the monitor towards them. You have unlimited MP, Charlotte then said. We were told the Academy's number 1 student has that privilege. I do. Fuck. Sweet fucking Jesus. I am sure you meant Mary of Magdal. There you are. Before the group could exclaim their surprise, a group of students suddenly barged into the shaved ice cafe. I ask you for a duel, Sylvie Savelivna, for the right to take your ID card. What kind of school is this? I challenge you, Sylvie Savelivna, for the right to take your ID card. What kind of school is this? Hannah's doubts were currently filling the entire cafe as a group of students suddenly barged inside, the looks in their eyes completely hostile as they all stared at Sylvie. And considering Hannah recognizes most of them, they were probably from her class. What do you think you, Ray, doing? Hannah cracked her neck as she stepped forward. We, Ray, no longer in the training/combat hall. You can, just challenge anyone you want. We were just told otherwise by the staff of the mall. The short but muscular young man that demanded Sylvie's ID card also stepped forward. And Aaron, you in my class. Why are you with them, you traitor? A small crackle in the air then drummed in the air as the young man's skin slowly changed color, transforming into some sort of bronze-like consistency. What? Hannah could not help but blink a couple of times as she looked at Riley and the others, her face obviously filled with confusion. This is a school, not some 90s trading card game, you poop-looking shit. Why are you going around asking people for a duel? Zahum. And as Hannah's voice was getting louder and louder, Charlotte stepped away from the counter and stood between the 2 seemingly opposing groups. Since I am the nearest available campus staff, I shall be the one officiating this duel. Wait, this is really happening right now. Hannah finally realized that her classmates' claims were legitimate. It's not in the handbook. Sylvie, who was once again scanning her handbook for anything related to duels, could only shake her head as she approached Charlotte. Is it possible to refuse the challenge? Yes, but you will be giving him 100 points. Wait, what? Hannah once again raised her voice. How is that even fair? Everyone just keep on challenging her then. Well, since Ms. Savelivna here is the one that was challenged, she could choose any modes of duel she wants, and besides the right to take her opponent's ID card, she also has the right to take one more thing from the challenger if she wins. Charlotte raised her finger as she explained everything with a smile on her face. Let us go, Sylvie. You have unlimited MP anyway. Just give them the 100 and bother with them. I accept. Before Hannah could pull Sylvie away, Sylvie stepped in front of the challenger. I accept your challenge. The young man with bronze for muscles could not help but slightly let out an excited chuckle as soon as Sylvie accepted. His group of friends as well were starting to snicker from behind. You know you didn't have to go with their bullshit. Yes, sis, I agree with Hannah Banana. Gary also let out a sigh. Ray just going to waste your time. It's all right, Sylvie let out a small smile as she turned her head towards the two. What Scarlet Mage and the other instructors said earlier really struck me. With my somewhat close match with Hannah earlier, I think people are starting to underestimate me. I want to correct that. I accept your challenge, Sylvie then said as she turned her gaze back to the challenger. And since you seem to be confident in your durability, why we have a boxing match. I won't have it any other way, the bronze man once again chuckled. It is decided then, please follow me. Charlotte then suddenly blew on a whistle as soon as she stepped outside, gathering all the attention of the people that were nearby. However, it would seem that it wasn't for them, but for the mall's staff. The cleaners, the guards, and even some of the people that were tending on the hot dog stand all rushed to gesture or push the students away, and without even any warning, the floor opened up, revealing some sort of platform slowly rising from it. This is ridiculous, Hannah muttered as soon as she saw it. Just how much budget did the government put into this place? Is this where all of our taxes go? You don't really pay legitimate taxes yet, sister, Riley muttered as he looked at the rising platform, but after a few seconds, he suddenly walked away. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you going to watch Sylvie's match? Hearing his sister's question, Riley only glanced at Sylvie before proceeding to walk away again. She will win. I see no point in watching feces getting stepped on by a Goliath. It's disgusting. Thank you, Riley. Sylvie finally let out a giggle from Riley's words. She was still confused if Riley was joking or not, but does it really matter? The only joke here is her opponent. Is your brother going to be fine going alone like that? Gary whispered to Hannah. Do you want me to follow him? I think he'll be fine, Hannah sighed. He's always preferred to be alone. It's honestly already quite a surprise he's coming with us for this long. I guess he is starting to learn how to socialize. Not even a few minutes after Riley separated from the group, he could already hear an ugly scream coming from their direction. No doubt, Sylvie had already made quick work of the bronze man. It is quite pathetic, Riley thought, for the academy to set up something like a dual system amongst the students. Just what were they really trying to achieve? But at least he learned something. Initially, he thought the ID card had a chip implanted on them that tells their specific location in real time inside the academy, but if it could be stolen or won through a duel, then they wouldn't place it there. Was it perhaps implanted into them without them knowing? It was impossible for them not to have anything tracking their movement unless, of course, the whole academy truly was filled with cameras. The mall was already full of cameras, and there was for sure a lot more hiding. Gary was right, this felt more like a prison if anything. If it was like this, then how? How was Riley going to scratch the itch that was slowly growing inside of him? Why did he enroll in this place? He shouldn't have retired. Megawoman. He shouldn't have defeated Megawoman. If he didn't, then they would still be fighting right now, bathing in the blood of the destruction they were causing. Megawoman, Riley slightly raised both his trembling hands in the air, moving his fingers into an arc as if he was strangling someone's neck with it. This world is meaningless without you. You, Ray from another planet, right? Where is Mr. Ross? And before Riley could finish his monologue, a very familiar voice resounded through his ears. With his hands still slightly in the air, Riley slowly turned his head towards the owner of the voice with a smile still lingering on his face. Are you okay? Do you need me to call someone? We seem to be meeting a lot lately, Scarlet Mage, Riley then said. I am your class supervisor. We really would be meeting a lot from now on. Scarlet Mage let out a small chuckle, but as soon as she remembered what Riley did earlier in the morning, it quickly faded away anyway. Where are your sister and friends? Shouldn't you be with them? Oh, Riley slowly dropped his arms as he fully turned towards Scarlet Mage, in truth. I prefer to be with you, Scarlet Mage. I much prefer to be with you, Scarlet Mage. What was that? I prefer to. Riley's muffled voice slightly whispered through the air as Scarlet Mage covered his mouth before he could say anything more. Scarlet Mage then smiled and chuckled awkwardly as she looked all over the place, shaking her head towards the other people in the mall, telling them it was not what it seems. Afterward, she dragged Riley all the way outside the mall and into one of the basement parking lots that were surprisingly quite spacious. But considering most of the school itself was built underground, perhaps it wasn't surprising after all. And without even saying a word, Scarlet Mage continued to drag Riley until she pushed him inside what seemed to be her car. Riley looked around Scarlet Mage's small sedan, and considering there weren't any trinkets or pillows of some kind inside, it was probably a car provided by the academy. The number of cameras inside the basement was also obviously less than above, making this probably the best place to kill Scarlet Mage. But then again, they were surrounded by hundreds of supers. It will become a massacre once they found out he killed her. That would have been preferable as Dark Day, but he was just Riley Ross now. He needed to play the part if he wants his retirement to be successful. If not, then that would make him into a liar. There was also the fact that Hannah was here as well. He couldn't risk her getting hurt because of him. What are you thinking right now? While Riley was somewhat lost in his own thought, Scarlet Mage suddenly took off the mask that was covering half her face, completely revealing her eyes, which were red in color, as well as her slightly thick eyebrows. I am thinking about my sister, Riley quickly answered, only looking at Scarlet Mage's eyes for a single second before looking to the side. Your sister, is that just it? Scarlet Mage, on the other hand, was not letting her eyes travel from Riley's. You are always saying that you need me, that you prefer me. And even though it is just the first day of the academy, it is already making me uncomfortable, so I think we need to set boundaries between us. So let me ask you, Riley. Why are you saying that to me? Why are you telling me you need me? Riley did not really respond, just looking to the side as both of their breaths filled the inside of the car. We are not going out of this car until you tell me. Scarlet Mage shook her head. I don't know about you, but I am used to this kind of heat. This might seem a little inappropriate and hypocritical, but I think this is the only way I can get you to stop a heart-to-heart talk. So please, the faster you say what you feel, the more I can finally move on with my life as a teacher in the academy. I'm not used to this. I was just invited by the government to do this. I would just rather be out there saving lives. So please, please tell me why you always seem to have something you want from me. I can always ask your father. Although Scarlet Mage was clear with her words, in truth, she was trying her best not to mumble due to the anxiety that was slowly building inside her. Even if Riley was young, he was still a man. And for someone like her, whose work and job as a superhero had always preceded over her life, this wasn't something she imagined doing. But finally, after her long speech, Riley opened his mouth to speak. Because I am afraid that as time moves on, you will discover who I am. Hearing Riley starting to open up, Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly let out a smile. But still, she was also slightly confused. He said he needs her, but his answer was somewhat contradictory. So you telling me you need me is because you want me to know who you are, but you afraid I would get to know you. No, Riley shook his head. Then can you tell me how you feel right now, at this exact moment when I do this? Scarlet Mage said as she suddenly grabbed Riley's hand. Tell me what you. However, as soon as she did so, Riley grabbed her by the neck, perhaps due to the force, or maybe because of Riley's powers. The car slightly moved to the right, causing a loud squeak as its tires left their mark on the pavement. Do not touch me, Riley screamed, his eyes reflecting the ball of fire that was hovering on Scarlet Mage's left palm. No one is allowed to touch me. Scarlet Mage was at a loss as to what to do. Riley was currently on top of her, both his hands on her neck. She was going to smack her with a fireball on the face, but hesitated to do so as finally, she felt his heart fluctuate. I am sorry, Scarlet Mage struggled to breathe, but still she looked Riley straight in the eyes. I am sorry, I was out of line. Did someone? But alas, before she could finish her words, she could feel her vision slowly darken, her limbs slowly losing their strength, as the last breath she had in her also slowly faded its way out of her body. Loud, go. Scarlet Mage then suddenly woke up from the sound of her own gasp, hitting her head on the roof of her car as she tried to stand up. And upon touching her face, she almost panicked when she found out that she wasn't wearing a mask, but as soon as she saw Riley quietly sitting beside her, she quickly remembered what she was doing. Did she just lose consciousness? Wait, did she almost just die here? With that thought, she could not help but look at Riley, who just had a slightly bored expression on his face as he rested his head back on the seat. Riley's you almost killed me, Scarlet Mage grunted as she gently grasped her neck. Almost, Riley nodded his head, but I can't kill you now. Not in this place, not now. What do you mean kill me? Hearing the casual tone in Riley's voice, Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly feel uncomfortable. She knew Riley had autism. It was clear in his file she knew that he was socially inept, but Riley rarely lies, especially not with something like this. And so with this thought, Scarlet Mage's heart could not help but slightly beat faster. Why? Do you want to kill me? Was she wrong? Did Riley Ross belong in the potential villain category after all? I have already told you, Scarlet Mage. I am afraid that you are probably one of the few people that would know who I truly am. Riley said the exact same words he said before, but Scarlet Mage could no longer feel the warmth in his words, or perhaps there was no warmth in the first place, and she only just imagined it. Was she truly wrong in her assessment? Why? Scarlet Mage whispered. But you do not have to worry. I no longer wish to kill you, Scarlet Mage. Why did you want to kill me? Scarlet Mage could no longer hold it in as she raised her voice. This was the first day of school, and things were already turning a turn for the worse. For a student to want to kill her on the first day, just what kind of job did she accept? Because you would probably discover that I am Darkday. What are you? Before Scarlet Mage could finish her words, Riley suddenly turned his head and for the first time looked her straight in the eyes. I am Darkday. I am telling you now so I would no longer need to guess whether you have discovered it or not. Catherine Reed. What? That is your name, yes. Riley then slightly raised his hand, and on it was what seemed to be a driver's license. You live in New York. Give that back to me. Scarlet Mage, now also known as Catherine Reed to Riley, immediately grabbed her driver's license from Riley's hand. You know that it's rude to meddle with other people's stuff. I have had it with you. At first I thought you were cute, but now it's just getting too weird. Scarlet Mage then wore her mask, before quickly grabbing her purse, which was supposed to be hidden in the glove compartment, but was now beside Riley. Your autism is not an excuse for you to harass me like this. I will report you to whoever is doing the punishment in this stupid school. Riley did not move from his seat, as Scarlet Mage continued to raise her voice. And now you, Ray, pretending to be Darkday. Scarlet Mage then stepped out of the car. That is the last straw. Do you know of the things Darkday has done? Tell me you actually idolize the evilest supervillain in the world. I was wrong. I was really wrong about you. Gah, I am so stupid. I should have listened to the others. The dim basement slightly lit up as Scarlet Mage summoned 2 balls of fire in frustration, before just letting it disperse as she once again screamed. Riley, on the other hand, still did not move from his seat and stayed in the car. I would appreciate it if you get back inside the car, Catherine Reed. My clone already got out of the car, so I can't be seen going outside again. I need you to drive us away from here. Don't you dare call me by my name, and what the fuck are you talking about? Scarlet Mage no longer held any compassion or warmth towards Riley as she rushed back inside the car, trying to pull him out of it. However, as soon as she was inside the car, the door suddenly shut, hitting her on the buttocks and pushing her towards Riley. What the? Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly stutter as she quickly pushed herself away from Riley. She then tried opening the door, but the locks quickly engaged themselves. The one in your emergency contact, Leslie Reid, who is she to you? Are you doing this? Scarlet Mage once again took off her mask as she glared at Riley. Bravo, your control is amazing. Now open the goddamn door before you get hurt, boy. You can't hurt me, Scarlet Mage. Riley shook his head as he remained looking at the front. You are too weak to do that, you remember the first time we met. What are you talking about? I stabbed you in the stomach. If it weren't for Megawoman arriving, then you would have already died. Are you talking about my fight with Darkday? Scarlet Mage's eyebrows furrowed even further as she heard Riley's words. Just Riley. I do not know why you have this delusion of you being Darkday, you. Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly take in a short breath as Riley suddenly smiled and looked at her straight in the eyes. Now I remember. Leslie Reed is probably your mother, Catherine Reed. What? Isn't that what you said during that time? You told me not to kill you because your mother will be left all alone in this world. How do you know that? Once again, Scarlet Mage could not help but take a short but deep breath as soon as she heard Riley's words. She was sure that there weren't any video recordings of her altercation with Darkday. No one should know that besides her and Darkday. She knew what this was starting to mean, but still, it was impossible for Darkday to be here. It's impossible that Darkday is the boy beside him. Because I am Darkday, Riley then let out a long and deep sigh as he turned his head to the roof of the car. It really feels nice telling that to someone, and for them to actually hear enough. The inside of the car was enough to light up the whole basement as Scarlet Mage suddenly summoned another fireball, this time with the intent of shutting down the deranged student beside her. If she was going to be punished, then so be it, but Riley Ross needs to be taught a lesson. However, before the blaze could even reach Riley's face, Scarlet Mage found her hand unable to move even further as Riley was gripping her wrist. Scarlet Mage. S hand trembled as the fire hovering on it slowly faded. How strong is your telekinetic ability? This is superhuman strength, Riley quickly replied, and I can answer your question. I have not really tried testing the extent of the limits of my telekinetic abilities. You also have superhuman strength, Scarlet Mage. S voice was starting to stumble, accompanying the beating of her heart that was now moving erratically. Are you really Dark Day? Yes. Scarlet Mage's breaths echoed through her car. Riley's voice almost seemed like a muffled whisper drowned by the sound of her heart as it drummed throughout her entire body. She didn't want to believe it. Everything in her existence wanted to deny it. She had the power to tell if people were lying, but still, she didn't want to believe it. Riley wasn't lying, not then, not now, not this time. Riley Ross is Dark Day, or at least he believes himself to be him. But seeing the abnormal strength he was showing now, it was most likely the former. Scarlet Mage's breaths became more and more fettered as her eyes darted towards Riley's hand. Please let me go, she whispered. Let me go, Scarlet Mage whispered. I won't tell anyone about. But you will, Riley let out a sigh. Not until you hear what I have to say. What are you saying? I will torture Leslie Reed, Riley then said as he once again looked Scarlet Mage straight in the eyes. I will rip her tongue first, so the only things that would come out of her mouth are the gurgling, shrilling scream as well as the blood that is slowly drowning her lungs. She would feel it slowly collapsing, but she won't die. Not until all of her limbs are slowly ripped from her body, not until the only way she could crawl is using her neck. Then no. It is quite possible I have already done it, Riley continued. Of course, if I have underestimated your love for your mother and still try to expose my identity, I could just kill everyone that knows. But please don't tell my sister, I quite like her. Why not just kill me then? Scarlet Mage once again stuttered, her teeth almost hitting each other as her head trembled uncontrollably. That would be exposing myself. And also, did you not hear what I said during the broadcast? I am retired. Riley let out a small sigh. I am not a villain anymore. What? Being a villain was not something you can just turn on and off. Scarlet Mage wanted to rebuke, but couldn't. For some reason, she found Riley more talkative and eloquent when he was like this. Ironically, it was almost as if he was normal. It was also the same when he announced his retirement to the world as Dark Day. Was this the real him? Was Riley himself whenever he is Dark Day? So instead of killing you, I decided to let you live. Riley nodded to himself as he let out a satisfied smile. You should pass me just because of this. This is a very superhero-like thing to do, yes. What? I always wanted henchmen like some of the other villains. So you work for me now, Scarlet Mage, Riley said with a smile on his face. Congratulations, you my first subordinate. What was the only word that Scarlet Mage could really say. Did you really think that I would work for someone like you? I would rather die. Then dear old Leslie would be left all alone in this world. There was a slight change of tone in Riley's voice as if imitating Scarlet Mage. Now please, drive to the front of the mall. You fucking evil, Scarlet Mage muttered. I suppose, Riley nodded, that's just how it is. Please drive, Scarlet Mage, or you will see your mother's tongue beneath your pillow tomorrow. Scarlet Mage closed her eyes in lament as she tried to calm her shivering body. She truly did not expect this kind of development. Not at all. For Dark Day to have infiltrated the academy, and for him to even be the son of one of the core members of the Hope Guild. Is Viking also a villain? If so, then Dark Day's roots in the government probably go way deeper than she could ever know. If the only thing she could do now was obey Dark Day, then she should do so not only for her sake but for the safety of the others. She would wait patiently for a chance to strike, but for now. Well, she drives. Where are you going? Just go from here. Scarlet Mage, who was about to exit the car to go to the driver's seat, could not help but click her tongue as she scooched her way to the front, proceeding to turn on the engine and drive out of the basement. She could not help but let out a long and deep breath as soon as she saw the scenery outside. All of these children, these people, merrily going on about their ways, without knowing that they were in the presence of the most heinous supervillain in the world. Meanwhile, that same supervillain was currently hiding on the rear seat. Please stop daydreaming, Riley said as she noticed Scarlet Mage's eyes roaming around. It makes you look suspicious. Please drive to the front of the mall. Scarlet Mage only shook her head in response as she did what Riley asked of him. Now what? It should be here any second now, Riley said. What are we waiting for? What the fuck? Scarlet Mage did not need to ask, as she quickly realized what they were waiting for, or more specifically, who it was. Riley himself, walking out of the mall along with his sister and 2 other students. It's my clone, Riley muttered. I ordered it to go out while you were unconscious to avoid suspicion from the cameras. Well, I could see that. If ever she needed any more proof that Riley Ross was indeed Darkday. This was probably it. What are you doing? Call me to go inside your car. Scarlet Mage stared in silence as Riley exited the mall along with his sister and 2 other students. It would have just been an ordinary sight, but with Riley already supposedly inside the car with her, it almost made no sense. Well, not until one remembers that she was indeed, actually already with the most heinous supervillain in the world, Darkday. He is also currently inside the car. Darkday had numerous superpowers, one just happened to be making clones of himself. That power made its debut during his final fight with Megawoman, in which he used the clones to fight the members of the Hope Guild, causing even more damage to this country, as well as the neighboring countries. It might not have been talked about as much now since they were in the academy, but the damage that the fight has caused was truly devastating. If you go outside, there would still be millions of graffitis and posters of those who have violently died during the battle. And now that very same person who caused so much devastation was right here in the Academy for Superheroes. Wasn't there a rigorous background check for all the students that enrolled here? Or was it bypassed since his father was one of the members of the Hope Guild? The Academy should have done its job better. Now they were stuck inside with a psychopath that could potentially kill all of them if he wanted to. The Academy was made to be impenetrable, even having an invisible dome covering its entirety, completely bomb and projectile-proof. It also has a 3-meter thick gate and wall. Even the underground is covered. And now, the very same security that was supposed to be defending them from outside forces is the very same cage that locked them inside with a madman. But perhaps it was a good thing that she came to know this. Darkday would have spent his days here, without anyone knowing who he truly was. But now that she knows of his true identity, she just needed to find a way to expose him without him knowing. No matter how strong he was only one man. What are you doing? Call my clone inside, they ray leaving. Age. Scarlet Mage could not help but feel a little tinge of pain coming from her right abdomen. She quickly looked towards it, only to find that half of Riley's index finger was embedded through to it. Call my clone. Riley's. And with that, Scarlet Mage had no other choice but to do Riley's bidding, and as soon as she called for him, the clone immediately ran towards her car, not even saying its farewell towards Hannah and the others. Drive, Riley said as soon as his clone got inside the car. Where? Drop me off at the dorms. I don't want to walk anymore. Oh, okay. Scarlet Mage looked through her rearview mirror, only to see Riley's clone slowly melting and being seemingly absorbed by Riley. She truly was a fool. Where was the cute, pure, and innocent student she once saw? Riley was nothing but pure evil. Even his powers were now reflecting that. What are you? Scarlet Mage still gathered the courage to talk as she proceeded to drive away. What are you planning? I am human, just like the rest of you. Riley Ross let out a sigh as he rested his head on the window. As for what I am planning, I initially had none. As I said in the broadcast, I am retired. You're your father, did he have? Bernard Ross is completely unaware of my true identity, so Don T talked to him. Riley muttered, also, I need you to get information about Megawoman. What? I need to know her current status, where she is, what they have done to her, or if she is still alive. Can't you get your clones to do it for you? Albinos like me are even rarer than supers. They would quickly be noticed. You can't change the way you look. You know that's a disgusting power. And cloning yourself is not, Scarlet Mage wanted to say, but didn't. Why do you want to know about Megawoman? Because I think they are doing something to her. Riley then leaned his head beside the front seat, making Scarlet Mage even more uncomfortable. It was a mistake giving her back to the government. I should have just stored her along with the others. I regret what I have done. With the others? Don't worry, you will never get the pleasure of meeting them. Riley then leaned back to his seat once again. They are quite a noisy bunch. Was Riley not working alone? Did Darkday actually have some sort of group he belonged to? This is good, this is truly good. She was learning more and more about Darkday. Perhaps this happened for a reason. Perhaps it was even her destiny to one day defeat Darkday. And so, feeling a little lighter than she did before, Scarlet Mage Aka Catherine Reed continued to drive her way towards the male dorms, dropping off the most heinous supervillain in the entire world. Remember what I said, gather information about Megawoman, Riley said before getting out of the car. If you don T, then your mother will suffer the consequences. Just please get out of my car. Thank you for driving me, Scarlet Mage. Riley then let out a small smile as he stepped out of the car and closed the door, not even glancing back as he casually entered the dorms. And as soon as Riley's presence was gone, Scarlet Mage's breaths instantly became erratic, her hand falling from the steering wheel as she rested her head on it. This was really happening, she thought. Darkday is in the academy and she was the only one that knows it. What if someone else discovers his true identity? Wouldn't Riley think she exposed him? What if Riley just suddenly decides to get out of his so-called retirement? Was he going to kill everyone here? Numerous thoughts were racing through Scarlet Mage's head, but there was one that was most prevalent. She was going to be working with Darkday from now on. Perhaps there might even be a chance to change him, turn him into a better person. With that thought, Scarlet Mage let out a long and deep breath. At least she had some assurance that Darkday would not be able to get out of the academy if worse comes to worst. Maybe the academy had some sort of contingency plan to bury all of them here, along with Darkday. Scarlet Mage then drove away, thinking that Darkday may be watching her, but she was also watching him. Mom. Scarlet Mage's thoughts were then disrupted as her mobile phone rang. Unlike the students, who were given new phones that are only usable inside the academy's perimeter, the staffs were able to keep their personal phones, allowing them to call people outside. Hello, Ma, why are you calling at this time? Kathy, there's a young man here, he said he was your friend. I didn't want to be rude since he seems to know you, intimately. What? Hearing her mother sounding somewhat playful, Scarlet Mage could not help but furrow her eyebrows as she parked her car to the side of the road. Yes, I must say your taste in men is quite peculiar. Wait, I will let you guys talk while I prepare him some coffee. Would you like some coffee, dear? I don't drink coffee, madam. Perhaps soda. Who is with you, mother? Scarlet Mage's eyebrows furrowed even further as the other voice on the line seemed awfully familiar to her. Wait, you talk to him while I go fetch us something to drink. Riley, can you talk to Cassie for a while? Of course. Hello, Cass. Why you? What are you once again? Scarlet Mage's breath filled the entire car as they started drumming erratically. Your mother is quite lovely. Why how are you there? Listening to Riley from the other side of the line, his monotonous voice became even more ominous. Scarlet Mage was not seeing Riley, but Darkday's mask. I am not really here. This is just a clone I left before moving into the academy. What? Well, please do your best in the academy. I will take care of Leslie, so please focus on getting information about Megawoman. Good luck. Wait. Let me help you there, Leslie. Oh my, you don't have to. Before Scarlet Mage could finish her words, the other side hung up. Fuck. Scarlet Mage hit her horn several times as she tried dialing back, but no one was no longer answering. She wanted to call the other supers she knew outside, but what could they do? She was wrong. She was truly wrong. Riley Ross looked young, so she thought there was a chance for him to change, but she always forgets one crucial thing. Riley Ross is Darkday. And she was now working for him. PFZ. Riley Ross was now inside his dorm room's spacious, but unnecessary dark. Each student of the academy was provided a private room, as one could not really have two super teenagers sharing a room together. And like the rest of the academy, their rooms were also well protected and also seemingly soundproof, as Riley's laugh just bounced from the walls. Riley's hands were trembling as he stood in the darkness, his smile still growing from the small laughter that escaped from his mouth. This is quite fun, isn't it? And so ends the first day of Riley's little adventure in Mega Academy. Truly, he was looking forward to the days to come. Riley Ross belongs to the potential villain list. Whoa, calm down. Inside the teacher's lounge, a group of instructors was currently chatting with each other, letting their bodies be absorbed by the seemingly luxurious sofa that the academy has provided for them. There was one instructor, however, whose red hair was currently bobbing up and down as she slammed her palm numerous times on the table in front of her, almost spilling the coffee of the other instructors. "What has gotten into you, Scarlet Mage?" Put Riley Ross in the potential villain list. Scarlet Mage once again repeated her words as she once again slammed her palm on the table. If it wasn't for her holding her mask, it would have probably already fallen off. "Did something happen? You were the one that was adamant that he doesn't belong there." Spectacular Mustache Man squinted his eyes, his mustache slightly fidgeting as he stared inquisitively towards Scarlet Mage. Riley Ross's dark day words that Scarlet Mage so wanted to say utter. But alas, the only thing that came out of her mouth was a stutter. "And no, I think I was just wrong in my assessment." Scarlet Mage was careful not to slip. If it was any other villain, then Scarlet Mage would have probably already exposed his true identity. But this was Dark Day. Add the fact that he had a clone outside of the academy ready to do his bidding. She truly was in a very delicate situation. "I have already told you, he belongs in the potential villain list and should be given priority." Nightwalker slightly adjusted his blindfold as he joined in on the conversation. "All right, I let my emotions get ahead of me." Scarlet Mage nodded her head. "Riley Ross should have." "Care to share your assessment, then?" Before Scarlet Mage could finish her words, small gasps could be heard whispering through the lounge as a muscular man clad in full white armor suddenly approached Scarlet Mage and the others. "You are talking about my son, correct?" And without even being invited, White King sat beside Nightwalker, placing his cup of coffee on the table as well. Scarlet Mage could not help but take in a gulp as White King suddenly joined in on them. Riley had already told her that White King didn't know his true identity, but could she really believe the words of Dark Day? Riley Ross can lie, that much was evident. For all they know, Riley Ross might not even be autistic, just a psychopath that completely lacks social awareness. But whatever the case may be, she should still tread lightly in dealing with anything that involved Riley Ross, especially White King, as he was part of the Hope Guild. White King, Spectacular Mustache Man, carefully stroked his mustache as he looked White King straight in his goggles. "I believe you joining us is inappropriate, as we are currently discussing Riley as a student." "I think your mustache is inappropriate," White King quickly replied, "and I am not here as Riley's father. As long as we are inside the academy, he is but another student and will receive no special treatment of any kind." "I believe you have the same opinion, considering you also have your son enrolled here." Spectacular Mustache Man did not really answer, as he just let out a small sigh. "I am not here to cause trouble." White King also let out a sigh of his own, as the mouth part of his white full-face mask suddenly opened up, allowing him to take a sip of his coffee. "I am truly curious as to why you think Riley belongs to the potential villain list." And then suddenly, not only White King, but Spectacular Mustache Man and Nightwalker also had their eyes on Scarlet Mage. Well. "Did something happen between the two of you?" White King then followed. "I heard you gave him a ride in your car yesterday and also dragged him to your car before that." What? Spectacular Mustache Man's mustache stretched almost a meter as soon as he heard White King's words. "Student-teacher relationship on the first day of school." Nightwalker only covered his mouth in shock. "What? No." Scarlet Mage quickly waved her hands. "It's not that. Riley Ross did something. Instructors, please head to your designated classroom." But before Scarlet Mage could explain, a loud announcement reverberated throughout the teacher's lounge. "Did my son do something inappropriate to you?" White King's voice lowered. "What? No, it's not that." Scarlet Mage once again waved her hand. "Nothing sexual happened. Let us continue talking about this later." Spectacular Mustache Man let out a long and deep sigh before walking away. As for Nightwalker, he was already nowhere to be found. "I will talk to Riley about this. You do not have to worry," White King said before standing up. "And if you feel like he belongs to the potential villain list, then you can put him there. As I said, no special treatments." "Wait, please, Dawn." Once again, Scarlet Mage was interrupted as a pair of wheels suddenly emerged from White King's ankles, wheeling him away at an incredible speed. Scarlet Mage could only blink her eyes a couple of times as she was left all alone by her colleagues. The others were on their way to nurture the future superheroes that would one day save the world. She, on the other hand, was on her way to a room that contained the most diabolical thing in the world. How was she even going to teach the students if all she had in her mind was that Dark Day was sitting amongst the other young students? "I want to retire." "Bro, okay, legit, why did the instructor call for you yesterday?" Meanwhile, in Class 1V, Gary was currently right in front of Riley, staring at him straight in the face as he leaned over Riley's part of the table. I also saw the two of you alone together here yesterday. Spit it out, boy. Dante spit. Sylvie, who was sitting beside Riley, quickly moved away as soon as she heard Gary's words. With how Riley acts, she wouldn't be surprised if he did suddenly spit out, literally. However, she quickly returned to her seat afterward, as she too was quite curious as to why Riley was suddenly called by Scarlet Mage yesterday. We were just talking about her mother, Riley then said as he tried pushing Gary away. She's a common acquaintance. You know Scarlet Mage's mother. Gary squinted his eyes. Wait, so you know Scarlet Mage's true identity? Gary. Sylvie quickly covered Gary's mouth, almost crushing his head. Please keep quiet. Who is she? But still, Gary was able to let out a word. I can't say. Riley shook his head. It's illegal to reveal the identity of the staff or any other individual that is wearing their superhero costume, according to the handbook. We can know the teachers' identities, but they know ours. Gary furrowed his eyebrows. Well, not surprising considering our government. Gary then burst out in laughter as he tapped the table several times, once again garnering the attention of the other students. Daniel Espinoza, the one who Riley fought yesterday, could not help but click his tongue as he looked at Riley and the others having fun. Although most have already forgotten about it because of Sylvie and Hannah's fight, the humiliation was still fresh in his mind. Let it go, man, and it would seem that his group of friends notice his frustration as well, as they all let out sighs as they noticed the look on Danny's face. He is friends with Sylvie. You should have seen her fight at the mall. She almost obliterated her opponent. Why are you guys so scared? Daniel crossed his arms. Watch me, I will become the best. Please return to your seats. Before Daniel could finish his words, Scarlet Mage entered the room, and seeing the somewhat strict look on her face, the only thing the students could do was follow her instructions. Gary, however, raised his eyebrows a couple of times at Riley before proceeding to sit beside him, gesturing all sorts of obscenities with his finger. This did not escape Scarlet Mage's eye, but the only thing she could do was hold in her frustration. It would seem that a weird rumor was traveling the academy. But perhaps this could be a good thing. If it was found out that they have some sort of romantic relationship, wouldn't the two of them be kicked out of the academy? With that thought suddenly circling in her mind, she could not help but look towards Riley. That was a good plan, was it not? Riley would also not be able to blame her, as it would be the school that would decide their expulsion. She could do that, she could certainly do that. Holy shit, she's staring at you, man, Gary whispered. Is there really something going on between the two of you? You even know her mother. Yes, Riley nodded his head as he whispered back. There is something going on between us. Even Sylvie, who was trying hard not to listen in on the two's conversation, could not help but take in a short but deep breath. She had heard of stories between student and teacher, but to think one of her new friends in the academy is experiencing such an act truly, it made her somewhat excited. Scarlet Mage was completely oblivious of the conversation going on between the three, however. It would seem one way or the other. All of their thoughts were not that far from each other, but at the same time completely different. Scarlet Mage was still deliberating on whether or not she should enact her plan. But for now, it didn't matter, she still had students to teach. She was already here, so she might as well do the job the government hired her to do. And so, after letting out a long and deep sigh, she scanned each of her students, trying her best not to falter from Darkday's presence. We had a mock battle yesterday to show you your place as a superhero, Scarlet Mage said as she started walking around the platform, and in relation to that, one must also know the extent of one's capabilities, the limit and control of your powers. Scarlet Mage then pressed something on the tablet she was holding, turning on the gigantic screen in front of the class. Your names are listed in groups, Scarlet Mage said, and each member of your group will have a similar ability to what you have, so please familiarize yourself with their names. They are your competition, but at the same time, you can learn from each other. So I want all of you to group up according to the list on the screen. I guess we rate together, Sylvie. Gary had a wide smile on his face as he quickly approached Sylvie, who had a somewhat shocked expression on her face as she saw Gary's name beside her. Granted, she had not seen Gary using his powers yet, but she never imagined he would have a similar power. Well, seeing as there were 4 other names on the group, her powers weren't really that rare. As the students were starting to find their group, Riley remained stagnant on his seat. Although his name was listed with 10 other people, he had no idea who they were and no one was really approaching him. Considering he was one of the few people who fought in the mock battle, then it was given that they should know what his power was. But alas, no one was calling him. Scarlet Mage, who quickly noticed this, could not help but let out a scoff. Serves him right, she thought. Someone like Darkday should be left all alone. He deserves to die alone with no one by his side. However, for some reason, the longer Scarlet Mage stares at Riley, the more the smile faded from her face instead. A feeling she couldn't explain was starting to build up inside her as she saw Riley sitting alone. She just concocted up a plan to pretend having a relationship with Riley to have them both kicked out of the academy, but at this point, is she actually starting to truly feel concerned about him? No, if Scarlet Mage could slap herself at this moment, she probably would have. To feel sorry for the most heinous and evilest supervillain in the world, the young man who literally has her and her mother hostage. Was this some sort of Stockholm syndrome? Or perhaps Riley had some sort of power to bewitch people? Was that it? Was Riley actually bewitching her right now? It made sense that he would have that kind of power. It was an evil power, after all. If that was truly the case, then Scarlet Mage would try her hardest to resist it. It might be hard since she was planning to have them both kicked out from the academy by pretending to have a romantic relationship with him. But since Riley is still indeed just a minor, there was no way that she would actually fall in love with him, even if he has the spell to do so, right? Right? Scarlet Mage looked at Riley one last time before shaking her head. She might be working for him now, but it wasn't her responsibility to hold her hand every single time. If Riley was destined to be alone, then so be it. She knew she was starting to sound contradictory, but she truly can't do anything at this point. Loud. Riley Ross, please go to your group. But alas, after only a minute, Scarlet Mage pointed towards a group of students that were on the most left corner of the classroom. Riley is evil. Who knows what he might do if he felt like he was being isolated? Yes, surely, that was the only reason why Scarlet Mage helped him. Right as Scarlet Mage was busy with her thoughts, Riley slowly made his way towards his designated group students that also had telekinetic abilities. And as soon as he joined them, the telekinetic students, who were previously chatting with each other, all quieted down. Riley, however, did not seem to mind as he just took his seat along with the others. Loud. Talk to him. No, you talk to him. I don't even know what we're going to do yet. Whispers traveled through Riley's ears as most of the group looked at each other, gesturing to who should approach Riley. But finally, after a few more seconds of this somewhat awkward situation, one of the female students in the group approached him. Your name is Riley, right? I am Bella. The girl lightly flicked her shoulder-length brown hair before letting out a long and deep sigh. We were just discussing each other's powers, so I feel like it's fair you should join us instead of brooding in the side. What are you doing? One of the other girls in the group tried to pull Bella away, but she just nonchalantly waved her hand, saying it was all right. Are you guys retards? She then said. Why are you isolating people like the goddamn 80s? Didn't you see what he did during the mock battle yesterday? I did, and so, Bella lightly nudged her nose as she let out a small scoff. It's called a mock battle for a reason. Did you think they were just going to shake hands? No need to be too harsh, my sweet Belle. A slightly feminine male student, who looked awfully similar to Bella, suddenly danced his way towards Riley, waving his hand all over the place before sitting at the desk in front of him. They just do not appreciate beauty when they see one. You the creepiest one here, Ben. Ah, such hurtful words. Why don't you soothe my heart, Riley? The two of you are twins. Riley did not seem to mind Ben's somewhat coquettish behavior as he took a slight glance at the two. How I wish we weren't. Bella rolled her eyes as she slowly returned to where she was previously sitting, spinning her chair and sitting on it backwards with her legs wide open. But yes, sadly so. How curious, Riley muttered. The two of you seem to have swapped sexual preferences. I'll say. I like you already, you very perceptive and blunt. Bella let out a chuckle as the group of girls that she was previously chatting with all moved away from her, unlike these fake young uns. Why are you talking like an old man? Quit being so disgraceful. Ben shook his head as he leaned closer towards Riley. What do you say we leave all of these normies and go through a perilous journey on our own? I am afraid you can't really go out of the academy. Riley shook his head. It's against the rules. PFT, Bella suddenly burst out in laughter as soon as she heard Riley's words, although there wasn't anything remotely funny with what he said. Seeing this, the other members of the group could not help but look at each other. It would seem they have their hands full. They thought that the only weird member of their group would be Riley, but it turns out they have the whole package with the twins. So I suppose we should start introducing ourselves again now that we're complete. Bella then once again stood up as she looked at Riley. Start. My name is Bella Jackson. I have the power to move all sorts of metal with my mind, so I guess that counts as telekinesis, and that's why I am in this group. And I am Benjamin Jackson, but all of you may call me Benjia. No one is going to call you that. Shut up, it's my turn. Ben hissed at his sister before once again quickly composing himself. And like my sister, I could also control metal, but with more grace and control, like the fleeting wind in a warm summer. Ben then elegantly waved his hand, causing almost 100 tiny steel balls to fly out from his pockets, and with every flick of Ben's fingers, the metal balls arranged themselves into all sorts of shapes: a bird, a tree, and even the face of a human. Our father also has the same power, so... Shut your mouth, you idiot. Before Ben could finish his words, a metal plate suddenly covered his entire head. We're not supposed to reveal anything about our family's background. Ben seemed to be saying something, but only muffles and noise whispered through the air, as Bella seemed to have no plan in taking the metal plate off. There was a slight ringing as Ben tried to control it, but it would seem his sister's raw power was greater than his, as the only thing he could do was budge it a centimeter. This is probably the best time for the others to introduce themselves, Bella then said as she looked at Riley. Go ahead, Riley. Okay, Riley quickly nodded his head as he stood up from his seat. My name is Riley Ross. I am currently 16 years old. I can move things with my mind, also known as telekinesis. I was born in Ohio. My biological mother was. That's too much information. Bella quickly waved her hands as she gestured to Riley to stop talking. Afterward, the rest of the group introduced themselves, but aside from the twins, the rest aren't really anything special. One had the ability to control water, and it would seem he was placed in the group since he could not conjure it, unlike Hannah, who had the ability to summon fire. And finally, after a full hour, Scarlet Mage, who had been keeping quiet on the stage, called for everyone's attention. All right, now that all of you are acquainted with each other, it's time to have a little contest, Scarlet Mage said as she walked towards the door. Please follow me outside. What again? Aren't we supposed to be learning? Why are we having curricular activities again? And as soon as the others saw Scarlet Mage leaving the room again, they all could not help but let out their complaints. They already had a mock battle yesterday, and considering they were going outside again, they will surely be having a sort of physical activity. Seriously, what did you guys expect? Bella, on the other hand, could only roll her eyes as she was the first one to move in her group. This is a school to train us to become superheroes. Did you really think we're just going to sit down, learn history and stuff? Actually, they're also going to teach us normal school stuff. Ben, whose head was finally free, quickly rebuked his sister, especially tactics and how to deal with supervillains and stuff like. That's not normal school stuff. Bella once again rolled her eyes as she pulled her brother away. Let us go, let us go. No, save me, Riley. No, Riley shook his head as he too started walking out of the classroom. But before he could walk out of the door, he quickly turned around as he felt a certain pressure starting at him, only to find Gary still gesturing obscenities with his hands as he mouthed Scarlet Mage's name towards him. And as soon as Sylvie saw this, she quickly slapped his hands, before gesturing to Riley not to mind him. Interesting friends, Bella, who also noticed this, could not help but comment. They're not my friends, Riley quickly replied as he shook his head. Really? Bella's eyebrows rose as she looked back and forth between Riley and the two. You chat with each other, joke with each other, and spend time together. That makes you friends. Is that what friendship is? Riley muttered. I have only known them for a day. I believe friendships are built with time. Oh, my dear Riley, that is where you are wrong. Ben gracefully freed himself from his sister's grip as he once again danced while following behind Scarlet Mage. Friendships bloom even in the most unexpected places, even at the most unexpected times. Time is but a decoration. Well, what does that even mean? Bella let out a long and deep sigh as she heard her brother's words. Don T mind him. He wants to be a writer, so his mind is a bit off. I see. Riley nodded. And you, what do you want to be, Bella? Me? Bella was slightly surprised with the sudden question. Don T really know, a superhero, I guess. It's really the only thing I could think of. I see. What about you? An astronaut. What are you, a child? No, I am 16 years old. Never mind. Bella did not really ask any further, as they just continued to quietly follow Scarlet Mage across the gigantic hallways of the academy. Most of them thought that they were going to the training hall where they had their mock battles yesterday, but instead, they were taken outside and into a wide open field. Once again, the students could not help but think of how big the entire area of the academy was. There were also other students from the other classes, but unlike with the training hall, the other classes were too far away to even hear each other. "All right, gather up." Scarlet Mage then clapped her hands as she asked her class to gather in front of her. "Our activity for today is simple. I want all of you to try and overpower the rest of the members of your group, while also trying to learn from each other's abilities if you can. Overpower, another contest of who is stronger. But Sylvie is in our group. This should be fun, setting up hierarchies." "Quiet down." Scarlet Mage once again clapped her hands. "I want all of you to set up and find places for your group before I explain further, and we could proceed with the activity. But first, I need someone to officiate and watch the skirmish with me. So, Mr. Riley, sit this one out. Mr. Riley, sit this one out." "See, even the instructor thinks he is dangerous." The voices of the students whispered through the vast field as they all turned to look towards Riley. Although most of them did not think much of it, the ones in Riley's group, however, were all breathing sighs of relief. Although they didn't know how strong Riley truly is, they knew he didn't know how to hold back. Since their current activity had something to do with overpowering each other, Riley was a very dangerous element in their group. And so, with Scarlet Mage calling him away, most of them rejoiced. Too bad. I wanted to see how strong you are." Bella let out a small breath as she shook her head. "There as always next time, I guess." "Watch us dance, Riley dear," Ben added. I suppose Riley nodded before making his way towards Scarlet Mage, and as he did so, he once again felt an ominous aura piercing through him. He quickly looked towards the direction where it was coming from, only to once again see Gary moving his hands in a very obscene way, his smile almost reaching his ears. However, this time, a slight sizzle started to smoke from his hands, causing him to instantly stop. Scarlet Mage could let it pass once, but doing it a second time. She wouldn't just let him off without a warning. "You sure do have a weird taste in friends, as expected," Scarlet Mage said as Riley stood beside her. "They are not my friends, and why did you call for me, Scarlet Mage?" "I just needed someone to assist me in overseeing the activity." That was a lie, of course. Riley was dangerous, and she would be damned if she allowed him to hurt any of her students. Although she felt a little uncomfortable seeing Riley isolated for some reason, it has to be done. She was the only one in the entire academy that knew of his true identity, and as a superhero, her first priority was to keep all of the children safe. "I see," Riley nodded. "I thought you were thinking that I would hurt them. But you have my word, I will not kill anyone since I am currently in retirement, Scarlet Mage." Hearing Riley's whispers, Scarlet Mage's eyes started to twitch. Not kill anyone. He almost spooned out someone's heart during the entrance examination. He almost gouged out someone's eye during the mock battle yesterday. Not to mention, he threatened to torture her mother if Scarlet Mage ever reveals his identity. But then again, he really hasn't killed anyone yet. Scarlet Mage quickly shook her head. Why was she trying to give Riley an excuse herself? Was she right? Did he really have the power to entrance and bewitch someone? "Let us not talk about this here," Scarlet Mage then quickly said as she once again shook her head. "We, Ray student and teacher, so let us pretend to be one." She then stuttered as she let out a slightly awkward but alluring smile towards him. Yes, this was the start of her plan. Besides preventing Riley from hurting the other students, she would also make sure that they would be seen as some sort of couple. It was hitting two birds with one stone. If the students began to suspect they have some kind of romantic relationship, then the academy would have no choice but to kick out the both of them, limiting Riley's hostages. Okay, Riley, on the other hand, seemed to be completely oblivious to her advances. "So what did you want me to do, Scarlet Mage?" "All right," Scarlet Mage then cleared her throat as she faced the other students. "The activity for today is more than just a contest of strength. It is also a chance to learn more about your powers from others that have the same power, but with that said, it is still a competition. And as such, those who come out on top of each of the groups will be given 1,000 mega points to spend around the academy." Scarlet Mage's words completely woke the students up. 1,000 mega points. How many lunches could they buy from that? Some of them also saw that the academy was also selling all sorts of things, even vehicles. Most of them were minors and weren't allowed to drive outside, but since motorcycles and cars were being sold here, doesn't that mean they could use them? And so, with those thoughts lingering in the air, the fires in the students' eyes were almost enough to burn the field of grass they were in. There was one student, however, whose eyes were slightly confused. Miss Scarlet Mage." While the other students were busy thinking of the things they could buy, Sylvie Savelivna stepped forward. What about me? What do I get if I come out on top? Sylvie had unlimited MP. 1,000 megapoints meant nothing to her. Nothing, Scarlet Mage quickly said, but you have everything to lose. What? Sylvie could not help but blink a couple of times after hearing Scarlet Mage's words. Your group is in luck. Since you, Ray, currently the mega student of the academy, they will have a chance to take that title from you. Mega student, is that what the top student is called? She has unlimited MP. How is that even fair? Who is thinking of these names? Those who were still not aware of Sylvie's status could not help but look at each other in shock. Unlimited MP, so she was allowed to buy everything the academy had to offer if she wanted to. What kind of privilege is that? And why is she not using it? While the other students were still in shock, Sylvie's group, on the other hand, all had weird smiles on their faces. To think they would actually have the chance to become the mega student, and all they had to do was defeat Sylvie. Perhaps they could just gang up on her. All right, I will explain the rules. Scarlet Mage then clapped her hands as she gestured to the students to calm down. You can hurt your opponent. Wait, what? Teach, how are we going to compete against each other if we, Ray, not allowed to? As superheroes, we are seen as a beacon of hope. As much as possible, we only neutralize our enemy, and one way to do that is to completely overpower them, Scarlet Mage explained before the complaints of the students could get worse. Of course, hurting our enemy is unavoidable and is more often than not necessary, but sadly that's the rule. As to how you can beat your opponent without harming them, well, that is what you will learn today. Be creative. As for the second rule, one-on-one matches only. It is up to your group to decide what the lineup is going to be, and that's it, you can proceed. But please do know that if my partner and I see that you have broken the rules, you will instantly lose the right to compete. And with that, Scarlet Mage floated into the air, her eyes carefully watching the students. That's it. So we should just start. What kind of mechanics is this? My power is electrocution. How am I not going to hurt anyone with this? Tickle someone into submission. That's actually a very good idea. Is it? The whispers of confusion littered the air as all of the students looked at each other for answers. If anything, their activity for today was somewhat philosophical in nature to make someone submit without hurting them. What sort of Zen bullshit was that? Most of them thought. This is why you normies want to succeed in life. With the mock battle yesterday, as well as the sanctioned duels around the academy, you all should have known what this school is all about. Bella, however, cracked her knuckles as she proceeded to step away from her group. Come, brother. Let us show these fools how to do it. Me, Ben blinked his eyes a couple of times before following his sister. I actually also have no idea what to do, but all right. A battle between siblings, Ben and Bella, how dramatic. And here I thought we were on the same wavelength, watch me. And as soon as Bella said that, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Bella began to scream, garnering the attention of the whole class. Bella's veins began to pop out from her black skin as her face started to become pale, obviously straining her muscles as she continued to roar. The others were slightly confused as to what she was doing, but as the tremble in the ground slowly turned into a quake, their eyes could not help but widen. Is she trying to lift something beneath the ground? One of the members of her group shouted. No fucking way. But she could only bend metal, right? What is she trying to lift, a water pipe or something? Bella's scream became louder and louder. But alas, before the others could find out what she was truly doing, her screams abruptly stopped, and her body dropped to the ground like a rag doll. Did she just faint? Ben quickly rushed towards to hug her sister, checking if she was still breathing, and considering her slightly ample breasts were beating heavily, she was. I will avenge you, my dear sister. In my dear life, I will avenge you. Well, at least I got an idea as to what I will do now. One of the members of the telekinesis group muttered as he stepped forward, ignoring Ben's wails as he challenged one of the other members. It wasn't only him. The other students who watched Bella's display finally also had an idea as to what to do. One of the ways they could win without hurting someone was to show the difference in strength, to showcase what they could do. To scream to your opponent's face that you are superior. Bella tried to do it, but alas, she overestimated herself. And so soon, the students in each group began challenging each other. Scarlet Mage, who saw this, could not help but let out a long and deep sigh. In truth, even she was slightly confused with this activity. She was only following the syllabus given to her, and she would lie if she said she herself wouldn't have trouble in this curriculum. That student called Bella is strong. Wait, what are you doing here? Scarlet Mage almost fell to the ground as Riley was suddenly floating in the air beside her. You said I should watch them, and that is what I am doing, Scarlet Mage. I see. Scarlet Mage quickly composed herself as she turned her attention back to her class. It would seem that some of them are starting to battle it out, but most were still confused as to what to do. Loud. But after a few seconds of silence, the feeling of Dark Day quietly floating beside her made her nerves slightly rise in levels. If you were still participating in the activity, what would you do? And so, after a few more moments of deliberation, Scarlet Mage asked the question she was most curious about. This was a rare chance to get insight into the mind of a supervillain, especially from someone as ruthless as Riley. Am I allowed to hurt their families? No. Surprisingly, Scarlet Mage felt Riley's heart fluctuate a little as soon as she uttered the question. She could even see Riley slightly uncomfortable, as if he was truly deliberating his answer. And finally, after a few more seconds, Riley answered. I'll cut off their nerve endings, making their feeling of pain. No, you've not allowed to harm them, remember. But if they Forget it, Scarlet Mage shook her head in disappointment. What answer was she expecting? And here she was thinking that Riley would actually take her question seriously. Or maybe he was, and he truly can't think of anything but to hurt people. He is Dark Day, after all. I will destroy this place. I will destroy this place without hurting anyone, Riley repeated. I am sure that would be enough to neutralize them. I see, Scarlet Mage nodded as she let out a short but deep sigh before letting out a small smile. It would seem Riley was capable of not hurting anyone after all, but by the gods. It was a good thing he pulled Riley away from the activity. The students of Class 1V continued with their activity, and with the thundering noises that were echoing through the air, it would seem that the other classes had begun their exercise as well. Interesting. It had not even been a quarter of an hour since the activity had started, but it would seem that one of the groups in Scarlet Mage's class has already reached their conclusion. Scarlet Mage slowly floated towards the group, who only had one remaining student standing still. Riley also followed Scarlet Mage, his eyes looking at the 4 students that were completely unconscious on the ground. This is the telepath group, yes. Scarlet Mage then approached the only student left standing. Why ease, the young man said, the tone of his voice filled with laziness and a little lag. Can you tell me your name and state how you are the only one left standing in your group? Name Cedric, the young man mumbled. Illusion, they are dreaming. Right now. I see, Scarlet Mage quickly nodded as soon as Cedric finished explaining, which took almost 15 seconds. She then asked Cedric to retrieve his ID card, before quickly grabbing it and tapping it on the tablet she was holding. Here you go, I added 1000 MP to your account, Scarlet Mage said as she placed the card back in Cedric's pocket herself. Just wait on the side for now while we wait for the others to finish up. Okay, Cedric lazily said as he slowly walked towards a nearby tree for shade. Cedric Atkinson, if Scarlet Mage wasn't mistaken, he was in the potential villain list along with many other students. And seeing as he was able to overpower the rest of the members of his group, she had to add priority to his name. The potential villain list, as the name suggests, was a list of students that were deemed to have the most potential to go to the dark side if left unchecked. Scarlet Mage has screened almost 1,000 students in the span of weeks, and she didn't want to admit it, but almost 20 of the students belonged to the list, and there were probably more, who were just good at hiding their alignment. As someone on the list, they were given more attention than the other students to intervene and hopefully change them before they were sent to the outside world if they were sent outside. Scarlet Mage had no idea what the academy was planning for the students who are still on the list by the time they graduate, but she was hoping it wouldn't lead to something drastic. There were 5 more in the potential villain list in her class, excluding Riley. She was having second thoughts about putting him there now, as her plan to pretend to be a couple was her #1 priority so that he would be kicked out of the academy. If he was put on the potential villain list, then he might be transferred to another class since there were already too many in her class. Interesting, Cedric can create illusions, Scarlet Mage. Shouldn't you know by now that powers Aaron created equal? Scarlet Mage raised her voice, making sure that the other students could also hear her. Along with our activity on the first day, This activity is also trying to show you that even though you may have people with the same powers as you, that doesn't mean you aren't unique. There are certain ways to master your powers. You may lack raw power, but in return, your control would be better. Although the students were busy with their matches, those who were watching could not help but nod their heads. They already saw how one of the students of the telekinetic group fainted due to overusing her power. She had raw power, but she certainly lacked control. I wasn't aware they could do that. Riley once again whispered close to Scarlet Mage's ears. I usually kill them first since they used to be able to read my mind. You used to? Scarlet Mage was trying her best to ignore Riley's warm breath crawling down her neck. She did say she was going to pretend with Riley, so she should get used to this kind of intimacy. What do you mean used to? Telepaths could no longer read my mind, Scarlet Mage, he replied. That is why I wanted to kill you in the first place, since the way you read people is different from the rest. I see. Scarlet Mage didn't know whether to be proud or scared of the fact that Darkday saw him as a sort of a threat. No, it was definitely both a blessing and a curse. There was a reason that she was the only one that knows Riley's identity, and she would make sure to fulfill it. And so, once they were kicked out from the school, her responsibility will finally start. She was now calling this operation, Turn Dark into Light. I should probably incapacitate Cedric for life. Riley then once again let out a whisper. Dante, the exercise continued, with most still not being able to reach a conclusion. But surprisingly, Sylvie's group now only had her and Gary left standing. It would seem they were having a contest of strength through arm wrestling. Perhaps this was also the reason why most of the group still hadn't finished their matches, since all of them were engrossed with Sylvie's match. Scarlet Mage told them to focus on their own matches, but they immediately went back to watching Sylvie and Gary. And so, with a sigh, Scarlet Mage could only do the same. Even more than the potential villain list, the mega student is their #1 priority. Of course, for Scarlet Mage, Sylvie was only second to Riley. I guess it's you and me then, mega student PFT. Please Dante. Sylvie could not help but groan in frustration as she saw Gary trying his best not to laugh, but knowing him, he was probably just doing it deliberately to annoy her. But it wasn't entirely his fault though. Who in their right mind even decided to call the top student that way? This is what happens when you give old people the power to name things. Let us do this, old friend. We've only known each other for a day. Sylvie rolled her eyes as she walked towards the large stone they were having their arm wrestling match on, and considering all the dents and cracks on it, their group has used it well. What about the entrance exam day? Gary let out a slight gasp as he placed his elbow on the boulder. I thought we've made a solid connection there. My heart bleeds at this betrayal. I thought you were my friend. I am. Sylvie blinked a couple of times as she grabbed Gary's hand. Then no hard feelings after I am done with you. Is that the confidence you got from being the mega student? Sylvie's eye could not help but twitch from Gary's words. But after a few seconds, she let out a long and deep breath. She shouldn't let herself get distracted and be dragged into Gary's words after all. That was one of the reasons he won his matches. Let us just start in 3. All right. 1, 2, 3. A thunderous noise exploded in the air as the grass waved in a ripple. The students who were near the two also could not help but slightly back away from all the debris and dirt that was being thrown around as the boulder the two were leaning on dug through the ground. Shit, you Ray not going to let me win, Gary chuckled nervously. Let me win. I'll return the title to you next week. I just really want to buy that bike. Number. Then just buy me one. Number. Alone, Gary muttered as their arms both began to tremble, with the boulder they were leaning on digging through the ground even further, causing them to slouch. Sylvie wasn't going to lie, but she did not expect Gary to be stronger than the rest of the members of her group, but at the same time, she also could not help but be happy. Throughout her life, she was surrounded by nothing but walls as well as people that were too fragile that they might possibly break from her touch. But now, being surrounded by friends that are somewhat at the same level as her, she felt safe. Hannah was undoubtedly strong as she already experienced fighting with her firsthand, and she would only grow stronger. Gary had similar abilities to her, so they would surely have a lot to talk about in the future. As for Riley, he had this mysterious air around him, but with all the things he had been showing so far, she knew he was the same as her, always holding back. And as soon as she thought of that, their hands, which had been remaining equal for a full minute now, started to move, with Sylvie pushing Gary's hand downwards. Gary's teeth started to show as the veins on his neck started to pop out. his grip growing stronger as he tried his best to fight back. Sylvie slightly lightened her grip so as to prevent hurting him. She really had to admit it, Gary was strong, but sadly. It wasn't tea enough, please stop this. You, Ray, only going to end up hurting yourself. Please stop this, you, Ray, only going to end up hurting yourself. Sylvie made sure to lighten her grip, allowing Gary to realize that she was only holding back so as to not hurt him. Gary, however, took this chance to push her hand away, but alas, the difference between their strength was starting to show as Sylvie quickly held her ground. You really want to win this badly, Sylvie furrowed her eyebrows. I guess, Gary once again chuckled, before gritting his teeth to the point that it was starting to bleed. Stop, Gary, you, Ray, not going to win. I won, T. Another thunder reverberated in the air as the boulder they were leaning on slowly began to crack, and due to Gary's sudden rise in power, the back of Sylvie's palm almost touched the surface of the boulder. If it wasn't T for her also increasing her strength at the last second, then she would have probably already lost. Seeing this, she realized that she was probably overestimating her strength, and should probably already end this if she didn't want to lose. I am sorry, Gary, Sylvie then whispered, but you still lack the training. A sort of ringing vibrated in the air as Gary's hand started to be pushed back, with the tremble of the boulder matching his struggling arm. Stop struggling. I said no. Sylvie could not help but squint as Gary's eyes started to emit a bright red light. What are you doing? Sylvie yelled as her eyes also emitted a red light. Did you really want to win this badly? Sadly so, Gary once again chuckled as he turned his blazing eyes towards Sylvie. You, Ray, strong. I am sure this is only going to tickle. Are you crazy? Sylvie screamed, Miss Scarlet Mage. That's enough. Scarlet Mage quickly rushed towards the two to stop them as soon as Sylvie's voice reached her ears. She was just going to watch at first to see how the situation was going to unfold, because Gary didn't seem to be that aggressive, but perhaps she should have stopped it earlier knowing what she knows. Gary Gray, one of the 6 in the class that belonged to the potential villain list. Never. Even though Scarlet Mage was already on her way towards them, Gary didn't seem to have any intentions of stopping as his eyes grew even brighter and started to emit a trail of smoke. Dante, Sylvie was also ready to release her heat vision, but when she saw the crazed look in Gary's face, the only thing she could do was close her eyes and look to the side, gritting her teeth for the pain to come. Stop! The strands of Scarlet Mage's hair stood up as she raised her hand. The grass beneath her feet started to dance as a clump of air seemed to have gathered on the palm of her hand, and without even a moment, the clump of wind shot towards Gary. But halfway through it, Gary let out a shout as the light in his eyes started to become a beam, its path straight towards Sylvie's face. Oh fuck! Gary moved his head to the side, as if trying his hardest to avoid hitting Sylvie with his heat vision, but by doing so, the beam his eyes were emitting lost control, shooting towards the other students that were near them. I can't stop it. Scarlet Mage increased the output of her power to push Gary away, but to her surprise, instead of shooting faster, the ball of wind that she summoned completely dispersed. She did not let herself panic, however, as a wall of earth quickly emerged in front of her. She was about to trap Gary inside of it, but once again, she felt a strong resistance that wasn't allowing her to control the wall. Shit, this time she allowed herself to panic as she quickly looked towards Gary, but to her surprise, no one was screaming. Instead, everyone was completely silent as they all watched as Gary's heat vision seemed to have stopped midway as if some type of glass was blocking it from moving. You, Ray, not allowed to hurt anyone, Gary. The same goes for you, Scarlet Mage. Yes. Scarlet Mage then turned her eyes towards the somewhat cold voice whispering in the field, only to see Riley slowly descending from the air, landing right in front of the end of Gary's heat vision. I lost control of it, I didn't mean to. Gary then started to panic, his heat vision not showing any signs of stopping. I was only going to scare Sylvie. I see, Riley then said as he stepped forward. The loud gasps of the students quickly filled the air as soon as they saw this. Some of them closed their eyes, not wanting to see Riley get burnt by the beam. However, contrary to their expectations, the beam started to shorten. It was as if it was trying to avoid Riley, becoming shorter with each of his steps. What Scarlet Mage could not help but take in a gulp as she saw this. Her wind magic dispersed, the resistance she felt with the wall of earth that she summoned, and now Gary's beam just stopping short of hitting Riley in the face. Was this all Riley's doing? It might have seemed like a minute, but everything happened almost in just a moment. Riley stopped everything almost simultaneously. Forget about his raw power, even his control was out of this world. Once again, Scarlet Mage was reminded of a simple fact: Darkday was able to beat Megawoman. His power is abnormal. And now, Riley was standing only a meter away from Gary, with the beams already starting to flicker on his face as Gary's strength slowly began to reach its limit. "You and Sylvie Savelivna are slowly becoming a dear friend to my sister, Gary," Riley then whispered as he looked at Gary straight in his glowing eyes. "If you do this again, I will gouge out your eyes." Roger that," Gary weakly said as his heat vision flickered once more, before fading completely with a slight sizzle. "Thanks for stopping." But before he could finish his words, he was suddenly blown away by a wall of earth. Riley blinked a couple of times as the voice that was just talking in front of him turned into air. He then turned his head towards Scarlet Mage, whose eye was currently twitching nonstop. Her hand was still currently pointed forward, making her the obvious culprit. "You broke your own rules, Scarlet Mage." Riley then let out a sigh. Scarlet Mage then quickly rushed towards Gary to check up on him, but not before stopping in front of Riley and whispering something loudly in his ears. "You should have at least warned me you were going to let go of the wall." "I am so disappointed in you, Scarlet Mage." Riley clicked his tongue several times. "Ugh." Scarlet Mage then threw her tablet towards Riley. "Just call for a medic." And so, after the medics came and took Gary away, the class safely continued with their exercise. Perhaps because of what happened, it would seem they became a lot more careful so as to not repeat something similar from happening. They were supposed to be having their first class with another teacher after this, but after what happened, Scarlet Mage decided to let everyone go back to their dorms to rest instead, of course. Everyone except Riley. As soon as the other students saw this, they all started whispering to each other. Some of them have heard that Scarlet Mage personally dropped Riley off at the dorms, and now this blatant favoritism and inappropriate whispering to one another. Did they actually have a thing? Scarlet Mage, who saw the students looking at her and Riley while they exchanged their whispers, could not help but nod in satisfaction. Spreading the rumors is only the prologue of her plan. If she wanted the academy to have a reason to kick them out, then she should commit to her role. "Was there something else you needed from me, Scarlet Mage?" "Yes, I have information about Megawoman." Scarlet Mage slightly stuttered as she tried to look Riley in the eyes. Already, Riley furrowed his eyebrows. "What is it?" "It is sensitive information." Scarlet Mage took in a gulp. "So let us talk about this in my apartment." The first part of Operation Turn Dark into Light officially starts now. Just make yourself at home, okay? I am just going to take a shower." "What for?" I just need to clear my head so I can give you the information about Megawoman clearer." "I see, then you may do so, Scarlet Mage." "All right." The muffled sounds of the shower whispered into the air as Riley was left alone in Scarlet Mage's living room. The only thing that Riley could do while waiting for Scarlet Mage was look out the window wall, which surprisingly had a somewhat amazing view. The apartment provided for the teachers of Mega Academy was beside a man-made lake, and since Scarlet Mage's apartment was located on the 8th floor, you could even see the school building from there, but still not outside the walls that surrounded the whole academy, a testament to how tall it truly was. Riley had already thought that the rooms provided for the students were already quite luxurious and spacious, but seeing the teachers' apartments, his room suddenly felt subpar. Just how much budget did the world government actually allot for the Mega Academies? And considering there were more in other countries, they truly have been preparing for this for a while now. They even have a colossal dome, which replicated the sky, protecting them from being seen by the outside world from above. That alone would have been costly, not to mention the technology needed to create and maintain everything. The technology here was almost alien. Megawoman came from another planet. Perhaps it has some sort of correlation. Maybe she even provided and shared the technology. But Megawoman was against something like the academy being built, so what exactly was going on here? "What are you thinking about?" That was quick, Scarlet Mage. Riley then quickly turned around as he heard Scarlet Mage's voice. "Did you make sure to wash everything?" "I did." Scarlet Mage could not help but groan in frustration as soon as she heard Riley's words. She was wearing a robe that almost exposed most of her skin, and that was his only reaction. Shouldn't T-guys his age be panicking right now as his hormones turn crazy? Even if he had a form of autism, it shouldn't. Mean Riley Wasson, able to feel his prepubescent urges, right? Scarlet Mage could only furrow her eyebrows from the dangerous thoughts in her mind. If this were any other case, then she would definitely lock herself up in jail for having thoughts like this towards a minor. But this was Dark Day, so there should be an exception, and besides, She was doing this for a good cause, and perhaps the only cause that matters right now. She even made sure that the curtains to her apartment were fully open, and the cameras in the entrance of the apartment were able to see her and Riley enter, and hopefully, someone reports them to the higher-ups so both of them would be kicked out. This is, after all, the first part of Operation Turn Dark into Light. And please call me by my real name when we ray alone, Scarlet Mage then said as she sat on the sofa, crossing her legs as she started drying her black hair, which was previously red. You could also change the color of your hair. That is a very weird power, Scarlet Mage. No, it's a wig and a part of my costume. Scarlet Mage let out a small giggle, and please, call me by my real name while we are alone. It's weird being called Scarlet Mage without wearing the mask. If you are more comfortable with that, Catherine. All right, hearing her name being called by Riley, she could not help but look to the side as she felt her face slightly warming up. Anyway, what were you thinking about earlier? I was thinking about Megawoman. I see. Catherine held her breath upon hearing Megawoman's name coming up. She told Riley that she had information about her so that he would follow her here, but in truth, how could anyone gather information just after a day? And why would she even do that in the first place? And so, Riley said as he slowly approached her, "What news do you have of her, Catherine?" Maybe you would like some coffee first. Catherine, however, suddenly stood up from her seat, trying her best to avoid the topic, and perhaps due to the force of her standing up, or maybe even perhaps subconsciously deliberate, her robe loosened. She quickly covered herself up, but not before Riley was able to see her finely shaped breasts bouncing lively. She so wanted to run away and scream in frustration, but no, the mission comes first. And so, the only thing she could do was slowly turn her eyes towards Riley to see his reaction. Did you see my? I don's tea drink coffee, Catherine, but perhaps if you have milk. Was that some sort of joke since he saw her breasts, or did he really just want milk? But considering the deadpan way he just uttered that, it would seem that he didn't even care that he saw her breasts. Impossible. Even insects copulate. It's in the nature of every living being in the world. Riley should feel something. Did you see my breasts? Catherine could not help herself from asking, the tone of her voice unwavering. I did, Riley quickly answered. Land. It is irrelevant in our current situation. Catherine's eyes could not help but twitch upon hearing Riley's words. Irrelevant. Doesn't T know how many fanfictions she has in Blewett? There were hundreds, some even written in another language. She knows she should feel relieved that Dark Day didn't have any sort of feelings for her, but seeing him without his mask and looking like a not-so-normal and slightly attractive person for some reason, there was this growing sense of wanting validation from him. She knows it's wrong, but she just couldn't help it. It was final. Riley did have enchanting powers. It might just be some sort of Stockholm syndrome, but she was betting on the former. Evil, truly evil. Don't you feel anything, but contrary to her feelings, she didn't back down. About your breasts. Yes, about my breasts. What else? Do you not feel anything while looking at me? Should I? Riley squinted his eyes as he looked at Catherine from head to toe. You are very beautiful, Catherine. What? Catherine could feel her legs turn weak from suddenly hearing Riley's words. I could say I feel lust. Riley then stood up from his seat, slowly approaching the slightly phased Catherine. What? Catherine could only repeat her words. What are you doing? What's happening? Why can't I move? I am not using my powers, Catherine, Riley said as he slowly lifted Catherine's robes, slightly exposing her breasts. Yes, it is lust I feel. Is that what you wanted to hear from me, Catherine? That's not what I know. Riley then let out a sigh as he fixed Catherine's robes, tying it tight so it wouldn't fall off again. My mother told me that lust is fleeting, and that what women really want is love. But love, in my mother's knowledge, happens instantly, but could develop as long as it wants to take and blossom eternally. Love? And if that is what you wanted to hear, then I apologize. Riley then returned to his seat as he looked to the side. You and I both know that something is mentally wrong with me, Catherine. I do not think I am capable of feeling love. Any nervousness or silliness that circled around Catherine disappeared as she saw the look on Riley's face. He wasn't really expressing anything and still held the completely stoic look that seemed to be his default resting face. It might just be her imagination, but Riley felt lonely. It was almost as if he was fragile and could break at any moment. She thought that Riley was most human when he emits his Dark Day aura, but seeing him like this now, she just could not help but hug him. What are you doing? What exactly was she doing? is what she wanted to ask herself as her arms suddenly wrapped around Riley. The last time she touched him, she was almost choked to death. Realizing this, she quickly pulled herself away, putting up some sort of wind barrier between her and Riley. However, contrary to her expectations, Riley remained sitting. "You are not going to kill me." "Why would I do that?" Because I touched you. You said it in the car yesterday, that no one is allowed to touch you." "You Ray, not just no one, Catherine." "That yes." "You Ray, my first subordinate." Riley let out a sigh. "And it is common for subordinates to feel awed by the presence of their master. I have watched it on TV during a documentary of a country in Asia." Right with the way Riley was talking, it was as if he was saying that Catherine was just a tool, and would one be mad if your screwdriver touches you? Her analogy was somewhat flawed, but it was the only thing she could think of right now. "So it's all right if I touch you again," Catherine then quickly said, her tone a little agitated from the thoughts that she was having. "If that will finally allow you to tell your reports about Megawoman, then you are free to do so." "Fine." Catherine then stomped her way towards Riley, stopping only a foot away from him before slightly crouching on the floor in front of him. "Can I touch your chest then?" "It's fine. I am giving you permission to read my heart." Riley nodded before letting out another hurried sigh. As for Catherine, although she was a bit agitated from the way Riley was treating her, it doesn't mean she wasn't feeling nervous. This was Dark Day, after all. And so, the only thing she could do was take in a small gulp as her hand slowly made its way to Riley's chest. "Are you really only 16 years old?" "I am." "Then Aaron's you technically just a child," Catherine muttered. "How are you capable of doing the things you do?" "Because I have power." "Then why are you doing it? Killing millions of people, torturing heroes on live TV, killing helpless children and elderly." Catherine's voice started to stutter as she remembered all the things that Dark Day has done. How are you able to live with yourself? You have killed millions of people, tortured heroes on live TV, killed defenseless children and elderly. Just how are you able to live with yourself after all the things you've done?" The trembling of Catherine's hand was making enough noise to whisper throughout her entire apartment. If she wasn't making perhaps the most important breakthrough in the entire world, then she would have definitely already let herself faint. In front of her was Riley Ross, Dark Day himself, and she was touching him literally close to his heart without being choked to death. She couldn't help but think if any other superhero other than her had touched him like this, without any hostility. She then slowly looked straight into Riley's blue eyes that almost seemed like the clearest of skies from this distance. She could even feel their breaths mixing with each other. But this did not let her resolution waver, however, as she once again repeated her question. "How can you live with yourself?" "Because I am not dead, Catherine." "I know you know what I am asking. I know you, Ray, just playing dumb, Riley." "You are very brave. I am sure not many would hold that tone towards me." Riley then let out a short breath as he slightly glanced at Catherine, before once again looking to the side. "Very well, since you are my first subordinate, then we should establish a sort of trust with each other. I learned that in a clip I watched." Catherine could not help but take in a nervous gulp. This is it. She truly was going to learn more about Dark Day. "It is exactly because I did what I did that I am alive, Catherine," Riley answered. "If I do not kill or hurt people, then there is no point in me being alive. I was born to be Dark Day." "That is not true. You Ray just ill." Catherine shook her head, "and like any disease, it is treatable. Do you know how many people you could have helped instead with how powerful you are, if you only worked with Megawoman?" "How curious." Megawoman asked me the same before I killed her. Catherine almost retracted her hand there and then, but something inside of her fought back and remained to resist the urge to cry and run away. "Well, I suppose I did not kill her since she is still alive." Riley then placed his hand on his chin, squinting his eyes as if he was deep in thought. "I do wonder how she is recovering right now." Let us talk about that later," Catherine stuttered. Right now. We re-establishing trust, right?" "I suppose." Catherine could not help but let out a long and deep breath as Riley shrugged his shoulders. She was talking about trust, but if Riley knew that she didn't actually have information about her, then wouldn't that make her the bad guy since Riley was answering all of her questions? Wait, no. What kind of dangerous thought is that? She almost screamed in her mind, just because the Riley in front of him right now looked decent, and not the Dark Day she imagined at all. She was being swayed into thinking all sorts of thoughts. "Then to answer your question, then the world would probably be at peace if I used my power to help people. Since you know that, then why kill people? What made you become like this, Riley? What made you become a supervillain? This is something you don't understand, Catherine, and perhaps even I myself do not understand it. Riley then gently grabbed Catherine's hand as he stood up, lifting her with him. This made Catherine slightly flinch and step back, but once again she fought the urge to run away. In the stories I have read and watched, they said that villains all had a reason for what they were doing, that they were heroes in their own stories. Not me. Riley then leaned closer to Catherine. I was born evil. Catherine could not help but slightly lean her head to the side as Riley's warm breath, which smelled like lavender mixed with menthol, wafted across her ear. That's not possible. No one is born evil, Riley. Even the devil was once good. Then is that not because he is not, in truth, truly evil? Riley then leaned back as his eyes once again gazed at Catherine. When did I make my first appearance, Catherine? What? When did I first publicly appear as Darkday? 3 years ago. 4 years ago, I was 12. Catherine did not know whether to be scared or relieved that Riley was capable of smiling from remembering his childhood. I remember it clearly, Riley breathed. I borrowed one of Father's motorcycle helmets, then washed the blood it accumulated. After I was done, I killed my first superhero then, as well as several other citizens. White King was not able to notice. Bernard is quite stupid when it comes to his family, Catherine, but that is not the point of the retelling of my past. Riley shook his head as he once again sat down. And due to him doing so, Catherine stumbled as he was still holding her hand, causing her to fall directly on top of him. And before she could even pull herself away, Riley continued talking. My point is that I wore a mask so that I could freely kill people, Catherine. Not to steal, not to wreak havoc, not to make a statement, but to hurt people. And I killed even before that. What? Catherine completely forgot to pull herself away now, as she just remained frozen still, with Riley's breaths crawling down her neck and all the way to her breasts, causing her to slightly shiver. There's this urge inside of me, Catherine, that is telling me to slit your throat right now. Catherine could not help but slightly cover her neck with her shoulders as Riley's index finger started sliding across it, but I won't do it, because I am in retirement, and you are my subordinate. Thanks, Catherine muttered randomly. The same could not be said about your mother, however. Riley then once again whispered into her ear. So stop seducing me, Catherine. What are you saying? Catherine's heart almost jumped out the same time she did as she quickly leaped away from Riley. Did he know about her plan? But how? Isn't he supposed to be unable to perceive feelings of love? Was that a lie? I am a teacher and you are a student. That is inappropriate. But right now you are Catherine and I am Riley, not even Scarlet Mage and Darkday. Riley then stood up as he slowly made his way towards Catherine. It is quite a brilliant plan, Catherine. Having us both kicked out so that I could no longer hold the other students hostage. You truly are a kind woman. I almost feel sorry for blackmailing you. I am not trying to seduce you. Then I suppose you, Ray, only wearing a loose robe in front of a young man because it's hot. Riley continued to slowly move towards Catherine. Isn't this because of one of your powers? Hearing Catherine's words, Riley could not help but stop in his tracks. One of my powers. Yes, Catherine yelled as she waved her hand while trying to cover herself. You have the power to entrance people. You Ray, bewitching me right now and making me feel like I am falling in love with you. I could think of no better power for someone evil like you. Riley immediately closed his eyes, trying to think if he truly had that kind of power. But no matter how much he scoured his mind, he could not find a semblance of what Catherine was saying. I don't have that kind of power. Riley furrowed his eyebrows. Catherine could even see a hint of discomfort in his face. And even if I do, I would not use it. It's disgusting. Lies. I have no way of proving to you that I do not have that kind of power, Catherine. Then I will be the one to prove it. Catherine then suddenly rushed towards Riley, closing her eyes as she was only a foot away from her. But before she could reach him, she felt herself slowly floating in the air. What are you trying to do? Riley slightly leaned his head in confusion as he looked at Catherine, who had her eyes closed and her lips slightly in a pout. Gee, god damn it, Catherine wriggled in the air as soon as she opened her eyes. Kiss me and prove that you, Ray, not using your powers to bewitch me. Your anxiety is at a very high level right now, Catherine. Riley shook his head as he dropped Catherine on the floor. You are not thinking straight. It seems we should talk about Megawoman's current situation some other time. And no, Catherine screamed as her tears started to fall. Kiss me. Prove to me that you are not using any mind tricks. I do not have the power to make people love me, Catherine, but since you are my first subordinate, and we re-establishing a sort of trust. Then very well. WHHMPH. Catherine Reed discovered her powers at the young age of 3 when she almost drowned in a tub. Her mother had left her to bathe herself since someone knocked on their door, but unknowingly she left the water running. Of course, even then and until now, Catherine never blamed her. She was a single mother who could barely even make ends meet. She never really asked, but it would seem her father died during an accident. Long story short, as soon as her mother remembered that she left the water running, she rushed back to their bathroom, only to find water floating everywhere. The water gushing out from the tap was also flowing up instead of down. Her mother tried to hide the fact from other people first, but as soon as Catherine was able to think for herself, she trained. She used most of her childhood and teenage years to hone her powers, in hopes to help her mother as well as many others like her. Hanging around, friends, dating, she chose not to indulge herself with those even as many approached her. There was only one goal in her mind, and that was to become a superhero. It may sound cliché, but she thought she was given the power to help people, and so she did. And soon, due to her ability to control the elements even as a rookie superhero, she was branded as the Scarlet Mage. Of course, it might have also been to the fact that she wore a red-colored wig. Everything was going smoothly for her. She was able to help people and even managed to imprison some villains. She had also met like-minded people, other superheroes that shared her enthusiasm. But then Dark Day happened. She had faced opponents stronger than her before, but she always manages to win due to the masterful control of her power. But when she faced Dark Day, it was as if all hope was sucked from her. She couldn't remember whether she begged for her life, but she could remember peeing herself from the fact that she knew that Dark Day was not going to spare her after all. She was surrounded by the corpses of several other superheroes already. If it wasn't for Megawoman coming to her rescue, then she would have already truly died. This incident did not make Catherine despair, however, as she even strengthened her efforts to help people, knowing that there was a darkness out there that could not be contained. And now in the mouth of that very same darkness, she was sticking out her tongue. She could feel the darkness slowly wrapping her entire body, her hairs standing on their ends as Riley's tongue wrapped around hers. This could be considered her first kiss, wouldn't it? She knew it was wrong, immoral, inappropriate, illegal, and many more negative words she could think of. But for some reason, feeling Riley's warm lips covering hers, she did not want to let go. So she was right, Riley did have the power to entrance people. But right now, she didn't care as she slowly wrapped her arms around Riley, pulling him closer to her even to the point that her loose robes started to slide across her arms, exposing her ample breasts once more. She feels warm, very warm. The darkness that she thought would be cold had covered her entire body with warmth that was warmest between her legs, as she could feel something trailing down on her skin. A small moan then escaped from her mouth as Riley touched her arms, but it was followed by a small gasp as Riley leaned back his head, pushing himself away from her. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Catherine? Riley then coldly said as he wiped his lips. I do not know what you intended to discover by this, but I assure you, I do not have. And before Riley could finish his words, Catherine once again placed her lips on his. Why, you Ray lying. Why do I feel so warm? I will see you again tomorrow, Catherine. Riley, however, once again pulled his head away, immediately proceeding to walk away. Wait, that's it. Catherine reached for Riley's hand, but she found that she could not do so as if an invisible wall was between them. You are my first subordinate, Catherine. I have read that it is not professional to have sexual relationships amongst colleagues, Riley said as he faced Catherine, but considering it's not in the Academy's handbook. Maybe it's all right. Riley placed his hand on his chin, before grabbing a handbook from his pocket. Catherine, whose breaths were still completely stuttered, could not help but slightly furrow her eyebrows. However, without her knowing, her eyes traveled towards the midsection of Riley's body, just below his waist, and as soon as she noticed a certain bulge extruding from his pants, she quickly took in a short but deep breath. Why you that's? Catherine stuttered as she pointed at the bulge between Riley's legs. Why is it like that? It's natural, Catherine. Riley looked at the direction Catherine was pointing to before shaking his head. I am still human. It would seem that this entire exchange truly has clouded your judgment, making your intellect dropping several numbers. I will see you again tomorrow, Catherine. Wait, you Ray just leaving. I am. Riley then casually walked to the door. I enjoyed this experience, Catherine. Thank you. Take away your enchantment. Set me free, please. I wish I could, Catherine, but I do not have that power. Why'd you Ray lying? Then why am I still feeling this way? That was my first kiss. I see. Congratulations, mine. I was with Megawoman. What? Catherine immediately dropped to the floor and could only watch as Riley casually left his apartment as if nothing happened between them. What S with that? Catherine then whispered as she slowly curled into a ball. Fuck, what S happening to me? I am so stupid, so fucking stupid. She then started hitting her head as tears started to fall from her eyes. She then quickly stood up, running towards the sink in her kitchen. She wanted to throw up. She wanted to wash away Riley's saliva from her mouth. But she couldn't. The only thing she did was touch her lips, reminiscing the events that have just passed. This is wrong. She knew it was wrong. She knew what she was feeling. It was Stockholm Syndrome. She was even starting to look forward to seeing Riley again tomorrow. Mad, she was slowly turning insane. Loud. Number, and instead of her puke, it was her tears that fell on the sink. Why did it have to be me? She then whispered as her whole body began to tremble, her voice starting to become crazed. Loud. And then slowly, her hand reached towards the knife nearest to her. Riley was evil. There was no denying that for her to develop feelings for him was nothing short of disgusting. But even so, her mind and her body seemed to be telling her otherwise. Maybe it was because he was the first of the opposite sex to even be this close to her. Maybe it was just because she had been holding herself back as a woman all these years. There was none other to blame than herself, she thought. But no matter what the reason is, it was leading her to a very dangerous path, a road with dark day. And before she continues to walk on this road, she will end it. Mom, I am sorry, she then whispered as the cold steel of the knife touched her wrist. I am sorry for involving you in this. She knew that if she died, there was a chance that Riley would kill her mother. But even so, she could not risk truly falling in love with him. The things he has done and the things he would do in the future, Catherine did not want to be a part of it. She wanted to be a superhero for as long as she could remember, and she is, and she would die as one. Knock. Riley. But before the knife could slit across her arm, a knocking could be heard from her door, making her completely drop the knife and rush towards it. However, as soon as she opened the door, a mass of white armor completely covered her vision. White King. Scarlet Mage quickly covered her face, as well as her body, as soon as she realized that it wasn't Riley, but instead his father that knocked on her door. I see, White King then nodded as his eyes looked at Scarlet Mage from head to toe. You do not have to worry. I know the identity of each of the superhero in the academy. Catherine. What do you want? Scarlet Mage then quickly rushed to her room, before quickly returning, now fully clothed in her costume. You, Ray, not even trying to hide it. What? Get out. Scarlet Mage was currently not thinking straight. How could she, when the father of the young man he so passionately kissed just moments ago was now staring at her? How was he even here in the first place? She was sure that White King did not get an apartment in the academy. You have a relationship with my son, White King then said as he entered Scarlet Mage's apartment without even slight hesitation. It was Prophet that told me. PR, the headmaster knows. Scarlet Mage then let out a slightly crazed chuckle. Then are they kicking us out? I could understand why. Let me get my clothes. I am very sorry for having a relationship with your son. I know it S&A. And that's been approved. What? My son is a special case, you see, and never once in my life that I would think that he would ever find someone to fall in love with. White King then nodded his head several times as his eyes traveled all across the room. So I am here to tell you that you do not need to worry about anything. Prophet is a close friend. Your relationship with my son has been approved by him. No one will be questioning anything when you Ray together. White King once again nodded with excitement as he winked at Scarlet Mage. Take care of my son, Catherine. Wait, what? And since Riley was just here a few minutes ago, White King then cleared his throat as he once again glanced at the almost bare-skinned Catherine. I see you are taking care of him quite well. Please continue to do so in the future. Wait, no, what are yous? All right, that's all. White King then raised both of his thumbs towards Scarlet Mage before abruptly leaving the apartment. Please use protection. Loud. Are you fucking stupid? It would seem that what Riley told her was right. White King is quite reckless when it comes to his children. And so, with her being left alone once again in her apartment, she once again fell to the ground. And then slowly, instead of tears, her laughs traveled across the room as a crazed smile slowly crawled on her face. What do I do now? And just like that, the first part of Operation, Turn Dark into Light, has completely been neutralized. It's only been the third day since the official start of the school year of Mega Academy. Riley's class, Class 1V, has not even had a normal lecture and has only been doing combat exercises. And yet, it almost felt like it had been a year for her. Meeting Riley, finding out he is Dark Day, her and her mother's life being threatened, being seen almost completely naked by Riley, kissing him, all of these might as well be spanned in a year. But no, it only happened in the span of 2 days. And perhaps the craziest part would be that Mega Academy itself allowed her relationship with Riley, completely making her turn dark into light plan fail miserably before it could even start. But now, all of that is over. Since there was no use in pretending to be a couple with Riley, she was no longer going to lead him on or make any inappropriate advances. Right now, the only role she was going to play was his instructor, nothing less, nothing more. She had also spent the entire evening researching about Megawoman and her whereabouts, asking different colleagues and such, but they all held the same answer: none of them knew. They know she is being kept in a very strict facility by the government somewhere, but knowing their reach, she could be anywhere from America to the Philippines. Heck, she might even be on the moon. And now, without any leads, Scarlet Mage could not help but be slightly anxious as to her next private meeting with Riley. If he knew that she was lying to him and that she didn't really have any information, would he choke her again? Scarlet Mage quickly shook her head off of the thoughts she was having. Choke? Why did she go straight to that conclusion instead of Riley just killing her? This is dangerous. Ms. Scarlet Mage. HM. What are we going to do today? All right, Scarlet Mage quickly stood up from her seat as she realized that all of her students were now right in front of her, and instantly, without knowing it, her eyes found their way towards Riley, who was lazily looking at her with his cold, alluring blue eyes that looked like the clearest of skies. And as soon as their eyes met, Scarlet Mage could not help but quickly look to the side, before clearing her throat and explaining their activity for today. Hero names. And like a bell that woke up each member of the class, all of their eyes turned to look at Scarlet Mage. All superheroes have it, our whole identity is based around it. But rarely do we get to choose our own names. Scarlet Mage then walked around the stage as she looked at the excited faces of her students. Mine was chosen by the masses, Scarlet Mage. The students started to cheer upon hearing her name. Scarlet Mage, however, shook her head with a sigh. That wasn't actually the name I wanted for myself. I wanted to be Shinebright. PFT, the sound of Gary's snort quickly echoed throughout the room, causing some sort of domino effect that made the other students also let out a small and tiny chuckle, but still, they all tried to cover their mouths so as to not disrespect their advisor. Sylvie quickly shushed, her eyes traveling all around the class as she tried to stop them from laughing. However, in truth, she too was trying her best not to let out a snicker. Perhaps the only one that didn't have a reaction to hearing this was Riley, who seemed to even be nodding his head in agreement. It is fine to laugh, Scarlet Mage then shook her head as she let out a smile. I know how lucky I am that I didn't go through with the name, or else I would be greeting all of you with Shinebright every day. PFT, Gary couldn't help it anymore as he slammed his palm several times on his desk as he burst out in laughter. This time, however, he was the only one that laughed as the rest of his classmates stared at him. Who even laughs at that kind of joke? But as soon as they remembered Gary's actions yesterday, most of them quickly came to the conclusion that he was just crazy. In fact, one could even say that Riley was now starting to look like the normal one between the two. One might call him cool. As a matter of fact, Riley saved some of them yesterday. If it wasn't for him blocking Gary's heat vision, then the ones directly in its path would have surely been injured or dead. They should probably find a chance to thank him soon. Alright, that's actually all I am here to discuss for today. Scarlet Mage then suddenly picked up her things from her desk. You can wait here or come back in 2 hours, but Spectacular Mustache Man would be the one supervising the name selections. I suggest you start drafting names now. Dismiss. And without even waiting for any questions, Scarlet Mage quickly took off. That was abrupt. Sylvie could not help but comment as soon as Scarlet Mage left the room. This is looking more and more like a battle school, isn't it, Riley? It sure is. The one that answered Sylvie, however, was not Riley, but instead one of the members of the telekinetic group, Bella. Especially in your perspective, Ms. Sevelivna, she said as she stood directly in front of Sylvie's desk. I heard you sent the people challenging you into a duel to the clinics again yesterday. You are the one that fainted during the exercise yesterday. Sylvie tilted her head as she tried to remember the name of the boyish girl in front of her. Ms. Bella, isn't it? Please forget that memory. Bella chuckled awkwardly. But yes, the name S. Bella. But you can just call me Belle. I am also Riley's friend. None of you are my friends, Riley quickly said. Oof, cold, Bella sniffled, and I also heard what you did when I was unconscious. My brother ended up winning in our group, but we both know if you were there, things would be very different. I hear my beautiful name being slandered, and as soon as he was mentioned, Ben danced his way towards their location, stopping right in front of Riley's desk, and because of that, my dear sister, I will not be sharing you my 1,000 mega points. What? Not fair, that should have been mine in the first place. Bella quickly stretched her hands towards Ben, however, quickly dodged all of her strikes. They are quite a chaotic bunch, aren't they? Sylvie leaned closer towards Riley. They are, Riley nodded. It's as if my sister was split into two people, then sprinkled with a little Gary on top. That's a weird way of putting it, Sylvie muttered before glancing at Gary, but quickly avoiding his eyes as soon as he looked at her. Gary also didn't do anything, as he just sat quietly in his seat. The two really had not gotten the chance to talk yet about the incident that happened yesterday, and with Riley sitting in between them, that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Shouldn't we be talking about what our hero names would be? He then joined in on the conversation, before letting out an awkward chuckle. What about Micro Man for you, my dear berserker? Ben covered his mouth before letting out a burst of somewhat coquettish laughter. As for me, I have already thought of my superhero name even before enrolling here. I want my name to be Wolframteen. Bella pushed her brother away as she crossed her arms. I shall be known as Wolframteen, inspired by the strongest metal known to men. There isn't even an ounce of romance in that name. Sylvie could only turn her head from side to side as the twins in front of her started to argue, but a superhero name Sylvie has not really thought of one. Her powers, along with the members of her group, closely resembled that of Megawoman, but it's not like she could just go with Mega Girl. That doesn't sound too nice, Sylvie thought as she leaned back on her seat. Let us think about this later. Bella then slammed her palms on Sylvie's desk, causing her to slightly flinch in surprise. We have 2 hours left until the exam anyway. Let us go buy some things with the points that my brother got yesterday. What? Why me's? Shouldn't it be Sylvie here treating us? What are you, a leech? Bella quickly smacked Ben on the head. Can't you see she's trying hard not to spend any of her points? What? Why? Ben squinted his eyes as he looked at Sylvie from head to toe. What's the use of your unlimited points if you, not using it? It is such a crime not to indulge yourself in the wonders of free things. Because a superhero would never take advantage of his or her status. And out of nowhere, Sylvie suddenly stood up from her seat as she faced not only Ben, but also the rest of the class. The unlimited points that I have are not for me to abuse, but to protect. I hold unlimited points because right now, I am the top student, and being the one closest to being the next Megawoman is not just based on strength, but also the will to do what is right. Sylvie continued her impromptu speech. I am sure that once I buy all the things that I wanted, the Academy will revoke my title because that's not what superheroes do. Well, I told you so. Bella once again knocked Ben on the head. Even I would do the same as her. But still, as expected of the mega student, suddenly lecturing all of us plebs out of nowhere, she said before letting out a small chuckle. Sorry, realizing what she just did, Sylvie quickly sat back down. Someday she was sure that her competitiveness would get her into trouble, and before she could even lament her sudden outburst, she heard a clap whisper into her ear. She quickly looked towards the direction of the cheer, only to see Gary clapping his hands and smiling at her. I really can beat that, he then said before quietly mouthing an apology towards her. Sylvie, who saw this somewhat sincere action, could only nod her head, and perhaps because of her sudden speech, the whole classroom became quiet. Loud. And surprisingly, it was Riley who broke the silence. Interesting, he muttered as he looked at Sylvie. Everything you said reminded me of Megawoman, Sylvie. Are reallys. Indeed, if there is a name that will fit you the most, I believe it should be Mega Girl. It kind of fits, doesn't it? Gary furrowed his eyebrows, and it wasn't only him. The rest of the class were also nodding their heads in agreement, letting out sighs of approval. And no, Sylvie took in a gulp as a small sweat appeared on her forehead. Starbright seems nice, right? Well, guys. Dark Day, perhaps it was some sort of celestial humor, but like his first subordinate, Riley's supervillain name was also bestowed upon him by another. However, unlike Scarlet Mage, whose name was collectively thought of by the masses, his was given by a single individual. It was 3 months after his first appearance when the media and most of the news outlets in the US were only just starting to get a hold of his deeds from the authorities. The government doesn't generally announce the rise of a new supervillain, not until they were sure that they were truly a threat to the country. Most of the wannabe supervillains mostly just end up as normal criminals apprehended by either the police or the superheroes before they could even cause a miserable chain of events that would warrant them being tagged as a supervillain. This helped minimize the panic of the citizens, as the birth of a new supervillain was not to be taken lightly. Riley has killed a superhero and some civilians during his first appearance, but that was it. After that, all trace of him was gone. Throughout the 3 months, he truly only made an appearance one in each month, and after the last one, the government no longer had a choice but to let their country know of his existence. Riley massacred 1,000 people who were just casually going on about their days and strolling inside a mall. The media knew of this incident, but had no idea who was responsible for it after all. It wasn't until everyone inside the mall was dead that they knew of what happened. There was only one survivor, Replica Ricky, a superhero who was able to make copies of himself. He described the perpetrator as an individual wearing fully clad in black and wearing a somewhat oversized jet black helmet. And as soon as the government got wind of this description, they finally announced Riley's existence. Replica Ricky told the government that he was able to deeply wound the new supervillain, catching him off guard at the very last minute. But this didn't seem to faze the villain, as he quickly killed his duplicate afterward. Replica Ricky was sure that if the villain knew that it was only a duplicate he killed, he would have surely hunted him as well. And all of this information was taken in by the government. He was, however, still nameless, only revealed to the media as to how Replica Ricky described him. But with his existence already out there, every up-and-coming superhero wanted to get a piece of him, waiting for the mysterious black-clad supervillain to once again make his appearance. And they did not even have to wait long. With Riley's childlike excitement growing with each day, he could no longer contain his urges to bathe himself in the pained screams of his victims. Immediately a few days after his existence was scattered in the news, he once again made his appearance, this time right in the middle of the city. It was just like any other day until multiple buses filled with people started hovering in the air, covering a part of the city in shadows. It was just like any other day until the buses started shooting down from the sky. The fires, the screams, the dust that covered that, suddenly the eyes of the people all combining to create an orchestra of chaos. It was music to Riley's ears, almost causing his body, which might have been undergoing puberty at that time, to shiver in delight. The response of the police and the superhero were swift, arriving at the scene not even a quarter of an hour after the buses had fallen. However, one might consider them still too late, as hundreds of people had already died. One of the reinforcements that arrived was Replica Ricky, as he was the only superhero alive that had already encountered Riley. He was with several other superheroes, ready to apprehend and catch this new evil supervillain before he could wreak more havoc. But alas, they were outmatched. With the media recording live through their helicopters, the world was able to see how Riley slaughtered the superheroes, playing with them like dolls as their bodies were twisted beyond recognition. It did not even take half an hour, but Replica Ricky has found himself the only survivor once again. The people already mourned for him as they saw the black-clad individual slowly hovering towards him, but then there was a boom of whistle traveling in the air that made everyone watching through their screens excited. The media held the same sentiment, as they all zoomed in their cameras towards the approaching sound. And there, higher above the skies, a silhouette approached faster than the speed of sound, and yet held a grace as if in a ballet. Megawoman has finally arrived. She stopped right above all the chaos, looking at the destruction that the new supervillain had caused. There were cars buried inside the buildings, children lying lifeless on the ground, darkness caused by all the dust and debris that floated in the air. Her eyes continued to wander as she dropped to the ground, searching for the villain that was responsible for all this mayhem, and yet there was no one. The media also scattered to look for the black-clad villain, but when they pointed their cameras to the ground again, he was no longer to be found. He disappeared along with Replica Ricky. It was right at that moment, when Megawoman stood right on the center, surrounded with nothing but darkness, that everyone realized that a new supervillain had dawned upon them, one that could not be ignored. Megawoman then once again flew to the air, creating a thunderous explosion that cleared out all of the dust once again, allowing the sun to reach the ground and fully revealing the onslaught that had transpired. And as she reached the sky, she stood in front of one of the helicopters and looked directly in front of the camera that one of the people from the media was holding. This is a dark day not only for the people of this city, but for the whole country. This dark day will come again, but I promise all of you I will be there to put an end to it. With a short message, she once again flew away into the skies, leaving the people with a name for the new supervillain Dark Day. In a sort of ironic kind of way, Megawoman was the one who gave birth to the supervillain that would one day be known as the worst of them all. And Megawoman did come whenever Darkday makes an appearance, but their meeting would always be brief, as Darkday immediately disappears as soon as she comes to save the day. Their meetings were plenty, but that is a story for another time. Bro, you all right? Yes. Riley's reminiscing was quickly disrupted as he felt a hand approach him from the side, which he quickly avoided. Good, Gary nodded as he let out a short but deep breath. You just kinda spaced out on us while we were thinking of our superhero names. Anyway, listen to this. Sylvie is Mega Girl, as you named her. I will be the Dragon Monarch because it sounds hella cool. I have also decided on mine. Surprisingly, Bella and her brother were still in front of the group, but I'll keep it a secret until Spectacular Mustache Man arrives. Such a romantic, sister. Then I shall also do the Sam. Mega Girl isn't decided yet. Sylvie suddenly stood up from her seat before Ben could finish his words. Her voice, clearly showing her frustration before sitting back down. This is all your fault, Riley. I think it really suits you, Sylvie. Riley shook his head before taking a glance at Sylvie. You remind me of Megawoman, after all. Everyone here wants to be Megawoman. Of course I would remind you of her. Sylvie crossed her arms as she pouted. Give it up, Sylvie, Gary sighed. Everyone here agrees that. Shut up, I still haven't forgiven you for what you did yesterday. Gary could only let out an awkward chuckle as he once again returned to his seat, dejectedly. I am not going with Mega Girl, Sylvie once again repeated and showed her displeasure. I am sure many others have already thought of it as well. But I think you, Ray, the only one that has the right to use it, Sylvie. Riley once again shook his head. Look, I really appreciate you comparing me to Megawoman, but I am not going to take that name. I see, that is your choice, Sylvie. Riley once again shook his head, this time with a sigh. It's truly such a shame. Especially since you look like her. W what? W what? Sylvie Savlivna's hair was of a golden brown hue, leaning towards more to the gold similar to Megawoman. But other than that and her powers, their similarity stops there. No one has seen Megawoman without the mask that covered the top part of her face fully. Perhaps there were records hundreds of years ago, but it's probably long gone by now. You know, just because we have the same color and powers doesn't mean we look alike. Sylvie I almost traveled throughout the entire classroom. A quarter of this classroom has the same hair color, and there's even one more in my group. But thank you for comparing me to Megawoman. Sylvie then let out a smile, clearly satisfied with Riley's words. After all, to have someone come up to you and say they remind you of your idol, what greater flattery could surpass it? Riley, however, shook his head as he looked Sylvie straight in the eyes. You look like Megawoman. I believe you might even be related to her. What? No. Gary then snickered as he got in between the two. I think Riley is just trying to woo you with flattery. I think our little Riley here has a crush on you. Ooh, shit. W what? I feel betrayed. I thought we had something, dear Riley. Ben then gently laid down on Sylvie and Riley's desk, placing the back of his hand on his forehead as he let out a jesting cry. He was, however, quickly pulled away by his sister. Dude, stop, you Ray, embarrassing us in front of the elites, Bella muttered before smirking towards Riley. Nice one, Riley. First the instructor and now the mega student. If only I had the same luck with women. Gary, Ben, and Bella all started laughing as they all seemed to be harmonizing with each other. Sylvie, on the other hand, was as red as a tomato as she covered her entire face. Wait, is that it? Are you trying to woo me, Riley? She then stuttered. I thought you liked Scarlet Mage. Wait, I don't know what to do. Sylvie then started looking all over the face, clearly bothered and frenzied by Gary's sudden revelation. Seeing this, Gary and the others completely stopped laughing as they all stared at Sylvie as if she was some lost cat. I am not trying to woo you, Sylvie. Riley quickly shook his head. I only stated facts. Why you, Ray, clearly lying? That would mean you, V also seen Megawoman's face. I suppose that is what it entails, is it not? Riley then placed his hand on his chin. Hey, Sylvie, relax. Gary then raised both his hands as he let out a weak chuckle. We were just kidding. We all know Loverboy here has the hots for Scarlet Mage. I don't. Riley once again shook his head. Are you okay, Sylvie? Noticing that Sylvie's breath still had no signs of calming down, Bella carefully placed her hand on Sylvie's shoulder to console her. This raging laser boy is right. We Ray only joking. There's no need to overreact. All right, sorry. With everyone looking at her, Sylvie slowly started to tame her crazed breaths as she sat back down. And with a slight wince, she covered her head in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. I don't really socialize with people that much, Sylvie's muffled words then whispered to Riley in the other's ears. I am sorry for losing my cool. Well, that means you ray human like the rest of us. Bella raised her thumbs as she patted Sylvie's shoulder. Look at the raging laser boy. He almost lasered everyone in the class because he wanted to win. I thought you were unconscious when that happened. If my brother saw it, then I know it. Bella then smirked at Gary. I bet I would have probably destroyed you did something like that to me. Oh ho, Gary let out an amused smile. Wanna bet then? Jesus, guys. However, before anything could happen between the two, Ben stood between them and pushed them away from each other. Stop oozing too much testosterone. You ray ruining my makeup. Wait, did you use my makeup again? No, Ben whispered before suddenly running away. I told you not to use my things. Bella's screams reverberated throughout the entire class as she quickly chased after Ben, who was heading about to leave the room. Lesbians shouldn't be wearing makeup anyway, was Ben's fleeting words before he disappeared into the hallways. Such discrimination will not be tolerated, was Bella's fleeting words as she continued to chase her brother. That's quite a pair. Gary once again let out an awkward chuckle as he watched as the two disappear from the classroom. So we still have an hour left before Spectacular Mustache Man arrives. Want to go to the mall again? I'd rather not. Sylvie lifted her head from her desk as she shook her head. The students from the other class would surely challenge me again. I don't want to deal with that while the classes are still ongoing. She then leaned back on her desk as she let out a long and deep sigh. I feel you, Gary said as he had actually also been challenged once. Talk about a flawed system, right? You ray the one getting disturbed, but you have to pay 100 mega points if you refuse. No, it's perfect. Sylvie shook her head. It lets the academy know the true colors of their students. There's something like that. Not only Gary, but the rest of them slowly started to lean their heads closer to Sylvie as soon as they heard her words. I believe our performance in class is not enough for us to be considered a good student. We, Ray, not just trying to become a part of the society here, but be a model for the citizens to look up to. Sylvie crossed her arms, giving me, the top student, unlimited funds to buy whatever I want, allowing the students to duel for money. I think all of our actions here are being graded in some way. You think so? Gary could not help but take in a huge gulp. So my mess yesterday has probably merited you a negative grade. Sylvie then let out a wide smirk. That's what you get for being too greedy. Fuck me. Gary then slowly stepped back to his seat, lifelessly falling on it as all of his breaths left his entire body. Riley, on the other hand, slightly moved his seat away from Gary. After all, he was not a homosexual. This minute gesture, however, seemed to have been misunderstood by Sylvie as she once again could not help but freeze up from Riley moving closer to her. Are you sure you are not trying to court me? Sylvie then muttered as her face once again became a tomato. No, Riley quickly shook his head. Seeing this, Sylvie could finally let out a breath of relief, but also a slight disappointment. You are my sister's friend, Sylvie, Riley then followed. Letting you fall in love with a monster is the worst that I could do. Bro, we know you ray edgy. Gary, who was previously thinking about his whole existence, could not help but quietly mutter as he turned his head towards Riley, but this is just sad edge. You ray not a monster, Riley. Sylvie once again stood up from her seat as she raised her voice. You ray not a monster, you ray our friend, okay? Yeah, mans, you can be autistic all you want, but never be a downer. I don't think that's appropriate advice. You know what's appropriate advice, though? Gary then knocked on his desk several times, drumming it to a tempo. Edgelord Riley's superhero name, A. No, Sylvie slammed her palm on her desk. Since he chose my superhero name, I feel it's just right that I pick his name. Oh ho, so you ray embracing Mega Girl. That res. So pray tell, Mega Girl, Gary breathed, what name dost thou picketh for our dear Riley? After releasing a short but harmonious hum, Sylvie suddenly went quiet as she placed her hand on her chin, taking small glances towards Riley from time to time. But finally, after a few seconds, she raised a finger and stood up. Aha, she bellowed, I think the name BR. Halt, I demand a stoppage in giving names. But before Sylvie could share her wonderful idea, the thick metal door of their classroom slid open, revealing a muscular, but also posh middle-aged man with a groomed mustache. Of course, this was none other than their instructor for the day, and the one that will be handling their name, Spectacular Mustache Man. The twins, Ben and Bella, were also behind him, quickly going back to their seats as soon as Spectacular Mustache Man beckoned them to do so. Before you finalize your names, I would like to talk to you about a specific individual, SMM said as he tapped the tablet in his hand, and as he did so, the lights instantly dimmed. And before the students could wonder what was happening, the light that they lost was replaced by the gigantic screen in front of the class. That was. And as soon as the images started to reflect on their eyes, the air was quickly filled by their gasps. This is the individual that I wanted to talk with you about, the man with the most powerful name in the world. SMM raised his voice as he gestured to the screen, a name so feared that people start to run and scream just by hearing it. So while the others were clearly uncomfortable from what they were seeing, Riley, on the other hand, could not help but let out an amused but quiet mutter, because the one currently being presented on the screen right now was none other than him. That isn't that dark day. That's so scary. His costume is on point, though. But why is the instructor showing him to us? The murmurs and whispers of the student continued to fill the entire room with a slight stiffness. Even though it was only an image, they all could not help but feel uncomfortable while looking at it. They all waited for Spectacular Mustache Man to say something, but after showing Dark Day's image on the screen, he became quiet. It wasn't until the student's whispers became weaker that his mustache once again began moving. Dark Day, he then muttered, the approximate number of recorded deaths he has caused, as of today, amounts to almost 15 million, and that is only in the span of 4 years. And now, only Spectacular Mustache Man's voice could be heard lingering in the classroom. The students who were still previously chatting with each other now had all of their mouths shut as their eyes all landed on the floor. Government has not yet released a statement about it, but officially, Dark Day is now statistically the deadliest creature on Earth, remotely followed by mosquitoes. Spectacular Mustache Man firmly said as his mustache began moving like it had a life of its own. He is also the villain who has killed the most superheroes, with most being tortured on camera, but they are the lucky ones, because some are still MIA, presumably kidnapped by Dark Day. One could only think what he is doing with them. What? The class still remained quiet. As for the individual in question himself, Riley was intensely listening to SMM's every word. Most of you probably do not know this, but Dark Day is currently also the only living person on the planet that has been deprived of human rights, because everyone else in the same situation is dead. We have taught you to neutralize your opponent as much as possible in the academy, but that does not cover Dark Day. He is to be killed whenever possible. So, Riley muttered. To hear all of this information regarding him, Riley could not help but feel amused. One might even say he was a little shy. He didn't do the things he did for recognition, but to think the world was this interested in him was sort of exciting to hear. Now I have a question for all of you. Spectacular Mustache Man then let out a long and deep breath as he looked the students in front of him straight in the eyes. Do any of you know what the name Dark Day was associated with before it belonged to Dark Day? What? Once again, the room started to be filled with confusion as SMM's question reached their ears. What was Dark Day before Dark Day? What kind of question was that? Most of them thought. However, after a few seconds of muddled whispers, one of the students stood up. Aha, it was Danny, the student that was able to stretch his body and was almost killed by Riley on the first day. Dark Day was a famous band, he then bellowed. Exactly. Spectacular Mustache Man's mustache started to vibrate as he pointed his finger towards Danny. Dark Day was a world-renowned rock band formed in California back in the 90s. But because of Dark Day, they were forced to change their name. Do you know what this means? Well, your names can be taken from you. Spectacular Mustache Man then started walking around the stage as he once again looked the students in the eyes. No matter how badass, no matter how good, no matter how unique your chosen name is, they can be taken from you. If someone greater, if someone badder, if someone more popular comes along the way that wants your name, I assure you, they will get it. Well, there are many who wanted to claim my superhero name. One even had similar power to mine, able to control and harden his hair, but not one of them succeeded. Do you know why? Spectacular Mustache Man's voice started to rise as he stomped his foot on the floor, his voice causing some of the students' hairs to stand on edge. Because I stood tall, because I proved to the world by my actions that I am the only Spectacular Mustache Man in the world. And then, all of a sudden, most of the students stood up and started clapping their hands, the sound of their cheers almost seeping from the soundproof walls of the academy. They all knew that the academy would have them choose their superhero names early, but who knew that it would actually be this dramatic? One might even say ceremonial. And sure enough, Spectacular Mustache Man's speech inspired all of them, with some even changing the names they have thought of right there and then. The cheering continued on for almost a full minute before SMM raised his hand and started gesturing to the students to calm down. All right, please return to your seats so we can start. You were given a few hours to think of your superhero names, so I assume all of you are ready to present your names in front of the class, SMM said as he walked to the side of the stage. You also need to share why you chose the name. Now, who wants to go fi? Please let me. And before SMM could even finish his words, Sylvie raised her hand and stood up. SMM stroked his mustache before nodding. Of course, the top student wants to go first. I expect nothing less. Proceed. Thank you. Sylvie took in a deep breath, glancing towards Riley before resolutely walking to the stage without even the slightest of hesitation. She then stood there, facing the rest of her class with a small smile on her face. The name I chose for my superhero name is Mega Girl. Spectacular Mustache Man immediately smirked as soon as he heard the name Sylvie chose. Someone from the previous class has chosen that name as well. Not to mention many new superheroes have tried it, but none of them were recognized and accepted by the people. He then said, I do not care, it belongs to me. Sylvie shook her head before once again looking at Riley. A friend told me that I reminded him of Megawoman, and for the sole reason that I do not want to disappoint him, I will do my best to not only deserve that name, but to also someday have the right to be Megawoman. Dem, Gary muttered the collective thought of most of their classmates. Good, Spectacular Mustache Man could not help but let out a robust chuckle as he watched as Sylvie returned to her seat. That is the kind of fire that I want to see in all of you. Now who wants to go next? No one, it would seem, as most of the students in the class just started looking at each other. And you say I am the greedy one. Gary clicked his tongue several times as soon as Sylvie was back on her seat. And wow, you really chose the name Riley gave you. Ha, this is smelling like love AF. And no, didn't you listen to what I said? AF, Riley joined in on the conversation. As foretold, Gary snickered. Lovaboy strikes again. Maybe that should be your superhero name. It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? What don't listen to him? You still haven, heard my proposed name, Sylvie complained. I thought of this new one just now so it might need a little work, but I think the name Silver M. Mega Girl. And once again, before Sylvie could announce the name she wanted for Riley, she was interrupted. However, it wasn't only her that stopped whatever it is they were doing, but the whole class. Even Riley could not help but turn his attention back to the stage. And there, a tall female student, whose long jet black hair almost reached to her knees, stood unwaveringly. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were of a bright purple color, stared glaringly towards Sylvie. Sylvie did not falter, however, as she returned the glare of the female student. If she wasn't mistaken, the female student's name was Tomo Reynolds, the one who came up on top of the elemental group. My superhero name is Mega Girl. Tomo repeated her words. I chose it for the simple fact that I want it. Well, don't they deserve a day where no one causes any trouble? Was now the collective thought of the students of Class 1. My superhero name is Mega Girl. I chose it for the simple fact that I want it. Most of the students were busy sizing each other up, trying to see who would go next after the top student of the academy. And while they were doing that, none of them saw Tomo Reynolds coming up on stage. But if it was just that, then they probably wouldn't be letting out gasps of shock. Sylvie just held a short speech as to why she chose the name Mega Girl. She even announced to everyone here that she would also one day try and be Megawoman. And now, out of nowhere, another student chose the name. This could only mean one thing: Sylvie was directly being challenged for the name. Spectacular Mustache Man had already told them that there were also other students who already chose the name from other classes, but to think there would be someone daring enough to pick it again when the mega student herself already chose it. Oh shit, I feel a disturbance in the force. Gary, who was just previously chatting with Sylvie, could not help but slightly grimace as he looked to the side. Of course, the one that was probably most uncomfortable of them all was Sylvie herself. She wouldn't allow herself to look weak, however, as she quickly returned Tomo's gaze. She was sure she was trying to pick a fight or something, but Tomo's almost expressionless face made it a bit awkward and also confusing. If she really was trying to pick a fight with her, then wouldn't a smug look be better? but Tomo was just staring at her without twitching her eye even a millimeter. Are you sure of that name? Even Spectacular Mustache Man found it hard to follow up, as he only opened his mouth after a few seconds of awkward silence had already preceded the room. No, I changed my mind. And then, out of nowhere, she just shook her head and smiled, causing her almost silk-like black hair to wave smoothly in the air. I will go with Dark Frost. That sounds more like a villain's name, Dosen Tiet. One of the other comments quickly commented on the side, and seeing the slight whisper of hums traveling the air, most of the class agreed. That is because I want to be a villain, Tomo answered without any hesitation. I can manipulate water vapor around me and turn it into ice. That is why I chose Frost. As for Dark, the ice I produce is black in color also. I am a fan of Dark Day. Tomo still held no expressions on her face, not letting her classmates see if she was just kidding or not. But after Spectacular, Mustache Man just presented them how villainous Dark Day is, who would actually have the gall to joke about something like this. Drop out of the academy, a student yelled. You don't belong here. That's right, why are you even here? Because there's no Dark Day Academy, is there? Tomo said before proceeding to walk off the stage, but not before taking another glance at Sylvie and nodding. The students that previously sat beside her were now doing their best to move their chairs as far as they could possibly do without intruding on the other desks. Let us just proceed with the next one. Spectacular Mustache Man was trying his best not to shake his head upon seeing Tomo just casually sitting back on her desk. The students that belong in the potential villain list truly were a colorful bunch, thought. In truth, he was most excited about overseeing this class more than the other classes. After all, it had the top student in it as well as Scarlet Mage's rumored lover. However, most of the students that came next did not really pique his interest that much, except for a few prominent ones. Bella Jackson, who chose the name Black Bell, reasoning that the sound of bells reverberates the human body is made of metal, so it was suited for a metal controller, and not to mention it was just right for her name. Cedric Atkinson, part of the potential villain list as well as the telepath who won in his group, chose the name Hypnos as his specialty was inducing dreams. There was also a funny one from a student named Robert Moore, also part of the potential villain list, able to communicate and manipulate insects, who chose the name General Parasite. Spectacular Mustache Man didn't want to admit it, but Dark Frost, Hypnos, General Parasite. Why does it seem like the majority of the students in the potential villain list had better naming senses than the normal students? Even in the previous class he was in, the students in who were in the potential villain list were debatably the better namer: the Quantum Archer, Shadow Angel, Silver Crow. Spectacular Mustache Man was starting to worry that maybe villains just had better fashion. Even their costumes were arguably better than most of the superheroes. This was a very critical issue. He should probably address this with profit, as well as the government. At all costs, Mega Academy shall reform the students from the potential villain list. And now, with only 3 students left in Class 1V, Spectacular had already lost hope for someone to represent them. Bro, Aaron T, you going? There's only 3 of us left, Gary whispered as he turned to look at the only female student left that had not presented in front of the class. I am saving mine for last because it's cool as hell. I am still thinking, Riley quickly replied. Well, all right then, I might as well. But before Gary could stand up, the remaining female student suddenly blasted her way through the front of the class, causing a weak gale that caused the hair of the students to wave around in a mess. My name is Katrina Collins. This is the first time I am introducing myself to everyone, and as soon as she landed, her enormous bosom immediately bounced, causing most of the male students in the class to either turn their eyes away or widen their eyes for the blessing the world has offered them. Ho, Spectacular Mustache Man's mustache vibrated as soon as the student named Katrina leaped to the stage. Someone with such vigor would surely surpass all expectations, he thought. Their pride as superheroes might be saved just yet. I came second place in the elemental controller group, but I was sadly beaten by Tomo. I was born in a very poor family in the countryside, and my parents died when I was little, leaving me and my 12 other siblings too. Spectacular Mustache Man loudly cleared his throat. Please avoid sharing sensitive information about your outside life. Alright, sorry. Too excited, Katrina let out an awkward but robust laugh. How come this was the first time they were noticing someone as loud as this in the class, were most of the students' thoughts. It's alright, I understand the enthusiasm. Please, I am sure everyone here is excited to hear your name as well. Spectacular Mustache Man smiled and nodded. Yes, Katrina bowed before taking a deep breath and facing her classmates, since I can control wind, the name I chose for myself. Ms. Hurricane Katrina. Sit the fuck down. Eep, Katrina could not help but squeal as Spectacular Mustache Man pointed his finger to her desk with force. Her bosom once again jiggled as the only thing she could do was run back to her seat. That was the last hope of this class, SMM thought. The only ones remaining were a student named Gary Gray, who belongs to the potential villain list, and then Riley Ross, who most likely had a weird name ready for them. We have dragged this on for too long. Gary then roared as he somersaulted his way towards the stage. Tremble, super normies, for the Dragon Monarch has arrived. Gary's eyes then turned red, causing most of the students to flinch and hide at the bottom of their desks. It was only yesterday that Gary almost lasered some of them. They were afraid he was here to finish the job. Savior of the weak, conqueror of the strong, and yet Gary did not seem to mind as he continued to move around the stage. Rising from the ashes of victory, the Dragon Monarch has come to save the day. Loud. It's like I am in the circus. And surprisingly, Riley was the one to break the silence as he clapped his hands several times. Thank you, I will sign the autographs later. Gary gave out a dignified laugh as he bowed several times before finally returning to his seat. He wanted to give a high five to Riley, but he quickly stood up and dodged to the side, and then casually proceeded to walk towards the stage in one swift movement. Wait, Silver Moon. I think Silver Moon has a nice ring to it. And before Riley could even take 3 steps, Sylvie's voice reached his ears. He stopped to take a look at her, blinking his eyes a couple of times before nodding. I like it, it's a nice name, Riley said before stepping on the stage. Spectacular Mustache Man did not fail to hear the name Sylvie mentioned, and finally he thought, there was finally another name superheroes could be proud of, and as soon as Riley stood on the stage, the whole class once again became quiet. Although most of them had not talked to Riley, they knew full well that this mysterious classmate of theirs was hiding unfathomable strength. Those who were indirectly saved by him the other day were even planning on building a fan club for him. Hello everyone, Riley then raised his hand, slightly waving it towards his classmates. My name is Riley Ross, the superhero name I chose. Is Riley Ross, the superhero name I chose. Is Riley Ross. Once again, an awkward silence covered the entire classroom as the students' eyes looked at each other wondering if they all heard the same thing and if they heard it right. But seeing as Riley was already on his way back to his desk, it would seem that truly was the case. Wait, even Spectacular Mustache Man was perplexed. You do know what this activity is all about, right? Yes, choosing our superhero name. But that's just your name. What happened to Silver Moon? SMM was extremely excited when he heard a glimpse of what Riley's superhero name could be, but now he was saying that he was using his own name. It's not for me, Riley shook his head. I would much rather prefer to use my own name. You can SMM also shook his head, causing his long mustache to slightly wave in the air. There are many security risks in using your own name, not to mention your actual full name. I do not mind the risks, they are trivial, Riley said as he once again started walking towards his desk, but halfway through there he paused. And after a few seconds he returned to the front of the stage. I see why you are confused. I did not tell the reason why I chose it. I apologize, fellow classmates and Spectacular Mustache Man. That's not really what. I was initially going to use Silver Moon, as I feel like that would be fair to Sylvie, but when I remembered your simple-minded speech earlier, my mind began to wonder, Riley eloquently said as he slightly turned his head towards SMM. His eyes, however, were looking behind him. You said that names could be stolen. You mentioned that when someone greater comes along with the same name, then they will surely take it from you. Riley continued, my name was bestowed to me by my family. Therefore, I am the only one allowed to use it. Based on statistics, there will always be someone with the same name as you, SMM replied as he brought up his tablet, quickly searching for the name registry in the US. 42 people have the exact same name as you in our country alone, with most of them being women. Most of the students let out their own gasps as they heard SMM's words. Some, however, were curious as to how SMM was able to quickly search that kind of database. It doesn't matter, Riley shook his head, the name will be mine alone in the future. Okay, let us say I like your enthusiasm. SMM let out a short but deep sigh as he approached Riley, and let Say you may not see anything as a threat to your family's security, but what about those who have the same name as you? What if they come for them thinking that they are you? It's simple, Riley said before once again stepping off the stage. I want to wear a mask. Wasn't done with Riley. He was going to ask him if he really does care for his family since they were going to put him at risk, but remembering who his father was, he could probably erase any trace of Riley's existence in the world if he wanted to. Very well, and so could do nothing but give up. The academy did not really give them any strict guidelines with the naming of the students, so it was not like it was against the rules. Now he was starting to understand why Scarlet Mage wanted to put Riley on the potential villain list. He could be quite spontaneous. But still, that Dosen weren't one to be on the list. Perhaps it was just Scarlet Mage's way of denying her feelings to the boy. Truly, truly quite dangerous. Just because he was White King's son, what happened to not giving any students any advantages and favors? If he asked special favors for his son from Prophet, would he also permit it? Most likely not. He was no White King, he thought. As Riley sat back on his seat, Sylvie did not really make any sound or movement. Whether or not she was upset that Riley didn't choose her name in the end was not yet to be determined. Gary, on the other hand, could not help but frown. Shit, man, why didn't I think of that? Gary muttered. I think you could still change your chosen name, Gary, Riley said. PFT and be branded a copycat. No way, man. Dragon Monarch for the win. All right, and as the two were talking, Spectacular Mustache Man clapped his hands, garnering the attention of all the students. Now that all of you have your chosen names, the next step is choosing your own costume. But that would not be until a month from now. The students' excitement was short-lived. Most of them surely thought that they would be designing their costumes now, but to think they would still have to wait. The details about it would be discussed by your supervisor. Now, before I leave, I would like to once again leave you with some parting words, said as he once again walked around the stage. Even more so than your names, it would be your actions that would decide on what kind of hero you will be. One wrong move and your name will forever be tarnished. You could change your name, you could change your costume, you could even change your identity, but what you are deep inside will forever remain with you. Megawoman is currently being cared for right now by the government. I am sure most of you have seen the video. She was returned to us by Darkday in a very critical condition. But still, do you see the citizens talking about it? Do you see people talking about her violent defeat? No, because people remember her as the world's strongest and mightiest hero. Even death can never take that away. Megawoman lives. Do you know where Megawoman is being kept? Spectacular Mustache Man. On S mustache quickly dropped down as his speech was suddenly cut short. Just a few more words and his speech would have been over. But before he could do so, Class 1V's Troublechild Riley rose his hand. Do you know where Megawoman is being kept? Riley once again repeated his question. Is she really being cared for by the government? I don't know. SMM's eyes started twitching. Her location is being kept secure by the government. Now, if no one has any further questions, then I shall take my leave. I believe you still have another class after this. A lot of students raised their hands. However, ignored all of them as he already had enough of dealing with this class. Class 1V's next class was a normal one. Now that the school year truly was starting, it would seem that the first half of the day was reserved for teaching and training them to become superheroes, while the other half was a study in history, general sciences, and law, which, suffice to say, bored most of the students to death. How did they expect them to still have the energy to do other stuff after training? An answer which was quickly answered by their history teacher. Because being a superhero is not your life, he said. Once you take off the mask, you live with the rest of the world as a normal citizen. He mentioned that the lectures were also part of their training, teaching them how to balance their life as a superhero, as well as a normal citizen. Of course, some of them still had qualms about their situation, but most of them understood what the teacher was saying. But still, it didn't change the fact that it was indeed boring. And so as soon as the bell rang, they could not help but rejoice that their suffering was over. There were, however, 3 people in the front that remained seated at their desks. Sylvie has remained quiet all throughout the rest of the class, not even uttering a word. Gary was inherently noisy, but even he could feel the dry awkwardness lingering in the air. Look, Sylvie, you could still change your name if you want to. Gary then let out a long and deep sigh as he stood up from his seat and approached Sylvie. At least apologize to her, man. He then said as he turned his attention to Riley. You are upset, Sylvie. Riley then also stood up. If so, then I apologize. No, I am not. Sylvie suddenly stood up. I like the name you gave me, Riley. And you also said you liked the name I gave you. But I can understand that it wasn't tea for you. I am not upset. Girl, you Ray clearly upset. Gary widened his eyes before letting out another long and deep sigh. Why, Don, we just spend some of that mega student money and let loose for the day. I know a steakhouse near. Let us go. Sylvie stomped away before Gary could even finish his words, but Riley will be the one treating us. Oof, she mad bro. Gary shrugged his shoulders before following Sylvie out of the room. He also wanted to invite Ben and Bella, but they refused as they had something else planned. As for Riley, he remained standing at his desk for a while before proceeding to follow the two out. He only had 100 mega points. How was he even going to treat anyone with that kind of money? Well, the answer was simple. On seriously. When in doubt, turn to your older sister. Although Riley hasn't made contact with her for almost 2 days now, he was sure that she was the one who won in their group activity. You guys invited me just to make me treat all of you. What sort of fuckery is this? Ask your brother. Hannah could only widen her eyes in shock as Sylvie's voice rang through her ears, almost piercing it completely. The four of them were once again at the mall, with her being dragged away by the three as soon as she stepped out of her class. What's up with her? Long story to be talked over steak, Gary giggled. I apologize, sister, but please let me borrow points for now, Riley muttered as he looked his sister straight in the eyes. I will pay it someday. Seriously, what did you do? Does this have something to do with the rumors going around with you and Scarlet Mage? The fuck, bro. Isn't that pedophilia? If this was the other way around, I am sure people would be crying outrage. Yo, it's not about that. Gary quickly got in between the two, but Ray going to talk about that as well over steak. I don't have a lot of time, you know. You seem to have plenty of time, Gary muttered. You were alone when you walked out, so I assume you don't have any friends in your class. I have friends. Oh ho, really? Where are they now, Miss Popular? You fucking bitch. Let's here. Put it on my screen. It's not connected, just walk. In a dark room brightened up only by a set of screens hanging on the wall, a tall shadow moved. The silhouette moved closer to the screen, slightly illuminating its eyes even as the light reflected on them. Their red hue still remained. Are these all of them? The shadow then spoke. I would think so. He hasn't sent us anything else, followed by another shadow nearer to the screen. I see, this is quite a lot, isn't it? Humans are innately evil, after all. Speak for yourself, you midget. What did you say? SHH quiet, I am concentrating. This is truly fascinating to think the Academy would be so kind as to pile us a list of candidates. Are you and Scarlet Mage really together? This talk again, Aaron's you a little too overprotective of your brother. Am I the only one seeing the wrong here? My brother is only turning 17 a few months from now, and Scarlet Mage is like what, in her 30s? I think she's somewhere around 26 or something, should be fine. You should chill, bro. That's pedophilia. Sylvie, weigh in on this. Well, according to the law, the age of consent is. I don't care about the law. A week had passed since the students of Mega Academy chose their superhero name, and other than a few training exercises on how to control and improve the mastery of their powers, most of the happenings in the Academy had been uneventful, some would even say repetitive. What was not so uneventful, however, was the rumor going on around the entire Academy that Riley and Scarlet Mage were together, with some rumors going as far as even saying that they were doing explicit things all over the Academy. This was probably the 5th time that Hannah had opened this topic since a week ago when they were out eating steak, but each time, Riley remained silent, not even moving his mouth whenever they asked him about it. And now, they were once again inside the Korean shaved store. They have been spending a lot of time in the shop since most of the time they were the only customers. There were people entering from time to time, but for some reason, as soon as they get a glimpse of Riley and the group, they quickly leave where they came. I did hear a very hot and spicy rumor. Riley visited the teacher's apartments last week with Scarlet Mage, quite juicy. What, Riley, is that true? Hannah's loud voice once again echoed throughout the empty shop, causing the only staff of the store, Charlotte, to clear her throat as a signal to Hannah for her to lower her voice. Riley was about to put the mango cheesecake-flavored shaved ice in his mouth, but when he saw the 3 sets of eyes glaring at him, to the point that they almost looked like they were about to pop out, he could only place the spoon back on the table and sigh. He read somewhere that it was wrong and rude to talk about your coworker behind their back, and seeing as Scarlet Mage was his subordinate, he had been trying his best to avoid this topic. After all, if he couldn't even manage first and only subordinate, how was he going to afford more? However, it had actually also been a week since he and Scarlet Mage had last talked to each other. He had been waiting on her report about Megawoman, but not once did she approach him. He should have patience. After all, she was his first subordinate, perhaps a certain benefit should be placed on her. But still, since she was doing an unsatisfactory job, perhaps it was also all right to talk about her behind her back, Riley thought as he looked his sister straight in the eyes. Yes, I entered her apartment last week to talk about work, Riley nonchalantly said, before taking a bit of his shavedness, his eyes not looking away from her sister's. Works, Hannah muttered. Oh, when you officiated the activity with her earlier that day. Gary raised a finger. I see that makes sense, while Sylvie slightly nodded her head. No, it doesn't. Hannah once again slammed her palm on the table. Why does it need to be in her apartment? What did you even talk about? Did anything happen between the two of you? I kissed her. Oh shit, and without even any reservations, Gary suddenly leaped out from his seat and started running around the shop, drumming his hands on the table as he did so. Holy fucking shit. He continued to bellow, shouting through the glass window and garnering the attention of the students strolling outside. And as he was hollering and dancing like a monkey, the two girls that were seated at their table remained unmoving, with Sylvie's spoon even dropping to the floor. Wait, I need a few seconds to process this shit, Hannah stuttered as she sat back. You could get expelled for this. Don't tell this to any. And before she could even finish her words, she felt her seat violently move as Sylvie suddenly stood up and rushed towards Gary, covering his mouth before dragging him back to his seat. I agree with Hannah, this is between us, she then whispered after violently throwing Gary beside Riley, but what happened after that then? Sylvie's breaths almost echoed throughout the entire store, her eyes almost as bright as Hannah's flames, as she stared without any restraints towards Riley. And judging by the flushness of her face, which almost resembled a tomato, she really needed an answer. I left. Riley's nonchalant answer, however, quickly broke any anticipation they had. That's it. Nothing happened between the two of you. Did you hit that ass? Gary. What? I'm asking on behalf of everyone. No, Riley once again shook his head. Why would I hit her butt? Who wouldn't want to hit that ass, man? Gary then bellowed. Do you know how lucky you are to even be? Gary. Oh ho, do I sense jealousy in the air, Sylvie. Gary quickly wiggled his pinky fingers as soon as he heard Sylvie's slightly agitated tone. Of course you would be jealous. Scarlet Mage is oozing with the scent of a mature lady, almost like a MILF, really. No, Gary, Scarlet Mage is. MILF. Riley tilted his head. Mother ID like too. By all means, continue that sentence. The ends of Gary's hair all stood on their ends as he heard a very familiar voice coming from behind him. He wanted to run away and hide as a crippling and suffocating pressure slowly crawled through his entire body, but alas, it was too late to do so. The only thing he could do was slowly turn his head, almost to a 180-degree turn, as he looked towards the woman he was just speaking of. Hi, Miss Scarlet Mage, he uttered. We were just talking about how good your lectures are. I see. Although Gary was clearly thinking of something immoral, Scarlet Mage did not really seem to mind, as her voice seemed unfazed, calm even. Her eyes then scanned the four students, before ultimately resting at Riley. Mr. Riley, please come with me, she then said. I have something to discuss with you about tomorrow's class. Very well, Riley quickly nodded as he placed his spoon back inside his pocket. Finally, he thought Scarlet Mage must have information about Megawoman. He was about to stand up, but before he could do so, Hannah beat her to it. Sit back down, Riley, Hannah muttered as she slowly walked in front of Scarlet Mage, staring her straight in the eyes as she did so. You are Riley's elder sister, Scarlet Mage returned Hannah's glare. I need to excuse Riley for a while. I don't know how long it will take, so I suggest you students return to your dorms first and not wait for him. I don't think so, Scarlet Mage. Hannah, calm down. Sylvie also stood up as she quickly got in between the two. Sorry, seeing Hannah violently trying to stomp her way towards her, Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly raise an eyebrow. Don't think we know what's going on between you and my brother, and even with Sylvie pulling her away, Hannah managed to point her finger towards Scarlet Mage. Aaron, you supposed to be a teacher. Why are you having relationships with your students? What? And why Riley? Did you think he's an easy target because he is like that? Aaron, you supposed to be a hero. Oi, Riley, where are you going? Oi. I'll see all of you again tomorrow. And midway through her ramblings, Riley suddenly stood up and started walking out of the shop. Let us go, Scarlet Mage. We've not done. You are very protective of your brother, Aaron Scarlet Mage uttered before Hannah could once again start to protest. Our relationship has actually been approved. What? White approved it, Scarlet Mage said as she turned to leave. If you want to do something about this, then please. Please talk to him. Do you have information about Megawoman? A trivial one. Scarlet Mage now found herself once again alone with Riley, sitting in her car on the mall's underground parking lot. Any information is better than nothing, Scarlet Mage. Riley let out a short but deep breath as a small smile slowly started to appear on his face. Report. I contacted an old friend in the government who owed me a favor. He told me that if Megawoman was being kept somewhere in the country, then we would probably know it with the increase in security, Scarlet Mage said, her tone not changing one bit. And has there been an increase in security? No, Megawoman is probably not in the country, Scarlet Mage quickly replied. Why not just ask your father? If anyone in the world knows where she is, it will probably be him. No, my father is not to be involved in any of this. Your family are a bunch of weirdos. I suppose, Riley nodded. If that is all the information you have, then I shall take my leave. My clone outside is busy taking care of my pets, but as soon as it gets the time, I'll make it help us in our investigation. Well, see you tomorrow, Scarlet Ma. It's hot. Riley was about to step out of the car, but before he could reach the handle, he felt Scarlet Mage grabbing his hand. Then you should have turned on the air conditioner. No, eyes. Feel hot. A weak Scarlet Mage had been trying to meet Riley alone for a week now, since their last spicy encounter. She had done her best in avoiding him watching, surveying from afar what he was going to do if she didn't do anything. She thought that Riley would reach out to her, be angry, or at least be troubled for not updating him, but Riley did nothing, not even a glare, to make her know that he was starting to get impatient. This made her relieved in the first 3 days, but after that she started to feel lonely. Their illicit relationship had been approved by the Academy itself. If there was any greater reason to avoid being alone with Riley, then that was it. Her plan has been completely neutralized. There was no use in her trying to seduce him or play the part, but here she was. It was only supposed to be pretend, but her body seemed to have completely forgotten about it. After 3 days of not meeting with Riley, her body started to feel weak. She found herself unable to sleep, unable to eat, unable to breathe without the memory of Riley's warmth upon her lips. She scoured her contacts just to get an update for Riley so she could talk to him. This was perhaps the greatest of wrongs. She was betraying mankind itself, and she knew it, but her body didn't care. It needs Riley. She needs Riley. She wants to be saved. She could cry out and shout to the world to help her escape from the prison she found herself in. Someone might hear, but by the time that someone tries to rescue her, then it might already be too late. I feel hot. She was already drowning. Someone, anyone, please take me away from here. Please embrace me, Riley. Please, someone help me. I need you inside me. The words that she should say, overpowered by the desires of her heart and her flesh. And as her emotions were in complete chaos, Riley's eyes seemed clear and unburdened. He was about to step out of the car, but was slightly taken aback when Catherine grabbed his hand out of nowhere. The things you are feeling right now. Riley then let go of the door handle before removing Catherine's hand away from his arm, gently placing it back on her lap. I believe it, lust Catherine. It is not your fault, Riley shook his head. I am aware that my aesthetics could be quite alluring to those who fancy young men. Have you ever done it? Even with Riley's ramblings, Catherine did not seem to mind as her stuttered whispers echoed inside her car. Have you ever done it with someone? I believe I have already answered that question before, Catherine. I kissed Megawoman, and then you. Making love. Making love, you mean sexual intercourse. There was a slight change in Riley's voice as he answered Catherine, then no. Why not? I am only turning 17 this year, Catherine. I have only passed the average age of consent in our country, Riley dutifully explained. Right, hearing Riley continue to talk, the urges that built up within Catherine slowly faded and dissipated away. This was a good thing. And also, I do not feel I have the right to create a human life. What? Catherine slightly let out a short but deep breath as she finally felt Riley's heart slightly fluctuate. It may start to sound archaic and even obsessive, but her own heart seems to echo his whenever it beats, so as if the sudden leap of Riley's heart was the most exciting sound in the world. Catherine then slowly turned her eyes towards Riley's face, only to find that the expression in his face reflected his wavering heart. My family shouldn't be harmed, Riley muttered. I already have the guilt of having been adopted by the Ross. I cannot willingly situate another human into that position. Guilt? Catherine could not help but take in another deep breath as Riley's heart continued to beat faster. And you, Ray, adopted. Indeed, Riley nodded. To be related to me is a curse, Catherine. How could I put a defenseless child in the arms of a monster who will continue to bathe this world in blood? Catherine's breaths continued to echo throughout the car. Was she truly hearing these words from Riley? Riley is supposed to be the most heinous and evil supervillain in the world, but now, once again, he seemed to be the most human. Darkday's weakness was his family. She now probably holds the most important information in the world. Operation Turn Dark into Light. Perhaps it still had a chance to flourish. Yes, this was it. A reason for her to continue being with Riley. If she becomes his family, then wouldn't that mean she would become his weakness as well? Even more if they had a child together. What are you doing, Catherine? And just like that, the last string that she was preventing from breaking had finally snapped. The heat that she thought had already faded away returned into her like a giant wave, crushing any thoughts of reason she had. Catherine once again whispered as she suddenly found herself sitting on the floor of her car, her arms seated on Riley's legs as she kneeled in front of him. Her car was small, leaving only a small space for her to fit where she was at. How she got there without her knowing was a mystery. But still, her mind was completely lost as the heat that covered her entire body had completely drowned her. She could feel a sort of tickle in between her tightly closed legs as a certain warmth started to trail on them. And slowly, her hands traveled to Riley's thighs, slowly caressing them as her fingers crawled their way to the zipper of his pants. But before her hands could fully open it up, she felt a sort of resistance stopping them. What are you doing, Catherine? Riley once again repeated as he bound Catherine's hands in the air. I am your subordinate, right? Catherine then whispered, the warmth of her breaths dispersing between Riley's legs. Let me serve you, please. Riley looked to the side as he heard Catherine's words whispering into his ears. I suppose that's true, Riley then said as he removed the invisible chains that bound Catherine's hands. But before we proceed, can I name you? Name me? Catherine looked up as her hands slowly unzipped Riley's pants. What do you mean? Silver Moon, Riley whispered as he gently lifted Catherine's chin and looked her directly in the eyes. A moon that will forever try to lighten the dark day, following it for eternity, not knowing it has already been swallowed by it. Catherine gazed deep into Riley's eyes as his words echoed through her ears. Riley knew. Riley knew what she was doing, and he didn't care. But now, the same could be said to her. It's a good name, she whispered before completely wrapping Riley inside her mouth. Once again, she felt Riley's heart fluctuate as the warmth of her mouth encapsulated all of Riley's manhood. This is extremely wrong, she once again thought, but now she no longer cares. Her tongue began to move, twirling it around Riley's manhood as her head began to bob. She could hear Riley slightly letting out a small whisper of a moan, causing the juice flowing between her legs to gush out like a waterfall. A small gasp then escaped Catherine's mouth as she pulled her head away. She once again turned to look towards Riley, only to see him still looking at her. Riley was truly finally looking at her, his eyes only for her. And as she thought of this, a small smile slowly crawled on her face, adorned by the strings of saliva that still bridged itself on Riley's manhood. Riley, she whispered. Catherine then tried to lift herself up, but found her legs unable to move as all the strength they had left as soon as she felt Riley inside her mouth. She struggled to get up, but couldn't. But after a few more seconds, she felt her whole body being lifted into the air. Riley, she once again whispered as she wrapped her arms around Riley's neck, her legs gently finding their way on the side of his thighs. And once again, she found herself kneeling, but this time, her legs fully opened and on top of Riley's thighs. Riley. Her hand then slowly made its way between her legs, lifting up her skirt before carelessly ripping her underwear. And as soon as she did so, her juices, which were already flowing like a waterfall, burst out, dripping and flowing down on Riley's manhood. The smile on her face widened as Riley's heart once again beat differently. And with a breath, she gently pushed Riley's manhood and placed its tip on the edges of the lips between her legs, slowly opening it up. Yoon, her whole body then began to tremble as she felt Riley's warmth between her legs, and slowly she began to lower her body. Her toes curled as the warmth between her legs began to intensify. She wanted to close her eyes, but did not want to miss any moment of Riley's eyes staring at her. And so, instead, she pushed Riley's hair to the side, fully grabbing it with both her hands as her body fully began to drop. And then, a scream escaped from her mouth as she felt Riley deep inside of her. Her jaw began to tremble as her eyes remained looking deep into Riley's soul. Riley Silver Moon then once again whispered as her waist began moving, "I think I have fallen in love with you, Silver Moon, a moon that will forever try to lighten the dark day, following it for eternity, not knowing it has already been swallowed by it. God fucking damn it. Civilians died again. That's because they, Ray blocking the way. Cars, debris, a cloud of dust, scattered everywhere, surrounded by a collection of buildings that seemed to be serving as their perimeter, and right in the middle of it was Gary, surrounded by a dozen bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. As for Scarlet Mage and the other students, they were currently watching from above, not in some kind of aircraft, but in a room that was disguised as a cloud in the sky. Yes, they were still inside the academy deep underground in one of its colossal training halls. Most of the students were shocked that the academy still went deeper into the ground, as anything beneath the surface was no longer drawn on the map provided for them. But if it had a room like this capable of storing its own tiny city, then they could only wonder just how huge the underground is. Zell, let me go again. Then go back to your starting position, Dragon Monarch. Scarlet Mage's frustrated sighs could be heard by the students. They were used to their advisor being strict and somewhat moody, but for some reason, for the past few days, even when she was clearly annoyed, she would always smile as soon as she faced her students. It has been a week since Scarlet Mage and Riley's heated discussion, and the two had not met alone even once. But still now, Scarlet Mage did not mind. Unlike before when she felt some sort of poison building up inside her, everything seems clearer now. She no longer finds herself staring in the dark, longing for something that she knew is never meant to be. They haven't met alone for a week, yes, but it was completely different now. Riley was looking at her. He was looking at her without any reservations. Riley had trouble looking people in the eyes, but not hers, not anymore, and this was enough. This meant that in some way, Riley trusts her. Scarlet Mage then walked towards the corner of the room they were in, with a wall filled with screens that showed parts of the training hall beneath them. Of course, as she walked past the students, her eyes instinctively landed at Riley, who immediately nodded at her as their eyes met. Scarlet Mage quickly smiled upon the act. It was as if the two had their own language that only they could understand. "I am restarting the scenario, Dragon Monarch," Scarlet Mage then said as she placed her hand on one of the screens. "Are you ready?" "The Dragon Monarch is always ready. Right, last chance. If you kill another civilian, no points for you, you got it. Let us do this shit." Hearing Gary's loud voice piercing through the intercom, Scarlet Mage could not help but once again sigh before tapping something on the screen, and as soon as she did so, the scenery beneath them instantly changed. The dust that covered the entire mini-city gone. The cars that were scattered everywhere turned into some sort of metal boxes, as well as the debris. The buildings that served as a perimeter were now also just a towering block of metal. Perhaps the most noticeable of all were the dozens of bodies scattered on the ground. They all stood up. Their previous lifelike bodies, now turned into mannequins, moved on their own. The training hall was some sort of augmented reality, almost perfected a technology that has not yet been developed this far in the outside world. The students were in on the first time they saw this. Riley, however, had a slight frown on his face. Once again, the academy showcased a technology ahead of everything else. Even the mannequins, the robots that could move on their own without any external support, wasn't something that the outside world had access to. Could Megawoman have shared knowledge of her world with the government? But since the academy had most probably been built for years now, then that would mean she would have had to tell them a long time ago. But Megawoman has a great dislike for the government, so that was next to impossible. Could they be doing something to her right now, when she was vulnerable? No, the timeline doesn't match. Perhaps the time for Riley B to do something is soon to come, but for now, he should focus on his retirement, he thought as he looked out the window to watch Gary. The scenery below once again regained its color, turning the city of metal into the city full of life it was just minutes ago. See Moan Dragon Monarch, you could do this. I believe in you. Well, the students all looked at each other as they could hear Gary whispering to himself through the speakers. Most of them could not help, but once it was a good thing that none of them volunteered to be first. If not, they wouldn't have known that everything they do in the training hall could be heard and seen by everyone else. Gary's breaths then whispered into their ears as he continued to hype himself up. In front of him were 12 lifelike robots. 8 civilians were scattered in a circle, seemingly watching from the side as some sort of situation was happening in the middle. There were 3 offenders, with one of them being a supervillain. As for the last robot, she was a hostage that was being held by the supposed supervillain as the 2 other offenders guarded them. Haha, let us go if you want the blood of the innocent in your hands. Shut the fuck up, man. Just how many times? Gary muttered frustratingly as he looked at the supervillain grabbing the hostage. He then looked around him, only to see the 8 civilians surrounding them with their phones up, seemingly taking a video of the situation. God damn it, all of you go away. Why the heck is this so realistic? Gary had already failed twice, with accidentally harming the civilians being the reason for both. Suffice to say, he was at his wit's end. On his first try, he was successful in quickly dealing with the 2 non-super offenders. However, as he did so, the supervillain acted and was about to kill the hostage, and so, in panic, Gary released his heat vision, hitting the hostage. In his second try, he tried to rescue the hostage as fast as possible, rushing towards the supervillain and snapping its neck. Of course, this would mean a minus in points, but he didn't care. He then grabbed the hostage away, but as he did so, the 2 non-supers started shooting at him. He was able to dispatch the non-supers, but not before they killed most of the bystanders. And now, in his last attempt, he was going to try something he had never done before: stealth. He was now hiding in one of the bystanders, trying to get into position behind the villains. It's the Dragon Monarch. What? And before Gary could even finish his words, the sound of guns being unloaded thundered throughout the simulated city. What was that, Scarlet Mage? Gary then roared as soon as the parade of bullets was over. You failed, was Scarlet Mage's response, as the city once again lost its life and color. But that wasn't fair, one of the civilians ratted me out. You a loud and extroverted superhero, Gary. Of course, they would recognize you. Return to the elevator and come back up. Gary seemed to be complaining more, but Scarlet Mage had already turned off the speakers in the room. And finally, after a few more minutes of dancing around like a monkey, Gary got tired and returned to the control room. Don't be so down, Gary. It was a nice attempt. I think I would fail as well in your scenario. Why does it sound like you, Ray, mocking me instead? What? Not at all. Sylvie immediately shook her head as she tried her best to console Gary. Good work, Gary. Thank you, Ryle. Wait, what do you mean, good work? I killed civilians, bro. Yes, their screams were. Who is going next? Before Riley could finish whatever it was he was going to say, Scarlet Mage's voice reverberated throughout the entire room, causing all of the students to slightly flinch in shock. Me. Their shock was only momentarily, however, as Bella immediately stepped forward while waving her hand up. All right, you can step on the elevator as soon as you ready. You only get 3 tries, so I suggest you do your best, Black Belle, Scarlet Mage said as she turned her attention back to the screens on the wall, swiping her hands on it until Bella's profile came up. This should be easy, see you weaklings later. Bella cracked her knuckles as she stepped on the elevator. She had already thought of a dozen scenarios while Gary doing the simulation, and since her powers were manipulating and controlling metals, the city scenario was basically her playground. Bella then began stretching on the elevator as she waited for them to land on the ground, and finally, after a few more seconds, the door opened up. Let us do what, however, what welcomed her was not a city filled with buildings and vehicles, but rather a forest that was surrounded by a cliff. The arrangement of the robots was also different, with most of them nowhere to be seen. Where's the city? Bella yelled as she looked up towards the window where the others were watching. The scenario is different from student to student, Black Belle. What about the hostage? I can't tell you, this is your scenario. Black Belle then looked towards the 4 lifelike robots in the middle of the training hall. One was wearing a costume, while the 3 just had bandanas on, holding guns in their hands. They seemed to be guarding some sort of cabin, which most probably held the hostages, Bella thought. She was a bit perplexed at first with the sudden change, but still, she quickly composed herself after a few minutes. There might not be cars or an abundance of metal in her scenario, but in truth, she was surrounded by metal. The trees, the cliffs, maybe even the wooden cabin underneath the hologram was metal. This was her domain. Forget about controlling most of the objects in your surroundings. And midway through her thoughts, Scarlet Mage's voice resounded in the training hall. They are made from some sort of tempered plastic. Wait, what? Bella muttered as she quickly tried to move one of the trees, but found herself unable to do so. And even if they were made of metal, you were not allowed to move them in the first place. You, Ray in a forest, act like it. As soon as the students heard Scarlet Mage's words, they finally understood the true meaning of the exercise. They were told that this was to train them in hostage situations, but now they were realizing there was another purpose. The scenarios were solely tailored for each of them to fail or at least to defy the odds. Failed. Bella Jackson desired superhero name. Black Belle failed. Like Gary, she was given 3 attempts to try and save the hostages. True to her assumption, the hostages were being confined in the wooden cabin, protected by the villains that were outside. What she did not expect, however, was that there were more villains guarding the hostages inside. No matter what she did, some of the hostages would always die shot accidentally or executed by the hostages inside. She tried controlling the guns that the non-supers were holding, but ended up causing the trigger to be pulled, causing mass hysteria as the sound of thunder echoed throughout the forest. At her last attempt, she tried what Gary did: stealth. She tried sneaking from the windows, using whatever metal there was in the cabin to her advantage, even killing one of the villains using a nail. What is a minus point, after all, if she ends up rescuing all of the hostages in the end? But alas, the end did not go as she expected. As soon as the one she killed dropped to the ground, chaos once again erupted inside, causing a barrage of bullets to fly out. She tried to stop them, but some ended up flying towards the hostages as well as towards her. Of course, the bullets were really lethal, and Bella's body was sturdier than that of a normal human, but it was still painful, of course. It was made obvious by her incessant curse that was seeping from the elevator as she was brought up. Her screams, however, were instantly gone as soon as the elevator doors opened up, causing the other students to pretend they didn't hear her yelling all sorts of profanities just seconds before. She was not alone in her woes, however. Gary had already failed, and the ones that followed after her were no better. As most of them already realized, the trials that they were facing were specifically designed for them to fail. Each of them saw how their classmates failed and failed again, even the most noticeable ones, and the ones who came up on top of their respective power categories failed. Bella's brother Ben Jackson, or as he called himself, Metal Arena from the word metal and ballerina, also failed miserably. Unlike her sister, he was placed in a scenario with an abundance of metal, a ship with parts so massive and weighty that he was not able to move anything due to his lack of raw power. He had the right idea at the end by unscrewing some of the bolts and tiny parts hidden deep, but the sheer noise of doing so caught the attention of the villains. Cedric Atkinson Hypnos was put in a position where if he puts any of the villains to sleep, a bomb would go off as a trigger was attached and hanging from their bodies. Tomo Reynolds' Dark Frost scenario was slightly interesting not just for her, but for everybody and especially Riley. She was faced with Darkday, who had held several superheroes hostage. Perhaps she could have done something, perhaps she could not have, but each of her 3 attempts ended up with her just ogling and following Darkday. Probably out of all the students that were in the potential villain list, she was the most far down, probably even a psychopath, Scarlet Mage thought. Mega Girl, are you ready for your final attempt? Why, yes. How is that scenario even fair? I thought mine was hard. I guess things are different if you, Ray the Mega Student LL just remain as an unnamed side character, I guess. And now it was Sylvie's 3rd attempt at her scenario. Her scenario was quite different than most violent, perhaps one could even say brutal. The robot did not have his appearance, but all of the people present knew that the robot floating in the air was supposed to be Darkday again. As for how they knew, 3 vehicles were floating around him: 2 sedans and a school bus, all of which were filled with the rest of the robots, or in this case, civilians. Like all of the scenarios, this was once again a hostage situation. But unlike most of the scenarios of the previous students, where some of them had thought of a solution on how to solve their scenario after they failed the 3 attempts, Sylvie seemed to be a lost cause. At her first attempt, she flew towards the school bus, prioritizing the children, but as she did so, the 2 sedans collided with each other, effectively killing anyone inside. At her second, she went with what everyone was trying to do: stealth. However, as she got inside the bus, the civilians started panicking, pushing each other, so that they would be the first to be rescued by her. This, of course, was quickly noticed by the floating robot villain. And now, in her final attempt, her erratically moving eyes showed the state of her mind completely in chaos as it scoured to think of a solution on how to save all of them. You need to move, Mega Girl. Why yes, she once again repeated as Scarlet Mage's voice reverberated in the hall. The vehicles were almost 4 floors up in the air. If they fell, there could still be a chance that the civilians would survive, as the vehicles would suck up most of the impact. And as soon as the thought came to her mind, her eyes immediately locked on towards the floating mannequin, and with only a blink of hesitation, she screamed and flew towards it. If the robot truly was Darkday, then this was nothing short of a sacrifice, but still, if there was even a sliver of a chance to save the civilians, she would do it. Then no. But alas, halfway through her forceful flight, half a dozen civilians suddenly flew towards her path. Her arm, which was stretched and ready to make contact with the floating villain, instead hit through the civilians. Suffice to say, her fist easily penetrated through the civilians' flesh, and since they were lined up in the air, they were skewered like a barbecue. Then no. The simulation was not real, of course, but still, the holograms were as lifelike as they get. Sylvie looked at the eyes of the civilian in front of her, slowly fading as the blood oozed from its mouth. It only lasted for a second, of course, as Scarlet Mage quickly turned off the holograms, returning the robots to their mannequin-like exterior. Sylvie, however, was still floating in the air staring at the barbecue of mannequins stuck around her arm. That's enough, Sylvie. Come back up, Scarlet Mage then muttered weakly. That part of Sylvie's scenario was not supposed to happen. As their class advisor, she was the one responsible for picking and reviewing each of their scenarios, and that last part was truly not included in that. True, if Sylvie chose to rush towards the floating villain, even if she managed to subdue it, she would have still failed because most of the civilians would have died from the impact, but the civilians blocking her path. That was too traumatic for someone of Sylvie's temperament to handle. Scarlet Mage would never include it. That was something that only a truly heinous supervillain would. As soon as the thought came to her mind, her eyes instinctively landed towards the only one in the room that fits that description to a T, and true enough, there was a weird expression on Riley's face as he stared through the window. Even the others that were in the potential villain list had slight expressions of shock on their faces. Riley, however, had this look of clarity in his eyes as if they were saying that is what exactly would happen if Sylvie charges at Darkday in real life. Sylvie was his sister's friend, and judging by his words and his actions throughout the past week, he was protective of her. So why would he do something like this? Was this some sort of skewed way of making Sylvie learn? With that thought, she was mostly right. Riley could truly see Megawoman through Sylvie, and if there happened to be 2 Megawomen roaming around the world in the future, wouldn't that double the fun he would experience once he comes out of retirement? But of course, her strength and facial similarities alone were not enough for her to become Megawoman. She needed her resolve and determination as well, and getting it is not supposed to be easy. The whole room became quiet as soon as the sound of the elevator whistled in the air, with not even a single one of them looking at Sylvie as she entered the observation room. Sylvie was always filled with this sense of authority and hope, but right now, her eyes were only looking at the floor as she returned to Gary and Riley's side. Hey Megachamp, no need to be so sad, Gary stuttered, his hand waving in the air as it did not know whether to pat Sylvie on the shoulder or not. No one could have cleared that scenario. No one has cleared a scenario so far. Black Bell could have saved most of them, Gary. Shut the fuck up, man. We supposed to be comforting her, Gary quickly hissed at Riley, and that's the point of the scenarios, man. We not supposed to win. Fuck this fucking shit. You alright, Sylv? I killed them. What, they are just robots, dude, Gary breathed out. Just think of bro, where are you going? Don't leave me behind here. Gary could not help but violently gesture to Riley as he saw him suddenly escaping this somewhat awkward situation. I am the only one left, Gary, Riley casually said as he walked towards the elevator doors. It's my turn, he then said as he turned his attention towards Scarlet Mage. Are you ready, Riley Ross? I suppose. Then step on the elevator, Scarlet Mage nodded as she moved to the control unit, swiping her hands until Riley's profile came up. Do your best, but do not overdo it. As you can see, all of your classmates have failed. It is better to learn from the scenario, and I am sorry. The last words of Scarlet Mage were almost a whisper, with no one but herself able to hear it. Thank you for the advice, Scarlet Mage, Riley nodded before getting on the elevator. Most of the students were excited to see his scenario, however. Most of them had also not recovered from the violent end of Sylvie's test. If the mega student herself couldn't pass the exercise, then there truly was no way of passing even for their mysterious and somewhat cool classmate. As for Riley, well, he would lie if he said that he wasn't even just a tiny bit excited about his scenario. Catherine knew his true identity, so whatever she came up with would surely be something distressing. Maybe even a scenario with Megawoman. And as soon as he thought of that, the door of the elevator opened quickly, causing the orange light raising outside to reflect on Riley's bright eyes. Riley curiously stepped outside, looking at a destroyed city surrounded with nothing but fire and ash, and right in the middle of it was a young woman. Our Riley's on sister, with the warm and stinging winds wafting through his face, with the skies that had turned dark due to the flames that raised below, with the red that reflected in his bright blue eyes, with the dust that endlessly flew around him, and even with the shrieking screams that sang through his ears. Riley remained unmoving. On sister, our Riley's. Even with all of the chaos happening around him, Riley's attention was solely on the young woman in front of him. Her hands, her feet, her hair, almost all of Hannah's body was engulfed in blazing flames, revealing only her face, which bled in tears. What are you doing here, Riley? This truly is lifelike. Riley then slowly walked towards Robot Hannah as he looked at her from head to toe. Such technology shouldn't exist, at least not yet, Scarlet Mage. Riley then looked up in the sky, quickly finding the window where Scarlet Mage and the others were watching from. If he did not know beforehand that all of this was a simulation, then it was possible that he would have been fooled that all of this was real, almost as if this technology was a superpower of its own. Was this technology really from Megawoman's world? Or is it possible that there were other alien worlds out there that had already made contact with Earth? Truly, one day, once there were no more screams to sing to his ears on Earth, he would travel to the skies. That was why he said he wanted to be an astronaut when he was asked what he wanted to be. If the humans already produced a soothing melody as they scream, what more could a population from Megawoman's planet? He isn't moving. Of course he wouldn't isn't that his sister. This test really is cruel, using the image of her sister as a hostage. She is not the hostage. Most of the students near Sylvie all turned to look towards her as she finally opened her mouth. She had been keeping quiet after the violent end of her trials, but now her eyes, which were previously filled with doubt and misery, were clear enough to reflect the scenery below. Not a hostage. Hearing Sylvie's words, all of the students once again turned their attention to the training hall, even requesting for Scarlet Mage to raise the volume of the speakers. Have you come here to stop me, brother? And stop you? Riley, who was previously thinking of the wonderful things he could do once he was on Megawoman's planet, quickly turned his attention towards the robot that played the role of his sister. He then turned to look towards the other robot's civilian hostages, who were either trapped in debris or in their cars, surrounded by a blazing fire. Did you do this, Golem Hannah? They forced me, all of them, the people. I tried to be a hero, but they paid me with nothing but contempt. This is quite astonishing. They even got your whiny tendencies, Riley then said as he stretched his hand towards the robot. But as soon as he did so, Robot Hannah waved her hand, summoning a wall of fire that served as a barrier for them not to meet. Stay away from me. You can't stop me anymore, Riley. I will burn this world to the ground. Hearing this, Riley once again turned his head towards the window above, his eyes quickly landing on Scarlet Mage even from afar, and as soon as their eyes met, Scarlet Mage quickly took in a small gulp. She was literally playing with fire in this kind of scenario. She had thought long and hard about the kind of situation that Riley would find difficult, and this is where it led up to. But seeing as Riley still had the composure and nonchalance to find her even in all this chaos, it would seem that it wasn't working, at least not yet. The climax of the scenario had yet to reveal itself. Should she stop this before anything bad actually happens? Is that why Riley was looking at her? Was he telling her that the scenario wasn't working and that she was wasting his time? However, contrary to her expectations, Riley turned his attention back towards Robot Hannah and with a flip of his hand, extinguished not only the fires that blocked his path towards her, but even the armor of flames that engulfed her body. Go home, Hannah, Riley then said as he let out a small but deep sigh. This world will never understand you nor me, and they do not deserve to. And when the time truly does come that the world betrays you, I will. Nuclear babies. Before Riley could finish his words, a voice suddenly roared from behind him, and as soon as he saw who it was, he quickly moved to the side. Listen to that. White King and the other members of the Hope Guild are also behind him. Is this even a test anymore? What the they Ray really going all out with Riley's scenario? I sense some sort of favoritism here. SSH quiet. Isn't T. Riley and Scarlet Mage like together? The students watching from above could not help but look at each other, their whispers almost filling the entire observation room as their eyes did not know which way to look. Nuclear baby, Riley blinked a couple of times as he also looked back and forth between Hannah and White King. Hannah has been refusing to tell Riley and the others what her chosen superhero name was, but to think it would be something as glorious as Nuclear Baby. It suited her, Riley thought as he let out a small smile. But afterward, he turned his focus towards White King, who currently had his weapons drawn towards Hannah. Surrender, Nuclear Baby, or we will be forced to put you down, White King said as the other members of the Hope Guild started surrounding Hannah. The government had already given us strict orders to extinguish you. Please do not let it come to that. Joys. And perhaps the future this is the scenario that Scarlet Mage had given Riley, not of Hannah, but of him. Of course, out of everyone watching the situation below, she was the only one who knew that Hannah was not the only family member present in the simulation, but also his father. The scenario was a mirror with his part being played by Hannah. Of course, Riley was capable of physically hurting his father. That much was evident during the destruction of Toronto, but he didn't kill him. But if he continues down the path he was going, then one day he would have no choice but to do so. This was no longer a trial, but a play that Riley will be forced to participate in. Never, I would burn this place to the ground. Please, Don T, make us do this. Holy fuck, this is intense. Gary could not help but take one step back as he looked at Sylvie, so it's a choice between saving her sister or saving the city. Sylvie nodded as her eyes did not leave the scenario for even a second. She thought that her scenario was brutal and that it showed her the reality of being a superhero, and with the right training, she could one day overcome it. But Riley's scenario, how does one even make a choice like this? The students had a different perspective as to what was happening, but all of their points still held merit. Even if Riley was not who he is, even if he was not Darkday, this scenario would still be one of the hardest to overcome, and that is exactly why Scarlet Mage chose it for him. He deserves only the worst, as well as the best, and since the sound of Riley's heart fluctuating was starting to whisper through her ears, it would seem that it was now working. Riley's breaths were starting to become heavier as he continued to watch the scenario unfold in front of him. He knew and was fully aware that whatever happening in front of him was just a simulation, an illusion. He could easily rescue the hostages if he wanted to. It'll only be a snap of his fingers. But Scarlet Mage's assumption was right. He didn't care about them. There was no use in trying to pretend to pass the test as well since all of his classmates failed it. All of this was just a way to relieve the void that Megawoman has left. But for some reason, seeing White King's trembling hands as he pointed his laser cannon at Hannah, a sort of unexplainable feeling inside of him was starting to boil, even hotter than the blaze of fire that engulfed the city. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. What the an earthquake. It hit strong. The lights in the observation room began to flicker as a sort of wailing reverberated throughout the air. Even those that were above ground, and even the reporters that were waiting outside the academy could feel the trembling. The thick walls that shielded and guarded the rooms and hallways of the academy began scraping at each other, creating a screeching sound that almost deafened everyone underground. However, before the students could completely panic and cover their ears, the trembling of the earth abruptly stopped. It was then followed by the sound of a bell, which garnered everyone's attention as they all looked towards the only direction the familiar sound could come from the elevator. They looked, only to find Riley stepping out from it. I give up, Scarlet Mage, Riley said while raising both his arms. It was an interesting experience, thank you. Why, what did? That was scary. I thought we were going to die. How strong did you guys think that earthquake was? Magnitude 69, maybe. Are you stupid? Before Scarlet Mage could even respond to Riley's words, the students began letting out sighs and gasps of relief. An earthquake? Most definitely not, Scarlet Mage thought. She felt Riley's heart fluctuate stronger than it has before, and if she's right, then the tremble they all felt was his doing. She was trying to find out what Riley would do in the scenario, but how should she even assess that? Is Riley saying that he would destroy the world if anything like that happens? Was that it? Miss Scarlet Mage. Her mind was completely at a loss. Riley was dangerous, she knew that. Riley was statistically the most dangerous creature in the world, and she slept with him. What was she thinking? Was she actually thinking she could tame this kind of beast? Silver Moon. What did you just call me? Scarlet Mage then quickly looked towards Sylvie. Miss Scarlet Mage, Sylvie could not help but slightly step back as Scarlet Mage suddenly turned her head towards her, without even moving her torso even a single bit. All right. And as soon as Scarlet Mage saw the slightly frightened look in Sylvie's eyes, she quickly composed herself. If she didn't get a grasp on her situation, then she would start going crazy, that is, if she wasn't already. Everyone is done with the test, Miss Scarlet Mage. Right, Scarlet Mage then cleared her throat as she walked a few steps back so that all of her students could see her. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all for failing the test, Scarlet Mage then said as her voice started to calm down. As you may have already realized, you were not meant to pass the scenario given to you. It was meticulously designed with the help of some sort of AI, and its purpose was simple: to show you that you can save everyone. It may sound cliché and you might have heard of it 1,000 times before, but it is what it is. Once you start your journey as a superhero, there will be many that you will not be able to save, and it's not all right, but you can do anything about it. That's just how it is. Well, and also, this activity is also to prepare for what's to come 2 weeks from now. All of you will be going out on a field trip outside the academy, wearing a costume of your own design. So, have you received what I sent you guys? In a dimly lit and cold room, Gary was currently seated at a table, his elbows resting, as his eyes glared back and forth towards the other people in the room. I think we need more information before we can move forward and pass it to the boss. The other voice in the darkness whispered through the air, causing Gary to slightly squint his eyes from the disapproving tone it produced. I agree, another voice joined in. I don't think Miss would approve of it. And what about you? What do you think? Gary then turned his eyes to the other silhouette sitting silently beside him. That's ugly. What did ga? And before Gary could finish his words, he couldn't help but close his wide-opened eyes as a flash of light pierced them, the light violent, with seemingly no plan to disappear. And no, has God finally decided to take me for all the sins I have made in this? Is that the voice of an angel? Please Don turn off the lights without permission. Oh, it's just you, Charlie. It's Charlotte, and I rephrase my words, do not turn off the lights at all. Charlotte, the cashier of the Korean shaved ice store, stomped her foot on the ground, slightly causing Gary to stumble as the table he was resting his hand on to lightly quake. This isn't your personal meeting room that you can just use whenever you want. Can I have another mango graham, cashier Charlotte? Okay, what size would that be? But as soon as Riley ordered another batch of his dessert, Charlotte's frown quickly turned into a smile. Large, please. And what about the rest of you? I think I had enough sugar, thank you. Sylvie waved her hand as she let out an awkward chuckle. Same, my sugar levels are way above my liking. Mother would probably beat the hell out of me if she finds out. Hannah, who was sitting beside Sylvie, was looking back and forth between the menu and the already empty cup in front of her face, clearly conflicted. Okay, one large mango graham coming right up. Charlotte then smiled as she turned around, snarling at Gary as she did so. Oh, anyway, Gary then cleared his throat as he once again turned his attention to Riley and the others. I knew you guys were going to say that, so I edited some details to it, he then said as he handed a paper to each of his 3 compatriots. So what do you think of my new costume? It's suspiciously better than before. Did you copy this from someone else? It's good, you should go with this. It's still ugly, Gary. What do you mean it's still ugly? Do you even constructive criticisms, bro? I was taught the compliment sandwich by father. Riley nodded as Charlotte placed his order in front of him. Then I would like to hear that. You don't deserve it, Riley shook his head. W talk to you, brother. Why is he so snarky today? He's usually like that. Hannah scoffed as her hands slowly reached towards Riley's mango graham cup, but before she could touch it, it slightly slid nearer to Riley. Enough about the costumes for now. What do you guys think we will be doing outside? Probably gain some actual real-life experience. Sylvie placed her hand on her chin as she squinted her eyes. Our instructor did say that's what our exercises for the past few days were for. It has been a week since most of the students of the academy had failed the hostage rescue exercise, and since then, they have been doing it every day. Most of them had already passed once or twice, with Sylvie redeeming herself by accomplishing and completing all of it so far. Some, however, were still out of luck, as the scenario was different day by day. Speaking of your instructor, how is she treating Rye? Let us not go there for now. Gary lightly slammed his whole torso on the table before Hannah could continue your words. I feel jealous just thinking about it, Og. What do you mean you Ray jealous? This is pedophilia. I even reported it to the guidance office, but they said their relationship was allowed as some sort of development exercise for Riley. It's allowed. Oh, my heart wanes. I wish I was born on the spectrum as well. I do not see what is so wrong with it. Sylvie let out a small sigh. Riley is at the age of consent and is well within the law to do as he wishes, that is, of course, if he is truly willing and not being coerced into his situation. He is still too young for that old hag. Seriously, am I the only one normal here? Don, you guys watched the docuseries they had on Webflix about this very same situation. Riley, say something here. I swear, I will find a way to tell this to Mother once we ray outside next week. Thank you for always worrying about me, even if it is not needed, sister. But Scarlet Mage is only serving me as my subordinate. There will not be any issue arising from this that you should be concerned about. As slave, Miss Scarlet Mage is your slave. Sylvie, who had previously been pretty calm about their conversation, suddenly stood up from her seat, almost tipping off Riley's mango graham cup. No, she is my subordinate, Sylvie. Riley's words, however, seemed to just fly past her as her face began to redden like the insides of a watermelon. Enough of this talk, Hannah yelled as she covered her ears. I forbid you from seeing that woman again, Riley. That is impossible, sister. She is the advisor in my class. Lug. Hannah once again groaned in frustration as she saw Riley's lack of care. Throughout the years, she was always the one beside Riley. Riley, as is the obvious past, was not easy to take care of as a young child. Even though she was only turning 5 years old then, the memory of Riley coming into their lives was a memory that seemed to have been etched inside her mind. He did not allow others to touch him. Outbursts and other potentially violent behavior usually surfaced whenever he was touched without his permission. She could still remember all the scratches and bite marks she had received as a child. In fact, one of the wounds she got still followed her as a scar, even now as she was taking her first steps to adulthood. She got the scar when she was around 7 years old. Riley had been refusing to take a bath for almost a week back then, causing the whole house to stink like a wet dog drowned in its own pee. No one had been able to touch Riley still, and her parents were too doting to even do anything about the situation, not even a single sermon. And so, the young Hannah decided to take matters into her own hands. She sneaked inside Riley's room one night, went to his private shower room, filled the bucket she was holding with water and splashed him with all of it as Riley was peacefully sleeping on his bed. Riley immediately sat up from his bed, but before he could do anything, Hannah dragged him out of the bed and pulled him by the ankles straight towards the shower room, a feat somewhat easily done thanks to her 2 years of martial arts training with Bernard. However, that didn't take away the fact that she was, in retrospect, still a child. What followed was a scuffle. As soon as she let go of Riley's feet, he immediately bit her foot right beside where an already healing bite mark was peacefully positioned. Hannah didn't hold anything back, as she also bit Riley on the arm even as he stank like a rotten egg left out inside the fridge for 2 weeks. The scuffle continued for almost a full minute until Hannah could no longer bear the pain, causing her arms to immediately burst into flames. But before it could do any damage to Riley, she moved away. But as she did so, however, the flames on her hands shot towards the water heater, causing it to hiss. The two of them had their eyes focused on the quaking water heater, and as soon as it showed signs that it was about to burst, Riley immediately stepped back and turned around. Hannah, however, jumped over him. Riley quickly bit her shoulder in response. Hannah, however, did not do anything as her embrace grew even tighter, and soon, a deafening sound erupted in the air, causing both of their ears to ring. She could not remember if she was crying as the whistling in her ear didn't disappear. What she could remember, however, was the warm feeling flowing from her back. She had never once felt the sensation of heat before in her life, so it was something quite a foreign feeling for her as a 7-year-old child. However, that feeling of warmth was momentary, as what followed after was a shrilling scream that quickly brought back her hearing. It was then that she found out that the warm feeling trailing behind her back was her own blood, her entire back filled with shards of glass and debris, her flesh torn to shreds. But even then, she did not let go of Riley until her mother arrived. Surprisingly, even with the strength of the explosion, besides Hannah's bite marks, Riley was completely unscathed. The next thing that Hannah could remember was waking up in the hospital with the sight of Riley holding her hand. And since then, she became the only person that was allowed to touch him, even to the point that Riley follows her orders when there were chores to be done inside the house. And so, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that she was more of a mother to Riley rather than a sister. Do not be too sad, sister, I left you some. Hannah woke up from reminiscing as Riley slowly pushed his mangogram shaved ice, its contents carefully split in half. If you are worrying that you are being replaced, Don TB, you are still the most important object in my life, sister. What s with that, you shit? Hannah let out a tiny scoff as she immediately grabbed the cup. Thanks, she then softly whispered. Oh man, this moment is even sweeter than dessert. That's true. I wish I had a sibling as well. Sylvie wiped the tear that was threatening to fall from her eye. But whenever I remember your superhero name is Nuclear Baby, it all goes away, Gary then added as he let out a muffled chuckle. W. What's wrong with Nuclear Baby? And so, with life in the school continuing to blossom, the time for the pioneer students of Mega Academy to have their first major exercise had arrived. And even more so being let out of the academy after more than a month of being cooped up inside, the students were more excited that they would finally be able to wear the costume they have painstakingly sketched and designed for 2 whole weeks. Meanwhile, as their excitement grew, those that were hidden in the shadows grew as well. Is everyone present? Yes, Miss Scarlet Mage. All right, please line up and get your costume on the table. You go first. Oh, okay. Sylvie took in a huge gulp as she went to the front of the class. Today was the day they were going outside the academy, and everything seemed just like any other day when she woke up. Scarlet Mage didn't say anything to them the day before, just telling them to come to the class 2 hours earlier than usual. Most of them were confused, of course. They thought that maybe Scarlet Mage forgot that today was a big day for all of them, but as soon as they entered the classroom, they realized they thought wrong. Scarlet Mage was already inside. Beside her was a long table set up on top of the stage, with a number of black boxes, each containing a label on top their name. Some of them almost jumped on the stage and grabbed the box with their name on it, but before they could do so, Scarlet Mage told all of them to sit down and wait until all of them were here. Now the moment has come for them to see the fruit of their labors, a costume of their own design, improved and manufactured by the Academy itself. Sylvie once again took in a gulp as Scarlet Mage handed her her box. She didn't know why, but her hands could not help but tremble. The box was by no means heavy, no, but it felt like the heaviest thing she had ever held in her hands. It might all sound like an exaggeration, but that was truly how she felt at the moment. I look forward to seeing what you designed, Mega Girl. Scarlet Mage smiled as she saw the look of exhilaration on Sylvie's face. Now go to the locker rooms and get dressed. Then go to the academy gates so you can help arrange your classmates once they get there. There should already be a space for our class there. Why yes, thank you. Sylvie nodded repeatedly before she turned around looking at Riley and Gary with a smile on her face before heading out of the room. Afterward, Scarlet Mage called the students one by one alphabetically to get their costumes, and just like with Sylvie, they were told to get dressed and head straight towards the academy gates. Why is your costume too heavy? Because the Dragon Monarch carries the sin of being the mightiest, a sin heaviest of all. Scarlet Mage almost stumbled as Gary grabbed the case from her. She didn't want to admit it, but when she first received her costume, she was more like Gary than any other student so far. She was full of hope and dreams. She didn't even want to become like Megawoman, no. She just wanted to help the people in any way she could. You are meant to help people, Gary, she then said as she looked straight into Gary's eyes. Once you wear that costume, you no longer carry your weight or your sins. You carry the people, never forget that. Gary lightly took in a gulp as he saw Scarlet Mage's gaze, but afterwards, he bowed his head and clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with a renewed resolution. Now go out there. Thank you for the pointers, Sifu Scarlet Mage. The Dragon Monarch will forever remember your guidance as he transcends to immortality and pierces the heavens. Scarlet Mage could only watch as Gary left the room with tears trailing from his eyes, but afterward, she let out a sigh and handed the last case to the last student. Why are you always going last? That's just how it is, Scarlet Mage, Riley said as he grabbed his case from Scarlet Mage. And why is your case so light? It's made from lotus silk, lighter but stronger and much more comforting to the skin than cotton and wool, Riley said as he suddenly opened the case, the white radiance of its content immediately reflecting throughout the room. Do you wish to see me wearing it, Catherine? Call me by my name here. We are alone, no, Riley muttered as he looked around the empty classroom, and I wish for you to be the first to see it as you are my subordinate. Yes. And before Scarlet Mage could finish her words, Riley handed him back the case and started undressing. What are you doing? You are my subordinate, no. I feel it appropriate that you help me get dressed. I feel like you are confusing a subordinate to a servant, Riley. I see, then subordinates Don T help their boss get dressed. Just what kind of movies you know what, never mind. Scarlet Mage then let out a sigh as she looked at her tablet, making sure the room was completely locked before approaching Riley with his case. Riley then loosened his arms, allowing Scarlet Mage to dress him. Scarlet Mage, however, could not help but stare at the contest of the case, looking back and forth between it and Riley. This is... Oh man, so you went with that one, but where's the cape? I removed it, I feel it, add more air resistance whenever I fly. But man oh man, they did such a good job, you look super fucking cool, Sylv. Thanks, you too. Sylvie was wearing a blue skin-tight mask that almost fully covered her face, except for her mouth going down to her chin. It also had an opening for her eyes, with a material soft enough that it flowed along with each of her blink. The mask accentuated her almost golden hair, which was tied up in some sort of red bangle into a ponytail. Most of her suit was of a white, almost porcelain color, and although it was not as skin-tight as her mask, it was still enough to showcase Sylvie's weltoned figure. There was also some sort of padding, or perhaps plates covering her shoulders, featuring the same color as her mask that flowed to her wrist. She also had a blue belt, which didn't really have some sort of use. Her boots were also of a blue color, all accentuated with gold on the edges. But perhaps the most noticeable of all was the golden emblem on her chest, shaped in some sort of a star. And I see you kept the cape. It's made of layers and layers of thin Kevlar, Gary said as he covered himself up with a gray, almost metallic thick cape. His mask was also of a gray tone, covering only the sides of his eyes. As for his suit, perhaps it was better to call it a light armor. He had a black skin-tight suit covering all of his body, covered with multiple plates that made him look more muscular than he already is. And the most noticeable part, it was the words dragon and monarch, each embedded on the plate covering his forearms in some sort of reflective material that will almost blind anyone who stares at it. The costumes of the other students were also unique, but perhaps because there were thousands of them gathered in the academy gate, they all started to look the same, like some sort of superhero convention. Bella Jackson and Ben Jackson were completely covered in some sort of metal armor, with only their eyes exposed. There was one, however, who stood out amongst all of the students, Tomo Reynolds. She was wearing an almost jet black suit, without any other colors adorning her. But most importantly, her head was covered by some sort of motorcycle helmet. A costume that was eerily similar to that of Dark Day, as if it wasn't T for the tag pinned on all of the students' chests featuring their superhero names, then most of the students outside of Class 1V would have probably panicked. So who's the creep? That's Tomo. Apparently, she likes Dark W. What are you wearing, Hannah? The same as everyone else. Sylvie could not help but almost leaped back in shock as Hannah approached them. Like most of the female students, she was clad in a skin-tight suit. Hers was a bright pink color, with hints of black on her hand to her forearms and on her boots. Her black mask was similar to that of Gary's, but covered more of her face as it had some sort of pink ornament that went under the top of her ear. No, but Sylvie's eyes were wide open as she looked at Hannah from head to toe. It was true that besides her choice of color, her costume was more of the normal ones. Well, that would have been the case if it wasn't T for her figure. Due to her strict training since she was a child, Hannah was bountiful in all the right places, her figure almost shaped to perfection. She had a moderate-sized breast. Her large buttocks, however, almost bounced with each of her movements. It's fire-resistant. Hannah did not seem to notice the stares she was getting as she even spun around, fully showing her costume to Sylvie. They said it's even better than the material they used in space rockets whenever they re-entry or some shit. Your mouth doesn't really suit that bright color, Gary said as his eyes found it hard to stray away from Hannah's assets. Wait until I burst into flames. Hannah clicked her tongue. I already tested it earlier and it looked nuclear. It does look really nice on you, Sylvie slightly stuttered as her eyes darted back and forth between Hannah's buttocks and hers. But why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your class? Meh, I asked Teach Nightcrawler permission to leave. They said it was all right since our activity is school-wide anyway, so I might as well join you guys. What about your friends in your class? They'll be fine. Hannah let out an awkward chuckle as she waved her hand. Anyway, where's the blank face? He should be here any minute by now, Gary said as he looked towards the direction where Riley is supposed to come from, and true enough, he was on his way towards them. What the fuck is that? Riley was clad in white, almost reflecting the rays of the sun as his pearl-like coat that reached to his ankles fluttered with even the tiniest bit of wind. The inner layer was some sort of vest, with horizontal stripes of black almost similar to those that people were wearing in prison. As for the innermost layer, it was a black shirt, with the topmost button not clasped. He had on a set of black silk pants, then a sharp pair of brown leather boots. Pair everything of that with his white hair and elf-like pale aesthetics, then he looked like some sort of prince in a fantasy world, or as he said to Scarlet Mage, as she dressed him a mafia boss. "Bro, I think you Ray in the wrong school," Gary said as soon as Riley stood near them. "Why does it feel like you, Ray, going to sign autographs anytime soon?" "Damn it," Hannah then said as she looked at her brother from head to toe. "That looks really familiar. Isn't your outfit from the series we were watching before? You should have told me you were going for that. We could have been twinning right now." "We Ray not twins, sister." That really suits you for some reason, Riley." Sylvie blinked a couple of times as she could not help but touch the soft fabric of Riley's long coat. "But where is your mask?" "Oh," Riley muttered as he grabbed something from the pocket of his vest. "Thank you for reminding me, Sylvie." No, Gary then slightly backed away as he saw what Riley was holding. "Fuck, this moment is cool as fuck," he then muttered as he watched as Riley slowly wore his so-called mask, a pair of sunglasses, the very same pair he had always been wearing whenever Hannah burst into flames. "This texture really is amazing, isn't it? You could use it as casual clothes as well." "The sunglasses, though, didn't expect that?" "Seriously, Riley, this is from Latino Mafia Reborn." Almost an hour had passed since Riley's somewhat grand entrance at the academy gates, and the volume of the students' excitement still had not toned down for even a wink. They were told to wait here until the staff was done securing the outside, which the academy had actually been doing long before the students had gathered. Scarlet Mage and the almost 100 other instructors of different classes were currently gathered together, most likely debriefing each other and reviewing the academy's first school-wide activity. As for Riley and the others, they too were busy talking about their costumes. "One you get copyrighted or some shit with this." Hannah then walked around Riley, checking every detail of his costume. Unbeknownst to her, the male students that were near them were also checking her out. "It's fine, sister." Riley then let out a small sigh. "Mine has a different color combination." "But still." "Oh ho, isn't this our Hannah? Why are you spending time with the other class?" And before Hannah could finish talking with her brother, a group of students from another class suddenly approached their group. "Your classmates." Gary immediately squinted his eyes as he looked at each of the students in the group carefully. "It would seem our class has the better tastes." The group that approached Hannah all had the same costumes, a one-piece suit that covered their body from toe to neck, seemingly made of some sort of latex. They were also wearing the same headgear, a helmet that covered half their face. However, even if they were all wearing the same costume design, they all had their own unique colors. And just by that alone, most of the students who saw them walking had surmised that they were working as a literal team. "We were hearing rumors that you were friends with the mega student." The man in the blue suit then stepped forward, before turning his head towards Sylvie. "I take it this is she." "Are you telling us our class is not a good enough company for you?" A woman in green followed. "This is why no one is talking to you in class. You think you Ray better than all of us." "Oh, so not your friends." Gary then let out a scoff as he took a step forward, once again looking at the group one by one. "What are you anuses supposed to be, a gaming computer?" "What did you say?" The man in the red outfit almost rushed towards Gary, but was stopped by his teammates. "Say that again to my face, you bastard." "What are you anuses supposed to be?" And Gary did just that. He approached the team and looked the man in the red suit straight in the eyes, but this time, little trickles of smoke fumed from Gary's eyes as they turned red. "A fucking gaming computer." So arrogant, the man in the black suit, who had been keeping quiet from behind the team, finally stepped forward as his eyes too turned red. "But for how long?" "You failed to see Mount Tai, little man." Gary then immediately straightened his back as he returned the man's gaze. And due to the difference of their costume, as well as Gary's towering statue, true enough, the man in the black suit did look small, just a small fish in a pond, not knowing it is facing a dragon. The dragon moan. "Gary, enough." All right, I was just kidding." The heat on Gary's eyes then instantly dissipated as soon as Sylvie blocked her with her hand. "They are not worth exchanging pointers with." That's right, run to your master, dog. The man in the red suit then pushed his teammates away as he once again let out a roar. Please calm your team down, blah black defender. Sylvie then slightly stuttered as she read the name of the one that seemed to be the team's leader. Your friend started it, Mega Girl. You chose that name. Truly, I see the arrogance goes with the group. Sylvie did not really respond, only locking her eyes towards Black Defender. Let us go, we ray wasting our time here. This Mega Girl thinks she could reign through the school just because she hasn't T-faced me yet. Black Defender then gestured to his other teammates to follow him, but soon, the academy would know who the true Mega student is. Watch yourselves out there, Red Defender muttered as he raised his middle before going away. Holy shit, man, those are your classmates. No wonder you, Ray, not spending time with them, Gary snorted. You didn't have to provoke them, Gary. Sylvie then let out a sigh, before looking to where Scarlet Mage and the instructors were at and signaling that everything was fine. I've been waiting for a chance to use that line, Gary explained. They acted out straight from the novels I read, I just couldn't resist it. Anyway, what's with that, Hannah? They seem to have it out for you. Well, let us just say my class and I don't really see eye to eye. Hannah then let out a chuckle as she waved her hand at Sylvie. And the ones you met just now were the students who came up on top of the group activity we had last month. They wanted to invite me in their group since I also won. I take it you refused. Obviously, who would want to join those elite, stuck-up motherfuckers? They Ray not bullying you, are they? What? No, PSH. How could they be when I am stronger than all of them? Hannah once again waved her hand. Anyway, when are we going out? Should be any minute now. Miss Scarlet Mage and the others seem to be finished talking. Bro, Riley, why didn't you back us up earlier, man? Riley. Riley then blinked a couple of times as he slightly turned his head towards Gary. I apologize, Gary. I was lost in thought. What are you? And just as Sylvie said it, Scarlet Mage and the other instructors returned to their respective classes. Scarlet Mage immediately noticed Hannah's presence in their class, but it would seem they really did not mind other students joining them, as she just told her students to gather up. All right, listen up. Scarlet Mage then clapped her hands. There will be buses waiting for you outside the gates. Your first task is to get on them. What? How is that even a task? And once a bus gets filled with people, it will immediately leave for the destination of our first major exercise, so I suggest you don't get distracted. But you don't have to worry, there will be enough for all of you. Where are we going, Miss Scarlet Mage? I can't tell you just yet for security reasons, but you would know once you get on the bus. There will be someone there to assist you. Why you, Ray, not coming with us? I will meet all of you there. Scarlet Mage shook her head. Once you get out the gates, most of you will surely panic in separate ways. All right, get in a line and wait for the gates to open. That rest. Suffice to say, most of the students were confused. Scarlet Mage was telling them to organize themselves and form a line, but once they were out, they were bound to separate, just what was waiting for them outside. The students all looked at each other, their whispers and words almost filling the entire air due to their sheer number. But finally, after a few more minutes, a rhythmic thunder started to erupt in the air. The gate was finally opening. The sound of the gates quickly overwhelmed the whispers of the students. Their excitement, however, was reflected by the colossal gates that opened wider and wider, ceaselessly growing. And soon, their eyes were bombarded with flashes of light. Unfortunately, for those who were directly in front of the gate, their eyes were almost blinded. This is. They Ray here, the students are out. And before any of the students could even let out a whisper, roars filled their ears as the people waiting for them outside almost numbered in 1,000, and all were holding and pointing their cameras towards them. Have fun in avoiding the media, kids. Scarlet Mage then let out a small smirk as she turned away. And remember, don't reveal your true identity. Her words slightly stuttered as she met with Riley's eyes, whose superhero name just happened to be his real name. All right, I hope to see all of you there, were Scarlet Mage's parting words as she casually left her students alone. And it wasn't only her, the rest of the instructors did just the same. They are throwing us down to the wolves. Gary took in a small gulp as he slightly squinted his eyes. How are we even going to go through these people? Why don't you laser them like you did during the group activity? Hannah said as she let out a small chuckle. That is a good idea, sister, as expected of you. And I was kidding, what the fuck, bro? Look, the others are already leaving. Sylvie then grabbed the group's attention as she pointed towards the gate. And true enough, most of the students that were in front of the gates were already stepping out. However, due to the onslaught of flashes of light and endless barrage of the media, none of them were able to pass through. Wait. One of the students' masks was even pulled by one of the media people, causing her to cover her face and run back to the end of the line to hide away from the cameras. This isn't this too brutal. Are the instructors not going to do anything? I thought they wanted us to secure our identities. Please get out of the way. Stay away, please Don pull on our masks. The students were screaming and roaring. The people from the media, however, didn't seem to be hearing any of their pleads as their cameras continued to flash and their questions unceasing. How is life inside? Is the government treating you right? How are your living conditions? Why are they only letting you out now? Where are you going? Please, I don't know the answer to any of your kaya. And once again, a student ran to the back as her mask was pulled away. The students all started to panic. If it wasn't for the barrier blocking them away from the press, then they were sure they would have already been the victim of a stampede. There were some students, however, that have already managed to pass through the crowd, or rather, over them. The students that were able to fly, float, or make themselves blend in with the crowd easily managed to get on the buses. Seeing this, some of the students could not help but moan or groan in frustration, thinking how unfair it was that they weren't able to FL. Ha, bitches. Whoa, runs. What's that? A whistling sound then pierced the media's ears as one of the buses behind them started to skid and slide towards the gate, causing most of them to run to the sides to avoid it. What's this? That's right, help me out here. Don't do it, you. LL also moved the barrier. Sylvie then immediately waved her hand towards Bella, who seemed to be the one pulling the bus towards them. LL just lift it up once it gets there. This is reckless. No, it's Genie, and before Bella could finish her words. Oh, sister. She fainted again. Well, should we just go? Gary then said as he moved closer to Riley and the others. I can't fly like the three of you, so carry me. No, Sylvie immediately answered. What, you Ray leaving me behind? No, Sylvie shook her head before looking towards the other students who were running away from the gates. The other students are in distress. I will not stand for this kind of harassment. I will go talk to them. I will go and talk to them. What for? Stop being so nosy and let us just go. Even with the slightly thick long gloves covering her arm, Sylvie could still feel Hannah's slightly warm hand touching her wrist, holding her back from approaching the media flocking outside the gates. No, Sylvie gently removed Hannah's hand as she stepped away. We didn't spend days designing our costumes just for them to treat it like that. As the mega student, I feel like I have some sort of responsibility to tell them off. You don't really need to treat that role so seriously. Hannah could not help but let out a small sigh. The academy didn't even give you a set task for that, right? Even so, Sylvie shook her head. You guys can go ahead if you want to. I'll go talk to them. Seeing Sylvie still walking towards the frenzied crowd, both Hannah and Gary could only shake their heads, slightly vexed from her slightly over-the-top sense of integrity. As for Riley, his eyes still wandered around elsewhere, not even minding all the noise and chaos going on around him as he followed Hannah and the others without any concern. Everyone, please listen. Sylvie then immediately raised her voice as she reached the barricade blocking the media from entering the academy. Outsiders are not allowed inside the academy, so please, if I may ask all of you to step back. And before she could say another word, the mask of the student behind her was snatched away, causing him to bump towards Sylvie, and due to Sylvie's innate durability, the student shoved himself away. And with his hands on the ground, he had no way to hide his face. Stop, please stop. Sylvie immediately blocked him from the cameras, but considering how many flashes of light burned through their eyes before she could do so, there were probably already hundreds of photos of his face. And since he was wearing a costume and a name tag, he would have no choice but to change both. Realizing this, Sylvie could not help but take in a long and deep breath, and after a few seconds, she roared. Enough. Her scream was enough to create a small ripple, blowing away the dust that gathered around her and slightly pushing the reporters near her. The students will talk to you if they want to, but pulling them towards you will only make them scared and run away. Half of the students of the academy are minors. You all should be ashamed of yourselves for treating them like this. Well, with Sylvie's words lingering in the air, the crowd's excited rambles slowly became whispers. Their cameras were also gently pointing down as they all took a good look at Sylvie, their eyes staring at the name tag attached on her chest. Seeing the crowd now quiet, Sylvie could not help but let out a short but deep sigh. "Thank you," she then said. "We still have a school exercise today, but I am sure the academy will allow you to come back law." "Mega Girl, are you related to Megawoman? How many of you are there? How are the living conditions inside? How is it like living with the other superheroes? Wait. What are you learning inside? I heard you accepted everyone that enrolled. Is that true?" "No, I see some costumes are quite revealing. What do you think of the objectification of female superheroes in general?" "Wait, I can't see." Try as she may, Sylvie's words were not getting through. Instead, the crowd seemed to have become even more aggressive, even pushing the barricade as some of them were starting to force themselves in. "No, please, you are not allowed to enter the academy. It is against the rules," Sylvie roared, but alas, her words were no longer being heard. "Let us just leave, Mega Girl. These imbeciles are not worth your time." Hannah then once again grabbed Sylvie's arm, pulling her away from the oncoming horde of reporters. "Riley, you can float Chuny up, right?" "Maybe." "Good, let us get going." Hannah nodded as her feet began to flicker. However, before they could combust, Sylvie once again removed her arm away. "What are you doing?" Hannah once again grabbed Sylvie's arm, but this time she was not even able to budge her. "Mega Girl." Hannah could only furrow her eyes as she saw Sylvie staring at a single reporter who went over the barricade. "Mega Girl, what are you doing? You went over the barricade." Hannah tried to call Sylvie's attention. Sylvie, however, just walked towards the intruding reporter and casually lifted him up by the collars before destroying his camera. "That's against the law," Sylvie then said as she looked the man straight in the eyes. The man was slightly squealing in the air as he tried to remove Sylvie's hand. But alas, for someone like him, Sylvie's grip might as well be an iron cuff. But finally, after a few more seconds, he felt his feet once again touching the ground. He then quickly looked at Sylvie, only to find that he was back on the other side of the barricade with the other reporters. Please," Sylvie then stuttered, the cold tone that previously persisted in her voice just moments ago now completely gone. "Please stay on your line." She then meekly chuckled before bowing her head several times. I truly apologize for breaking your camera." The reporter could only let out a whisper as he slightly took a step back. His fellow reporters near him also pointed down their cameras in fear that it would be destroyed. Thank you for understanding." Sylvie once again bowed her head before returning to Hannah and the others. "What was that all about?" Hannah immediately said as she blinked her eyes a couple of times as Sylvie returned to them. "As someone went over, sorry." Sylvie let out a short but deep sigh as she shook her head, but that seemed to calm them down. "I think we can go now. Let us go, everyone." Sylvie then raised her hand, signaling to the other students that it was safe to cross and get to the buses. Of course, the flashes of light and the endless shuddering clicks in the air still persisted, but not even a hand dared to go over the barricade anymore, even as the students walked near them. "So was I the only one not expecting that?" Gary then said as they watched as Sylvie assisted the other students. "I read a character like her once, it's Before Gary could finish his words, Hannah shook her head as they followed and walked beside Sylvie. "Let's just get this over with. That's not very Megawoman-like, Mega Girl." What?" Sylvie, who was assisting the other students as she too walked towards the bus, could not help but slightly stop in her tracks as she heard Riley's words. "What do you mean?" Megawoman would smile as she warned them, and they would just comply, Riley said with a small sigh, "But it is understandable. Her presence alone is enough to silence everyone. You still have a long way to go, Mega Girl." "All right," Sylvie muttered as she took in a small gulp. I will take that into consideration next time. Thank you, Riley." "Did your brother just smile? She's fond of Megawoman or something." Hannah nonchalantly waved her hand, before pointing towards a slightly empty bus. "That's enough, Mega Girl. Let us go there so we can sit at the back." Hearing her friends calling for her for the nth time, Sylvie finally stopped assisting the other students as the four of them rushed to the almost empty bus. And as they wanted, the seats at the back were vacant. allowing the four of them to comfortably sit there. It took a few minutes before the bus they were in was filled, and seeing as there were no more students approaching the parking, it would seem they have all boarded the buses. Man, even the bus is fortified. That's the government for you, wasting our taxes. The sound of Gary tapping the windows caught the attention of the other students already sitting there, and as if some kind of domino, they also started tapping the windows and all the other parts of the bus, only to realize how thick the walls and panels were. Wait, the people are gone. What? Holy shit, where are they? And then, out of nowhere, the horde of media that made their otherwise short walk completely unbearable was nowhere to be seen, with not even a single soul remaining. All that was left were the barricades, several cameras attached to tripods, as well as a handful of mannequins similar to the ones they could find in the simulation training hall. So there really was no media. But I thought I was getting interviewed. So everyone was a hologram. Close. And as the students started to clamor, a voice could be heard entering the bus. It was a man wearing a green one-piece suit that completely covered his entire body, even his face. On his head, however, was a hat one could find being worn by a bus driver. What you saw just now was an illusion, generously produced by one of the instructors in the academy. The real reporters were asked to take a break in the meantime. Be warned, though, they would be the ones welcoming all of you home once we come back from our little exercise. The man then said as he stepped in front of the students. If anything, more so than villains, they are our number one enemy. They would find ways to drag your name to the ground as long as it gets enough traction. The media are not your friend, please remember that. Also, please wear your designated seatbelts. We will be departing shortly. As for my name, you may just address me as Green Fly. Green Fly then curtsied. A pair of wings silently fluttered behind him. Where are we going, Mr. Green Fly? The instructor said you, be the one to tell us. Straight to the point, I like it. Green Fly then let out a small chuckle as he sat on the driver's seat. Some of you may feel a little uncomfortable with where we, going, but the academy deemed it important that you see and feel it. We going sightseeing, so this is a field trip. Not quite, Green Fly muttered as he fixed the mirrors to see the students behind him. What you, going to see is the aftermath of the Battle of Toronto. The outside world, it feels like it has been years since I last laid upon its beautiful infrastructure. Polluted is what it is, and stop being so dramatic. We've only been gone for like a month, and can you please stop waving? We can't even see the outside anymore. Never. The buses of the academy were now nearing Toronto, and it would seem that a number of the population were aware of their exercise, as there were parts of the road where some civilians were waiting for them from the sidewalks, either taking videos and photos of them, or just waving and wanting to see them. They have been traveling for more than 6 hours now, so most of the students that were previously all hyped up in excitement were either asleep or just quietly talking with their peers. There were a few, however, who still seemed to have all the energy in the world, with one of them being Gary. But an hour after they passed the border, the glass window suddenly dimmed, completely blocking their view of the outside. Gary wanted to open one of the windows to wave to the people, except they couldn't be opened as they were securely embedded on the walls. Man, if only phones are allowed in the academy. This would have been nice to vlog. Gary then let out a sigh as there were no more people to wave to. A vlog, Sylvie then joined in on the conversation as she slightly leaned forward to look at Gary. That's like a video diary, right? Yes, I have like 30 subscribers, Gary snickered. Don T, you have vloggers back in Russia. I think so, Sylvie muttered. I wasn't really allowed to go out much. The first time I was even able to have a phone was when my father and I arrived here 2 years ago, she then said with a small chuckle. Seriously, Hannah could not help but let out a slightly surprised hum as she glanced at Sylvie. So that's why you didn't have any posts in Facelog before 2019. You searched that far. A habit learned from my dad, Hannah said as she burst out in laughter. Know your friends, as he said. You have quite the interesting father. He was also the one who taught you martial arts at a young age, right? 5 years old, Hannah quickly replied as she slightly stretched her legs, causing her muscles to etch out from her suit. You thick af girl. Don T, look, Sylvie quickly pushed Gary's face away, planting it on the bus' unnaturally thick window. I guess we both had strict parents, Sylvie then sighed before letting go of Gary's face. I don't remember much from my childhood, but what I can remember was father always locking me in my room, even for days cuffing me in my bed. Seriously, isn't that abuse? PFT, I think that normal in Russia. I heard they even ride bears there. Anyway, he said it was for my own good, and I can understand why my powers woke up when I was just a baby. What? He didn't say it, and he doesn't need to, but I think I killed my mom. Well, he said she was alive and just left us, but I think he's only protecting me from the truth, Sylvie muttered as she let out a meek and wry chuckle. But yes, enough about the depressing. And before Sylvie could finish her words, Gary suddenly hugged her. It's all right, he then said, his words stuttering as tears started to flow from his eyes. We ray here for you, okay? Loud. And suddenly, from the few moments of awkward silence, a slight sizzle in the air began to whisper. Let go of me, you motherfucker. Huzzah! Gary then yelled in pain as he felt a tingling pain boiling through his armor, and with the sudden pain lingering, he could not help but back away and let go of Hannah. Ah, my cape, he then yelled as he raised the ends of his cape, with a small part of it completely melted off. Seeing this, the heavy weight that suddenly wrapped around Sylvie's heart started to disappear, reflected by the chuckle that she could not help but let out from her mouth. You look very stupid, Dragon Monarch, Sylvie then said as she covered her mouth, still giggling as she watched Gary bounce up and down from his seat. At least I made you laugh, right? Gary then smirked, and if it weren't for the tears coming out of his eyes from having a part of his cape burnt, he would have looked much cooler, Sylvie thought. Anyway, enough about me, Sylvie then said as she waved her hand. So you've been training since 5 years old. What about Riley? Well, you could say the training got easier when he joined in. A small smile appeared on Hannah's face as she glanced at Riley, who had not even said a single word since they left from the academy. The training became more strict, but father became more lenient since his focus was split in two. So does that mean Riley knows some martial arts as well? Hannah let out a scoff before letting out a slightly mocking chuckle. This idiot can probably kick Dragon Monarch's ass with his eyes closed if they were in using their powers. You seem to underestimate my power, Nuclear Vixen. What my name is Nuclear Baby. Does your body look like it screams baby? Gary then roared, his voice almost seeping through the soundproof windows of the bus. Such proportions should be given the proper name do. You could even star in your own adult parody series if you get famous. Mega Girl, is it against the law to kill your fellow super? Unfortunately so. Riley, back me out here, Gary then said as he stood in front of the silent Riley. If Hannah wasn't your sister, then would you consider dating her? You would, right? Don fucking answer that. Seeing her brother slowly turning his head towards Gary, Hannah's eyes started twitching. But alas, Riley, who had been keeping quiet the whole time, started opening his mouth. No, he answered, I love Hannah, so I would not burden her with the curse of being with someone like me. That res. Why? Seeing Riley answering without even a hint of hesitation, Gary and Sylvie could not help but take in deep and stuttering breaths. As for Hannah, she clicked her tongue and looked away, but not before lightly hitting Riley on the head. You little shit, she then muttered as a small smile slowly crawled on her face. Ha, I wish I had a brother, Sylvie then breathed out. Maybe I could have remembered more of my childhood. It's not that great, Hannah shrugged. Speaking of childhood, Gary then let out a sigh as he looked at the dimmed window. When I was young. All right, we've arrived. Please step out of the bus one by one. Wait, what about my backstory? Let us not keep the others waiting. Sylvie then stood up to fall in line, immediately followed by Hannah and Riley. Let us go, Dragon Monarch. Seeing the three just leaving him behind like that, Gary could not help but place a hand on his chest as he fell to his knees. See, could it be I am a side character? Wait. Wait for me, I don't want to be reduced to a minor role. Gary's somewhat comical behavior instantly stopped as soon as his foot left the bus's mouth, left open as his eyes quickly started to wander everywhere. And it wasn't only him. Most of the students that were exiting their corresponding buses were all left speechless. Not even a whisper could be heard flowing through the air. It has been several months since the tragic defeat of Megawoman, since the dreaded news that most of the city of Toronto had been completely obliterated. With a majority of the students living in the US, they have only seen the damage through the pictures and videos being released on social media. But now, seeing the destruction in person, it made the rising excitement within them completely wither in the air the silence, broken by the sound of someone retching on the ground. Buildings torn, cars pulverized, sky covered in darkness, families forever separated. It had been several months, and yet the skies above Toronto seemed to have never recovered towards the light. Most of the population outside were unaware of it, but the country's local government had ordered the cremation of all the dead, since recovering them from the state of the city back then would have been next to impossible. And so, within the ruined buildings, inside the melted cars, were little bits of bones that managed to survive perhaps the only physical memory left of the city's casualties. Most of the students strayed their eyes away as there were a set of skulls peacefully planted with the debris near them. But within all of this chaos was a serene garden. No, perhaps it was better to say that it was a collection of almost 1,000,000 different flowers, with some already turning into ashes. There were also letters pinned down near the walls, almost covering it entirely. Letters that would no longer be able to be read by the one it was written for. Letters that would just forever remain as a collection of words without meaning. Like the sunlight that has not reached the ground for what seemed like forever, the letters, too, would no longer reach their journey's end. And seeing this solemn memorial in front of them, some of the students completely woke up from their stupor and their childish dreams. From their stay in the academy, everything felt surreal, like everything they did was just a game, a holiday. But this was real, this is real. Millions of people have died where they were standing, and since the memorial was here, that would mean that this was just the face of the destruction. Deeper into the city, a much horrifying hell probably awaited them. This was just the beginning of the dark day that plagued this city. How could one man commit such a slaughter to society? How was one man able to strip thousands and thousands of families of their loved ones and get away with it? "This is unforgivable," were the words that came out of Hannah's mouth as her hand touched one of the letters pinned on the wall. "All of these people, Darkday should die for his crimes." Hannah then lightly breathed out, causing a trickle of smoke to fume from her mouth. "I apologize, I don't think he can, sister," Riley then said as his eyes roamed across the letters. "I don't think he is going to stop. Not until the walls are completely empty." It took almost an hour, but the gasps and utters of shock that lingered in the air finally calmed down. The whispers were still loud, but since there were thousands of them scattered in the vicinity, it was to be expected. Once the students became more comfortable, they were asked to gather in lines so that they would be easily counted by the staff. This made the students confused, though, as they didn't really see anyone counting them. And without even a few seconds, a man clad in white leaped on top of one of the highest debris in front of the students' White King. And as soon as the students saw him, they quickly realized why he was the one standing there, and no one else from the academy. "You stand before millions of dead." White King did not even introduce himself, as a part of his helmet suddenly opened up, revealing half his face from the top to the bridge of the nose. His eyes then scanned the students almost one by one, showing the regret that still lived within them. "Millions of lives that I failed to protect." White King seemed to have some sort of voice amplifier installed in his helmet, causing his words to pierce through the ears of the students, even with the calm and sorrowful tone. "You also stand before the downfall of our Earth's greatest hero. You stand before the deaths of many more heroes. I was one of the lucky ones who survived." Luck. White King then let out a small scoff as he took a sneaky glance at his children. "I guess you could call it that. They are all calling it the Battle of Toronto, but it was far from a battle. I wouldn't even call it a massacre. Perhaps the better term for it would be a storm of calamity." The storm had already started hours before in other countries. Only when it landed here did my team have the chance to tackle it. But I will tell you this now, Hope Guild was powerless before Darkday. We tried to fight, but all we did was serve as a distraction, and not even a minor one, as Megawoman and Darkday duke it out. No, we were a hindrance. And so, instead of fighting, my team focused its efforts on saving as many people as we could, along with the help of other superheroes. But do you know how many we were able to save? Less than the people standing here today. Quiet gasps whispered in the air like a ripple as White King's words traveled across. Most of them wanted to ask questions, but none dared to voice them out. 2,974 people. We rescued 2,974 people. White King then continued as he jumped down from the debris and started walking. The students created a path for him as he did so, and after a month, they were reduced to 2,132. They died in the hospital. 2,132 people. Toronto had a population of 1.9 million. We saved 0.12 of the population, a fraction of a percent. And that was just Toronto. As of today, the confirmed death toll of what happened then has now officially reached 6.2 million. 6.2 million lives lost in a single day. Throughout history, we don't call something like that a battle. Not even a war, it was just raw calamity. And it will happen again. When Dark Day once again shows himself to the world, do not consider him a supervillain, no. Dark Day is an extinction-level event, and it is up to us. It is up to all of you to save the rest of the world when the time comes. So on behalf of those who went before you, I thank you, and I apologize for giving you this burden. Loud. The students could only watch as White King left, walking away towards the other instructors and staff of the academy, who were now standing in a single line in front of them. And as soon as White King stepped inside the line, they all raised their hands and saluted to the students. It all felt surreal. The people who now saluted them were literally their heroes. Some of the people standing in front of them were their inspiration as they grew up. And yet here they were, looking to them for hope. Tears began to fall from the eyes of some of the students, while some also saluted, and what fell from their eyes was the resolution overflowing from within them. What a good way to hype us to our deaths. As expected of the government, the new generation will always be the one to fix things. Hannah then let out a small sigh as she looked around her, before locking her eyes on his father and shaking her head. Ray basically telling us to die for the world. And I would gladly do so, Sylvie then said as her salute remained strong. Many have already died. Their sacrifices would be in vain if we cower from evil. When do you think Dark Day will rise from the ashes again? Gary took in a small gulp as he didn't know whether to salute or not. I just hope Legends of Demonesses and Goddesses is done by that time. I also kinda hope Megawoman won. Wake up anymore so he won. Come out. And before Gary could finish his words, he felt the deathly stares of everyone around him. Right, probably not a good idea to utter those words amongst the people of Mega Academy, Gary thought. All right, settle down. We will be starting our first school-wide activity for today. Whatever your group you ray in, stay there. An instructor would relay to you the information you need. Wait, we weren't just here to hear White King's speech. Idiot, do you think we would travel for like 7 hours just to hear a fucking speech? Well, you have to admit, it was a very nice. Enough, gather around. And once again, before Gary could finish his words, Scarlet Mage approached the students around their area. You again, Hannah quickly furrowed her eyebrows as she immediately stepped in front of Riley upon seeing Scarlet Mage walk towards them. Most of my students are here, Scarlet Mage calmly said as the students of Class 1V started to gather around here. I think the better question is you again. You don't have to worry, it doesn't matter if you belong in another class anyway, Scarlet Mage muttered. It's even better since Riley is here. And with those words, Scarlet Mage turned her attention away from Hannah and faced the rest of her students. All right, the activity for today is simple, and all of you will get 1,000 MP by the end of it. With the words 1,000 and MP whispering into the ears of the students' eyes began to glisten. If all school-wide activities would have a reward like this, then they should start having them every day, they all thought. You Ray going to clean the city until the sun goes down, which is about 6 hours from now. What? Like I think I touched a dead rat. I don't think that, a fucking rat, dragon monarch. Gauze you. Get it off. That could be someone's mother, please have some respect. Sorry, but do you think it was a MILF? Dragon monarch. A full hour had passed since the start of their activity, and most of the students were scattered all around sectors of Toronto in huge groups, supervised by specific instructors, and obviously, the instructor in Riley's sector was none other than Scarlet Mage. There were also other students from her class in the sector, and all of them had one thing in common: as they continued to clean, most of them were complaining nonstop. In the first few minutes, most of them were sad, scared, and fearful of every single skull that finds its way towards them. But now that an hour had passed, most of them treated the bones as just another debris to clean. Of course, they still treated them more gently than anything else, collecting them in one single spot. God, I wish I had Riley's powers instead. Gary then let out a long and deep sigh as he looked at Riley, who was just waving his hands in the air and making everything float across him. Or just stop talking and work. Easy for you to say, you Ray just burning everything into dust. Gary once again roared as he lifted a huge chunk of debris that seemed to have come from a building. And I don't think that's very environmentally friendly. Nye, stop yapping and just work. There's no need to fight, guys. Sylvie let out a sigh before her eyes glowed red, splitting different objects into pieces so that the other students would find them easier to remove. Hearing nothing but complaints, Scarlet Mage, who was watching everything from a short distance, could not help but let out a sigh. It was nice that she was getting some rest from lecturing, but to think it would be in the middle of a graveyard. For someone like her, who had a direct connection to the elements of the world, it felt like the land itself was crying. What happened here truly was a calamity, and seeing the one responsible for it cleaning the very same place he destroyed was a feeling that Scarlet Mage could never explain in her lifetime. There was nothing. Riley's heart did not fluctuate even a single bit throughout the time they were here. Even serial killers get excited when they return to the scene of the crime, but Riley. There was nothing, not even a slight change of breath. Scarlet Mage also could not help but notice that even though Riley was wearing a white long coat, it was as bright and clean as when she first dressed him earlier. If one were to look closer, even with all the noise of dust littering the air, it was as if they were all avoiding him, like there was an invisible shield protecting him from even the smallest of matters. Riley was almost immaculate. It was as if the gods themselves decided to bless him with. "Scarlet Mage, come in, Scarlet Mage." "I am here." Scarlet Mage then strayed her eyes away from Riley, as her thoughts were cut short by the sound of someone speaking through the pods in her ear. "How many students are in your sector?" "There's like 30 students here." "Please give me the exact number." "Give me a moment," Scarlet Mage said as she closed her eyes, and as she did so, an orchestra of hearts drummed their way through her ears. 36 students. "All right, thank you." "Wait, what's going on? Are we missing students already?" "No, we're just doing a head count." "Didn't we just do that earlier with the satellite White King borrowed?" The dark skies around Toronto served as some very light interference, so we might have made a mistake. "I see, keep me updated." "No problem, it's just a little weird though." "HM. We have 4,238 students, right?" "Yeah, how many are missing from the count?" Scarlet Mage furrowed her eyebrows as she once again looked at the students in her sector. "We didn't miss anyone earlier. So why are we having this conversation if we're not missing anyone?" "That's just it, Scarlet Mage. We counted 4,253 students." "What? Wait, have 15 more than we should have." Boom. What's going on? Respond. The dust that had accumulated and settled on the ruined streets of Toronto was almost an ocean, and with the sudden eruption that trembled the ground, that dust once again rose to the air. Scarlet Mage tapped her ear several times as her connection with the rest of the academy was suddenly cut. She could feel her eyes slightly watering everywhere they looked, nothing but gray. Her breaths would have probably been erratic if they had the right to be, but with all the dust drowning her in the air, the most she could do was struggle to breathe. "Help." However, as soon as words of fear traveled through her ears, Scarlet Mage's watering eyes were instantly filled with fire as she clasped her hands together. And slowly, as she pulled them apart, the dust that gathered near her arms started to twist, quickly being devoured by the vacuum between her hands. And not even a quarter of a minute had passed. Scarlet Mage's arms were already raised in the air, a boulder floating above her, a boulder made from the dust gathered in her sector, compressed ever so tightly. "Is everyone all right?" Scarlet Mage then yelled as her eyes immediately looked towards the voice asking for help, only to see a student cowering on the ground. "If you're not injured, then please come to my side." Scarlet Mage then stretched her arms to the side, causing the boulder to split and shoot towards the ruined buildings. She then immediately once again closed her eyes, trying to listen to the drumming of the hearts within her vicinity. There were hearts that seemed to want to scream out, and also those which felt like they were stomping their feet for miles, but other than that, there were no beats missing. Everyone within her sector was safe. "What's happening, Miss Scarlet Mage?" Sylvie was the first to rush towards Scarlet Mage, her eyes quickly scanning the surrounding for anything amiss. "We don't know yet." Scarlet Mage let out a stuttered breath as she opened her eyes. "Is everyone in your group all right?" "Yes, no one seems to be hurt." "I'll leave you to calm and gather the rest for now," Scarlet Mage then said as she once again tapped her ear several times. "I'll try and see if I could contact anyone from the academy." "Wait, is this another test?" Sylvie asked, but Scarlet Mage didn't seem to hear her as she was busy fidgeting with her tablet. Sylvie had her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but still, she did as Scarlet Mage told and assisted the other students within the sector to gather up. When they boarded the bus earlier, when she found out that the onslaught of reporters was just a test, she felt slightly relieved and disappointed at the same time. although she did what was right, and even though the reporter was just fake, she still destroyed someone else's property because she suddenly lost her cool. What's happening, Mega Girl? Is this a drill? Should we return to the buses? We don't know yet. Sylvie immediately answered the other students' questions as they arrived, telling them that Scarlet Mage was trying to get a hold of the others. I think we should return to the buses. What about the other class? Do you think they ray safe? Are we safe here? Are we under attack? Please Don, Panny Sylvie tried her best to calm the other students down, but alas, her words were being overpowered by the frightful wails of her schoolmates. We've ray under attack. No, Miss Scarlet Mage, please save. Could all of you shut the fuck up? And as the other students' voices became louder, a roar even more powerful than all of their worries combined reverberated in the air. All of them then looked towards where the powerful voice came from, only to see a pair of hips that jiggled every time it was patted by its owner. Seriously, you guys are a waste of the school's oxygen. Hannah's frustration continued to rumble in the air as she patted herself clean of the dust that stuck to her bright pink suit. We trained for weeks, and your first response when something happens is to panic. The fuck? PFT, worry yourself not of the side characters, Nuclear Vixen. Gary then followed her from behind, dramatically flapping his cape to the side as he walked towards the other students, and fear not, for the dragon Mona Chu. And before he could finish his words, the dust that was blown off of his cape entered his nose, causing him to sneeze vehemently. That's what you get for being stupid, Hannah scoffed before turning around to check up on Riley, but as soon as she saw him slowly walking towards them without even a speck of dust on his costume, her eyes started to twitch. Why didn't you also keep my costume clean? There's supposed to be a camaraderie between us. Because I am the younger brother, see Nuclear Baby, Riley then answered as he slightly adjusted his sunglasses, and the younger brother always comes first. What? Stop listening to Mom, Hannah then yelled as she rushed to hug Riley, hoping for some of the dust on her suit to stick to him. But alas, it was as if there was an invisible armor enveloping around him, causing Hannah to slip away inches before she could hug him like a bear. Seeing Hannah suddenly trying to chase Riley and failing, most of the students whose hearts were previously in turmoil slowly started to calm down. Scarlet Mage's incoming words, however, once again brought them back to reality. It's no use I can't reach anyone else, Scarlet Mage said with a sigh. For now, our best option is to return to the buses. Stick to me. Even though the students were still worried about what was happening, they had no choice but to follow Scarlet Mage. If this truly was not a drill, then the last thing they wanted was to be left behind. Report, Silver Moon. Please don't call me that here. Scarlet Mage could not help but slightly hiss as Riley's voice whispered beside her. Looking at him like this, wearing sunglasses as he casually walked on her left, it was as if he was just strolling around the city. Right, forgive me, Scarlet Mage, Riley then said as he once again adjusted his sunglasses for no reason, but please do report what is happening. We might have an intruder in our midst. Scarlet Mage slightly hesitated if she should answer Riley's question, but him being who he was, she didn't really have much of a choice. You don't happen to have anything to do with this, do you? No, I am in retirement, Scarlet Mage, Riley said, the tone of his voice slowly becoming slightly disappointed. You are my second in command, you should be taking note. Kaya, is listen to that. Run, everyone runs. Riley. And before Riley could even finish his words, the familiar cries of the students once again roared in the air, but this time, it was accompanied by the sound of their feet, drumming as they suddenly scampered away like rats. Riley then blinked a couple of times as Hannah suddenly rushed in front of him, her body already engulfed in a fiery storm of flames. Run, Riley, please run, Hannah's words stuttered through Riley's ears. Scarlet Mage, what are you doing? Please take my brother with you and run. Yes. Riley then looked behind him, only to see the number of students dwindle from 36 to just 5. Besides him and Hannah, the ones that remained were Sylvie, Gary, and a male student who was probably from another class. Riley then turned his gaze back to the front, only to see Scarlet Mage looking at her with an extremely confused stare. And finally, Riley then slightly leaned his head to the side to see what the commotion was all about. Only to see a man clad in a jet black suit and wearing a motorcycle helmet that was even darker, a costume belonging to one individual Dark Day. Please tell me that S. Tomo. Gary could not help but stutter before taking in a huge gulp. It S not dark frost, Sylvie then answered, her breath slightly fettered, that S a man. F first day outside the academy and we Ray already dead. Ha 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 ha. Gary then burst out in nervous laughter. But even though his heart was threatening to jump out of his chest, his feet still remained solid on the ground, not even entertaining the idea of running away. Riley's Scarlet Mage then leaned closer to Riley as she whispered in his ear, "What are you planning?" And despite Scarlet Mage's attempt to whisper, Riley answered with a normal voice, completely saturating the nervous words pestering the air. "It's a fake, you," were Riley's exact words. "Oh, a fake, how do you know?" Hannah then slightly backed away as she heard her brother's words. "There's a letter embroidered on his torso, nuclear baby," Riley answered as he pointed his finger towards the man. And true enough, as their eyes focused on the man's costume, there were the letters XIX on it. Perhaps because their fear got the best of them, they were unable to even notice the letters even though it covered almost the entire torso part of the suit, brightly colored in silver. "Roman numerals," Hannah then muttered, "number 19. How very perceptive." Everyone put up their guard as the fake Dark Day started walking towards them, as expected of White King's children. White King's children, both Gary and Sylvie glanced at each other upon hearing the man's words. "Wait, you two are White King's Kai." "That's not important right now," Hannah then once again roared as the flames surrounding her body became even hotter. What do you want from us?" "Oh, you don't have to worry." The fake Dark Day then let out a small chuckle as he wagged his finger. "We Ray not really here for the two of you but him," he then said as he suddenly pointed towards Gary. Me, but I am just a side character," Gary stuttered as he once again let out a nervous chuckle. "You do not belong in that stupid academy, Gary Gray," the fake Dark Day breathed out. "They hail you as future superheroes, but did you know that you belong in a list of students that has the highest potential of becoming a villain?" "What?" "Just ask your instructor. There's a whole lot of you being carefully watched by them." Is that true, Miss Scarlet Mage?" Sylvie was the one to ask the question. Scarlet Mage, however, remained silent as she glared at the fake Dark Day. For this man to know the things he knew could only mean that there was someone inside the academy who leaked the information. There was a mole inside Mega Academy. "See how they fool you and act as if they made no transgressions." The fake Dark Day then stretched his arms to the side, letting out a sort of wailing moan as he continued with his words. "Your talents would be much appreciated in our organization, Dragon Monarch. Dark Day needs you in his army. We will train and hone you more than Mega Academy ever could." Interesting, Riley then took off his sunglasses as he looked at the man from head to toe. "Dark Day is your leader, number 19. Indeed, the fake Dark Day then raised his arms in the air as his body began to tremble. "We will bathe this world in eternal darkness, giving life to those who live in the shadows. We are the Dark Millennium. We are the Dark Millennium. Cult. Blasphemy, our leader is Dark Day, the one who will save this world from being destroyed. No, nuclear baby, we are the shadows, those who are willing to dirty our hands and bathe ourselves in blood so that the world will be saved." Hannah and the others all looked at each other as the Dark Day copycat with the number 19 etched on his suit once again began another monologue. Hannah could probably blast him away now, but it just didn't seem right to disrupt him since he hasn't really done anything to them yet. "Wait, is this why superheroes don't attack the villains while they talk?" She had been frustrated so many times about this before whenever she watches a scenario like this, but now that she was in it, she was curious as to how his speech would end. "Save the world," Hannah then muttered. "Save the world from what?" "Not what child who," number 19 muttered. "Megawoman." "What?" Or more specifically, Megawoman's race. Once again, Hannah and the others could only look at each other in confusion. Riley was the only one whose eyes were still on the man, his eyebrows slightly raised as he looked at the man from head to toe. "The government does not want us to know, but Dark Day approached us one day and told us a secret a prophecy. Megawoman is just the beginning. There would be others like her who would descend from the stars bearing only one goal in mind: genocide." Number 19 then stretched his arms to the sides. "Look around you. If one Megawoman is capable of doing all of this, if one Megawoman is capable of killing millions of us in a single day, what more thousands of them? Megawoman did not do this. Sylvie then stepped forward, her breaths heavy as she looked the man straight in the eyes. It was your leader who did. Lies number 19. Muffled chuckles then seeped from his helmet. A lie told to you by the government. All of you are brainwashed. That is why we will only choose those who are more grounded to the truth. You, Dragon Monarch, you belong with us. I think we've heard enough. Scarlet Mage then finally made a move as she stepped in front of the others. She initially thought that Riley was lying to her and that he had something to do with this. But after hearing the man's words, she knew that this so-called Dark Millennium could have never been created by Riley. Riley was the epitome of evil human lives, meant only one thing to him, a thing meant to be snuffed out. This Dark Millennium are probably just a gathering of fools and insane people wanting to use Riley's name. Unforgivable, she thought, save the world. Riley was probably laughing on the inside right about now. Dragon Monarch Don T listened to him. Sylvie then blocked Gary from the man's view. Gary, however, placed his hand on Sylvie's shoulder and lightly pushed her to the side. Dragon Monarchs. This group, Gary then muttered, would it really have people the same as me? Dragon Monarch. Yes, child, number 19 then stretched his arms towards Gary, his voice containing an eerie warmth. The Academy has listed almost 1,000 of you. Dark Millennium is recruiting your brothers and sisters as we speak. What are you doing, Dragon Monarch? The flames on Hannah's arms withered as she grabbed Gary by the shoulders as soon as she passed by her. However, Gary was able to swat her hand easily as he continued to walk towards number 19. What I should have done earlier, Gary then whispered as he shook number 19's hand. This is good, Dragon Monarch, number 19 chuckled. Welcome to the Dark Mill. 8th Dragon Killer Move. And before number 19 could finish his words, a light snap cracked in the air as Gary suddenly knelt on the ground, breaking number 19's arm due to the sheer force of being pulled closer towards him. And before the dust could ripple around Gary's feet, he placed number 19's body over his shoulders and quickly stood up. Thunder slam of the Dragon Monarch, and with that roar Gary's body twisted, blowing off all the dust gathered around him as he slammed number 19's body to the ground. Hannah and the others could only watch in disbelief as the sound of bones cracking whispered in the air. Although they have already witnessed it during the simulations, seeing someone's mangled body in real life hit differently. The bone on number 19's arm tore through his suit, leaving a bit of his flesh hanging from it. His torso was all twisted up and caved in. There was a sort of blue light popping out from his other hand, and whatever that was, it was probably his abilities. Unfortunately, he was slammed to the ground before he could use it. Who do you think you Ray trying to recruit, you motherfucker? Gary then yelled as his eyes started to glow in red. Do you also think I am that easy to manipulate, you little bitch? Dragon Monarch, enough. Gary lightly stepped a couple of steps back as a strong gust of wind blew him away. His eyes continued to glow, but as soon as he saw Scarlet Mage approaching him, he slowly started to calm down. Step away, Dragon Monarch. You don't want to accidentally kill him, Scarlet Mage then said after letting out a long and deep sigh. We still need to ask him some questions. You got us there, DM. The flames on Hannah's body all started to wither away. I thought you were really thinking of joining this fucking cult. PFT, I am the Dragon Monarch, Gary then said as he half his face with his hand, but leaving an opening between his fingers for his eyes to be shown. Solitary is my sanctuary. I shall not be bound by organizations. Good work, Dragon Monarch. Sylvie also let out a sigh of her own as she approached the scene. You should have at least told us what you were planning so we could have formulated a better plan. I also thought you were joining them. Who are you? Gary could not help but blink a couple of times as another unfamiliar student approached him. Carlos, I've been here with you since earlier, the male student then said as he slightly lowered his eyebrows. Right, I remember now, Gary chuckled awkwardly. Most of the students ran away when the Dark Day copycat showed himself, leaving only him and the others. Scouring his memories, there truly was another one with them. Anyway, Gary then waved his hand. Plans are restrictions I shall not be bound by. Who is your leader, number 19? God. Riley. And as the group was having a conversation, a shrilling scream thundered through their ears. They all quickly turned their heads towards the noise, only to see Riley's hand on number 19's protruding bones. Who is your leader, number 19? Riley once again repeated his question, his voice completely calm. Riley, stop this now. Scarlet Mage grabbed Riley's shoulder and tried to pull him away, but found that he was not even able to budge him. "It can't be Dark Day," Riley then whispered. "Dark Day is in retirement, number 19. He promised the world he wouldn't come out until Megawoman is back. Long live the Dark Millennium. Is your group trying to say that Dark Day is a liar, number 19? Kayage. Number 19 once again groaned in pain as Riley slightly pulled on his exposed bone. However, after a few seconds, he raised one of his hands and smiled. Long live Dark Day. HM. Riley then looked at the man's hand, only to see some sort of mechanism on it as well as number 19's thumb on a red button. "Suicide bomber," Scarlet Mage then roared as she quickly rushed towards number 19. "Everyone, find cover." "No, brother." Hannah tried to reach her hand towards Riley, but halfway through it, she found her hand stuck in the air as if an invisible wall was blocking her path. Scarlet Mage was in the same situation. She was about to shield everyone from whatever was coming, but found something invisible blocking her path. And it wasn't only them. Sylvie also had her arms stretched, her palms slightly pressed even though there was nothing in front of her. Same with Gary and the unnamed schoolmate. Brother Hannah's chest started to move erratically as she looked at Riley, her fettered breaths almost filling the entire air around her. What are you?" And before she could even finish her words, her view was filled with nothing but white. No, her wailing screams, almost overpowering the loud thunder that erupted next. No, 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 and as the blinding light slowly faded from her vision, what replaced it was a cloud of dust, once again drowning them like an ocean. Hannah then slightly stumbled forward, probably indicating that the invisible wall blocking her path was gone. "Brother," she then screamed. "Is everyone okay?" The dust around them started to spin as Scarlet Mage once again compressed them in a ball, and as soon as everything was once again clear, the sight of blood and guts welcomed them. Fuck," Gary muttered. "Riley, bro, where are you?" Sylvie covered her mouth, trying her best not to let the raging gasp that wanted to burst out from it. No, Hannah then kneeled on the ground as she looked at the blood. The explosion was strong enough to make a crater and even paint whatever was left of number 19 in it. If Riley wasn't able to shield himself, then he was probably. "Calm down, nuclear baby." And before she could finish her terrifying thoughts, she felt Scarlet Mage's hand on her shoulder. "That wouldn't be enough to kill your brother," Scarlet Mage then said before leaping towards the crater. "He was probably just blown away somewhere due to the force of the explosion, but he should be fine." What are you?" I believe Miss Scarlet Mage, nuclear baby." Sylvie sat behind Hannah, holding her hand to comfort her. "Riley is strong. Please, you have to believe he's alive." Hannah was going to say something, but when she felt the trembling of Sylvie's hand, the only thing she could do was nod. Scarlet Mage, on the other hand, could only let out a sigh. Of course, Riley is fine, she thought. If he wanted to, he could have stopped the explosion from even happening. He was probably just out there planning something. But why didn't he tell her anything? Wasn't she something of a right-hand man? He should have told her that he was going so that she could. Scarlet Mage quickly shook her head of the thoughts she was having. Right-hand man, her? No, she should never acknowledge something like that. Never. Interesting. Riley found himself staring at the dark sky, his arms completely stretched to the sides as his whole body was planted on the ground. Right at the moment of the explosion, he used his abilities to increase the momentum and blast himself away even further. What he did not expect, however, was that the initial blast was already too strong, causing him to fly further than he planned to. For a small bomb to have that kind of magnitude, it would seem this Dark Millennium group was not as simple as he initially thought. "Are you alive?" "HM. You are Aaron T.U. Then please stand up. You are going to reveal my hiding spot." Riley then blinked a couple of times as he turned his head towards the feminine voice that suddenly whispered to his left, only to find another Dark Day copycat seemingly hiding beneath a collapsed building. "Are you also part of the Dark Millennium?" Riley then calmly said as he floated himself up from the ground. "What number are you?" "What?" The Dark Day copycat once again whispered loudly. "No, who wants to be in that fake group? It's me." "Dark Frost. It's me, Dark Frost. Dark Frost." Riley slowly landed on the ground, his long coat fluttering with the wind, and even though he has been in the impact of 2 explosions, his coat still remained pristine, not even a speck of dust sticking on it. "What are you doing?" Tom O'Reynolds, aka Dark Frost, once again whispered loudly before gesturing to Riley to hurry up and hide. They will see you, hurry up. Riley, however, remained standing where he was as he looked around him, but after a few seconds of checking that there was no one in the near vicinity, he approached Tomo. I take it the Dark Millennium also appeared in your sector, Dark Frost, Riley then said as he entered Tomo's hiding spot. Yes, Tomo nodded, his words now completely calm as Riley was no longer exposing himself outside. 3 of the students in my sector went along with them. The instructor failed to stop them since they were afraid to hurt the students. I see. Loud. Did you also run away? And after a few minutes of silence, Tomo's almost monotonous voice whispered in the air, I was surprised to see you suddenly falling from the sky. No, I got blown away by a bomb, Dark Frost. I see. Loud. I am surprised you did not join them, Dark Frost. This time it was Riley who broke the silence as he looked at Tomo's costume from head to toe, you Ray even wearing a costume similar to them. My costume is similar to Dark Day, not to them, Tomo quickly answered, her words slightly agitated, but still, I have no choice but to hide because someone might think I belong to their group. I would never join their fake group. Although Tomo's voice was still slightly monotonous, the slight irritation escaping from it was noticeable. Interesting, Riley then muttered as he leaned closer to Tomo. How do you know they are fake, Dark Frost? HMPH, saving the world. That is something Dark Day would never do, Tomo then quickly answered, her monotonous voice slightly showing signs of excitement. Dark Day wants to destroy every living being on this planet. Dark Day is a god. He would never dirty his hands by joining with mortals. In fact, he would be disgusted by this, I know it. You seem to know a lot about him. Riley then breathed out as his hands slowly reached towards Tomo. Tell me, what else do you know? Please stop asking me questions about him. Tomo then let out a small scoff as she slightly leaned her head outside their hiding spot. You can never comprehend Dark Day's greatness. But one thing I could tell you is that he would never work with anyone, and if ever there does come a time that he does, it will be me serving under him. And as soon as Riley heard Tomo's words, his hand which was reaching for her neck stopped in its tracks. You wish to serve Dark Day. I no longer want to answer any of your questions, Tomo then said as her eyes continued to scan the outside. I think the coast is clear. We need to get to the bus before those freaks see us. Should you not remove your costume first, Dark Frost? I believe it isn't wise to go around looking like that. Never, Tomo said as she stepped out of the damaged building. This costume is my sign of commitment to Dark Day. I would never take it off just because I would be inconvenienced. Let us go, there's no one here. You go ahead, Dark Frost. Riley, however, only watched Tomo as she stepped outside. I still have something to do here. Suit yourself. Tomo only stopped to look at Riley for a few seconds before proceeding to walk away. Riley then let out a short but deep sigh as he removed his sunglasses. It was starting to get even darker outside, making it hard to see through the shades. An individual willingly wanting to serve under him. That was new. But alas, her dream of wanting to serve him first could never come true, as that role was already taken by his first subordinate, Silver Moon. Also, he was not ready to accept a second subordinate. He still lacked the necessary experience, Riley thought as he stepped out of the ruined building. We have one of them here. And as soon as his foot landed on the ground outside, a rainbow seemed to have passed by him. Riley then blinked his eyes a couple of times as he turned his head towards the blurring rainbow, only to see a colorful bunch of people from afar surrounding Dark Frost. Surrender, the Justice Defenders have you surrounded. There is nowhere for you to escape, villain. Oh, Riley quietly hummed as he realized who the group was. What a coincidence, he then quietly whispered as he slowly made his way to the commotion. Put your hands on the back of your head and get on your knees. Black Defender, the leader of the team, pointed his finger at Tomo as his eyes slowly glowed in red. Please do not force us to put you down, evil scum. This is a misunderstanding. Tomo, on the other hand, was still completely calm, the tone of her voice still holding its monotony, even as she was surrounded by the Justice Defenders. I am a student of the Academy, Class 1V. Tomo then showed the tag pinned on her chest, showing her name as proof that she was, indeed, a student. Black Defender looked at his teammates for a few seconds before letting out a light scoff. Say what you want, villain, but your words are meaningless to us. Defenders, subdue the Targe. This is why I told you to take off your costume, Dark Frost. And before Black Defender finished his words, he felt a slight force pushing his face, causing him to slightly stumble to the side towards one of his teammates. And with the path he opened up, a young man clad in white casually passed. Black Defender quickly collected himself as he glared towards Riley. Aren't you a part of that bitch-s group? Bitch, Riley momentarily paused in his tracks before continuing to walk towards Tomo. Are you referring to Nuclear Baby, Black Defender? Who else and why are you here? Are you trying to get credit for catching one of the members of the Dark Millennium? She's not a member, Riley then quickly said stood beside Tomo. She's in my class, as you can see, the color of our name tags are the same, Black Defender. What? Once again, Black Defender looked at the rest of his team as they all tried to examine Dark Frost. She doesn't have a number on her, and finally, after a few seconds of analyzing her costume, Green Defender let out a short but deep sigh. And I remember now, she was in the academy before we boarded the bus. For real? Yeah, I think I saw her too. She caused quite the commotion. Fuck, I thought we had someone. Black Defender then lightly stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to slightly crack. Why are you even wearing something like that? None of you would understand. Dark Frost then put down her stance before turning her head towards Riley. I didn't need your help, but you deserve my thanks either way. So thank you, Riley Ross, Tomo muttered as she bowed towards Riley. Riley, on the other hand, could not help but slightly raise an eyebrow. Why exactly was she thanking him, he thought. The size of the members of the Justice Defenders whispered in the air as they too all put their guards down. But after a few seconds, their leader, Black Defender, clicked his tongue and pointed towards the two. Get back to the bus, Class 1V, he scoffed. Let the real heroes handle this 3. Found you. What the? Members of the Justice Defenders all turned around as soon as they heard a voice coming from one of the buildings. They all waited as the steps began to echo from the shadows of the building, and after a few more nerving steps, the owner of the voice revealed itself to them. A man clad in black, with the Roman numeral 7 etched on his suit. And it wasn't only him, there were 2 more following him from behind, with the numbers 11 and 12 on them. Dark Millennium, Black Defender whispered as his eyes started to glow red. This seemed to be some sort of signal, as the rest of his team got into a sort of V position, their stance all raised up as they faced the 3 members from the Dark Millennium. And without even a warning, Black Defender rushed towards the 3, while the rest of his teammates ran to the side. Seeing this, number 7 only raised his hand, and as soon as he did so, the 2 behind him also ran to the side to meet with the other members of the Justice Defenders. As for number 7, he just stood calmly as he watched as Black Defender got closer and closer towards him. Surrender, Black Defender then roared as his fist was only a meter away from number 7, but before it could threaten to squash number 7's helmet, a blue and seemingly flat light stopped his hand from reaching further. What? Black Defender then tried to pull his fist away, but found himself unable to even move an inch both his legs, now also wrapped by the blue light. Black Defender, seeing this, his teammates, who were busy fighting with the 2 other members of the Dark Millennium, all retreated to try and come to his aid. But alas, they too found themselves suddenly unable to move as they were chained by the mysterious blue light. Now, number 7 then raised his arm, gently touching Black Defender's face as he looked him straight in his glowing red eyes. You need to resist, we are not here for you. Bullshit, Black Defender screamed as the light in his eyes started to beam out straight towards number 7's helmet, but once again, it was blocked by some sort of blue light. Og, Black Defender once again screamed, but this time, it was because chains of blue light slowly started to crawl across his entire head, covering it entirely. You do not have to worry, our intention here is not to kill any of you. Number 7 then let out a small giggle as he stepped away from Black Defender and towards Riley and Tomo. If I wanted to, I could snap all of your necks right now, but I wouldn't do that. Let go of Black Defender. Green Defender then screamed, but like their leader, her mouth was covered by the blue light. All I want is you, Dark Frost, for you to join the Dark Millennium. Number 7 then stopped a few meters away from Tomo, reaching his hand towards her as his 2 other comrades once again stood behind him. I already refused you earlier, Dark Frost then said as the ground beneath her started to emit a cracking sound, glistening as its surface froze almost instantly, and I am going to refuse you again. Wise, Number 7 calmly said, you already look the part. These people will not understand you like we do. Dark Day will welcome you in our ranks without any hesitation. You are the ones who do not understand Dark Day, Tomo then said as a trail of dark frozen spikes protruded from the floor, heading straight towards number 7. But like the previous attacks of the members of the Justice Defenders, her surprise attack was not even able to harm the three. A sort of blue sphere surrounded them, completely protecting them from all the spikes thrown towards them. Please do not let us take you by force, Dark Frost. Number 7 then let out a long and deep sigh as blue lights started to crack around his left arm, because if we have to cut off one of your legs for you to join us, then we will do. Kaya. And before number 7 could even finish his words, a piercing shriek entered all of their ears. Black D. Francis, please, oh God, no, Francis. With his words cut off by the sudden scream, number 7 could not help but click his tongue. Did I not tell you that I would not harm any of you? Quiet down, he then roared before turning his attention back towards Tomo. As I was say, number 7. And once again, number 7 was interrupted, but this time by one of his comrades. What? I thought we weren't supposed to kill anyone. Why did you do that? What? Number 7's voice quickly lowered as he heard his comrade's words. He was about to say something else, but when he realized that both his comrades were looking at something, he could not help but also turn his head towards the direction they were looking to. What? He then once again repeated his words as he finally realized why everyone seemed to be in a fit. Black Defender. His head was no longer attached to his body. What? Number 7's stuttered words were followed by silence, a silence loud enough to drown even the gasps and cries of the other members of Justice Defenders. They were just talking with Black Defender minutes ago, laughing and joking with him about how they would be the only students that would capture a member of this mysterious group that suddenly made itself known to them. But now he was dead. Green Defender's muffled screams then broke the silence, her cries whispering in the air even as her mouth was covered with blue chains of light. But slowly her cries became clearer as the chains withered away, and as soon as she found herself able to move, she rushed towards Black Defender's body. She was hoping everything was but a dream, but as Black Defender's headless body fell to her arms, the warmth of his blood all but made it clear for her. This was real. And no, Green Defender then removed her mask, not even caring that she was revealing her face anymore. Francis Y. She then tightly embraced Francis' body, her tears mixing with the blood that trailed towards her. You monsters! With the rest of the defenders finding themselves able to move again, they all rushed towards Green Defender, putting up their stance as they all faced the three villains in front of them. Their stance was filled with resolution. Their legs, however, gave away their fear as they trembled enough to shake the ground beneath them. What have you done, number 7? Number 12 then grabbed number 7's arm, turning him towards him as he let out a loud whisper. We weren't supposed to kill anyone here. It wasn't me. Number 7, however, calmly swatted number 12's hand as he once again turned towards the Justice Defenders. Where is it? Number 7 thought as he tried to look for Black Defender's severed head. His search, however, was disrupted as he heard the sound of footsteps fading away from them. He quickly turned his head towards the noise, only to see Dark Frost running away. Catch her! Number 7 was about to run and chase Dark Frost, but before he could do so, a voice rang in his head. What do you mean it wasn't you? And suddenly, the Justice Defender's formation was rattled as Green Defender pushed herself out of their protection, quickly rushing towards number 7. You will pay for this. She moved her arms to the side, and as she did so, they stretched beyond what a normal arm was capable of, before flattening into a thin and seemingly sharp blade. Go and chase Dark Frost, I will handle this. Number 7 could not help but click his tongue as he ordered his comrades to follow Dark Frost. What? You think we will leave you here after you killed one of them? That wasn't me, just G. No. And before number 7 could finish his words, another familiar scream reverberated through the air, followed by the sound of a thud whispering through his ears. What? Number 7 muttered as Green Defender, who was previously rushing towards him, suddenly fell and dropped to the ground, her head violently rolling away from her body. Seeing this, both his comrades could not help but slightly back away. I told you it wasn't me. This time, not only the Justice Defenders, but the three villains were on high alert as their eyes hurriedly scanned the surrounding area. The remaining members of the Justice Defenders were slightly confused as to what was happening. All of them thought that number 7 killed Black Defender, but when Green Defender's head flew away from her body, they didn't even see any signs of a blue light. Just what exactly was happening here was their collective thought. And then slowly, out of nowhere, Green Defender's head floated in the air. Who is doing that? Long. And then suddenly, a minute but lingering crunching noise whispered into all of their ears as Green Defender's floating head disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, it became smaller. Or perhaps the better wording for it was that it turned into a ball. In almost an instant, Green Defender's head was compressed into the size of a baseball. The ball was so perfectly smooth, it almost seemed like a living, breathing planet. Well, at least that's what Riley thought as Green Defender's compressed head slowly floated towards him. It truly is too bad sister was not able to hear you scream in pain, Green Defender. Why you? Why did you do this? The remaining members of the Justice Defenders completely shifted their attention away from the Dark Millennium villains as they all stared in shock towards Riley. Even Number 7 and his comrades were now completely on their guard, not even minding anyone else but the white-haired boy with a weird smile on his face. I didn't do anything, Justice Defenders, Riley then muttered as he carefully placed Green Defender's compressed head into one of the pockets of his coat, and seeing that one of the pockets were already bulging, it was safe to say that Black Defender's missing head was with him as well. The Dark Millennium did this, Riley then said as he waved his finger, and now no. 11 is going to kill you, Red Defender. What are you? And before Red Defender could finish his words, he felt his body suddenly being pulled by an invisible force, pushing him towards the 3 members of Dark Millennium. Where are you going, Red? That's not me, I am being pulled. Number 11. And as Red Defender's body seemed to be moving on its own, the same thing was happening to Number 11 as his feet started walking towards Red Defender, meeting him halfway. And without even a slight pause in his movements, his hands started to make their way around Red Defender's neck. Gee, look. And no, it's not me, I am not doing this. The panic in Number 11's voice was obvious for everyone to hear as his head turned back and forth between his comrades and the Justice Defenders. I didn't sign up for this. We not supposed to be killing innocent people. That is truly funny, Number 11. Riley's quiet chuckles whispered through the air. However, it sounded more like thunder as it reached everyone's ears. Was this guy actually laughing at this? Isn't he supposed to be a student of Mega Academy? Did they miss him? Was this boy in the potential villain's list? Number 7's thoughts were in disarray as he tried to scour his mind for any information regarding the white-haired boy, but nothing seemed to be coming up. You stop this. One of the members of the Justice Defenders then rushed towards Riley, and as he did so, the earth beneath him erupted, with the chunks of stone quickly attaching themselves to his arm, turning into a large fist as he neared Riley. Die, White Defender roared as soon as his earthen fist made contact with Riley's face. W what? His earthen fist, however, slowly crumbled, revealing the small smile on Riley's completely unscathed face. As for you, White Defender, Riley then muttered as he looked White Defender straight in the eyes, you were killed by Number 12. W. And before White Defender could even utter a word, he felt a sharp but extremely warm feeling in his heart. The only thing he could do was look down, and as he did so, his slowly fading vision saw a hand poking out straight from the insides of his chest holding his mangled but still beating heart. Jigra, a scream then thundered through the air, not coming from White Defender, but from Number 12 as he pulled his arm from White Defender's torso. He then quickly waved his hand, trying to get the blood off of it, but alas, the only thing that was removed from him was the food he ate earlier, causing him to remove his helmet as he puked all over the ground. The man did not really look like anyone prominent, just an ordinary middle-aged man. Please, Don make me do this. Oh, Red Defender is still alive. Riley then blinked a couple of times as he turned his head towards Number 11, whose hands were still wrapped around Red Defender's throat. Are you showing mercy, Number 11? W what, are you insane? You Ray the one doing this. I am not doing anything, Number 11, Riley's smile grew even wider as he slowly made his way towards Number 11. Dark Day is merciless, so it stands to reason that the organization under him should be too correct. And as soon as he finished his words, a loud crack pierced through everyone's ears. Eek, Number 11 could not help but let out a shriek as he felt bones being crushed between his palms. Number 7, save me, save me. Number 7 can't do that, Number 11. Riley then let out a small but deep sigh as he shook his head. he is busy killing the rest. W what? Number 7, who was petrified in his spot, was finally able to move a step back as he heard his name being called upon by the white-haired demon. Are you going to control me as well? Run, just run. The remaining 2 members of Justice Defenders abandoned every notion of fighting back their thoughts, no longer thinking about their dead teammates as they rushed to get away from this nightmare. No, number 7, Riley once again let out a sigh. You, Ray, going to kill them all on your own voluntarily. Because I will kill the 3 of you if you don't. You, Ray, going to kill them voluntarily. If not, I am going to kill the 3 of you. W what? But number 7 no longer had any idea how much he had said the word in just the span of a quarter of an hour. But that truly was the only thing that was able to come out of his mouth. This was a very elaborate plan, born almost at the same time. The staff of the academy were given information about their first school-wide exercise. They were here to recruit the students that belonged to the potential villain list that the academy had compiled, and killing any of them would most probably have an adverse effect. And so, there was one strict rule placed upon them: do not, by any means, kill any of the students. They were only allowed to do so if their life was in danger, or there was a chance for them to get captured. And now, with a student dying on his watch, his promotion to a smaller number and someday to a named member of the Dark Millennium would surely be negatively affected. He had joined the organization a few months ago, starting from the bottom. He started from number 142, but he proved his mettle and paved his way to where he was now in no time at all. But after this incident, he would be lucky to be demoted and not be erased by the Dark Millennium. No, that was the least of his worries now. He had to first escape the predicament he now finds himself in. Riley Ross, he remembered who the white-haired boy was now. When they were being shown the potential villain list, he and his sister were briefly mentioned as White King's children. They were recommended to stay away from them as much as possible, as harming or scaring them might incur the isolated wrath of one of the members of the Hope Guild, something their organization did not want for now. But this. Why was there no information that one of White King's children was a fucking lunatic? He just killed 4 of his fellow students, and all with a smile on his face. They are getting away, number 7. God. Number 7's woke up from his thoughts as the sound of a shrilling scream pierced his ears. And once again, the familiar minute noise of a bone being crushed whispered to him. You said you weren't going to kill us. No. 7 then yelled as he saw number 11 drop to the ground like a doll that was cut of its strings, a huge hole now adorning his chest. But to number 7's surprise, number 11's body suddenly flinched, slightly moving up from the ground. Number 11, are you? But before he could finish his words, a familiar sphere the size of a baseball shot out from the cavity. Within number 11's chest, trails of blood and flesh were then flung away as the sphere rotated at a very high speed, before slowly floating its way back towards Riley. Green Defender, even in death, took revenge for Black Defender. Riley then slightly let out a small chuckle as he once again hid Green Defender's compressed head in one of his pockets. You Ray, a fucking demon. And with that roar, number 7 raised his hands and summoned multiple chains of blue light, shooting them not towards Riley, but towards the 2 remaining members of Justice Defenders that were running away. And no, one of them screamed as the blue light wrapped around his ankle, pulling him back towards the scene of carnage. Unfortunately for the other one, he was also grabbed by his companion by the feet, also pulling him back. And number 7, what are you going to do? Number 12 then stuttered as his eyes moved ceaselessly from one person to the next. Are you stupid? That white-haired devil is going to kill us if we don't kill these 2. No. 7's words were cold, but his heavy breaths gave away the hesitation still lingering inside him. I didn't sign up for this. No, 12 said as he shook his head. These are children, number 7. Dark Millennium is about the coming of a new age, not slaughtering innocent people. Don't you think I know thaw? PFD. Number 7's words were disrupted by the sound of laughter, a laugh that almost crawled through their bones, a laugh that was so devoid of warmth it almost froze them entirely. An organization under Dark Day that refuses to kill the innocent. Each of Riley's steps caused not only number 12 flinch, but to everyone else its tremors reached. This truly is quite funny, isn't it, everyone? Riley then said as he lightly flicked his fingers, and as he did so, the bodies that were scattered in front of him were blown to the side, making him a clean path. I have decided, I want to meet this Dark Day you speak of. We know who you are, Yellow Defender screamed, trying his best to escape the chains that bound all of his limbs. Do you think you can get away with everything you've done here? I can, yellow defender, Riley muttered as he slowly made his way to number 7, but I don't really need to. Number 7's head started to tremble as Riley's face was only a foot away from his, with Riley's reflection from the visor of his helmet clear even with all of his shivering. Riley stared at him, or perhaps at his own reflection for a few seconds before letting out a small but deep sigh. Please proceed, number 7, Riley then said as he gestured towards the 2 remaining justice defenders. You and number 12 still have a lot to do. This, number 7's breaths once again became erratic as Riley gave him the signal to kill the 2 students. Are you really doing it, number 7? Number 12 muttered. Does it look like we have a choice? We can just take him on. Don't be fucking stupid, 12. This demon is probably an extremely high-level telekinetic. I have no choice but to do this. Wait, please no. What if we all work Toj? The 2 remaining members of the Justice Defenders started to scream, but before their words could get any louder and pierce number 7's ears, he covered their mouth with the blue light. His eyebrows were completely furrowed, trembling as his eyes tried to avert their gaze towards the 2. He didn't want the blood of the innocent in his hands, but he would be a fool to choose to save their lives instead of his own. And so his trembling hands slowly moved his fingers, completely hesitant to close as they held 2 lives. But with a resolute breath, he closed his hand, and the sound of death once again echoed through the air. HQha, number 7 then dropped to the ground, and as if mirroring him, the 2 students also fell, their lifeless bodies landing violently as the blue chains of light that bound them withered away. His eyes then slowly turned their gaze towards the 2 students, only to see their necks twisted in a way that they shouldn't. None of these were supposed to happen. When he was approached by the Dark Millennium, he had his reservations. Who would want to be associated with the world's most heinous supervillain, he thought. But when he met Darkday, when he heard the truth, when he heard his ideals and his vision for the world, he was completely mesmerized. Darkday promised them that the violence would end and that they would be the ones to end it. Superheroes, supervillains, none of those mattered to the Dark Millennium. Their only goal was to save the world, even if it hated them. They would paint themselves as the higher evil if it means salvation. But now here he was, killing innocent men that were probably a decade younger than him, all because he was threatened by true evil. He then slowly raised his head up, only to see Riley not even looking at the scenery he was responsible for. What do you want from us? Number 7 roared. If I recall, it is your people who suddenly appeared during our peaceful exercise, number 7, Riley then said as he turned his head towards number 7, but I suppose I should thank you. Because of your existence, doing my purpose has become easier. What? Number 7 once again found himself repeating the word. I told you, you and number 12 still have a lot more to do. Riley then started to move his fingers rhythmically in the air, and as he did so, the objects and debris that were near them all started to move. And soon, even the bodies began to float as they seemingly moved to specific locations. A hard-fought battle happened here, Riley said with a chuckle. But in the end, the Justice Defenders failed to hold the members of the Dark Millennium, causing the deaths of most of the students of Class 1F, as well as a few instructors that protected them. What? I told you, Riley then muttered, you and number 12 still have a lot to do. I think my sister is being bullied by her class, and I don't like that. You want us to? Yes, number 7, I am ordering you. To kill more of them. Yes, number 7, I am ordering you. To kill more of them. What? And once more, it would seem number 7's vocabulary has been reduced to a single word. He had thought that the nightmare was finally over, but it turns out that all of his fettered breaths were just the beginning. This white-haired demon will not let go of them until their breaths are completely gone. You think we're going to do that for you? With the only 2 of them left, the whisper of a light thud rolled from the ground as number 12 removed her helmet. It would seem their helmet had some sort of device installed in it that was able to change their voice. Riley should probably get something like that when he comes out of his retirement, he thought. He had always been using his telekinesis to alter the way his voice comes out from his mouth whenever he was in costume, so this should help take away that minor convenience. Number 12 continued to voice out all of her fears and frustrations, the high-pitched tone of her voice reflecting her looks, which did not even seem to be older than Hannah. Her eyes were that of an auburn color. Her hair, which now flowed across her shoulders, glimmered in a luscious brown. I am out, no, 12 yelled once more. I am out. I didn't sign up for Thweth Ha. Her words then abruptly stopped as she felt her speech disgruntled. But as she turned her head down, she felt her chin lightly hitting her throat. Number 12 then looked towards number 7, wanting to ask him what just happened. However, the only response she got from number 7 was him slightly backing away. And then, ever so slowly, she felt her vision shift with number 7 now standing upside down. "Why you promised not to kill her," were the last words that number 12 heard before her vision completely faded. "I didn't kill her, Green Defender did," Riley then said as he waved his hand, or more specifically, he waved Green Defender's sharp arms with his hand. "I am retired, you see. I won kill people for now." "You just killed 8 people here," number 7 wailed. "Are you insane?" "That's debatable, number 7. Riley once again waved Green Defender's arm as he shooed number 7 away. "Now off you go. Kill the students of Class 1F. You should have a list of them, correct?" I can't possibly kill all of them. Just do what you can, no 7. Number 7 suddenly felt a thin pressure around his neck, like there was a pair of small arms wrapping around. Number 7 then jumped in shock, as there really were a small pair of arms strangling him, not just arms, but a whole silhouette. He could not see it clearly since the majority of the silhouette was out of his view, but he was sure about something. The silhouette was a person, a literal small person. Get it away." Number 7 tried to pull it away, but as he did so, he could feel a slight burn on his skin as it was almost ripped apart. "Please don't be rude, number 7. Riley then let out a sigh as he carefully placed Green Defender's arm on the ground. "Its brain is dramatically smaller than my other human-sized copies, so it would be best to treat it like you would me, or it would probably kill you on the spot." What? Number 7 could hear his heavy breaths circling inside his helmet as the pressure around his neck slowly disappeared. He then felt a trickle walking on his shoulders. He looked only for him to see another Riley sitting on it. "Everything it sees I see," Riley muttered, "and if you don't do as I tell you, it will kill you. If you try to leave without killing at least 5 more students, it will kill you. If you do anything it doesn't like, it will kill you. If you are captured, it will kill you. WH." But before number 7 could finish the words he had been uttering for a dozen times now, Riley suddenly grabbed something from his pocket, causing him to take in a huge, nervous gulp. What he did not expect, however, was that Riley was only grabbing a pair of sunglasses. "I will find you and your group when you done. I have some business to attend to with your so-called leader," Riley then said before wearing his sunglasses and abruptly walking away while flipping his coat to the side, leaving number 7 all on his own, completely and utterly confused as to what just happened. Number 7 then slowly turned his head towards the miniature person sitting on his shoulder, only for it to slap him on his helmet, causing him to stumble a few meters from where he stood, and without any warning, it climbed inside his helmet. "Go now," it then whispered into his ear, its voice incredibly high-pitched, but even then. It sounded like a death sentence, and while number 7 was digging his resolve to do what he has to do to survive, Riley Ross was currently casually floating around Toronto, his eyes as if trying to search for something. Minutes passed, and he found himself in the middle of a wasteland. There were no buildings, no cars, no sound, clean, completely silent, as if even the tiniest of organisms refused to live on it. The only thing it contained were craters. Dozens of craters and some almost a quarter of a mile wide. It would be akin to say that he was in a desert of concrete, but no. He was still in Toronto, right in the middle where the fateful battle between him and Megawoman ended. Riley then descended from the air as he landed on the largest crater in the area, and as soon as he landed, he closed his eyes and kneeled on the ground, raising both of his arms into some sort of embrace as his breaths echoed through the emptiness, the loneliness he now found himself in. Megawoman's warmth, it was as if he could feel it here. He could remember the feeling of Megawoman's skin around his arms as he snapped his neck right here, in this exact same spot. She screamed, but not like everyone else he had heard. She did not scream for herself, but for the people, always for the people. She did not beg for her life, but for the people. Even as he snapped her legs, broke her ribs, not once did she worry about herself. Such selflessness, even in pain, even in suffering, it truly reminded Riley of his sister. He misses her, he wants to feel her warmth again. Everything and everyone else he destroys is meaningless without her. Were there actually more? Is there actually more like her out there? What if she was the last? What if she was the last, and Riley will never be able to see her again? Megawoman, Megawoman, Megawoman. Riley's embrace then tightened as his whispers once again echoed throughout the vast emptiness. Should I go now? Should I break my promise and find you? Should I kill everyone until I find my way to you? I shouldn't have ended things between us, Megawoman. Riley then looked at the palm of his hands, trembling uncontrollably. And now the urges I have been trying to imprison within me want to go out. I am afraid if this continues, I would have no choice but to kill he. You Ray Darkhuck. Riley's eyes immediately widened as he quickly stretched his arm towards the voice that rudely interrupted him from talking. He was about to close his hand into a fist, but as soon as he saw who it was, he slowly put down his arm. Why you Ray Darkday? The owner of the voice stuttered, vehemently coughing as she quickly removed her helmet, letting her beautiful jet-black hair smoothly flow through her sides. Did you follow me here, Dark Tomo Reynolds? I saw you. Tomo then gently held her neck as she continued to cough, and even as a sliver of tears started to form in her eyes, they could not be any clearer. I saw what you did earlier at SU, isn't it? You Ray Darkday. Tomo then let out a small and fettered chuckle as she tried her best to recover herself from almost having her neck snapped. And what makes you think that, Tomo Reynolds? The way you talk, your mannerisms, even though your voice is completely different, I know it. SU, Tomo continued to stutter. The monotonous voice she always had was completely gone as her hands started to tremble, seemingly trying to reach for Riley's face but restraining herself from doing so. I know I am right. I have collected every sighting of you in my room. Tomo then slightly blushed as she looked to the side. But then, after a few seconds, she let out a small gasp as her face suddenly twisted. I disrespected you earlier. Oh no. Please forgive me, Darkday. Even as Tomo's words were starting to turn into a cry, Riley only held a curious expression on his face as he stared at her. And what will you be doing with that information, Tomo? And nothing. I will treasure it and keep it a secret forever, Tomo once again stuttered. And soon, as she was only a meter away from Riley, her legs suddenly fell to the ground. Please let me serve you, Darkday. Tomo groveled, her lips almost kissing the ground. I will do anything for you, please. Okay, minutes earlier, when most of the Justice Defenders and number 11 and 12 were still alive in the midst of all the chaos, Tomo found a chance to run away. She wanted to take Riley Ross with her since he saved him from being ganged up by the Defenders, but the only response she got from him was that she should go ahead. She didn't hesitate leaving him, of course. She already offered for the two of them to escape, but he refused. She would have no guilt even if he died well, not like she would have in the first place. But still, as she was running away, there was this feeling inside of her that there was something odd about Riley Ross. Perhaps it was his calmness, which was even eerier than hers. Throughout her stay in the academy, she didn't really have anyone to call a friend. Of course, why would she, when she was only there to train and learn more about her powers? She was trying her best to lie low, as she knew deep inside her that she wasn't a hero but a villain. Her preferences, tendencies, as well as her overall demeanor already dictated what she was to become. Even her own mother didn't fail to remind her every day that she was a monster. Tomo belonged to a very low percentage of supers, those who were able to use their powers during infancy. She didn't really remember when exactly, but when she was younger, she used to play with her abilities without any care, trying to wrap her entire room with sheets of ice whenever it was hot, filling their backyard with snow so she could play in it, from childish games and plays to killing her father. She no longer remembered if she truly did mean for it to happen, but one day her powers became too uncontrollable. The ice that she summoned turned into a darker color. She was scared and wanted to show her dad what was happening to her, but that was when Tomo killed him. And since that day, her mother labeled her a monster, and so did the rest of her family and the entire neighborhood. She isolated herself, not coming out of her room except to go to school, and after it is over, she comes home and goes directly back to her solace. Every day was the same, and the only time she hears her mother's voice was when she calls her a monster. This repeated again and again until one day she heard about Darkday. He didn't have a name then, but there was a forum on the internet that discussed all of the new sightings of possible supervillains. Most of the people tried to ignore him, saying he was only a wannabe supervillain and would probably be caught soon. Most ignored him, but not her. Just from the few videos she had seen, she saw something from Darkday that she sorely wanted to have. Acceptance, not acceptance from others, but acceptance for what he truly is: evil. Darkday did not have any chains, no rhyme, no reason for what he was doing. He was true to himself and did not let anyone get in his way, and she wanted that. She wanted to be like him. And soon, her dark-colored eyes that knew nothing but loneliness started to glisten as it was filled with nothing but Darkday, literally. Every corner of her room had posters of Darkday plastered on it, and yet it was the brightest it had been for years. But alas, much to her dismay, Darkday decided to retire, and she once again found herself alone in her room. When the news of Mega Academy was announced, she immediately thought of it as an escape from her mother and a way to discover the full potential of her abilities, and that maybe, just maybe when Dark Day returns, she would be able to stand by his side. Nothing else mattered, only Dark Day. Well, at least it was supposed to be like that. Now, as she was running away from the people of the Dark Millennium, she could not help shake the feeling that something was going to happen because of Riley Ross. His calmness, even as someone was brutally murdered in front of him, was truly eerie. When she saw Black Defender's headless body, even she was shocked and disturbed. But Riley. She couldn't see it clearly since she ran away after it happened, but it was as if he was even smiling. With this thought, the sound of Tomo's hurried steps slowly died down, beating more sluggishly by the second until it completely stopped. Something else was going on there, she thought. And so, as if fate was telling her to go back, her feet moved on their own. She hid in a nearby ruined building before witnessing everything that transpired. Riley's actions, the way he speaks, his violence, it all reminded her of one person. Finally, she thought, would she finally be able to have a friend in the academy? Someone who she can share her passion with, someone with who she would be able to talk to about Dark Day. And so, after everything was over, she decided to follow him from afar. She was confused. She thought he was going to find more people to kill, but in the end, Riley just went to a place devoid of any people. And as soon as he stopped floating around, Tomo decided to approach and talk to him. However, the words Riley uttered echoed through her ears, lighting up the bulb that was already threatening to light itself up. She thought they were just similar, but no. Riley Ross is Dark Day. And now, with that revelation, the only thing she could do was kneel in front of her god. Please, please let me serve you, Dark Day. I will do anything for you, please. Okay. Tomo was ready to grovel and kiss his feet if that was what he wanted, but for him to agree without even a second thought was truly something she imagined Dark Day would do. Does this mean I work for you now? I suppose. Riley then crouched on the ground, picking up Tomo's helmet before somewhat thoroughly examining it. You don't have a voice changer, Tomo. Why should I have one? That is entirely up to you, second subordinate. Riley then said as he handed the helmet back to Tomo. I will be calling you that for now until I find you a suitable name. You going to name me? Tomo's hand trembled uncontrollably, almost dropping her helmet back to the ground. However, after a few milliseconds, the trembling abruptly stopped as her eyes slightly squinted. I do not want to pry, master, she then said with a gulp, but what do you mean by second subordinate? It is what it is, Tomo. You are my second subordinate. I am not the first. No, Silver Moon is. Silver isn't that the name Sylvie wanted for you, master. I suppose it is a nice name, so I gave it to Catherine. Who is this Catherine? Hearing another woman's name being uttered from Riley's lips, Tomo could not help but wear her helmet as her jaws began to tremble. Right, you know her by a different name. She is. Riley, where the fuck have you been? I was just reminiscing. I am sorry for worrying you, sister. You fucking shit. Hannah's muffled words seeped from Riley's shoulders as she tightly embraced. Sylvie and Gary were also a few meters behind them. They were contemplating on whether to join into a group hug, but hearing Hannah's voice teeming with weakness, they chose not to do so. And so, they had to wait a couple more seconds until Hannah let go of her brother before they could express their relief. You had us all worried, man, Gary then said as he wiped the tear coming out of his left eye. This is just from all the dust. I am glad you are safe, Riley, Sylvie said after letting out a long and disgruntled sigh. But how exactly are you completely unscathed? Not only Sylvie, but Hannah, Gary, and the unnamed student from another class could not help but look at Riley from head to toe. His costume, it was still as immaculate as the time they left from the academy. Because he is strong. It was not Riley, however, who answered Sylvie's question, but the black-clad woman following him from behind. Dark Millennium. Don't be stupid, Dragon Monarch. Sylvie quickly but lightly hit Gary on the head before he could rush towards the individual. That's Dark Frost, she is in our class. Hearing and feeling Sylvie's words, Gary could only let out an awkward chuckle as he examined Tomo's costume, and true enough, the name tag was still strongly pinned on her torso. All right, but why are you with Riley? It is fate that brought us together, Dragon Monarch, Tomo calmly said before turning her attention towards Hannah. Your brother saved me from members of the Dark Millennium. That, yes. And before Hannah could even utter a response, Tomo suddenly bowed her head. I owe him my life, sister. On this. I have checked the vicinity, we should be clear, Riley. You ray back. And as the group was willfully chatting, Scarlet Mage gently descended from the sky, her red luscious hair landing closely in front of Tomo. I am Scarlet Mage. I apologize for worrying all of you. No, it's fine. I know what you, Ray, truly capable of. Scarlet Mage let out a small but deep sigh, a small smile slightly crawling on her face. The smile, however, was interrupted as soon as she felt an ominous stare landing on her. Dark Frost, it's good you, Ray, here as well. Where are the rest of the students from your sector? I don't know, Tomo quickly answered, her monotonous tone turning even colder. Most of us ran to different directions when the Dark Millennium came. Did they try to recruit you? Yes. Oh shit, you didn't join. Gary joined in on the conversation. With the way you, Ray, ogling about Dark Day, I thought you would surely. It's a fake group. I would never join something like that, Tomo quickly answered, her gaze almost penetrating through her helmet as they did not leave Scarlet Mage for even a second. I am loyal to Dark Day and Dark Day only. My devotion to him is without equal. Okay, a little creepy, but okay. Gary nodded several times before backing away. Scarlet Mage could not help but squint her eyes as she looked back and forth between Tomo and Riley. Did something happen between the two? You. But before she could ask, a loud static whistled through her ear. All faculty, please return to the rendezvous point. I repeat, please return to the rendezvous point. Hello, what's happening? Shouldn't we be dealing with the Dark Millennium? Ray gone, they just disappeared. What, how many students did they take? We don't know yet, however there are casualties. Miss Scarlet Mage, is that the academy? What are they saying? Casualties? What do you mean casualties? They killed some of our students. What did they say, Miss Scarlet Mage? Not only Sylvie, but Hannah and the others all held their breaths as they saw the look on Scarlet Mage's face. Scarlet Mage had always held a stern and strict look on her face, but there was also a hint of calmness and tenderness on it, and so, seeing her completely flustered, they could not help but think of the worst. Nothing, Scarlet Mage shook her head with a sigh. It's best we get back to the bus now, that the members of this so-called Dark Millennium are gone. Gone just like that. What did they want? Did they really kidnap some of our classmates? Fucking hell, the government has enough money to build something like Mega Academy, but once we ray out they can, spare any security, as expected of the government. I will share the details once we have confirmed everything. Hearing the complaints of her students, Scarlet Mage could only let out a sigh. She thought that the Dark Millennium was just some wannabe supervillain group, since the one they encountered did not seem that much of a threat. But to think they actually killed some students. It was one thing to kidnap students directly under the government, but to actually do what they did. The government would have no choice but to react with extreme violence, not to mention superheroes who have their children enrolled in the academy. If her guess was right, then the government would probably issue a strict manhunt for Dark Millennium, and as an instructor of the academy, she would probably be included in the force. But if she were to be gone, then that would mean she wouldn't be able to watch and guard everyone else from Riley. Of course, avenging the students is a must, but the real monster was within their midst, which was incredibly much more important. Just a few students don't merit her letting Riley out of her seat. What was she thinking? Scarlet Mage thought as she violently shook her head. The lives of the students aren't important. What was wrong with her? Miss Scarlet Mage. Sylvie then slightly leaned her head closer to Scarlet Mage, her eyes filled with worry. Did something bad happen? Ray still confirming what happened. Scarlet Mage then repeated her earlier words as she woke up from her stupor. Sylvie, lead the way. I'll cover the back just in case some of the members of the Dark Millennium are still here. Why yes, Scarlet Mage straightened her back as she nodded. Of course, Miss Scarlet Mage. And so the group started to head back to where the buses were parked. Each of their steps was cautious. Of course, the Dark Millennium had some sort of high-capacity pressure bomb. It would be dangerous if they left some of those lingering around on the ground. Where did you go? Scarlet Mage had another purpose for guarding the rear, of course, and that was to quietly talk with Riley. You suddenly disappeared, and you made your sister worried sick. I was just reminiscing and killing time, Scarlet Mage, Riley answered, his eyes looking straight ahead. And are we really going back to the academy? No, Scarlet Mage quickly shook her head. It seems that the government had set up some sort of safety shelter a few miles away as part of the academy. It isn't safe until we find out how they gained all that information about us. I see that is very convenient, Scarlet Mage. We actually need to go somewhere later. It saves me the minor inconvenience of having to escape from the academy. What? Where are you going? I doubt they would let any one of the students out. What they want is irrelevant, Scarlet Mage, and it's not only me that's leaving. I will be meeting with the members of the Dark Millennium later. There is someone impersonating my identity there. We can have. And before Riley could finish his words, Scarlet Mage covered his mouth as her eyes were fixated on the student nearest to them, Tomo. It is fine, Scarlet Mage. Riley then let out a sigh as he removed Scarlet Mage's hand. Dark Frost knows. Knows what? My identity. She guessed who I am. It's quite an amazing feat, is it not? She did what? Scarlet Mage turned her focus on Dark Frost, and even though her face was completely covered with a helmet, she could still feel her heart that beat with a certain kind of animosity. You are just lucky that you are first, Tomo then said with a click of a tongue. Of course, Scarlet Mage thought. If there was someone that would be able to relate Riley to Darkday, it would be her Darkday's self-proclaimed #1 fan. Why drag a student into this? Scarlet Mage then said, her tone slightly cold. I thought this is only going to be between us. I did not drag her, she applied. She's only a student, Riley. Please don't hold any of her loved ones hostages. I see you are only following him because he has someone you care for. Tomo then let out a small but mocking sigh as she walked closer to the two. My loyalty for Darkday is undying and true. Unlike yours, it truly is such a shame that the first subordinate is someone like you, Scarlet Mage. What? I'm still your teacher. Scarlet Mage could not help but let out a tone of frustration and loyalty. My loyalty to Riley is also unknown. Forget what I said. That's what I thought, teacher, Tomo then smugly worded out as she walked closer to Riley. Scarlet Mage twitched her eyes a couple of times as she took a few steps back. Was she about to say that she was loyal to Darkday? Was she losing her mind? Of course, something already happened between the two of them, but that was just a momentary lapse of judgment driven by lust, nothing more. What do you think that cougar is talking about with my brother? In the front, Hannah's eyes were currently that of a hawk, not leaving Scarlet Mage out of her sight. Sil, Mega Girl, can you eavesdrop on them? Dawn, you have like super hearing or something. I do, but I can control it that well, and it makes my head go all woozy, but even if I can do it, it is not right to use my abilities for something like that. Nuclear baby, Sylvie breathed out, although I am a little curious as well. Right, let us do it. And no, I am sure she's just checking up on him since he disappeared. You Ray no fun. What about you, DM? Can you hear what they Ray saying? I'll try, Gary muttered as he slowed down his steps to let Riley and the others catch up to him. What are you doing, you Ray being so obvious? Well, how am I supposed to hear them? I don't have super hearing. What the fuck, then why are you still doing it? Just get back here. It took almost an hour of walking, but the group finally safely arrived back in the parking lot, same with many others. Their whispers and clamor all filled the air with questions, but none of the instructors or any of the other staff seemed to have the intention of answering any of them. Instead, they just strictly ordered them to return to their respective buses and wait for further instructions. Of course, the students didn't really like being kept in the dark, but seeing as the air around them was filled with some sort of tension, they had no choice but to follow their orders. And when they got on the buses, they found out that the windows were already completely sealed with absolutely no view of the outside. Greenfly, Riley, and the others' designated driver did not even say anything to them, as he just hastily drove them away without a single word, which was odd, since he was extremely talkative on the way to Toronto. Just what exactly is going on? Sylvie could not help but whisper the thoughts of all the students on her bus, but afterward she then turned to look at Tomo, who was now riding with them. You should probably take your helmet off. I don't think it's the right time to be adorning something like that. The other students are starting to look at you with hostility, Tomo. Their opinions of me are meaningless, Sylvie. This helmet is my devotion to Darkday. You Ray still saying shit like that, girl? Hannah breathed out, her words containing a hint of frustration. This isn't the time to be playing around. Someone might actually attack you because of the Dark Millennials or whatever. They are a fake group and nothing more. I would not be swayed by. My sister is right, Tomo. I think you should also change to a new costume, that one belongs only to Dark Day. Hey man, no need to be too harsh on her. If that is what you wish. And before Gary could fully join in on the conversation, Tomo suddenly removed her helmet. I will design a new costume. Maybe you can help me. That much is obvious, Tomo. You need a proper uniform similar to what I have now. Really? What the fuck? Seeing Tomo's pitch suddenly turned similar to that of a Japanese schoolgirl, Hannah's hair all started to stand up on their ends. It was completely creepy, she thought. Tomo's voice had this cold tone in it, so to see her squealing like that was odd. Although it did seem somewhat fitting, her face still does look Asian. Are these two really this close? I don't think I have seen them talk to each other in class. Sylvie also squinted her eyes as she watched Tomo. She barely even talks to anyone. I am seeing a trope here, Gary then added as he placed his hand on his chin. Riley is a harem protagonist. What the fuck are you on about? Seriously, can't you see the pattern? It's so obvious a 12-year-old might have written it, Gary added. A hot sister, a hot and strict but caring teacher, and now the cold and aloof girl in class. I have watched too much to know where this is going. Why am I included in that list? Hannah then roared as she kicked Gary in the face. He's my brother, that's disgusting. Sylvie could not help but let out a whisper of a hum as she watched as Gary's face became squished. Why am I not included in the list? You don't know what he's talking about, do you? Hannah then slightly stuttered as she looked Sylvie straight in the eyes. No, isn't it just Riley's female friends? Oh ho ho, our dear innocent Sylvie, Gary then said as he tried to put his arm over Sylvie's shoulders. Let me introduce you to the colorful world of hentai. Do not corrupt her. You little shit. The students of the academy all continued to have their own theories and guesses as to what was happening, and this continued on until they reached the safety emergency shelter of the academy. Most of them were confused, of course, as they all thought they were going straight home to the academy, but seeing as the academy had gone through all of this, would mean that they were actually facing something truly serious. Has anyone seen any of my classmates? What's going on? Who's that? And as the students were settling them inside the huge empty dome, the cry of one student roared above everyone else. He's been shouting since earlier. I think he's from class 1F. They not here, maybe. They all went with the Dark Millennium. Yeah, what's with that? Potential villain list. Don, you think it's kind of discriminatory? Kind of must suck to belong in that list, PFT. Tell me about it, but who knows, maybe you belong in it. What did you say? But what if I actually am? What does that even mean? And as a quiet turmoil slowly started to boil in the shelter, another one had already started from far away. Why did you kill the students? In a dark metal room somewhere in the world, number 7 was currently groveling on the ground. Do you know how much trouble I will be in right now? You are in my jurisdiction. How dare you do something like this? I am truly sorry, August, number 7 said meekly. Said his face under the helmet, however, was completely infuriated. There was literally a small creature resting in his helmet threatening to kill him right now. He had no time to be wasting here being reprimanded by a superior that was probably weaker than him in terms of abilities. But I think I need to talk to someone higher up. Number 7 then slowly stood up from the ground. We have a crisis on our hands. Of course we have a crisis. You killed people, number 7. Do you really think you actually have the chance to talk to Ms. Friday and the others after what you? This guy kill. What did you just say to me? That wasn't me. There's only 2 of us here. This guy, noisy, please kill. Or I kill you. What? Who is talking? Do you have a microphone on you? Did you betray? And before the man called August could finish his words, a chain of blue light suddenly crawled through his mouth. I am sorry about this, August. But you don't know what I've seen. Am I a villain? We demand to see the list. I don't want to be sharing a room with someone who will become a villain in the future. Why did you hide this from us? Why yes, please make the list public. With the information of the potential villain list spreading like wildfire amongst the students, the hemispherical shape of the dome served as an amplifier to fan out their words. Those who were previously treating each other as friends were now meters apart. The students almost looked like that of a honeycomb. their gaps to each other almost equal as they tried their best to avoid one another. Man, everyone is on edge, they might as well be Riley. There were still groups that were closely huddled with each other, of course, and Riley's group was among them, peacefully sitting on the cold concrete floor. Do you have time to be that chill? Hannah let out a scoff as she heard Gary's words. You, Ray, probably in that fucking list. What? Why me? If there would be someone on that list, it would be this guy. Gary, it's not nice to accuse someone. Sylvie let out a short but deep sigh as she shook her head. What? But didn't Hannah just accuse me of? It doesn't matter whether I am on the list or not. Seeing Gary pointing at her, Tomo only took a short glance before once again fixating her head towards Riley. What matters now is that I am in Darkday's list. What does that even mean, you psycho? Hannah let out a small scoff, and I didn't know my brother had another friend in 1v. No, Tomo immediately stood up. I don't dare to claim to be Riley's friend. I see our group has become full of weirdos. Anyway, I thought your instructor will be giving us news. It's been an hour and Ray still being left in the dark about what happened. Hannah then said as her eyes scanned the dome. There were already small fights happening, and yet none of the instructors on any other staff had responded. Is it possible that many students went with the Dark Millennium? Sylvie then added as she also stood up to scan the area, although we can't really count since there's too many of us. That's probably the case. Gary then lazily dropped his back on the floor. They couldn't get me, so they probably settled with my inferiors. Yeah, that's probably it. Hannah let out a tiny scoff as she rolled her eyes. In any case, we should probably find your instructor so we can. I told you I am not on the potential villain list. I don't even know what that is. You Ray lying. I saw your performance during the simulation. You laughed while accidentally killing the hostages. That's a simulation. I wouldn't do that in real life. The group's conversation was cut short as a couple of students near them started to get violent, with one summoning a bunch of insects coming out of his sleeves. Isn't he from our class? Sylvie uttered. I think so, Gary said as he quickly stood up to look at the commotion. Robert Moore, General Parasite. The one she's fighting with is also from our class, I think. Wait, most of them are from our class. I guess they gathered here since Sylvie's here, Hannah muttered before shaking her head. It's not our problem, let them settle it on their own. The situation in the shelter is already going bonkers. It's best we add fuel to the fire. A boo. Don't even think about it, Sylv, Hannah said before Sylvie could even utter a word. With your position as the mega student, the pretentious righteous motherfuckers would probably use you to rally to find out who is who. But still, we just can't sit around doing no. Stop this, why are we fighting each other? And once again, before Sylvie could finish her words, a loud and high-pitched voice echoed throughout the whole shelter. Gary and the others quickly looked as to who was intervening, only for their eyes to land on a pair of two humongous melons belonging to none other than Katrina Collins of Class 1V, aka Hurricane Katrina. Even if you think someone belongs to this stupid potential villain list, it doesn't mean they, Ray, bad people. Katrina bellowed as she stood between General Parasite and her other classmate. They, Ray, just misguided. Isn't that why we are here in the academy, to become the best versions of ourselves? Katrina, General Parasite, stuttered as he slowly retracted the insects that came out of his sleeves. Please, everyone, stop fighting. Very well said, girl. And as soon as Katrina finished her words, a calm but slightly raspy voice reverberated throughout the whole dome. They all tried to search who the voice was coming from, but before they could find the source, a huge hologram appeared in the air right in the center of the dome. Hey, it's your father. That's a secret, you fucker. Sorry, Gary immediately covered his mouth, but not before taking a hit on the head from Hannah. None of you are supposed to become aware of the existence of the potential villain list, but what is done, so let me be the one to confirm it to all of you. The potential villain list is real. What? Hearing none other than White King confirming it, the students once again began to clamor, but before it could get any worse, White King once again shared his words. But that little girl is right, all of you are here so we could teach you how to be better, how to become a hero in the future that you now would be proud of. White King's hologram started to walk through the air. Do you think that just because someone has the potential to do bad, that they can never do good? Let me tell you this. No one is born evil. Riley let out a small but fettered breath as he heard his father's words. No one is born evil. If so, then why does someone like him exist? I will tell you this now, there is no reason to ostracize each other. Because if bad people are capable of doing good, the same could be said vice versa. The way you are acting right now to your fellow students, do you not think you would one day also be written in the potential villain list? That White King S words resounded to all of the students, especially to those who were accusing others of belonging to the list most of their heads, now looking to the ground. 27 White King continued, 27.4. As of now, that is the number of students that belong to the list. The Academy is trying its best to make that 0. Please give us, your classmates, and yourself the chance to make that 0. Sorry, Robert, the female student that was accusing General Parasite, could not help but apologize as soon as White King's words reached her heart. It's okay, it's my fault for being a maniac. What? And now to more concerning matters. It would seem that the announcements wherein done, as White King S words once again reverberated throughout the dome, but this time, his hologram disappeared, only to be replaced by a blindfolded instructor. Isn't that your instructor, Hannah Banana? Why yeah, seeing her class instructor suddenly showing himself, Hannah could not help but take in a nervous gulp. Even in class, Nightwalker rarely talks if he doesn't need to, so seeing him out in the open like this, something was wrong. Hannah Ross. Hannah's body straightened up as she suddenly heard her name, but when she thought that she was being called, Nightwalker started mentioning other names. DeAndre Brown, Ryan Woods, Latisha James, and lastly Louis Hardy, you will be designated in different classes. Please wait for more information about your transfer. What? Hannah blinked a couple of times as she looked at Riley and the others. What's going on? And before anyone else could answer her, White King once again appeared in the hologram. The names you have heard just now belong to the students of Class 1F, White King said in a weak tone, his bravado tone now completely gone as he almost stuttered his words. They are the only students left from their class. The others have sadly died in the hands of the so-called terrorist group, Dark Millennium. No fucking way. What? Hannah almost fell to her butt, but Riley slightly lifted her up in the air before she could do so. It wasn't only the remaining students of Class 1F who were shocked. Most of the students were as they all turned to look at each other. Dead. Some of them have actually died. How did something like this happen when they literally had superheroes as their teachers? We were supposed to protect you, White King continued. The organization knew every bit of our movements. They knew all of the students and superheroes that would be present, and they even hacked into the satellite I borrowed from the government. But none of those are excuses as to why we failed to protect you. We are not asking for your forgiveness or requesting your trust, but what I can assure you is this. A team is already being gathered to rescue your classmates that have been abducted by the Dark Millennium, and we will not rest until we do. But for now, please remain here until we sort everything out. And with that, the hologram shut down. The reflection of White King and everyone's eyes faded. They killed my classmates, even with all of the people letting out gasps of shock. Hannah's fettered whispers still reached the rest of the group. How? Why? Don TB 2 down, Hannah, Gary said as he let out a short but deep sigh. Those justice pricks belong there, right? They probably deserved it. What do you even hear yourself? Some of those students are even younger than us, Hannah said as she furrowed her eyebrows. They ray dicks, but it doesn't mean they deserve to die. All right, sorry. Miss Scarlet Mage, and as the two were talking, Sylvie suddenly raised her voice as she looked at Scarlet Mage, who was currently approaching them. However, even with her loud voice, Scarlet Mage did not seem to hear her as she only called for Riley, with Tomo following behind him. What's with that? Hannah said as her eyebrows furrowed even further. You were right, Hannah, Sylvie then said as she let out a deep breath. There are times we need to eavesdrop. What did you hear? They are planning to escape the shelter, Sylvie muttered as her eyes stared at the three. What's how and why? I can hear clearly because of all the other noise, but they are probably thinking of rescuing the other students themselves. What? My brother can't be that reckless, not to mention caring. I can't hear anything anymore. It feels like something is blocking. It doesn't matter. Hannah then clicked her tongue before rushing towards Riley and the others. I am supposed to be the reckless one. We are coming with them. You said we were visiting them later. What did you mean by that? That we would be visiting them, Scarlet Mage. Yes, Miss Scarlet Mage, how are you not getting that? Can you not? Scarlet Mage was trying to keep the volume of her whispers at a minimum, causing the movements of her eyes to become much more exaggerated as she rolled them. She knew that Tomo was now part of their secret, but it hasn't been a few hours, and Scarlet Mage wants her gone. Riley alone was enough, and now another eccentric individual has joined them. She wasn't threatened, of course. Why would she? It was not like she was under Riley of her own accord. Her mother was being kept hostage. She also needs to make sure Riley Dawson go out of bounds and massacre everyone. If anything, Tomo was an added responsibility. Now she also has to protect her from Riley's darkness. It would not be good for her to be pulled even further and do something she would regret, like sleeping with him. Does that mean you know where their base is? Scarlet Mage then focused her thoughts. She should worry about Tomo later. What matters now is to rescue the students that were kidnapped by the Dark Millennium. I do, Scarlet Mage. How else would we be visiting them? Yes, Miss Scarlet Mage. How else would we be visiting? Then tell me their location. I will pass it on to White King. Scarlet Mage quickly answered Riley before his parrot could agitate her even further. You don't have to worry. The information wouldn't be traced to you, since I have many excuses I could use as to why I know their location. Number. What? Why? Father and the other heroes will only get in the way, Scarlet Mage, Riley said after letting out a short but deep sigh. You will get your chance to force the students to return on your own if you really want to, but our main priority is to meet with my imposter. I don't understand why you want to get the others back, Miss Scarlet Mage, Tomo then added as she too let out a sigh. When the 3 students in the sector I was in went with the Dark Millennium, they didn't need a lot of convincing. I am sure they do not want to be rescued. It doesn't matter, Scarlet Mage shook her head. I am still a teacher of the academy. I won. Give up on turning them into heroes just because they already have. That's just sugarcoating. Even in this situation, you are not losing your goal, Scarlet Mage. Riley breathed out, causing Tomo to quickly stop her words so as to not interrupt him. You are still retaining your kindness, as expected of my first subordinate. I don't know how to feel about that. Scarlet Mage slightly closed her eyes. So, when are we proceeding with our secret missio? We're going to come with you. And suddenly, their careful whispers were completely overwhelmed by the loud voice that was slowly approaching them. It didn't help that the students that were previously resting on the floor were now looking at them, their eyes now intensely curious as to why Scarlet Mage had been talking with 2 students alone. Ms. Hannah, Scarlet Mage could not help but squint her eyes even further as Hannah continued to approach them, with Sylvie and Gary following her from behind. You should be resting. No, Hannah let out a small scoff as she looked Scarlet Mage straight in the eyes. I don't know why you are approaching my brother for this, but I know you, planning to go and find the Dark Millennium. Were you eavesdropping on us? Hearing Scarlet Mage's words, a small icicle quickly formed on Tomo's hand. But as soon as she remembered who Hannah was to Riley, she quickly retracted her powers back. Sorry, Miss Scarlet Mage. It was me who listened in on your conversation. The one who answered Scarlet Mage's question, however, was Sylvie. I couldn't help it since it might have something to do with the missing students. How much did you hear? Scarlet Mage could not help but take in a small but very deep breath. Her eyes then quickly shifted to Riley, as she felt his heart slightly fluctuate. Riley had already told her that Sylvie might be related to Megawoman. She might even be her daughter, so it made sense that Riley's heart would fluctuate around her, but seeing as Riley's fingers were already slowly rising up in the air, it probably meant nothing good. How much did you hear? Scarlet Mage quickly repeated her words as she blocked Sylvie from Riley's view. And not much. Sylvie could not help but flinch as Scarlet Mage yelled at her. Nothing was clear, but I heard enough to know that you, planning to escape to rescue the others. Hey, you don't need to yell at her. Hannah then pulled Sylvie away as she once again looked Scarlet Mage straight in the eyes. I don't know what your problem is, we just want to help. Whoa, let us all calm down. Gary then quickly got in between the two. He doesn't know if he was just imagining it, but he could feel sparks trickling around him. The situation is already tense as it is. I don't like being the voice of reason, but maybe let us all just talk like normal people instead of shouting at each other. Fucking pedo. Hannah then shrugged her shoulders violently as she backed away, her eyes still intent in glaring at Scarlet Mage. Scarlet Mage truly wanted to retaliate, but as a teacher she should know better. But was she really actually a pedo? Considering Riley is already at the age of consent, then no, that's not the time to think about this. What matters now is the children. From her earlier screams resounding throughout the dome, not only the students, but some of the instructors were already looking at them. She could not help it, however. She was sure that Riley was about to kill Sylvie right here and then, but seeing him no longer with his fingers raised, it would seem that it was the right decision. "We're still coming with you whether you like it or not," Hannah then said as she crossed her arms. "I know the other instructors know about this, or else they would already be huddled up and thinking of a plan." "That is not number." And before Scarlet Mage could respond, Riley finally stepped forward and opened his mouth. "I am afraid that is not going to happen, sister." "What, if I am not going, then you ray not going?" Hannah then let out a small breath as she looked at her brother. "As your big sister, I am not going to allow you to put yourself in." "I am truly sorry about this, sister." And with those words, Riley suddenly snapped his fingers loud enough that it reverberated throughout the entire dome. No. Rather, the sound that was echoing throughout the shelter was not his finger, but the sound of people dropping on the floor, all almost at the same time. What did you do?" Scarlet Mage's stuttered whispers mixed with the small thuds softly snapping in the air as she watched not only the students, but everyone else lifelessly sprawled and scattered on the ground. Did you kill them?" Scarlet Mage could no longer hear Riley's heart, as the sound of her own heart beating erratically overpowered everything else. Even Tomo, who had been watching everything about Dark Day, could not help but slightly take a step back. There was still a slight excitement inside of her, of course, but now it was accompanied by fear. "No, what do you think I am?" Riley's disappointed sighs then entered their ears as he gently placed Hannah, who was resting on his arms, gently on the floor. "They are just unconscious, Silver Moon." Unconscious, Silver Moon did not even mind the sudden change of her name. Instead, her eyes were busy looking at the ocean of people around her. "You can also do that." When did you have the ability to control minds, Dark Day?" Tomo then slightly pushed Silver Moon to the side as the tone of her voice became high-pitched. "I don't think I have any records of you having that ability." "I don't." Riley then shook his head as he stood up. "I just lightly racked their brains, but they should be fine, Tomo. And please, do not call me Dark Day, I am currently in retirement." "Oh, of course, Master Riley." Tomo then suddenly kneeled on the ground, her loud and slightly excited breath still persisting in the air. "You racked their brains all at the same time." Silver Moon, on the other hand, was still busy trying to listen to everyone's hearts. It was true that none of them were dead. One could even say their hearts were normal, a sign that none of them were truly hurt or damaged. But to be able to incapacitate everyone at the same time, while being confident enough he didn't hurt anyone badly, this was no longer just a show of power. It might look simple in hindsight, but anyone with telekinesis would know just how difficult, maybe even impossible, Riley's actions are. Just how much control does he exactly have to be capable of something like this? This is no longer just someone with superhuman abilities. Riley is a god. Silver Moon then looked towards Tomo, who was still kneeling on the floor. Should she actually do the same? Should she bend her knees again for him? "You seem to be worried, Silver Moon." What? And before she could kneel, she felt Riley's warm hand touching her chin. "If you are thinking about the cameras around the shelter, then you do not have to worry, I have disabled all of them." Silver Moon could not respond, however. She had completely forgotten that they were in a heavily secured facility, her thoughts only reliving the time she previously bent her knees for him as the warm touch of his hand continued to caress her chin. Tomo, who was still kneeling on the floor, could not help but bite her lips in frustration. If only she was lucky enough to be the first subordinate, then she would probably be the one being touched by Riley right now, she thought. "Lead us out, Silver Moon." Riley then breathed out as he retracted his hand. "I believe you've been oriented with the layout of the shelter." "Why, yes, but there should be guards." "They are also incapacitated, Silver Moon. Please, lead us out. We still have a long way up after this." "Long way up?" "Yes," Riley nodded before pointing a finger upwards. "Number 7, and little Riley is currently in the sky." "This them actually flying. You ray being floated there's a big difference." "Is it really all right to bring a child to this mission, Riley?" "I believe she is older than me, Silver Moon." "All right." Even with the wind violently threatening to rip off their faces, Riley, Catherine, and Tomo were still able to have a somewhat clear conversation. Catherine didn't have to think about it. Riley put up a barrier in front of them, which was now more evident now that they were passing through the clouds. Tomo might not think too much about it since she was so overwhelmed by soaring through the skies with just her body for the first time, but for Catherine, it was different. Catherine could fly, but there were two limits hindering her from going above a certain speed. First was what she was just thinking of now: wind resistance. Although her skin was tougher than most normal humans, she didn't have the extreme durability that most strength-oriented supers have. Even if she wore a helmet similar to Darkday, one wrong move, one wrong pebble at 100 km/h would probably put her out. Second, it wasn't her style. She flies, yes, but flying at a high speed pulls away most of her attention from everything else. And so, for Riley to not only put a barrier around them, float Tomo, and fly on his own, he was doing all of this at a very high speed, once again showing the monstrous control he had over his powers. It almost reminded her of one of the previous members of the Hope Guild, Ms. Phoenix. Besides Megawoman, Ms. Phoenix was probably the one that had the most impact on her growing up. During her time, Ms. Phoenix's telekinetic abilities were unrivaled. Her most notable feat was holding a whole island in place, preventing it from being devastated as a huge earthquake wished to devour it. Perhaps her only flaw was that she could get too violent sometimes, sending most of her opponents to the prison with a mangled limb or two. The government announced her retirement when Catherine was about 11 years old. For the reason that she was going to take care of her child, she never appeared in public after that. Well, wherever she was, she hoped that she was living a good life with her family. Most heroes could not do the same. But still, to this date, no superhero had come close to reaching Ms. Phoenix's telekinetic abilities, only a villain, Darkday himself. Who was stronger between the two? Catherine then thought as her eyes turned towards Riley. Riley's control was more than likely higher than Ms. Phoenix's, but what about raw power? Riley had shown to be more than capable of lifting several buses in the air, and there was also that quake during the simulation exercise. But is he capable of lifting an entire island like Ms. Phoenix? No, it didn't even matter if Ms. Phoenix's raw power was stronger. Riley had other abilities. Ms. Phoenix's neck would probably be twisted without her even knowing what hit her. It was no wonder that Megawoman lost. There was probably no longer anyone to stop Riley if ever he once again dawns the world with Darkday. And so, once again, Catherine gathered her resolve. She would do everything in her power not to allow Darkday to see the light of day once again. She just needs to show Riley that there was also joy in saving people, and this moment was the best time to do that. I see it. Catherine then pointed her finger to a colossal silhouette hidden in the sea of clouds. How did this get past the government's satellites? Tomo muttered. Losing sight of Darkday is one thing because he is the greatest creature to ever exist in the whole universe, but to miss something this big. Because this isn't the only place that needs surveillance, Catherine replied. Even now, as we attempt to rescue these children, thousands are being harmed and killed by villains all over the world. I am more amazed as to how they managed to get their hands on a floating ship like that. A colossal flying ship capable of passing through the satellite's radar, an energy source enough to lift something as massive as that in the air for an entire day. It's almost like alien technology. Silver Moon. Riley, who had been keeping quiet the whole flight, finally spoke as they all stopped in the air to survey the flying ship from afar. The Academy also has an abundance of it, Riley added. Do you have any news of any alien entities entering the planet Silver Moon? No, Catherine breathed out. Do you think this has something to do with Megawoman? Knowing that is supposed to be your job, Silver Moon, Riley then turned his eyes towards Catherine. You have not given me an update on Megawoman for a month. Things have been busy in school with this exercise and all. It will be even busier now that something like this has happened. Understandable. Tomo, who was quietly watching from the side, could not help but once again furrow her eyebrows. This feeling of being left out truly, the difference between first subordinate and second subordinate was almost heaven and hell. I can help you gain information about Megawoman, Riley, Tomo then said, the tone of her voice stern and clear. And how are you going to do that when you, Ray, stuck in the academy? Catherine was the one to answer her with a light scoff. I'm going to find. There's movement up front, and before Tomo could finish her words, an ominous creaking noise sang in the air almost like a horn looming and whispering over their ears. It's starting to move, Riley. What do we do? Are we going to chase it? Wait, I think it's moving towards us, Ms. Scarlet Mage. What? Let us hide. Riley, what are you still doing, Riley? She didn't realize it earlier since she was too focused on the colossal floating ship heading towards them, but Riley had one of his hands raised above his shoulder, his fingers slowly moving closer towards him. You couldn't be. Kaya he pulling it, he the one pulling it towards us. Catherine slightly leaned her head to the side as her ears almost ruptured from Tomo's childish shrieks. Add that to the whale-like sound coming from the colossal floating ship, it almost felt like she was in the middle of a choir thousands of meters up in the air. I thought this was a covert mission, Catherine then yelled since it was hard to hear her own voice from all the wailing. Just earlier, she was wondering if Riley's raw power would match that of Ms. Phoenix, and although this was far from lifting up a whole island in the air, it was still an impressive feat considering how effortless he was doing it. But there was also the fact that the ship was already floating, so it shouldn't be too hard to move this Wasson, the time to be admiring and analyzing Riley's powers as the oldest one in the group. She should be the most level-headed one. This isn't a covert mission, Riley. Catherine once again raised her voice as the colossal ship was only meters away from them now, and seeing as her whole horizon was now blocked by it, it was probably even bigger than a naval ship. It is a covert mission, Silver Moon. Or at least it will be. What's going on? I thought we were going to wait until everything settles down before we move. The satellite pick us up if we move this fast. How was it? A fleeting red light, a siren that mixed with all the panicked voices echoing through the hallways, and a muffled laugh seeping from a dark room coming from number 7, whose arms and legs were currently bound in the air by a floating block of what seemed to be liquid metal. But surprisingly enough, he still had his helmet on. We Ray fucked, no. 7 continued to chuckle as he shook his head. You guys are fucked. Do you know something about this, number 7? I wish I could tell you, Ms. Friday. Number 7 then turned his head down to look at the woman in front of him. But I can't the woman called Ms. Friday was also wearing a helmet similar to that of Dark Days, but instead of a simple full black suit, she had on a skirt that reached only above her knees partnered by a pair of boots that reached below it. I killed August because I had to, Ms. Friday. Number 7's chuckles started to die down. You'd probably do the same if you were me. But can you tell me something, Ms. Friday? You Ray not the one asking questions here. Although Ms. Friday's tone was still calm, the slight movements of her head gave away her worry. Is Darkday really our leader? You've seen him, right? You Ray one of the weekdays. You serve directly under him, are you sure it's him? Number 7 continued to talk, his words slowly fading. What are you talking, Abo? Ms. Friday. And before Ms. Friday could finish her words, the door of the room they were in slid open as a number 69 barged inside. There are intruders. Already, Ms. Friday calmly turned her head towards number 69. Are they inside the ship? Why yes, Ms. Friday. They wouldn't be intruders if they were outside. Sorry, Ms. Friday. How many do we need to call for backup? There's only 3. 3 intruders, all this noise for 3 intruders. Ms. Friday's voice still held its calm. Her breaths, however, almost filled the entire room with weight. Their floating base should have been completely hidden from the government as satellites and in the naked eye of even the grade A supers. Could it be that they were detected when their base suddenly moved unexpectedly? No, not even a minute had passed since that time. If their base had indeed been detected due to their base moving, then there were only a handful of supers that were capable of reaching their base at that speed. One of the members of the Hope Guild that was capable of running at Mach speeds the tempo. But according to their intel, he should be on the other side of the planet right now protecting his country from a group of super terrorists. There were a few more others, but their intel also suggests that it would be impossible for them to get to their location. Could it be Megawoman is here? They have absolutely zero intel on her, so she was the only loose element. If it was really her, then the only choice they have was to self-destruct. Is one of them wearing a white coat? Ms. Friday then quickly looked towards number 7, who, despite hanging in the air and having all of his limbs bound, still had an arrogant and sarcastic tone in his voice. Answer the traitor, Ms. Friday then quickly said as she faced number 69. Why yes, number 69 said after pausing for a few seconds, but I really think we should be worrying about Scarlet Mage, Ms. Friday. Scarlet Mage is here, Ms. Friday whispered, so our intruders are from the Mega Academy. Ms. Friday then tapped her arms a few times, waking up the small tablet that was attached to it. Who is currently engaging the enemy? She then breathed out. Ms. Friday, this is April. The intruders are currently in front of me, ma am. What are you engaging them? What s the situation? Ms. Friday could not help but slightly let out a short but deep breath. For someone currently in front of the intruders, April did not seem to even be out of breath. They are just standing, Ms. Friday. A what? Zahohalho. And before Ms. Friday could even say a word, number 7's laughter once again filled the entire room. This caused Ms. Friday to slightly furrow her eyebrows behind her helmet, but after a few seconds, she tapped something on her tablet, causing a trickle of electricity to wrap around number 7's limbs, replacing his laughter with screams of pain. What do you mean they were just standing there, Ms. Friday then patted her skirt, completely ignoring number 7's bellow. Where are you? They were just standing here in the cargo hold menacingly, Ms. Friday. I see, try to stall them as long as possible, I am on my way there. I don't think I need to stall them, Ms. Friday, I think they are waiting for you. What? One of them is asking for a chair. A few moments later, Ms. Friday was now at the basie's cargo hold, and true enough, the 3 intruders were just calmly standing there. No, one of them was now seated on a chair. You actually gave them a chair. The irritation in Ms. Friday's tone was clear for everyone to hear. Why yes, April stuttered. He politely asked for it, so it just felt right to give. We ray not a restaurant. Ms. Friday stomped her foot on the ground, and as she did so, the ground beneath her turned gray, before a web of cracks started to crawl over it. And after a few seconds, she then turned her head towards the 3 intruders and raised her hand at them. The 3, however, did not even flinch an inch. Are you here to rescue the children, Scarlet Mag? She was about to finish her words, but then she realized something important. Scarlet Mage did not seem to be leading the group. It was the one that number 7 had mentioned earlier, the white-haired kid clad in a white coat. I'm afraid Scarlet Mage is not here, Ms. Friday. The white-haired kid then spoke as he pointed his finger towards Catherine. This is Silver Moon, my first subordinate, and this is my second subordinate, she. Doesn't have a name yet. Although Tama was clearly upset from Riley's words, she only let out a short but deep breath before bowing her head towards Ms. Friday. As for me, you may call me Riley Ross. Riley Ross, Ms. Friday lower her hands before taking a small step back, Aaron T.U. White King's son. And as soon as Ms. Friday's words echoed throughout the cargo hold, the group of numbers that were surrounding the area all let out gasps of their own. Does that mean that? Oh, you don't have to worry, Ms. Friday. Riley then waved his hand before crossing his legs and taking off his sunglasses. We are the only ones. Riley. And before Riley could finish his words, a blast of wind exploded in front of him, slightly causing his white, almost silver-like hair to violently flow in the air. His expression, however, still remained the same. He then slightly leaned his head to the side, as it was being blocked by Catherine's butt. Are you okay, Riley? Catherine then breathed out, her arm raised to the front as chunks of what seemed to be rocks dropped in front of her one by one. And as soon as she checked that Riley was okay, she turned her head towards the direction where the projectile came from, only to see a familiar face. You dare harm God. And before anyone could do anything else, a crackle violently snapped in the air, lowering the temperature by a few degrees. You shall know the wrath of God. And with that roar, Tomo raised her hands, almost instantly summoning a sedan-sized icicle above her. Die. No, Tomo. But as soon as she released her frozen bundle of death, Catherine stood in front of her and clapped her hands, immediately turning the icicle into snow. What are you? He's a student from the academy. It wasn't only Tomo and Catherine, but even the numbers surrounding them and Ms. Friday were looking at the individual who fired the earth bullet at Riley, only to see a young man wearing a skin-tight costume, his cape loosely dangling behind him. Who let this guy out? Ms. Friday roared. They escaped during the commotion. Ms. Friday then turned towards the number who answered her, only to see different individuals wearing each of their unique costumes. What the? We're right here to help you. Ms. Friday. No. What? Catherine could not help but slightly raise an eyebrow. She initially thought that they were rushing towards them since she was here to rescue them, but to think they would stop and stand by Ms. Friday's side one by one. What are you guys doing? She then yelled, We're right here to rescue you. The Dark Millennium has told us all about your stupid list. Do you think we don't know what you will do to us? You, Ray, going to kill us. What? Dark Millennium saved us from being killed by the government. You were going to eliminate us if we, Ray, still on the list by the time we graduate. What are you guys talking about? We will never do that. Catherine waved her hand in frustration. She was about to say something else, but before she could do so, the sound of Riley standing up from his seat completely silenced everyone. It seems they do not need to be rescued. Silver Moon. Riley then sighed before patting Catherine on the shoulders a couple of times. No, they are just Kanfu. I am afraid that S enough, Silver Moon. Riley stepped forward before Catherine could finish her words. That was the only time I will be giving you to rescue your pets. And now, shall we get on to business? Come with us, Riley Ross, Dark Frost. One of the students, however, started to approach them. The Academy is just fooling you. I know you, Ray, a fan of Dark Day. Dark Frost, I saw you wearing his helmet back in the Academy. Do you think the Academy would let someone like you live? Please take my like. And just like that, the student's short speech was cut short as his entire body suddenly burst into tiny bits of pieces, causing all of his flesh and insides to be blown away towards the other students. There was, however, no sign of any mess in front of where the student exploded. Instead, his flesh and blood formed into an arc, as if an invisible wall was blocking them. And as soon as Miss Friday saw this, she hid her arms behind her, tapping her tablet several times. She had wondered why someone like No 7, who was capable of defeating a month almost instantly, was so afraid of, and now she knows. It would already be a hard fight with Scarlet Mage here, but to think there was another monster on board, she needed to call a backup from one of the other bases as soon as possible. This Riley Ross is dangerous. My apologies, Dark Millennium. Riley then let out a small but deep sigh as his eyes scanned the remains of the detonated student. I forgot to tell you that there. S a barrier separating us from the rest of you. We can. T have a fight breaking out as we talk business, can we? R. Riley, did you just kill a student? Catherine said, her breaths almost wanting to burst out from her chest. On the other hand, Tomo only had her eyes twitching, trying her best not to look away from the flesh and guts that were scattered in front of her. He committed suicide, Silver Moon, and he was no longer a student, Riley then casually said as he returned to his seat. Now, shall we conduct business? The screams and cries of the students from the Academy still whispered in the air. Ms. Friday, however, could not be bothered by their pathetic wails. She had already called for reinforcements from the other bases, but who knows if they were going to respond, and even if they did, it might already be too late. There were almost 400 of them in the ship, with almost a quarter of that surrounding the three intruders in front of her, and yet she could not help but feel that they were the ones at a disadvantage. How could she not, when one of their potential new recruits from the Academy died, with none of them even having the time to react to it? Riley Ross was supposed to be from the Academy, and yet he killed one of his schoolmates without even blinking an eye. Something was definitely not right here. You said that White King isn't coming. Can I take your word on this? Ms. Friday did not let her nervous thoughts appear in her words, however, as the tone of her voice remained ever so casual as she had been doing ever since. Perhaps I cannot control other people's actions, Ms. Friday, Riley answered, his gaze seemingly scanning the cargo hold, but I can assure you that my actions are completely separate to that of the Academy. I am here to conduct business, as I said. What kind of? You monster. And before Ms. Friday could muster a response, a student from the Academy rushed towards Riley. Ms. Friday stretched her arms to try and stop her, but alas, the student slipped from her hands. Catherine raised her hand to summon a burst of wind, using all of her strength to push the student away from the invisible death barrier that Riley had put up. The girl rolled on the floor several times and probably broke a bone or two, judging from the pained cries coming out of her mouth. But that was better than the alternative. You should have just let her die, Silver Moon, Tomo whispered, before taking in a long and deep breath as her eyes still tried their best not to stray away from all the blood and guts in front of her. Those who dare attack Riley deserve a gruesome death. I am not giving up on them, Catherine muttered. They have parents waiting for them at home. I will not deliver the news that their children went on to join some cult. I told you, Silver Moon. Some of them wish to commit suicide. Riley then let out a small but deep sigh, perhaps truly unhappy because of this potential villain list that you hid from them. But on to more important matters. Catherine wanted to say something but chose to keep her mouth shut as she heard Riley's heart slightly fluctuate. The students were also being dragged away by the numbers. She didn't want to admit it, but they were probably safer away from them. Can you tell me all about your organization, Ms. Friday? Riley then muttered, is your leader truly Dark Day? He is, Ms. Friday quickly answered. Her mind, however, was thinking of multiple ways to escape or fight back. I find that very interesting, Ms. Friday, Riley said as a slight tone of amusement grew in his voice. Judging by the names I have been hearing since earlier, your hierarchy is based on dates. Can you tell me more about this? Ms. Friday did not answer Riley. Instead, her eyes slowly ventured their way towards the woman beside him. Aren't you supposed to be saving people, Scarlet Mage? Answer Riley's question. Tomo raised her voice and was about to say more, but before she could do so, Riley raised his hand and gestured to her to stop. I know your record and I have watched your videos on the internet. You've always been helping people. Even as a grade A super, you help even in street-level crimes and even volunteer to help the victims afterward, MS. Friday continued to talk. Was all that just a facade? To think in the shadows, you Ray working for an individual capable of killing his friends without batting an eye. It would seem Darkday is right. The government has been lying to us from the start. You superheroes are just dogs, following orders even if it means killing children. Wait, do you really think you Ray the good guys in this? Catherine could not help but let out a tiny scoff as she looked at Ms. Friday's helmet. She did not really need an answer, however, as she could feel in the beating of Ms. Friday's heart that she thinks she is right. You abducted students and even massacred almost 100 of them. That was not part of the plan. One of our agents has gone rogue and it seems there has been a misunderstanding. For that, I apologize, everyone. And before the conversation between Catherine and Ms. Friday could continue, Riley once again stood up from his seat, causing not only Ms. Friday to flinch, but all the numbers that were quietly watching the situation unfold their hands, ready to attack at any time. A misunderstanding. I was the cause of everyone's death, Silver Moon. What? My sister seems to be being mistreated by Class 1F, you see, and I don't like that. Wait, what do you mean you were the cause? Their death happened because of me, Silver Moon. Riley then blinked his eyes a couple of times, his face showing signs of confusion. I didn't kill them directly, but I helped. You helped? This time, even Ms. Friday was shocked by what she was hearing. Number 11, number 12, and number 7. The students of Class 1F mostly died by their hands. Mostly number 7, I suppose. What are you? Enough, Riley then muttered as he waved his hand, his breaths almost filling the entire room with weight as it reached the ears of everyone present. We've already been delaying our meeting because of something so trivial. I just told you out of respect as my first subordinate, Silver Moon. You just who are you? Ms. Friday then breathed out, trying her best not to stutter. What do you want from us? I should be the one asking that question, Ms. Friday. You Ray not listening. Riley waved his finger. Have you met this Darkday in person? Once again, Catherine could feel Riley's heart fluctuating. I think we Ray done talking. I have heard enough, you murderous little psycho. Ms. Friday wasn't going to act until her reinforcements arrive, but hearing that Riley was responsible for the deaths of all those children, she could not help but feel that it was her task to erase him from existence. After all, that was why the Dark Millennium was built in the first place, to eliminate all and any threat to humanity, saving the world from the shadows, even as the world treats them as the villain. Men kill the intruders. Subordinates go. What? At once, Master Riley. With almost 100 people threatening to attack them all at once, Catherine had actually been ready to counterattack as soon as the enemies in front of them showed any signs of striking first. She, however, could not help but be thrown off by Riley suddenly stretching his arms wide, as if some kind of mafia boss ordering his goons to attack. Add to that the fact that she just heard that Riley was the one responsible for the deaths of the students. It was almost as if they were the villains here. Were they? Was she? And while Catherine's thoughts were in disarray, Tomo, on the other hand, had already disappeared from her position, moving swiftly from one container box to another while elegantly shooting black icicles from her hands. There were strength-type supers that were rushing towards her, but she was able to stave them off from putting up layers of ice in front of her, while summoning an extremely smooth surface of ice beneath her, causing her to just slide away. As expected from someone who had awakened their abilities from infancy, her control was almost instinctual. Silver Moon. Yes, Catherine then woke up from her stupor as a loud, thunderous noise erupted beside her. She looked, only to see a huge ball of fire seemingly being suppressed in front of her. Perhaps we need to practice more on our timing, Silver Moon. Riley then let out a sigh before snapping his fingers, and as he did so, the huge dancing ball of fire in front of Catherine completely withered away. I already removed the barrier protecting us, Silver Moon. I want to be protecting you again, Riley then said as he let out another sigh. I still have to talk with Miss Friday. That rest. And before Catherine could even say another word, another ball of fire was thrown at her by one of the numbers. This time, however, she clapped her hands, causing the ball of fire to split into two and avoid her completely. And before the now split fire completely passed by her, she stretched her hands to the side and stopped them. What the, and to the surprise of the number who threw the ball of fire, he seemed to have lost control of his projectile. It did not end there, however. He tried to reclaim his control, but the only thing that happened was that the two balls of fire split to even more pieces. And before he could even react, a torrent of blazing fire rained down upon not only to him, but also towards the numbers near him. It seems that I have not made a mistake in my subordinates. Riley then nodded in satisfaction as his eyes looked back and forth between Tomo and Catherine. And perhaps, if it wasn't for the sudden tremble beneath his legs, he would have kept on watching. The world will be better off without you. And with Miss Friday's screams, the ground beneath Riley opened up, as if a jaw threatening to rip him in half. Master Riley. Tomo was slightly disgruntled by the scene of Riley being swallowed by the floor. Catherine, on the other hand, only took a short glance before proceeding to neutralize the enemies in front of her. Miss Friday's attack did not stop there, however. Even as the ground crawled and completely covered her opponent, she slightly rotated her wrist, causing the mangled floor to twist itself and whatever was inside it. And as if that wasn't enough, she clapped her hands, causing spikes to appear from the floor and penetrate the distorted statue she just created. All that talk and bravado, Miss Friday then breathed out, just for you to die before. Quite the interesting power, Miss Friday. And before she could finish her monologue, Riley's muffled voice whispered to her ears, and I do quite agree with you, Miss Friday. The world would be better off without me, and I do quite agree with you, Miss Friday. This world would be better off without me. You. It was a good thing that Miss Friday's head was covered by a jet black helmet. If not, then all of the people here would have definitely seen the smile that had desperately crawled on her face slowly fade, replaced by the crippling fear that seemed to be at a haste in bringing her down. No, even if she didn't have her helmet on, none of the numbers would be able to see her face as they were too focused on their own opponents. Even April was busy trying to support the others, his helmet removed as his eyes shot out laser beams from afar. But perhaps that was also a good thing. If not, their morale would surely take a hit if they were seeing the same thing she was. She was supposed to be one of the weekdays, serving directly beneath Darkday. She was supposed to be one of the strongest in the whole organization, and yet with just a single exchange. She had been made aware of the difference between their powers. Her attack was sure to kill even grade A strength-oriented supers, and yet right now, the one who she thought was telekinetic was ripping off the twisted confines she made like it was some sort of sandcastle. I will repeat my words, Miss Friday. With those words whispering in the air, a smile slowly crawled on Riley's face as the odd element that wrapped and threatened to crumple his body opened up almost like a white lotus with him. As the bud added to that the brightness of his silhouette, he almost looked quite angelic. You truly have quite an interesting power. Riley then stepped out of the lotus, effortlessly pushing whatever material it was that Ms. Friday manipulated. At first I thought you were able to petrify things in your surroundings, but you could steer it as well. What is this exactly? That rest. Ms. Friday could not help but take in a huge gulp as Riley just casually pinched off a piece of the so-called material with his finger like it was nothing. Riley was sort of right with his guess. Her powers were similar to petrification. But instead of turning things into something as brittle as stones, she turns them into a type of tungsten. But she wouldn't be one of the weekdays if it was just that. She could also control metal, making her dangerous and formidable even in the most disadvantageous environments. But that was not important right now. Tungsten, one of the hardest materials in the world, shaved off like it was nothing. I have decided, Miss Friday. Miss Friday then took a few steps back, as the smile on Riley's face almost reached from ear to ear. You belong with the others. What are you? And before Miss Friday could even finish her words, a thunder erupted in the air, blowing out all the stubborn dust and debris as a skirt of wind seemed to flash before her eyes. And before she knew it, her vision was filled with Riley's palm planted on the visor of her helmet. You won't be needing this, Miss Friday. And with those words, Ms. Friday's helmet erupted. No, it split into shards, calmly floating around her head as Riley's hand remained a few inches away from her face, holding the still intact visor on it. Ms. Friday. April, who was previously busy shooting laser beams out of his eyes and supporting the numbers from afar, swiftly rushed towards Ms. Friday as soon as he saw her struggling with her opponent. His eyes lit up even brighter than before as they glared ominously towards the back of Riley's head. Ms. Friday, however, let out a scream. "No, April Dante," she roared, her voice completely different from what it was before. Ms. Friday knew. Ms. Friday knew from the trembling smile on Riley's face that he was aware of April's oncoming attack. April's eyes continued to grow even brighter, but as the beams were about to shoot out from his eyes, Riley suddenly flicked his arm and threw the visor straight towards April's face, and with perhaps only a millisecond difference, the shards of the helmet that were calmly floating around Ms. Friday's face followed. They flew towards April's head at an unimaginable speed, once again making themselves whole like a puzzle. This all perhaps happened in less than a second, and less than a second is all it took for the helmet to crack, a red glow crawling like a web before it once again erupted into pieces, but this time, along with the insides of April's head. Ms. Friday's jaws started to shiver as one of April's eyes landed beside her foot, still whispering a sizzle to her ears as its red glow still kindled. You killed him. That is debatable, Ms. Friday. W. And once again, before she could even say a word, she felt her insides almost being left by her body as her vision quickly shifted. Ms. Friday then winced in pain as Riley's hand was now planted on her face, pushing her head onto a wall she now finds herself on. You don't have to worry, Ms. Friday. Riley then once again let out a smile. Riley too will take good care of you. If her face didn't feel like it was being crushed to death, then she might have even thought that Riley's smile contained a bit of warmth. This warmth, however, was momentary as she felt a cold breeze suddenly and violently waft through her entire body. There was also a ringing in both her ears, causing her to slightly struggle to move her head to the side, and as she did so, she finally realized what just happened. There was now a huge hole behind her, with the premium and luxurious view of the night clouds. Wait, Miss Friday let out a muffled scream as her mouth was slightly covered by Riley's palm. What about the information? I thought you needed information. I do, Miss Friday, Riley nodded, but I can get that from number 7. He seems to be more knowledgeable than I initially thought he was. It was weird. Miss Friday could barely hear the sound of her own voice from all the turbulence. Riley's words, however, were as clear as day to her. Number 7. Number 7 is currently tied up somewhere. He is of no use to you. That is incorrect, Miss Friday. Riley then let out a sigh as the grip on his hand slowly lightened. Number 7 is killing the students of the academy that was escorted to safety earlier, and he is about to be done. What? See you soon, Miss Friday. And with those words, Riley let go of Miss Friday's face, allowing her body to be sucked like a vacuum, as she was blown out of the floating base almost instantly. But before her screams could reach back inside the base, her body, instead of falling down, looked like it was plucked into the horizon before completely disappearing into the ocean of clouds. Riley waved his hand a couple of times before the hole made on the cargo hold swiftly closed. He then let out a small sigh before turning around, only to see Catherine and Tomo already standing there in front of him. Oh, Riley muttered as his eyes scanned the surrounding, only to see more than 100 men groaning and breathing in pain. You are done. I expected it with Silver Moon since she is my first subordinate, but I have to say, you exceeded my expectations, Tomo. Excellent work in not killing anyone. A tiny yelp escaped from Tomo's mouth, only hindered by the fact that she was now bowing repeatedly towards Riley. Such I do not deserve such high praise, my lord. Riley, what did you say earlier? Catherine, on the other hand, could only stutter with her words as she looked Riley straight in the eyes. You said something about the students. They ray dead, Silver Moon, Riley casually said as he walked past between the two. Now let us continue our meeting. Number 7 and little Riley is currently waiting for us somewhere in the ship. What? I thought they were taken to. It is best for you to see for yourself, Silver Moon. No, number. Catherine had her eyes closed, her mind currently in disarray as she was forcing it to hear something that was not there. There were more than 100 people in this vast hall they now find themselves in, but the beating of the hearts that drummed in her ear was not even enough to build a choir. Even Tomo, who had no doubts of her loyalty to Riley, could not help but run to the side as her body betrayed her retching, almost echoing throughout the entire room. It seems you overdid it, number 7. Riley looked towards his two subordinates, before turning his head towards number 7, who was kneeling on the floor, his body completely loosened as his breaths were enough to quake the floor. Number 7 was currently surrounded by more than 100 bodies, each mangled in different degrees. Some had their limbs torn, their bones piercing their own flesh, and the flesh of others connected almost like a centipede. What did you make me do? Number 7 then breathed out, his words almost whimpering. I didn't tell you to do this, number 7, Riley then said as he let out a sigh. This is quite disgusting. I had no choice. This was the easiest way I could. You don't have to explain, number 7. I saw, Riley then said as he pointed towards the silhouette standing on number 7's shoulders, little Riley. And then, with a snap of Riley's fingers, little Riley quickly saluted, before melting away like mud. We still need to clean this place up, but we will do that later when all of you have calmed down, everyone. For now, I have a few questions, number 7. What? Is the one leading this ship the man called April? No, it was Ms. Friday. That is a strange hierarchy, Riley muttered as he placed his hand on his chin. Each of the bases is captained by different weekdays. Ms. Friday is one of them. They are then allotted 12 adjutants, the months, and their grunt workers, 365 numbers. Truly strange, Riley repeated, but I suppose it doesn't matter. From now on, you are Mr. Friday, number 7. What? Number 7 almost took off his helmet from hearing Riley's words. This ship. It's mine now, secretly of course. This ship is mine now, number 7. Secretly of course, I assume that's not a problem for you. N number. There was still a slight stutter in number 7's voice, but he mustered the strength to stand up as he looked Riley straight in the eyes through his helmet. Good, then from now on you are Mr. Friday. Riley then let out a small but deep sigh before looking at the mangled bodies of the students from the academy. And I want your first task to be cleaning up this mess. I don't want this inside my ship, it's disgusting. Also, I am slightly bored now, so my subordinates and I will be leaving. Leaving? Mr. Friday muttered. Wait, what am I even supposed to say to the members of this base, to the other bases? To Darkday? Darkday is not the leader of the Dark Millennium, Mr. Friday. Riley once again sighed as he shook his head, the tone of his voice slightly irritated. As for how you, Ray, going to deal with the other bases, I leave that entirely up to you. You, Ray the captain now. What? You don't think they are just going to buy any lies I tell them? That is your problem, Mr. Friday. What makes you think I won? Just report what happened here to the others. Because little Riley will be watching you from somewhere in the ship, Mr. Friday. Riley then casually said as he walked away, snapping his fingers as he gestured to Catherine and Tomo to follow him. I will find you again when I need you, Mr. Friday. Please take care of my ship until then. Don't you have any orders for me? What am I even supposed to do here? Mr. Friday bellowed. Become the leader of the Dark Millennium, Mr. Friday. Riley raised a finger. Little Riley will help you so you can replace this fake Darkday little by little. Since I am still waiting for Megawoman to show herself again, I need something fun to watch. Wait, Megawoman. What does Megawoman have to do with this? Just. Who are you? Well, they are still unconscious. And just a few moments later, Riley and the two others were back inside the shelter. Tomo was currently pushing Gary's face with her foot, checking to see if he was still breathing. And seeing as he whispered something indecent, it would seem that he was unfortunately still alive. I knocked all of them unconscious again while we were in our ship, Tomo, Riley then said before suddenly lying on the ground. I suggest the two of you also lie down. Take this time to rest until the others are awake. You knocked them out again, Tomo whispered before doing the same as Riley. She wanted to lay down beside him, but chose not to in the end as the color of her face almost exploded from all the blood going to it. Are you worried about them, Tomo? Riley then said as he closed his eyes. You don't need to. Supers are more resilient than you think. And no, I would never question your actions, Master Riley. Unlike someone, Tomo then turned to look towards Catherine, who was still quietly standing near them, before also proceeding to close her eyes. Riley momentarily opened his eyes to look at Catherine. Catherine also returned his gaze even as her eyes were almost as red as her fake hair. Tears had been wanting to fall from her eyes ever since they got off the ship, but she had been trying her best not to let them do so. It would seem she wanted to say something to Riley, but before she could do so, Riley once again closed his eyes. He closed his eyes without saying a single word, even though he clearly saw her on the verge of tears. A fool. She was a stupid fucking fool. Operation turned dark into light. Who was she kidding? She was so busy fantasizing about the things she could achieve if she turned Riley to the good side, not realizing that the only thing she had actually been doing was romanticizing it. She was so obsessed that Riley could become good that even her own body was aroused to the idea. She made love with she fucked him. That was the only thing that happened. There was even this crazy idea within her head that thought it was steamy. She thought that Riley was just shy with his feelings, so he had been avoiding what happened between the two of them. She should have known better. If there was anyone in this world that should have known that Riley didn't actually care about what happened between them, it should be her. Operation turned dark into light. That is never going to happen. Riley. Riley is just a monster, and the worst part of it all, she thinks she might have already fallen in love with him. A monster that expresses joy while torturing and killing people, a monster that was capable of killing millions of people, and then sits across a table with his family as if nothing happened, a monster that threatened to kill her mother and is having her hostage. And she has fallen in love with him. PFZ. Tomo slightly furrowed her eyebrows before opening her eyes to look at Catherine as she heard her suddenly letting out a suppressed breath. Catherine was currently covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as she dropped to the floor. Tomo was about to ask her if something was wrong, but before she could do so, Catherine suddenly burst out into a manic laughter, almost swallowing the tears that were endlessly gushing out from her eyes. The pitch of her laugh was so high that the cover of the dome itself seemed to tremble as it echoed across it. And then, ever so slowly, her luscious red wig trickled into a fiery ember, slowly withering away and causing his natural golden-brown hair to flow to her shoulders. But the embers did not stop with her wig, however, as the roots of her hair followed. Tomo was about to summon a rain of snow on Catherine's head when she noticed something odd. The embers continued to crawl through her hair, but instead of her strands burning and falling away one by one, they changed color silver, a radiant silver that almost replicated the tears that were falling on her face. Catherine then let out one final sniffle before the tears on her face turned to ice, before completely withering away with a smoke, leaving a sort of dried streak marking on her face. She carefully wiped it off before proceeding to crawl towards Riley and kissing him on the lips. Tomo's hands quickly turned into a fist as they trembled uncontrollably, but remembering the expression on Catherine's face earlier, the only thing she could do was once again close her eyes and bite her lip. This was the privilege of the first subordinate, she thought. She needed to work hard so that someday she will be able to do the same. "Good night, Riley Ross," Catherine then said as she retracted her lips, a warm smile completely covering her face. Riley's eyes slowly opened, looking Catherine straight in the eyes as his hand gently caressed Catherine's cheek. "Goodbye." "The Scarlet Mage. That was fucking crazy. Are you guys sure you Ray all right?" "Why, yes." "Oh man, my jaw hurts a little." A few hours later, an orchestra of groans and yawns sang throughout the entire dome as everyone soon woke up one by one. The instructors were quick to act, swiftly checking if there were any students missing, or if any of them were hurt by the sudden massive neuroleptic event. The students, of course, had questions as to what just happened, but the only thing that the instructors could answer was that it was probably the work of someone from the Dark Millennium. And with this assumption, the staff of the academy had thought it best to leave the shelter, as it was most probably already compromised. There was also the fact that all the cameras were torn down, serving even more evidence that someone from the Dark Millennium had entered the shelter or perhaps was already inside in the first place. To their surprise, however, none of the students were missing or even harmed. But even with all of the confusion lingering in the air, there was one thing that was clear for everyone to see: this was just the beginning of the Dark Millennium. The government would probably announce their existence to the public soon, as an organization that was capable of something like this was something they could not ignore. There was also the fact that the one leading them might be Darkday. Right now, all of the students were on their way back to the academy. Some of them resting, some of them crying, and some of them in disbelief that something like this would happen. They were all feeling different things. However, most of them shared the same sentiment: the academy can't protect them. They could leave and ask to withdraw, but would they be any safer out in the public when this Dark Millennium group actually knew their identity? Just how much do they know? Do they know their address? What about their families? Are they safe? A lot of thoughts were echoing in their minds. Most of them, however, was completely silent. There was also the potential villain list, Who knows if the one sitting beside them was actually secretly working for the Dark Millennium? Seriously, guys, I think I broke my jaw. There was one group sitting at the back of the bus, however, that seemed to have remained the same. Gary was currently stretching his mouth wide open, groaning as his tongue was seemingly trying to reach the insides of his jaw. That's fucking disgusting. Close your mouth, boy. Hannah then clicked her tongue as she scooched away from Gary. Count yourself lucky, the only thing hurting is your jaw. A lot of people died today. Nothing we could do about the dead. Mine is a now problem, Gary muttered before closing his mouth and letting out a short but deep sigh. Look at our very own Mega Girl. She's not letting it bother her. I am very bothered and sad, Gary, Sylvie quickly replied as she furrowed her eyebrows. I am just thinking of what we could have done differently. I think all of us should just relax for now, Gary then said. I am sure the school would announce something once we get back. In the meantime, my jaw is still hurting. Tomo, who was quietly sitting beside Riley, could not help but slightly look to the side as Gary's words reached her ears. If she wasn't mistaken, the reason why Gary's jaw was hurting was that she kicked it earlier. In a room only lit up by numerous screens, a silhouette was currently quietly standing, staring at the screens as all of them printed out the same words, no signal. The silhouette then moved his hands towards what seemed to be a control panel, and as soon as he did so, the words on the screen arranged into a static, before images started to appear on them. The screens all showed a view of the dome when the people of Mega Academy were all still there. The recording continued to play for a while, before once again completely blacking out and showing the words, no signal. But after a few seconds, one of the screens lit up once again, showing the dome from a different angle. This time, the people from Mega Academy were no longer moving, all of them lying on the floor lifelessly except for 3 people, Riley, Catherine, and Tomo. The video continued, showing the 3 leaving the view of the camera, only to return about an hour later. The silhouette then once again moved his hand on the control board, and as he did so, another set of words appeared on the only working monitor, delete selected clip. And without even any pause, the silhouette tapped something on the control board, completely erasing any trace that the recording ever existed. How long do you think they want us to wait, in our costumes at that? Is it just me, or are there a lot fewer than us since the entrance ceremony? Bruh, you in denial. Most of your class were offed, and some students joined the Dark Mill. I think what Hannah is trying to say is that there should be more of us, even after the incident. A full day, the students were advised to take a full day of rest after they got back from Canada after the incident. Of course, perhaps the term advised was a little light, as all of the facilities, be it shops or training halls of the academy, were closed, basically forcing the students to stay within their rooms. No one complained, however. No one even stepped out of their rooms, since almost all of them were still shaken from the events that had transpired just the other day. It wasn't until a school-wide announcement that told them to gather in the auditorium echoed throughout the entire academy did most of them leave their rooms. They were also strictly told to wear their costumes. But now, an hour after the first students arrived in the area, almost a quarter of the hall was empty. I don't think we can blame them for not leaving their rooms. Sylvie then let out a sigh as she continued to converse with Gary and the others. I was also having trouble getting up this morning. What happened the other day was just too much. Mass people die every day. In our line of work, that should just be considered a normal Monday, Gary then said. I also had trouble getting up this morning, if you know what I mean. Fuck you, Hannah quickly pushed Gary away, making sure to wipe her hands after her palms made contact with his skin. I'd agree with Gary's. You do? Gary could not help but widen his eyes as soon as the words reached his ears. But as soon as he saw who it came from, he quickly slouched down and sighed. Of course you agreed. You Ray surely in the potential villain list. Birds of the same feather, Hannah then let out a small smirk. I will not let some list define who I am. Gary then stood up, placing one of his feet on the bleachers as he covered his face, before splitting his fingers and exposing his eyes in between them, for I am the Dragon Monarch, and there are only 3 people who could dictate who I am. Me, myself, and I. Sylvie nodded several times as she heard Gary's words. Hannah, on the other hand, only rolled her eyes before landing them towards Tomo, who was sitting awfully close beside Riley, who currently had his eyes closed since he arrived in the auditorium. So you and my brother, since when did the 2 of you become close? Hannah then asked. We only lately, Ms. Hannah. You don't need to speak so formally, you know. Shit, we just pretty much the same age here. Except Gary, he could be a perverted 80-year-old man disguising himself as a young man. I can't presume too. Forget it. It's probably ingrained in you, Ray half-Jap right. I am Ms. Hannah, Tomo said as she slightly bowed towards Hannah. Her tone, even monotonous, contained a hint of respect as she addressed her. You like my brother. Why what? Why well, no what. Tomo's stutters almost filled the entire hall, causing Hannah to momentarily cover her mouth and shush her. Look, my brother can be quite dense and aware at the same time, Hannah then said, but if you want to become his girlfriend, you have my vote. W what? Hannah nodded before gesturing to Tomo to lean closer and whispering to her ear, you know Scarlet Mage, right? Of course. That predator has the hots for my brother, so it's better you than her. How old are you? I'm 18. Good, from now on you call me big sister. Hannah then raised a thumb before leaning back to her seat. Buy him some cutlery, he likes them. I will take a mental note of that. Thank you, big sister. Tomo then once again bowed towards Hannah, before also leaning back to her seat, taking a glance at Riley from time to time, of course. The group continued with their chatter until finally, Prophet appeared on stage. Good morning to all of you students, and without even taking any time at all, he proceeded to talk. First of all, I know White King had already done it on my behalf, but I still would like to apologize for failing each and every one of you. What happened then shouldn't have happened in the first place. Damn right. Gary, what are you doing? What I had to. Sylvie quickly pulled Gary down as he once again stood on the bleachers. Prophet only looked towards their direction for a few seconds, before letting out a small sigh and proceeding with his talk. I know most of you are still in your rooms. That is all right. This is being broadcast throughout the school, so I know you could hear me. But what I would like to also tell you is that this is also being broadcasted throughout the country. And as soon as Prophet's words reached the students' ears, they all could not help but let out gasps of shock and curiosity. The academy had always prided itself with its secrecy, not even letting a single speck of the media inside its premises, and now they are broadcasting live. Most of them wanted to ask questions, but before they could do so, Prophet once again started to talk. Massachusetts was not the only one that was attacked. Prophet continued: Moscow, China, Japan, South Africa, England, and Singapore. 7 academies around the world were attacked by the supervillain organization who had made themselves known as the Dark Millennium. Supposedly, they claim that the leader of their organization is none other than Darkday. But as of now, we do not know if there is any truth in that, as Darkday himself had not yet made an appearance, but what we do know is that this organization is highly dangerous and is now on the government's top priority list. Shit, this was more intense than I thought, Gary whispered, and here I thought they were just a bunch of goons. Attacking 7 mega academies all at the same time. How did they manage that in different time zones? I can't hear him and stop being a retard. What I only. The Dark Millennium will be handled by the government and the superheroes. But for now, I am here to address you, the students. Prophet continued his speech before Gary could react more. You are the first ever batch of students of Mega Academy. All of you have a lot to learn, but so do we, so do the world government. We are going to make a lot of mistakes, and for that, once again, I apologize. Prophet once again paused as he scanned each and every one of the students present in the auditorium. The Dark Millennium has more than likely have information in some, or maybe even most of you. Hearing Prophet's words, most of the students did not really react wildly, only letting out a short but deep sigh as they looked at each other. After all, Prophet was only stating the obvious. But of course, the information the school has on you is also limited, and therefore, the information they have should also be limited. Your family, where you live, your previous affiliations were all information we discarded as soon as we accepted you in the academy. But just in case, we transferred all of your families to a secure location. This time, the students reacted either by a sigh of relief or crying. Secondly, since they have your information, there is the threat of them leaking it to the public. Prophet continued, I am afraid we can't stop this. The government may be able to filter most of them, but some will surface and scatter. So because of this, we, the members of the board of all the mega academies in the world, as well as the world government, have made a decision we may not be able to stop this cyber warfare. But we know you can control what comes out. You will still not be able to go outside the academy freely, but from now on, you will have access to smartphones and can connect to the outside world. Yes. Fuck, Hannah quickly sat back to her seat as soon as she realized she was pointing her finger towards Prophet, grabbing Riley's sunglasses from his pockets before wearing them and trying to hide beneath the bleachers. Is this wise? Sylvie then whispered as she placed her hand on her chin. Wouldn't more information leak to the outside because of this? Stop being humble with your words. This is stupid, Hannah whispered. But since we Ray going to have our phones back, I don't fucking mind. Does this mean I can continue my vlog? Gary muttered. Knowing the government, the phones are more than likely bugged. Sadly, the devices would be monitored. 247. Told you so, Hannah then let out a sigh before returning to her seat, but it's better than nothing. I have nothing to hide, unlike Gary, who probably watches superhero porn every night. How did you know? What fuck you? Let's change, guys. All of you might think this to be depriving you of your privacy. That is exactly what it is, Prophet continued. Take this as real-life training. Your actions will always be watched once you become a superhero. You have the choice, of course, to take the smartphones or not, but that is why we asked you to wear your costumes today, because from now on, the only times you would not be wearing them is when you are in your room. Fuck, now Gary is going to stink even more. You really have it out for me today, Don T.U. I am starting to think you like me. No, I think my sister meant you just genuinely stink, Gary. What is with this brother-sister roast duo? Gary then dropped to the floor as soon as he heard Riley's words, and that's seriously the first thing that comes out of your mouth, bro. SHH guys, Sylvie once again placed a finger on her lips as she gestured for the group to quiet down. Prophet isn't done yet. Social media accounts have already been registered under your superhero name. I suggest you use them safely. However, once again, if the information you share with the outside world is deemed too sensitive, it will be instantly filtered out by the government. Prophet's speech continued on for almost an hour, telling the students what they could and could not do. It might seem strict at first, but for the academy to allow the students to use phones in the first place was already a huge leap of either faith or utter stupidity. Each of the students had their own opinions about this, Riley, most especially. The government is gaining more and more control over the future superheroes of the world, once again using a tragedy as an excuse to further monitor their activities. If Megawoman was here, something like this would definitely not come to pass. And lastly, I know you are all tired of hearing me speak and excited to get your own personal fancy phones. Prophet was about to step off the stage, but he did not even take 3 steps before returning to the podium. Jesus Christ, just how long is this speech? There is another thing that we discussed with the other members of the board. Exactly a month and a half from now, a competition with the other academies will be held right here on our campus. The event was supposed to be held somewhere else, but due to the recent incident, it was almost canceled. But we have decided to continue with it, but continue it in the safest place possible right here. And so, in line with this, we are going to be selecting a group of students that would oversee the event and any student events henceforth. A student council, if you will, the echoing walls singing like angels to the students' ears as they walked by the colossal hallway of the Academy's underground. Whether it was a mistake or not, Prophet followed through with his words. A few hours after his speech, the students were each handed their very own personal smartphone to be used during their stay in the academy, and the angels that were singing in the hallway. It was just Gary singing as he worshipped the little device in his hands, raising it towards the ceiling as he hummed beautifully without pause for almost a full 5 minutes now. He was about to stop a minute ago, but as soon as he realized that the phone could be unfolded to become a tablet, he once again started with his hymn. This is much better than the phone I have outside, Sylvie muttered as she examined the phone while walking, almost treating it as some sort of treasure as she dosen. Want to test its fragility. Isn't this the universe folds something. I think I saw the ads before we entered the academy. But even though Gary, Sylvie, Hannah, Tomo, and Riley already had the phones in their hands, none of them was still turning it on. Well, except for Hannah. Not quite, Hannah answered Sylvie's question. They look similar, but I am pretty sure it doesn't have this feature. What's that? The group then all turned their heads as soon as they were greeted with a wave coming from a miniature hologram of some kind of animated person that very much closely resembles Megawoman. Hello, I am your very own friendly mobile enterprise gateway activity network, or MEGAN for short. That seems awfully made up. Gary squinted his eyes as he leaned closer towards the hologram, but isn't this Megawoman? First of all, I would like to hear my owner's voice, Nuclear Baby. Can you please say hello? SHH, Hannah quickly pushed Gary's face away as she greeted the hologram, who surprisingly faced in her direction as soon as she did so. Voice successfully registered. The hologram, MEGAN, then began instructing Hannah on the several features of the phone, also explaining that most of the apps she needs are already installed on the phone. But other than the intricate and sophisticated AI, it really was not that much different from the phone she was used to. One final thing before I go. MEGAN then waved her finger a couple of times before letting out a cute hum. Your device is currently monitoring everything even at its idle state. Would you like to turn it off? Turn it off, what the fuck? Idle monitoring is now off, but please be advised that whenever you are using your phone, video and audio monitoring will always be active due to security purposes. And that is all. You can always call me by saying my name, MEGAN. And with that, the mini hologram instantly disappeared, leaving a set of baffled expressions. They can even keep a goddamn list from getting into the hands of villains, and now they are seriously recording our shit. Hannah quickly furrowed her eyebrows as soon as MEGAN disappeared. Fuck, I suppose it's better than nothing. Riley let us go. Where are you guys going? Sylvie quickly asked. I thought we were going to the shaved ice store. You guys go on ahead. Hannah waved his hand before grabbing Riley and dragging him by the wrist. We need to talk to someone. We will wait for you in the sherbet patisserie, Master Riley. Tomo only politely bowed before proceeding to leave without waiting for Sylvie and Gary. Are you thinking what I am thinking, Sylvie? Gary then whispered sneakily as he stared at Tomo's back. I hope not, Sylvie sighed. Since it's only us three, we can corner Tomo and ask her about what her relationship with Riley is. I see. Why did we leave the others, sister? Riley could not help but slightly tilt his head to the side as he looked at Hannah. I was quite looking forward to the mangogram. SHH, shut up, Hannah said as she continued to drag Riley away, not stopping until they were alone somewhere on the ground level of the academy, surrounded and hidden within the trees. Something has been seriously bothering me for a long while now, and I just need to get it out of my chest. Hannah finally let go of Riley's wrist as soon as they got deeper into the shrubs. Riley, I am going to call Mom. They put our parents' numbers on the phone. Riley blinked a couple of times as he also grabbed his phone, returning it to his pocket after looking at it for a few seconds. But I do not know why I need to be here for that, sister. What? Don't you miss Mom? Hannah then said as she searched through the phone's incorporated contacts. She tried searching for her mother's name but could not find it. She was about to click her tongue in disappointment, but before she could do so, she saw the contact labeled as Mother. Of course, they wouldn't put any real names on the phone. Even their social media was permade with their superhero names, which she should probably check as soon as possible after this is over, Hannah thought. Should I be missing her, sister? What? Of course, Hannah raised her voice as she called her mother's number. Wait until I tell her about your inappropriate relationship with that hag. You and father are fucked. Ah, Riley breathed out, so that's why we ray here. Damn right it. Dear, is that you? Them, Mom. And as soon as Diana's voice seeped out from the speakers of the phone, any bravado or weight that Hannah had in her voice crumbled, turning into a stutter as her face almost turned into a cherry. I miss you, Mom, Hannah then whispered as she tried her best to fight the tears that wanted to burst out from her eyes. Her body could withstand heat that was enough to melt steel beams in seconds, but the warmth building in her eyes almost threatened to burn her away. I miss you too, dear. I miss you too, Diana's voice was calm, but there was also a slight tremble in her voice that was hard not to miss. I keep hearing updates about you and Riley from your father, but I still can't help but worry since I am not there with you. We ray fine, Mom. We ray fine. Riley's with me. He says he misses you too. No, Diana sternly breathed. You ray not fine, dear. I heard about what happened to your class, all those kids. You could have been one of them. Seriously, I am fine. Hannah then sniffled as she wiped the tears on her eyes before they could leave a trace on her face. The two continued to talk with each other, with Hannah asking what was happening in the outside world from time to time. But after a few seconds, she took in a long and deep breath. What you should be worried about is Riley, Mom, she then said, her tone slowly regaining its weight. Why's what happened to your brother? Riley and Hannah's eyes met, but Riley only shrugged his shoulders in response. I think she is dating one of the instructors. Hannah then squinted her eyes. She's about 10 years younger than him, I think. Ah, yes, your father told me. And did you punch him? I think it will be good for your brother, no. Excuse me. If he dates people his age, I am sure they want to be able to give the attention and care he needs. Wait you don't think it's inappropriate. Riley is only turning 17 this month. I know he grows up so fast. Well, you know what, never mind. I'll call again soon. I love you, Mom. Goodbye. Hannah then quickly hung up the call before screaming out in frustration. You all idiots, all of you. Father has an IQ of 152, sister, so I don't think it's fair to. What's the use of that goddamn IQ if he's stupid? Hannah once again stomped her foot on the ground. Let's just go. Don T, come to me if that old hag breaks your heart. Thank you for your concern, sister. Riley blinked a couple of times before following behind Hannah, but I don't have a heart to break. Og, stop that cringe. Gary is starting to rub off on you. Hannah shivered, and if you going to have a romance with someone, I prefer it to be with someone like that Tomo chick. Tomo, that is an interesting choice, sister, Riley muttered, but what about you? Are in romance with someone? What, do you think I have time to be with a guy while I am busy looking after you? You little turd, Hannah sighed. At this point, I am going to die without falling in love, marrying little shits running around the house, dying of old age with someone beside me. I will be beside you when you die, sister. I meant a husband, see, this is exactly what I am talking about. Then can't I just become your husband to solve that dilemma, sister? Hannah stopped in her tracks as soon as she heard Riley's words, really, you do that for me. Of course, Riley nodded, because as you said, you will probably die of old age without a husband, because no one will fall in love with your unpleasant personality. I see. Hannah then let out a warm smile as she looked Riley straight in the eyes. Do you want to die? What, this stupid asshole is still alive. Somewhere in the country, a skinny man with several bags of chips by his side was staring at his computer, his index finger, almost slipping from the button of his mouse because of all the grease collected on it. Hello, unsubscribe button, and now your subscriber is down from 30 to 29. The skinny man then giggled as he moved his hand. However, before he could click a button, a newly uploaded video on the channel he was visiting caught his eye. The skinny man was currently on the most famous video streaming platform in the world, YouView. He has no regular job, only relying on the measly income he gets from writing stupid light novels in the internet. The man should be writing right now, but instead, he was busy wasting his time searching for funny videos that would make his life at least have a semblance of happiness. But perhaps it was fate for him to open YouView at that exact same moment. What, no fucking way, the skinny man then said as he clicked on the particular video that caught his eye. The fucker's actually in Mega Academy. He was the first ever civilian to watch and share a vlog straight from inside Mega Academy. Oh shit, I actually got online. What? Once again, Gary's voice echoed throughout the entire Shaved Ice store, raising his newly acquired smartphone in the air as he jumped up and down his seat. Get off our fucking chair or I will cut your feet off, Dragon Monarch. Why so mean? Gary immediately tapped his phone and stopped recording as soon as the word of the waiter/cashier, Charlotte, reached his ears. I was live in YouView. My subscribers would think I am being manhandled in the academy. You's LL be handled alright if you don't. T stopped screaming like a monkey, the tone of Charlotte's voice becoming colder and colder by the second. I don't even know why. Can I order another cup of mango graham, cashier Charlotte? It'll be ready for you in a few minutes. And with that, Charlotte once again returned behind the counter with a huge smile plastered on her face, her short hair bobbing even with a small hat pinned on top of it. Wait, how can you access your old YouView? And after Charlotte was gone, Hannah quickly snatched Gary's phone away from his hands. Dragon Monarch Productions. Hannah then blinked a couple of times as she stared at the contents of Gary's phone, 320 videos. Bruh, Gary then breathed out as he pulled his phone back. It's the account logged in on it when I opened the app. Did they just give you your old account because it's still technically your superhero name? Sylvie joined in on the conversation, squinting her eyes as she tried to sneak a look on Gary's phone. But what about your old videos? Here he is, Tomo, who was quietly sitting on the side, suddenly presented her phone to the others, with Gary's channel on the screen. It's all just videos of him with a napkin covering his face and doing some obscene things. Those are training montages. You have 320 videos but only 30 subscribers. Hannah whispered, look, you just lost a sub. What? Gary immediately checked on his phone, only for him to completely drop on the ground as he confirmed the truth in Hannah's words. How could this be? Gary's wails once again reverberated throughout the entire shop. It was a good thing that they were the only patrons. If not, then someone might have already thrown him a cup or two. Of course, they were probably the reason why the shop did not have any other patron other than themselves in the first place. Wait, it returned to 30. Gary then immediately sat up as he fixed his cape and mask. I need to go live again, live. I am going to introduce you guys. What? Why would you even hello there? Hannah was about to kick Gary on the face, but as soon as Gary tapped the record button, her voice quickly changed as she waved at the camera. Nuclear baby here. I hope you also support my channel. What? Why are you self-promoting so suddenly? Gary immediately removed the camera away from Hannah. However, as soon as he saw his subscriber count once again increasing by 1, he then pointed the camera towards Sylvie. And let me introduce you guys to the Academy's #1 student closest to becoming the next Megawoman Megagirl. And no, Sylvie quickly buried her face on the table, waving her hands and shooing away Gary. Megawoman does not shy away from the cameras, Megagirl. And as soon as Sylvie heard Riley's passing words, she slowly removed her face from the table and awkwardly waved at the camera. I am not planning on using my YouView channel, but you can follow me in Facelog Megagirl. I don't have anything posted there yet, but... Why are you also promoting your own social media? Gary bellowed before removing the camera and turning it towards Tomo, who was now wearing a pair of shades instead of a helmet. And this is dark. Please get that thing away from my face. Right, Gary winced, and now, to introduce you to my best friend. I am not your best friend, Dragon Monarch. My best friend, Riley Ross. Gary then stood up on the table as he showed Riley in his entirety. What's that? You thought we weren't allowed to say our real names in public. Well, you don't have to worry, Riley Ross is his superhero name. Go, introduce yourself, my super white friend. That sounds sort of racist, Hannah whispered as she furrowed her eyebrows. Does it? I think it is just appropriate. Sylvie blinked a couple of times in confusion. With the camera in front of him, Riley stood up and took off his glasses. Riley Ross, he then said, telekinetic. Loud. And after staring at the camera for a few seconds, he once again wore his sunglasses and sat back down. Loud. Well then, Gary then placed the camera on the table so that it could capture him in full view as he stepped back. Afterward, as soon as he was sure that his frame was captured from top to bottom, he placed his hand on his face, partly covering his eyes as his silhouette was almost in an S shape. And those, my viewers, are my friends in the Academy. Stay tuned for more. Here's your mangogram. Ah, my phone. And before Gary could finish his outro, Charlotte pushed his phone off the table and replaced it with Riley's order. Just call me if you need another cup, guys. Charlotte then let out a small giggle as she returned to the counter, not before kicking away Gary's phone that was on the floor. And no, Megan, close YouView, stop recording. Forcing YouView to stop, do you need anything else? And as soon as Gary said that, Megan, the phone's artificial intelligence, instantly terminated the app. Damn it, now my subs will go down again. Gary then quickly checked his phone and once again opened his YouView app only to see his subs now at 42. Holy fucking shit. Guys, look, it increased by more than 10 in just a few minutes. Congrats, Hannah muttered before showing her phone to Gary. My channel just gained 120 subs. What? But you don't even have any videos yet. I guess my self-promotion worked. That Gary could not help but slightly take a few steps back as he saw the smirk on Hannah's face. That's not fair. What about you, Sylv? It's around there as well. What, bro, what about you? I wouldn't know, Gary, Riley said as he grabbed his spoon from his pocket. I didn't take a phone. What, why? I have no use for it. What do you? 300 subscribers, Tomo, who has been keeping quiet on the side, once again turned her phone to the others. This time, it was Riley Ross's empty channel on it. Riley already has 300 subscribers. What why? Gary's knees once again met with the floor. How? How is this even fair? Is this what you wanted to happen, Prophet? Inside a room filled with nothing but holograms of different websites, social media accounts, and also a view of the screen of some of the students' phones, the headmaster of Mega Academy quietly stood. And even with all the images and videos displayed around him, Prophet had his eyes closed. It was only when White King suddenly emerged from the shadows of the room did his eyes open. The government, as well as all the headmasters from different countries, decided this, Bernard, Prophet muttered quietly as he looked at White King. Did they? White King replied as he scanned each of the holograms. To my knowledge that it was you who suggested it. Do I even need to ask how you have that information? Prophet chuckled. He then waved his hand, removing all the holograms in the room. Light then seeped inside as the curtains covering the room from the outside world slowly opened, revealing Prophet's office, which did not really have any unique features other than being filled with books. Even if I suggested it, it was the world government that decided to follow through with it. Of course they would follow your advice, White King muttered as he took a seat on a couch, yet hard arguing with someone who can see the future. I can't see the future. I can only predict it from the patterns, bits and pieces, and rarely accurate, and they change each second. Sure, keep telling yourself that, White King let out a scoff, but I suppose it makes sense with this. You will have more patterns to put into the equation. But is it really worth it to risk the privacy of the children? I don't know, old friend. What? You did all of this and you, Ray, going to tell me you have no idea what the fuck you, Ray, doing? Tell me, old friend, what are you seeing now? Dark Day. Dark Day. Dark Day is not Dark Millennium's leader. Well, that much is obvious, isn't it? White King chuckled, his tone containing a bit of sneer. If it was Dark Day, then we wouldn't even have any students right now. Have I told you that I cannot see Dark Day in any of my visions? Prophet then took a seat on his chair. Does that mean that he is gone for good? No. What I mean is I have never been able to see him. Not now, not before, not even once, Prophet mentioned. That is why I am certain that he is not the leader of Dark Millennium, but nonetheless they are dangerous and need to be hunted down. An evil leaves, another takes its place. What else is new? White King let out a sigh as he stood up. I don't know why you went with this route, but the academy is slowly turning into a circus with all the children uploading all sorts of videos. We were supposed to keep them hidden, Prophet. A good thing such technology didn't exist back in our time, right? Prophet chuckled. If not, the world would have probably seen all the stupid things I have done when I was young. You still haven't answered my initial question. What are you truly planning? Well, what do you think? Hannah, you Ray in our class. The next day, the academy has finally almost returned to its normal state with the classes starting again, albeit softly. There were still students who kept to themselves in their rooms, but a lot fewer compared to yesterday. A lot of students have still not been able to recover from what had happened, but they had no choice. Life goes on in the academy. Why, yes, I guess since Riley is here, they decided to just throw me with him. As for the remaining students of the class of 1F, they were distributed in different classes. A lot of the students of Class 1V stared at Hannah as soon as she walked in the room and started prancing around excitedly with Sylvie, especially the male students, as they were focused on Hannah's bountiful buttocks. Some of them would have probably already approached her if not for the existence of Riley Ross. All right, settle down. Hannah quickly took a seat beside Sylvie as soon as the metal door slid open. Her eyebrows, however, also quickly furrowed as soon as she saw Scarlet Mage walking to the stage. Scarlet Mage, is that still her superhero name? After all, her hair was now suddenly a luscious silver color. What's with that? Hannah then muttered. None of us know it changed after the incident in Toronto. Quiet down, we have a lot more better things to discuss today other than my hair. Catherine also returned Hannah's glare before facing the other students. I know a lot of things have changed around here, but it doesn't mean we Ray going to lose track of ourselves. As you may know, a month or so from now, students from other mega academies will be visiting our school. And as soon as Catherine's words reached the students' ears, they all released gasps of excitement. We expect all of you to be on your best behavior, as well as your strongest, since there will be tournaments, competitions, and whatnots during the festival. Yes, we will destroy them. I said you need to be on your best behavior. Catherine then let out a short but deep sigh, but that is exactly the other thing we need to discuss today. As you may also know, the school is building a student council, and anyone is free to apply for the open positions there. There is, however, one more department that is being built. The police force. Listen to that the Academy's job. Some of you may not be aware of it, but there has been rampant discrimination and fights going around the Academy lately because of the existence of the potential villain list. Catherine gestured to the students to calm down. And since there are thousands of you, the Academy staff would never be enough to cover everyone, and with the festival coming, we can't have students fighting each other. However, unlike the student council, getting into the student police force is not by application, but by recommendation. And so, after a very long and hard decision, I recommended Riley Ross for one of the positions. It seems we were both selected from our class, Mr. Riley. That seems to be the case, Katrina. If one were to close their eyes, one could probably hear the sound of a boing drumming through the air as Katrina slowly made his way towards Riley. The room they were in was as big as the classrooms, but instead of bleachers, desks, and a stage for an instructor to teach on, there was only a wide round table planted right on the center of the room. I was under the impression that I was the only one selected from our class, Riley then said as Katrina stood beside him. Sorry, should I leave? Katrina then slightly panicked, turning her head from left to right and causing her breasts to jiggle. No, why would you? Riley blinked a couple of times in confusion. I think it is good that there is a familiar face in the room, Katrina. Is that so? Yes, especially you. And me? Katrina's face turned into cherry as she slightly covered her face, her arms further pinning her large breasts and causing them to almost pop out from her costume, a feat not easily done especially with a costume like hers. Her costume was far from tight, containing several layers of frills that overlapped each other like a scale. As for her mask, it only covered the lower part of her face like some sort of futuristic oxygen mask. Her ability to control wind probably contributed a lot to her choice of costume. Why especially me? Katrina continued to squeal loudly, once again causing her breasts to bounce. Because the attention I usually garner is cut to half, Riley then answered. What? Most of the time in a room, all of the eyes would be looking at me because of my unique aesthetics. But now, half of them are looking at your humongous pair of breasts, Katrina, and for that, I thank you. Oh, Katrina's head then tilted to the side, and if one were to look closer, it was as if her soul was leaving her body from her mouth due to the disappointment from Riley's words. But after a few seconds, her attention traveled to the so-called eyes that Riley mentioned, and true enough. All of the other people in the room were looking at them, or more specifically, towards Riley and her breasts. Is everyone here? But before she could do anything about the stares, the metal door of the room slid open, revealing the individual that would be supervising their club. And as soon as they saw who it was, the attention that was gathered towards Riley and Katrina completely disappeared as the room was quickly filled with bursts of quiet gasps. Nightwalker, the instructor of Class 1F, which was dissolved due to the fact that almost all of their students were killed by the Dark Millennium. And with that thought, the faces of the students once again became sedated even through their masks. Their expressions of doubt and grief could be seen. None of them have forgotten what happened, but they were trying their best so they could move on. But seeing Nightwalker approaching them, the memories of what happened during their activity in Toronto once again resurfaced in their minds. I am going to ignore what all of you are feeling right now. Nightwalker's quiet words echoed through the entire room as he took a seat at the round table. I would have to ask all of you to also take a seat so we could discuss what your role truly is in the Academy and in the coming festival. The sound of chairs squeaking then whistled in the air for a few seconds as the students all took their seats, and since they were already somewhat gathered in a circle around the table, it did not really take that long for them to settle down. Police Force, Nightwalker then said as he tapped the tablet in his arm, causing a hologram of the entire area of the Academy to emerge at the center of the table. And as the name suggests, you will be responsible for upholding the rules and laws of the Academy. You are also authorized to report and personally arrest those who break them, and with the upcoming festival, that includes students from the other academies. Nightwalker's explanation continued on for almost an hour. Most of the students, however, became lost midway. but their task was simple and did not really need that much explaining in the first place. It was mostly Nightwalker explaining and teaching them the layout of the entire academy, and with how large it was, the students didn't really think that they would be able to cover most of it, and so they lost interest in listening. There was one, however, whose eyes did not leave the hologram Riley. When Catherine recommended him for the police force, he had wanted to reprimand her for moving without asking him first. But as soon as Catherine explained that the police force would have access to some of the academy's facilities that were otherwise only accessible by the staff, he quickly agreed. There was also the fact that he would have more freedom to finally explore the academy, as no one would question him why he was where he was because he belonged to the police force. That was quite unnerving, wasn't it? And as soon as everyone started leaving the room, Katrina quickly let out a long and deep sigh as she slouched on her chair. I don't even think I deserve this, Katrina then said as she carefully adjusted the red band wrapped around her arm. I can't even discipline myself, much less other people. I believe that to be false, Katrina, Riley then quickly answered her as he stood up. When our classmates were starting to fight back in the dome shelter, you were the only one that stepped in to stop them. You saw that. Yes, and I believe the academy saw it as well, and that is why you are here, Katrina. Are reallys? No, Riley answered, but I believe it to be the case. It is up to you to come up with your own conclusion. I see. Katrina did not know whether to be happy or slightly irritated from Riley's blunt words, but still, she let out a small smile and nodded her head. Thank you, Riley. Let us do our best to uphold justice from now on. Hearing the enthusiasm in Katrina's voice, Riley could only shrug his shoulders before turning to leave. Justice. The only thing closest he has done that involved justice was extinguishing the Justice Defenders, but still, he did it quite well, so that was still something to be proud of. See you back in class tomorrow, Riley Ross. Of course, Hurricane Katrina. Let me out of here, you think you can og. In a room seemingly devoid of any light, a high-pitched scream was whistling in the air. Not for long, however, as the screams were quickly replaced by a cry. Is anyone here? Please help me. The once demanding scream became that of a cry pleading, whispering through the darkness. The only reply the voice received, however, was a grunt that seemed to have come from somewhere near her. Hello, who is that? Is someone else here with me? A light thud then drummed in the air as the voice once again started to become louder. But before the owner of the voice could do anything else, she once again cried in pain. Why does it hurt when I use my POW? And before the voice could continue, light suddenly drowned the almost eternal darkness. The voice slightly became sedated as its owner slowly recovered her vision, her eyes fluttering carefully but hastily so that they could finally see where they were. The owner of the voice was none other than Ms. Friday, still wearing her jet black costume, minus her helmet that was destroyed by Riley. What? Where am I? Ms. Friday then slowly backed away as she found herself in a cage of what seemed to be glass. She did not panic for long, however, as she caught a glimpse of the owner of the grunt that whispered into her ears earlier. It was true that she was not alone, as there was also another glass cage just a meter away from hers, confining a tall man that had a pair of feelers attached to his head, similar to an insect. You aren't you shrinkrat, MS. Friday then said as she slammed her fist on the glass, trying to call the attention of the tall man. Can you get us out of here? The man he so desperately tried to call, however, only glanced at her before turning away and showing only his back at Ms. Friday. Wait, can you at least answer where? But before Ms. Friday could finish her words, she noticed another grunt whispering behind her. She quickly looked back, only to see a woman also wearing some sort of costume, another familiar individual. Ms. Friday was about to transfer her attention towards the female superhero, only for her to hear another grunt, and then another, and then another. The grunts continued on like a ripple, whispering through her ears as she finally realized where she was. Tens, or maybe even 100. Ms. Friday's eyes could not stop moving as they landed on each of the glass cages that surrounded her. The cages, she was sure of it, most of the ones trapped here were superheroes who have disappeared. Taken by Dark Day. What's up? It's your strongest superhero that will reach the heavens here, Dragon Monarch. Great, I thought you couldn't be any more annoying. Bruh, I'm recording. Now I have to do my intro all over again. Shouldn't you be getting ready for your match? It's still a day from now, and please don't disrupt me. I need to go live in a few minutes as soon as they arrive. Hannah's eyes started to roll upon hearing Gary, words. Gary had been tinkering and uploading videos nonstop for a full month ever since they were allowed to use phones under supervision. Gary had finally managed to hit 1,000 subscribers, so he was going full blast, especially today. The students from the other academies were arriving. "Do you think we will even be allowed near the gates?" "Of course we would," Gary smirked. "We have a tight connection with the bureau now." "Boo, what?" "I mean Riley is going to be there. He's in the police force, remember?" Right. Hannah then let out an almost exasperated breath. "Fuck. Now I am even more worried. How long do you think we need to stand here?" "We just got here, Hurricane Katrina." Riley could not help but slightly squint his eyes as he took a slight glance towards Katrina, who was floating a meter away to his side. As part of the police force, Riley and Katrina, along with a few other members, were tasked to guard the gates as the students from the other academies were about to arrive at any minute now. They were not really told what to do, only for them to stand by the gate and make sure that there wouldn't be any trouble once their visitors arrive. And so, Riley made the decision that it would be better to wait for them in the air, where he could have a better view of the vicinity. What he did not expect, however, was that Katrina would follow him up using her ability to control the wind. Katrina's costume truly was tailored to her powers, the layers of lengthy and loose frills, wherein just for design, she was able to use them as some sort of mast to lift herself up easier into the air. "Is it not hard to control your balance because of your massive breasts, Katrina? Is this how you do small talk?" "My mother always complains about her back, and hers are not as big as yours," Riley continued, "so I could only imagine the discomfort you are feeling right now, Katrina." I see. Katrina could not help but slightly let out an awkward chuckle as she listened to Riley's words. "Thanks for worrying about me, I guess." In truth, Katrina always wanted to have the chance to talk with Riley. She was actually one of the people that he saved when Gary went amok with his heat vision during the second day of class. But even after 2 months, she never really got the chance to do so, as he was always surrounded by Sylvie and the others, and whenever he was alone, it would only take a single blink from her and he was gone. And so, for her, it was only fate that she was also recommended in the police force. She had always known that Riley was a bit weird since he confirmed himself that he was autistic, but Katrina did not really have a problem with that. Because from her 12 siblings, 2 were actually also in the spectrum, so she had a lot of experience dealing with people of their stature. However, for some reason, she could not help but feel that there was something different about Riley, like he was more aware of what he was actually doing than he lets on about, something that her 2 autistic siblings are surely not capable of. "They arriving, Katrina." Their bus is going in." Katrina could not help but raise her voice as a bus passed through the gate as soon as it was opened. I suppose that makes sense. I guess they really did us dirty when we went to Toronto, since they could have just brought the bus inside." Katrina then let out a long and deep sigh as she watched as a dozen buses started passing through the gate. "Shall we follow? Wait for me." And before she could even finish her words, Riley was already following the buses from above. Each country seemed to have been allotted 2 buses, each their flags posted on the sides. Russia, Japan, China, England, Singapore, and South Africa, all here to compete with each other to see which country is the best. "I guess Sylvie is preparing for her matches, right? I haven't seen her for a month, and your group is usually tight." "That is the case, Katrina." Since the festival was announced a month and a half ago, the students that were chosen to participate in the competitions have actually been training nonstop according to the kind of match they are joining in. There were many competitions to be championed, but from the perspective of the students that were filled with boosted adrenaline, there was actually only one that truly mattered: the combat tournament. They even value it above the rescue competition, which is actually the main event of the festival. Why wouldn't they? After all, one could see superheroes rescuing people every day, but one non-matches. From the more than 300 long years of the history of the Age of Heroes, that has not been done before, at least not legally and in public. It was almost as if the timing of allowing the students to connect to the outside world using smartphones that the Academy provided themselves was too convenient to be a coincidence. "Did you join any of the competitions?" Katrina then asked as she continued to watch the students from the other academies stepping out of the buses. "I joined the obstacle race, but it isn't until the second day of the festival." "I believe it would not be fair to any of you if I joined, Katrina," Riley then said as he, too, carefully watched the students stepping out of the buses. "So no, I did not join any of the games." Games? Katrina could only scratch her chin as she heard the detached tone in Riley's voice. "Aaron, TU the least bit excited. Everyone seems to be having fun down below. Some of the students were even allowed to set up booths. If Megawoman joins, then it would be fun. Yup, Riley was quite different from her two siblings. We should probably head down there to help the others. With the students from the other academies now all touching ground, the situation below was starting to become erratic as even their classmates, the US students, were starting to gather to take a look at them. The official start of the festival events was tomorrow, and this day was just allotted for everyone to mingle and let the foreign students rest if they choose to do so. That was the reason they were dropped in the Academy's plaza, which was at the very center of the campus, and where most of the booths from the students were set up. And Katrina did not lie, there were almost 100 booths set up everywhere. But considering there were 4,000 students in the Academy, that could be considered few. That would probably be for the... What did you say? And before Riley could even finish his words, a bellow could be heard coming from the ground. Both he and Katrina turned towards the direction where the rowdy voice was coming from, only to see a group of the schoolmates confronting another group that seemed to be from another country. Seriously, Katrina's quiet stutters slowly dissipated in the air as she very slowly descended to the ground. It hasn't been half an hour and there's already trouble. Children are usually rowdy creatures, Hurricane Katrina. You think so? Hearing Riley's words, Katrina could not help but let out another awkward chuckle. If she was right, then Riley should be one of the younger students of the Academy, since he was only around 17 years old. We should probably go and do our work, though, Katrina then said as her descent became faster. Indeed, Katrina. What did you say? Unveiled surditum, chto tai estalao. Ye prosto sprosel dorigu. I think he is mocking us. Just a few meters away from the buses of the foreign students, a group of American students was already huddled up and judging by their loud voices. An altercation was only a few seconds away from happening. Some students, even from the other countries, have also gathered to watch what was happening, none of them seemingly wanting to alleviate the situation, with some even using their phones to immortalize the moment. We only ask where shithole is, my American friend. Did you just call me a shithole? And just according to the bystanders' wishes, the situation seemed to be getting worse by the second as an American student's arms started stretching abnormally long. The Russian student, who had both his arms raised trying to calm the young man in front of him, could not help but look towards his classmates to ask what they should do, and after a few seconds of staring at each other, they all nodded. You started this, my friend, said the Russian student as his skin started to turn into chrome. Not my fault if you are hurt. You arrogant piece of... Stop. But before the two could do anything more, a loud, high-pitched whistle hummed in the air as a pair of massive bria as Katrina descended to the ground, blowing the whistle provided to them by the Academy. As a member of the USMA police force, I am warning you that if you do not stop this unsanctioned duel, you will not be allowed to participate in the festival. Katrina then raised her arm to show the armband, proving that she was part of the force as she approached the commotion. And as soon as she did so, numerous sighs of disappointment could be heard coming from the students that were watching from the sides. You will be confined in the what the D Ultra Flex. Katrina was about to finish her lines, but before she could do so, she saw the face of the one that started the situation in the first place. Ultra Flex, Aka, Daniel Espinoza, a student from her class. You again, Katrina sighed. Why are you always asking for trouble? What? They started it, Daniel quickly bellowed as he retracted his elongated arms, pointed towards the Russian students who definitely had confused expressions on their faces. If there is someone you need to reprimand, it asked them. Vasha grupa spravitsiruvala situatsiu, foreign students. And before Daniel could finish his words, he could not help but slightly back away as a familiar voice entered his ears, the voice of the one he considers his rival. Riley Ross. While Katrina was trying to go through the protocol that was taught to them by Nightwalker as part of the police force, Riley was quietly standing behind her, but it seemed somewhat counterproductive that he wasn't doing anything, and so, by his own judgment, it was more fitting for him to be doing something, and so. Did your group instigate the situation, foreign students? He took it upon himself to approach them so they could get their side of the story as well, and as soon as he did so, the gasps of shock whispered through the air with the Russian students all looking at each other with their eyes wide open. They didn't know where to be shocked, be it Riley's seemingly ethereal appearance, or the fact that he seemed to be able to fluently speak their language. "You can speak our language." The one that had an altercation with Daniel was the first to speak up. His skin that turned to chrome was slowly turning back to normal, like scales vibrating and slowly aligning themselves into skin. "I can," Riley quickly answered, "but I believe I was the one who asked a question first." Oh, of course, this time a female student from the group spoke up. Her mask was only a paint that covered the area around her eyes. "We were not the one that started this commotion. My friend was just asking for directions." With the other Russian students making way for the female student, it would seem that she held quite the authority among them, something that Riley did not miss as he nodded at the girl. "Is there someone that could corroborate your statement, MS?" "Megagirl, my superhero name is Megagirl," the female student then said as she also nodded towards Riley, before slightly leaning closer to him, "But you may call me Alyssa." Hearing Alice's superhero name, Riley could not help but look at the girl from head to toe. Despite choosing a name like Megagirl, she looks nothing like Megawoman, unlike Sylvie, who, even with a differently styled costume, still reminded him of Megawoman. Alyssa was not even trying, Riley thought. Her hair was brown and almost leaning to black. Her suit was also black, almost like a leotard with boots that reached above her knee. "I would prefer to call you Russian Megagirl, as there are cameras all around us," Riley muttered as he looked at the curious crowd surrounding them. "And is there anyone that can corroborate your story, Russian Mega?" "There's no need for that anymore, Riley." And before he could finish his words, Katrina approached him from behind. Ultra Flex confessed that he was the one who started the fight, as he thought the Russian students were mocking them. "I see," Riley sighed before turning his attention back to the Russian students. "This matter has been resolved, foreign students. You may go and enjoy the festivities." "That's it," one of the Russian students breathed out. It would seem that he wanted to say something, but Alyssa stopped him from doing so, saying that they should just watch what would happen. "I didn't know you could speak Russian," Katrina then quickly whispered as they make their way towards Daniel, aka Ultra Flex. "There are a lot of things we don't know about each other, Katrina," Riley muttered before looking towards Daniel and his group. "Have you been briefed as to what is going to happen to you for trying to instigate a fight with the foreign students, Ultra Flex?" "I already issued him a warning, Riley." Katrina was the one to answer, but he doesn't seem to want to. "Yeah, what's going to happen to me, exactly?" And without any intention of hiding his hubris, Daniel stepped forward, only stopping when his and Riley's face was only a few inches away from each other. "You may be my rival, but it doesn't mean you could use your authority of being in the police force to do whatever you want with me." "Rival?" Riley blinked a couple of times as he took a few steps back to avoid making contact with Daniel's face. He then turned his attention towards Katrina and said, "Do you know him?" What?" Katrina stuttered. "He is our classmate. He's in 1VU. We fought with him before." "I see," Riley nodded. "I must have forgotten because of how boring it was. I apologize for not remembering you, Ultra Flex." "Why you?" "We will let you off with a warning, Ultra Flex." Riley did not let Daniel say a word as he gestured towards his armband that represented he was in the police force. "If we catch you doing this again, you will be locked up in your room for the duration of the festival. You will also be paying a penalty of 1,500 megapoints. Then lock me the fuck up so we could settle this once and for all." "Oh." With Daniel not stepping down and once again stomping his way towards Riley, the oohs and ahs of the onlookers became even stronger as they double-checked if their phones were recording. Seeing this, Riley could not help but furrow his eyebrows. One of the benefits of being in the academy was not being completely unknown to the outside world, but now, with them suddenly approving the use of smartphones, that all goes away. And considering that even the other foreign students also had their phones raised, it wasn't only their academy that decided it. Perhaps the existence of the Dark Millennium only expedited something they have been planning to do all along. But what plan exactly? Whatever it was something the government could not do with Megawoman still running around. Being paraded like monkeys was already something that Megawoman wouldn't approve of, so the government was really pushing the limits of what they could do right now. Paraded like monkeys. Maybe that's exactly what they were trying to do. "Boy, you fucking autist, I am talking to you." "HM." Riley's thoughts were then disrupted as his view was suddenly blocked by Daniel's hand, whose arms had already stretched a few meters. Seeing this, Riley could only let out a sigh as he turned his attention towards Daniel. As we have already warned you once, Riley then said as he used two of his fingers to push away Daniel's hand, but if one were to look closer, his fingers were not really touching Daniel's skin. We are now legally allowed to use force to subdue you, Ultra Flex. Just try it, you son of a bitch, Daniel said as he retracted his hand. I will show the whole world that I am the superior one between us. Gee, guys, and before anything can happen between the two, Katrina stood between them. Why don't we all just calm down? You, Ray, embarrassing us to the other students. The only one that would be embarrassed is that albino when I am done with him. That's stoic. And without even having the chance to defend herself, Katrina was pushed to the side, her yelp seemingly signaling the start of the battle between Riley and Daniel. Katrina continued to stumble on the ground, trying to regain her balance by using her abilities, but before she could even summon a single hint of wind, she felt her body being lifted up in the air. Riley, she then quickly whispered as she turned her head towards Riley, who was now several meters in the air. Come down here, you faggot, Daniel roared as his hand stretched towards the sky, but alas, his elasticity seemed to have reached its limit after 50 meters. PFZ. Now, with him struggling to even reach Riley, the curious gaze of the crowd turned into slight bursts of laughter. Their chuckles felt like knives piercing Daniel's ears, but even then, he tried his hardest to stretch even further to reach his opponent. And as for Riley, he was making sure he was only a few inches away from what Daniel could reach, giving him false hope that he could actually touch him. However, after a few more seconds, he let out a short but deep sigh before grabbing something from his pockets. And as soon as Daniel saw what it was, his elongated arms slowly retracted. But alas, before they could return to their original length, a snap echoed throughout the air as two small skirts of wind erupted beside Riley. A skirt of wind which unfortunate shot straight towards in between Daniel's shoulders, instantly pinning him down to the ground. Gra, he wanted to rebuke and fight back, but the only thing he could do was scream in pain, as the thing embedded in both his shoulders started to bend, penetrating the ground beneath him, and not allowing him to stand up. I would need to throw another set of cutlery again because of you, Ultra Flex. Riley let out a deep but quiet sigh as he looked at the pair of spoon and fork embedded in Daniel's shoulders, but from Daniel's ears, it might as well be a mocking shout. You do remember me. Daniel then rotated his neck into 180 degrees to look at Riley. You provoked me, didn't you? I demand. But alas, before Daniel could speak even further, a small plate suddenly covered his mouth. Sorry, I don't negotiate with terrorists, Riley then said before Daniel's body started to float into the air. The onlookers were prepared to see the sight of blood profusely gushing from his shoulders, but there wasn't even a drop falling, indicating that the spoon and fork were tightly stabbed through his flesh. Shall we go, Hurricane Katrina? Why yes, of course, Katrina quickly fixed her costume as soon as her feet once again touched the ground. Although it was obvious, she still wanted to ask Riley if he was the one who prevented her from tumbling down. But in the end, she chose not to, as there were other questions that also wanted to burst out from her mouth. How can he speak Russian? Was he really just playing with Daniel? And most importantly, where was Riley hiding a plate in his outfit? And so just like that, the first of many troubles during the Mega Academy's festival had been solved, also somewhat showing the prowess of USMA's student police force, using Daniel as a sacrifice as he was paraded across the academy. It would have been alright if he was allowed to walk on his own, but alas, with Riley the one catching him, the only thing he could do was close his eyes as he floated above the crowd in shame. He could struggle, but the only good that will do was make himself look even more of a fool. Did we just witness what we just witnessed? Alyssa, who was still standing with her group where Riley left her, could not help but blink her eyes a couple of times in awe. These Americans. They a crazy bunch. Let us all behave from now on. It wasn't only them that shared the same sentiment, as the dispersing crowd also had the same thoughts in their minds. Well, everyone except for a group of students from Africa who were looking at each other with their eyebrows furrowed. Kayama, can you check if that guy is in any of the competitions? One of them whispered. It seems that even here, we must face someone cursed by God. And so, with the festivities continuing with only minimum troubles, the students from the other countries have started roaming around the academy, introducing themselves to the other students and enjoying the booths they have prepared. Gary. And in front of one of those booths, Gary was lying on the ground. About to die, we need a medic here. We need a medic here. With Hannah's screams heating up the air itself, the attention of most of the people within the vicinity gathered towards her as well as Gary, who was currently lying on the ground, each of his breaths stifled as he writhed in pain. Even with his mask almost covering half his face, the redness of his face, which almost resembled a tomato, was still quite obvious for everyone to see. Hannah was at a loss as to what to do. They had been trained to perform chest compressions and other basic emergency survival assistance, but that was for normal people. Gary was a super who had the strength to probably break her bone with a single swing of his fist, and with him wriggling around, she wouldn't be able to even touch him. "I need help. What is it you require, big sister?" And before Hannah could once again ask for help, a girl wearing what seemed to be a set of white ceremonial Japanese robes appeared in front of her. Tamo, Hannah then blinked a couple of times in confusion as Tamo suddenly jumped beside her, wearing sunglasses that were eerily similar to the one that Riley was wearing. If she wasn't mistaken, then her costume was also a recolored outfit from the TV series that she and Riley were watching, Latino Mafia Reborn, minus those glasses, of course. They haven't seen Tamo around for a couple of days. Was she working on this costume? No, that didn't matter at all. What matters is how she was suddenly here when Hannah was calling for help. Was she stalking her or something? Or maybe she just happened to be in the area. Yes, that's probably the logical explanation. No, that didn't matter at all. What matters now is that something was happening to Gary. Can you call for help? Everyone seems to just be busy watching instead of fucking doing anything. I have already called for someone, big sister, Tamo swiftly answered before turning her full attention towards the writhing Gary. What happened to him? Do I look like I have a fucking clue? We just ordered drinks from that booth, and before Hannah could finish her words, her eyes quickly moved towards the red drink spilled beside Gary, and without any hesitation, threw away the cup that she had as well. What did you put in our drinks? Hannah's arms then burst into flames as she rushed towards the booth near them. Eek, the two students that were watching over the booth as their kiosk suddenly went up into flames as soon as Hannah slammed her palm on it. What did you put in our drinks? Hannah then once again repeated her words as she walked over the burning kiosk. Did you lace it with poison? What? No. Both the students all put up their guard as Hannah slowly got nearer and nearer to them. We didn't put anything in it besides syrup and alcohol. If you didn't lace it with anything, then how can you explain? Hannah pointed towards Gary as she tried to pin the two down for their supposed crimes. But as soon as she realized the last part of their sentence, she could not help but stop in her tracks. Alcohol, she then breathed out. You put alcohol in our drinks. This is a school, you fucktwits. We got permission from one of the staff. What? Who? Asked the fucker who approved of something like this. White King. And as soon as Hannah heard who it was that allowed something like this to happen, the flames that were violently dancing around her arms instantly withered away. Her father, again, first allowing a student-teacher relationship, and now allowing the consumption of alcohol within school grounds and with visitors from other countries no less. Just what kind of shit is he trying to pull in the academy? She knew that her father and Prophet were old friends, but for him to have this much authority in the academy was truly jarring. What's happening to me? Gary. Hannah's thoughts were then disrupted as Gary finally stopped breathing like a dying monkey. Tamo was there to help him up, but as soon as both his feet were firmly planted on the ground, he pushed Tamo away and caused her to fall but first on the ground. What the fuck, Gary? Hannah bellowed as she rushed to check on Tamo. Why is everything moving so slow? Gary's eyes started to move erratically as his head swiveled left and right. Who are you people? What have you done to the dragon monarch? Gary started to wave his hand violently, causing a waft of air to breeze towards the faces of the onlookers. A smile and a chuckle then started to form on the students' faces as they saw Gary dancing like a monkey. Most of them were about to raise the cameras on their phones, but before they could do so, trails of smoke started to fume from Gary's eyes. You dare mock the dragon monarch? Gary then roared as his smoking eyes started to release a red glow. I will let you see the difference between a dragon and a mortal. Die. Tamo. I zem on it. Tamo quickly opened up her palm, creating a wall of ice that blocked the laser beam violently gushing out from Gary's eyes. A part of the ice wall was quickly being melted away, however, creating a huge hole that soon threatened to collapse, but before it could do so. You causing trouble again, Dragon Monarch. A white silhouette suddenly appeared behind Gary. Move away, people, move away. A pair of huge Brie Katrina's voice then echoed through the air as she landed from above, quickly ordering the onlookers to leave the scene and let the police force handle the situation. Seriously, I feel like we, Ray, the only ones responding to troubles. She then sighed before turning her attention towards the white silhouette standing behind Gary. Why is it always people from our class? There is no need to be so surprised, Hurricane Katrina. Riley also let out a sigh as he shook his head. I already expected to apprehend Gary on the first day. W. And before even letting Gary utter a single word, Riley waved his hand forward. And as soon as he did so, Gary's entire body also flew forward, hitting the thick wall of ice that Tomo had planted in front of him. You, Riley then whispered as he took off his sunglasses, should cool off for a while, Gary. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I did, sister. Gary's body slowly rose up in the air as Riley turned towards Hannah. We, Ray, authorized by the Academy to use force to settle disputes, you see. Katrina would take your statements of what happened here, while I bring and lock Dragon Monarch in his room. Wait. But before Riley could leave with Gary's body, Hannah grabbed his hand. The retard has a match tomorrow. Then he would just have to forfeit, sister. That's not possible. There's no one to replace his slot this late. Our class is going to lose chances at winning the combat tournament, Hannah sighed. I don't believe it matters, sister. Riley also let out a sigh as he looked her sister in the eyes, since American Mega Girl is likely to win the tournament for our class. American. N number. And before Hannah could even ask why his brother called Sylvie that way, the previously unconscious Gary lifted his head, struggling a little as he looked at the two. Though the will of the Dragon Monarch cannot die, it shall live on. In you, brother, Gary's trembling hand then pointed towards Riley, before his entire body once again became limp. Wait, that's right. Hannah then clapped her first as her eyes started to shine. You haven't joined any of the events yet. You haven't joined any of the events yet. Well, with her sister's loud voice screaming into his ears, the only thing that Riley could do was take a few steps back, causing Gary, who was floating unconscious above and slightly behind him, to hit his head on the wall of ice that Tomo planted several times. This is a great opportunity. Hannah then clapped as a smile slowly appeared on her face. You'll be replacing the retard. Isn't this a good chance to show off? The reason I will not participate in any of the events is that it would not be fair for the others if I joined, sister. Riley then slowly stepped back as she saw the look in his sister's eyes. I need to take Gary back to his room. Katrina will take your. No's Hannah's tone then became cold, her eyes not leaving Riley's for even a second. Mom told me to make sure you, Ray, enjoying your stay here in the academy. You, Ray, joining the tournament whether you like it or not. I have my hands full with the police force. Don't speak thy bullshit to me, brother. Hannah then smirked as she grabbed her phone from her pocket. Hurricane Katrina joined the race event even though she's also in the police force. I am going to call Dad to make last-minute changes. Seeing his sister laughing menacingly, one could not help but wonder if she was really doing this for Riley's enjoyment. Nor for hers. Jamba. What? I overheard from the instructor just now. The ghost would be joining the combat tournament. Is this true? Seated in front of one of the Academy's booths, a group of students with an African flag attached to their costumes were eating some sort of chocolate dessert. I thought that we already asked around, and he is not in any of the events. No, he just joined earlier. I see. The man called Jamba then stood up from his seat, his head going way past the kiosk's roof. Then I suppose it is my destiny to eradicate the curse from this world. Yes, brother. We shall support you. You have our spirit. Seriously, another African student, who was much darker in complexion than the rest of the group, could not help but blurt out as he saw 3 of his classmates huddling up. You guys from some sort of tribe or some shit, the male student then said. It's the 21st century. My brothers, stop being weird and talking about curses and shit. You do not understand, Duma. The white man is. Brother, stop. Duma then stood up as he paid for his dessert, before pointing his hand towards the student called Jamba. Because you, Ray, sounding super racist right about now. We are not racist. Jamba then raised his voice as rushed towards Duma, hitting his muscular chest with Duma's also muscular chest. We are just doing the duty given to us by. The students who were watching from the side could not help but stop in their tracks as soon as they sensed the testosterone that was building up roaring in the air. It truly was a blessing that the festival happened. They could all see all sorts of supers from around the world fighting each other, or in this case, even students from the same team. KKK, Duma raised both his hands in surrender as he took a step back. The mocking smile on his face, however, showed that he truly was not backing down. That's what all the racists say. You dare call us racist when we are standing in a country that is literally filled with them. Jamba roared as he lightly pushed Duma away. This country had people that oppressed us hundreds of years ago. We were slaves until Megawoman appeared. And finally, the students gathered around them, let out oohs and ahs of excitement, as they would once again get to see another fight break out. Although none of them knew what the group was fighting about, the curiosity in their faces was still fully alive and well. And we weren't even talking about white people, Jamba added as he backed away. We were just talking about the one cursed by God. Let us go, let us leave this patronizer by himself. Right, Duma could only let out another deep sigh as he sat back in front of the booth as Jamba and his group turned to leave. Duma would lie if he said he didn't know what his classmates were talking about. Even in his city, where most people had already been swallowed by the modern world, there was still a very small minority similar to Jamba and his friends that believed in the existence of the one cursed by God. The one cursed by God. The old tribes that were scattered all around their continent have told its story. The one cursed by God would bring forth ruin to the world. He brings with him destruction, as his long white hair flowed freely in the sky, its snow-white skin, capable of turning anything it touches into ash. Of course, like many old stories, their ancestors probably just saw an albino for the first time and thought of it as something evil since its skin is different from the rest of them. It was also a popular folklore that was effective in keeping kids from roaming during the night. But still, to think there were people in this day and age that still believe in old wives' tale. Duma could not help but laugh at the thought as he continued to eat his dessert. But before he could take another bite, a voice called for his attention. Good evening, foreign student. Duma quickly looked behind to see who it was, only to see the very same individual that they were just talking about earlier. But that wasn't all. Sorry, was that Swahili? The ghost-like individual in front of him was talking in a language that was eerily familiar to him. It is. I can't really understand it that much anymore. Duma could not help but stutter as he tried his best not to stare at Riley. Now that he was looking at the person in question, it was no wonder Jamba and his group of friends immediately thought of the one cursed by God. Even in the terms of people with albinism, the one in front of him looked different. Was he even albino in the first place? He just looked like a very attractive person showered in white powder. And even though there was also a very voluptuous young woman with a glorious pair of breasts behind him, Dumas' eyes were like magnets that could not resist looking at Riley. Very well, foreign student, Riley then once again spoke, this time in English. My name is Riley Ross of the police force, and the one behind me is Hurricane Katrina, also of the police force. We are here because of reports that some students from Africa are fighting. May I ask if you were involved in it? A fight, Duma once again stuttered as he remained staring at Riley. Well, it was more like a debate, really. Seriously, Katrina, who was standing behind Riley, could not help but drop her shoulders as she let out a long groan filled with frustration. Why are people reporting every single little thing? And it is also starting to feel like we, Ray, actually the only ones doing our duties, Riley. I am afraid that is just our fate, Katrina, Riley then said before asking Katrina to interview the onlookers and ask them about what really happened. But after just a few people, the two concluded that it truly was nothing more than an argument between friends and proceeded to leave. Duma, however, was left completely speechless. He truly was not one for superstition, but if the one cursed by God truly was real, then he was sure that it would look like Riley. Hey Riley, can we just stop now? The day is not over yet, Hurricane Katrina. Somewhere walking amongst the crowd of students, Riley was still searching for any signs of trouble. But as for his companion, her arms were now completely swinging lifelessly as she stomped her feet as she walked. This is the first day of the festival, and we still have not done anything fun or bought anything from the booths. Katrina's steps then became faster as she walked in front of Riley. That's it. I officially order that our job for today is done. I believe you have no authority to give that order, Katrina. Shush, Katrina then said as she suddenly ran to one of the booths. Seeing this, Riley could only let out a small but deep sigh as he followed her. We really should be getting Was here. And before Riley could even finish his words, Katrina put a corn dog in front of his face. We've been keeping this place intact. The least we could do is at least enjoy the fruits of our labor, Katrina then said as she let out a huge smile, and this is also my way of thanking you. Thanking me, Riley muttered as he took the corn dog. For saving me during the second day of class. I was one of the people in the direct path of Gar of Dragon Monarch's crazy laser eyes, Katrina then whispered, so thank you for that, Riley Ross. You. And without even any warning, Katrina suddenly leaned closer to Riley, placing her lips on his cheek. Zar my hero. Katrina then let out a small giggle, before biting on her corn dog and walking away. But before she could even take 3 steps, Riley plunged his hand through her chest. Or at least that's what Riley imagined doing as he stared at Katrina's back. Come on, Riley, we still have duties to do. And just like that, the Acquaintance Festival ended with the Academy building a giant bonfire to symbolize the kind of fire that all the students would need to win the events to come. Students from all over the globe, may we once again officially welcome you to USMA, probably the #1 mega academy in the world. Fuck are you? A boo. Quiet down. In one of USMA's many giant coliseums, most of the students were currently gathered for the first event of the first-ever festival of mega academies all over the globe. This was such a momentous event not only for the students but also for those who made it possible. And now, with the students being allowed to contact the outside, most of them were broadcasting the events live, allowing the whole world to witness it as well. The government has been very secretive about the happenings inside the Mega Academy for months, and so, with them opening their channels for everyone to see, everyone did watch. The festival has 4 main competitions involving the students. Rescue the students would compete on how many citizens they will be able to get to safety in different scenarios. This was considered by the instructors to be the most important event. The students, however, begged to differ. Combat tournament, this is what all the students wanted to watch, supers trying to beat each other up and asserting themselves to be the strongest super in all of the mega academies. There was also the fact that each mega student of the 7 academies will be participating in this event, cementing itself as the most exciting event of all. Race, and as the name suggests, students will race against each other through countless obstacles to see who would be able to reach the destination first. And lastly, kata with supers numbering millions, it was common to have the same abilities with other people. But with kata, the students would showcase how they could control their abilities to their fullest to make them unique to their own. There were 4 main events, with roughly 100 students participating in each. Mega Academy has thousands of students, and so only those who were personally chosen by a group of instructors were qualified to participate in the events. But of course, for those that didn't make it, there were still booths and other minor activities to be done outside the events. And although there were students from other mega academies present, it did not mean that it was a competition against the schools. No, none of the events are team-based. This was a competition amongst students. A competition that would span for 6 days until only the champion of the respective event has been chosen. As for the first event that was being held in the morning rescue competition. I know all of you are excited, but please refrain from booing as this moment is all about me. The host clicked his tongue several times as the students started booing him. However, as soon as the host mouthed a kiss that was heard by all the students from the speakers, they all started to quiet down. Most of them wondered who this promiscuous host could be. The students of 1V, though all knew who it was. Ben Jackson, aka Metal Arena. Why is our class everywhere? Katrina, who was watching from the topmost level of the Coliseum, could not help but let out an awkward chuckle as she looked at Riley, who was also standing beside her. It's like the school is revolving around our class or something. I suppose so, Katrina. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the combat tournament? It's fine, Katrina, Riley muttered, his eyes centered on the horizon of the vast empty arena in the center of the Coliseum. I have something important to watch here. I see, Katrina whispered as she glanced at Riley. She was still embarrassed about what she did last night. She almost couldn't sleep thinking of how she just suddenly kissed Riley on the cheek, but seeing Riley so calm right now, it would seem she was the only one thinking about what happened. Fine, let us just start this, shall we? Katrina's sighs were then fortunately overpowered as soon as Ben Jackson's loud voice once again reverberated from the speakers. Maestro, light up the room. And as soon as Ben said that, the vast empty arena hummed, opening up a huge hole in the center of the Coliseum. And from that hole, towering infrastructures slowly started to emerge. It almost looked like a city with all the buildings scattered on it. No, with the arena spanning more than 2 kilometers, it is a city. There were also moving cars, and even people, and if the students of USMA were to take a better look, the citizens were mostly some of the many staff of the academy. And now to introduce your heroes. 10 giant screens then descended from God knows where, stopping as it hovered in the center of the arena, allowing the audience to see each of the students that were participating in the event. It would take too long for me to introduce all 100 of them, so I won Teehee. Ben's somewhat coquettish giggles almost made the audience shiver, but I am sure once we get to the final rounds in a few days, their names would be deserving of being announced. And now, heroes, please get ready while I explain the rules to our lovely audience. The goal is simple: rescue as many civilians as you can in the allotted time. The civilians that are in need of rescuing will all be wearing a yellow armband. They will only be considered rescued once you get them to the safe areas, indicated with large yellow flags. Of course, if they complain, that's minus points, baby. There will also be villains hiding within the streets, wearing a black armband. You will get extra points if you manage to subdue them. And that's it. Do anything wrong and you know it. Ooh. With Ben finally done explaining to them the rules, all of them could not help but look at each other. How could they even get excited when their host is just too much? Oh, your sister is in this. Katrina then pointed at one of the screens as soon as she saw Hannah on one of them. So that's why you wanted to watch, you, Ray, supporting your sister. I suppose, Katrina. But isn't your sister's power not suitable for this event? Katrina then muttered. That's just how it is with her, Riley answered. She always pretends to be laid back, but always chooses the hardest path because it's fun. Down in the arena, Hannah was busy staring at the buildings surrounding her. It was extremely dim when they were underground, but now that the entire platform was raised to the ground, she could not help but be amazed at just how much the government is spending for all of this nonsense. Fuck the government, they should just be investing this in free healthcare, Hannah muttered, her words echoing throughout the whole Coliseum. Well, what a timing. Amorite folks. Ben's awkward chuckle entered Hannah's ears. That was a snippet of one of our heroes. We would hear them from time to time as we changed the audio focus. Hannah quickly moved to hide in one of the buildings, hitting her head on the wall as her embarrassment almost choked her to death. She could hear people cheering in the air, but due to the buildings blocking her view, she couldn't see any of them. And now, heroes, please return to your mark and get ready. And with those words, Hannah had no choice but to return to her position, letting out a sigh as she started stretching her body. Go rescue some citizens in need. HMP, and so, with Ben moaning through the speakers, all of the participants took this as a signal that they should start to move. Hannah let out a long and deep breath as smoke started to fume from her mouth. Let's do this, nuclear baby, she then whispered as her entire body was instantly engulfed in a blazing fire. Let's do this. Gary was currently trapped in his room, barred from leaving until the end of the day as a punishment for causing trouble. And so, the only thing he could do was watch the events through his phone, sitting quietly on his sofa as he drank what seemed to be juice. PFT, he then let out a chuckle as Ben's weird hosting entered his ears. Man, I wish I could have been there. Og, why am I the only? And before he could even finish his words, the thick metal door of his room slid open. Gary Gray. Oh, Gary then blinked a couple of times before setting down his phone beside him and looking at the individual that just entered his room. Fancy of you to visit me in my fancy prison. Prophet, you can do this, nuclear baby. Let us do this. With Hannah hyping herself up, the fire that engulfed her entire body grew even stronger, almost distorting the air around her. But before the ground beneath her could start to boil, a thunder erupted in the air as her body was instantly thrown through the air and above the towering buildings surrounding her. There, she then muttered as her eyes quickly scanned the surrounding area, checking the buildings near to her that had yellow flags attached to them. She then propelled herself to the nearest safe building, before surveying the area for any citizens that might be in distress. Help, someone, please help me. But before her eyes could even land on one, a scream whispered into her ears from the distance. She quickly tried to search where the cries were coming from. However, with all the other noise persisting in the air, she was having trouble determining its exact location. But finally, after a few more turns of her head, she saw a citizen running on the street, a yellow band attached to her arms. I got you, Hannah muttered before leaping from the building, but alas, Before she could even propel herself towards the civilian's position, she saw a blur dash towards the screaming man. A what? It was only for a brief moment, but Hannah was able to see who the blur was when it carried the citizen away. She could not recognize the student's costume, so it was probably someone from another academy. Riley, however, who was watching from above, recognized who it was. It was one of the students from the South Africa Mega Academy that he had the pleasure of meeting last night, Duma. Some students of SAMA used their real names as their superhero names, and Riley could not help but think what a fitting name Duma is for a sprinter, but quite an odd choice to join the rescue event rather than the race event. Oh ho, did you catch that, my dear audience? Not even a minute has passed and someone has already managed to rescue a citizen in distress. Ben continued to host the event, but what s this? I think the citizen was uncomfortable during the rescue. That s only half a point. Fuck, Hannah could only shake her head as someone else got to her target first. With a sprinter joining the event, her chances of going to the next round became even slimmer. Yes, someone, please help. Her dismay was cut short, however, as another scream whispered into her ears. Her eyes once again scanned the area like a hawk, but they did not need to search for long, however, as the owner of the cries was on one of the rooftops in the building near Hannah. And so, without even any hesitation, an explosion erupted from Hannah's back, almost molding into the shape of a wing as it propelled her straight towards the roof. But as soon as one of Hannah's feet landed on the roof, any traces of the blazing flame that engulfed her entire body withered away almost instantly. She then rushed towards the distressed citizen running and not using any of her abilities. Are you hurt? She then quickly asked as she crouched beside the crying woman. Whoever chose the role of the civilians for this event should get a raise, Hannah thought as she watched the tears falling from the woman's face. My legs, the woman then whimpered. Hannah then immediately checked on the woman's leg, only to find it covered in blood. But if one were to take a closer look, it was only obviously a red marker. The academy had the time to invest in indoor buildings and such, but not fake blood. With all these unnecessary thoughts circling in her mind, Hannah quickly shook her head as she tried to talk to the woman. Can I borrow this? She then said before ripping a part of the woman's clothes. What are you doing? Please don't move from here. Hannah gestured to the woman to calm down before walking towards the edge of the roof. Flames then began to trickle from her hands as she grabbed on the railings, melting parts of it instantly. The woman could only watch as Hannah returned to her side, now with a steel bar in her hands. This might hurt a little or not, Hannah then said as she proceeded to wrap the woman's leg with the cloth Hannah ripped from her. And as for the steel bar, she used it as a tourniquet to stabilize the woman's fake injured leg. And as soon as the woman saw this, a smile could not help but form on her face. Okay, Hannah nodded to herself before looking at the woman straight in the eyes. Don't panic and just relax, okay? And before the woman could even wonder what Hannah was going to do, she suddenly lifted her up like she weighed nothing, and this is without using her abilities. Oh. And as for the audience, they were all focused on what Hannah was doing, or rather, at her voluptuous and perfectly toned butt, which seemed to be the focus of the drone following her. Nice, very nice. Go nuclear, baby, we love you. The cheers continued, as all of the students had one single thought: whoever was managing the drones should be given a raise. Oh, what happened? The students then all let out hums of disappointment as the drone suddenly zoomed out. Riley, who was looking at the screen, could not help but let out a sigh as he slightly flicked his hand, making sure that the drone doesn't get too comfortable with her sister anymore. Please hold on, okay? Hannah then said with a very reassuring tone as she carried the woman. I am going to jump from the building and get you to safety. Is that all right with you? What? And before the woman could even answer, Hannah ran to the edge of the building, hopping on the railings before leaping from the building, denting the rails as she did so. And as she did all this, she did not activate her abilities even once. The woman she was carrying could only yell as their glorious ascension slowly turned into a slow fall. But before she could close her eyes and start to pray, they once again started to ascend, this time at a much calmer pace. Sorry about that, Hannah then said, the flames in her feet flickering as they tried their best to propel Hannah as softly as possible. And finally, after a few more flickers, Hannah was able to bring the woman to a safe zone. Hannah then gently dropped the woman on the roof, but instead of immediately leaving to find someone else to rescue, she crouched down beside the woman, checking the fake injury on her leg. Will you be all right on your own? Hannah then said after fixing the wrap on her leg. She then took in a small, nervous gulp as she waited for the woman's response. And after a few seconds of excruciating suspense, the woman raised both his thumbs. "Go and rescue more people, hero," the woman said as she smiled, "thank you." And as soon as Hannah saw that, a smile also slowly crawled on her face. "No problem," she then said before once again leaping from the building. "Did you see that, people?" Ben's loud voice once again reverberated throughout the entire Coliseum. "Two thumbs up, that means double points. Oh, what that? Why am I only focusing on people in my academy? Oh, boohoo, why Don, you go and host then, oh ho ho ho." Riley, who was focused on the screen allotted for his sister, could not help but let out a small but deep breath. He glanced at it for one last time before turning to leave. "Where are you going? I thought you stay and watch until it's over." "I have some personal matters to attend to, Katrina," Riley breathed out. "I am sure my sister will go through the next round now. Is it okay to leave you here?" Sure, Katrina shrugged, causing her large breasts to jiggle. They seemed too busy watching to cause any troubles anyway. "I'll be fine. Okay." Thank you. Good mornings." "What the?" And after a few minutes, Riley now finds himself inside a room filled with nothing but monitors that played the events of the festival, and in front of all those monitors was his father, Bernard Ross, aka White King. "What are you doing here, Riley?" Bernard immediately turned away from the monitors, stretching his cape to the side as he tried his best to cover the screens that may very well prove his guilt for whatever it was he was doing. He then quickly leaped to the side, rolling on the ground as he threw some sort of smoke bomb that instantly filled the entire room. And with a single wave of Riley's hand, all the smoke dissipated to a single corner of the room. However, as soon as the room was cleared of any visual obstacles, the multiple monitors that were scattered on the wall were no longer to be seen. Instead, his father was kneeling on the ground doing some sort of superhero pose. Beside him was a huge metallic crate, presumably where the monitors are expertly stored. "What are you doing here, Riley?" Bernard repeated his words. This time, though, the panic that previously lingered in his voice no longer existed as he slowly stood up, his cape smoothly sweeping from the floor as he did so. "From my knowledge, you joined the combat tournament. Isn't that this afternoon?" he then said as his mask opened up, folding several times as they elegantly hid within his pauldrons. "Please stop playing with the drones, father." "Drones?" Bernard's eyes squinted. "What drones are you talking about?" "The same as this one, father." Riley then stretched his hand, presenting a mangled drone to his father. "You, Ray, the one in charge of directing the drones." "I see, so you found me out." Bernard then closed his eyes as he let out a long and deep breath. "I expected nothing less of you, my son. Good work, good work." "It's nothing, father." Riley also let out a sigh. "Your initials are literally written on the drone, W and K. That could have been Walter Knight for all you know. Do not discredit your investigative skills." "So why were you focusing the drones on sister's posterior?" "Ah, my son, you still have much to learn." Bernard then once again sighed as he patted the metal box beside him. And as soon as he did so, it quickly disassembled itself before erecting into the intricate collection of monitors that Riley had seen earlier. Male students from all over the world had come to participate and watch the event. The tone of Bernard's voice then became serious as his eyes looked at the multiple monitors in front of him. "Students that are the top of their class. It would be good if Hannah is able to get one of them as her boyfriend. After all, she deserves only the best." "I see," Riley muttered. "That is understandable. Your sister is going to turn 20 in a year, and she has been without a boyfriend since birth." Bernard continued. "Do you know why that is?" "Because her father trained her to be a barbarian since she was young, and now boys are afraid to approach her." "No," Bernard cleared his throat as he glanced at Riley, "because she is too headstrong." "I believe my answer is valid and relates to what you just said, father." Moving past that, Bernard once again cleared his throat. "My actions for focusing the camera at her butt is so that the male students could see her good points. A strong woman with a strong hip is what all men strive for." "I see, father." "Speaking of a strong woman with a strong hip, Scarlet Mage's hair is now silver. Is that like a couple's look for you too?" "Son," Bernard then looked back, only to see that Riley was no longer in the room. "They grow up so fast." Bernard then let out a long and deep sigh before he continued on giving Hannah the best angles possible. As for the other participants, his drone's automatic tracking stabilizer should suffice. Congratulations on moving through the next round, big sister. Thanks. Hannah could not help but blink a couple of times as Tomo handed her a towel as soon as the first round of the rescue event was over. Did you wait for me here? Hannah then said as she looked around the outside of the Coliseum, where S. Riley and the others. I believe Master Riley is getting ready for the elimination match this afternoon, Tomo then said as she handed Hannah a fruit shake. He asked me to guard you. Guard me? I am pretty sure you belong in one of the events as well. The kata is not until tomorrow, big sister. For now, my duty is to escort you wherever you wish to go. Seriously, are you and my brother playing a little game? Hannah said as she shook her head. Go and do your own thing, girl. Enjoy the festival or something. I can guard you from afar, if that is what you wish. No, definitely not, Hannah. S. eyes began to twitch as she imagined Tomo following her from behind like some sort of secret service personnel. Just walk with me then. Seriously, what did Riley say to you? To guard you, Tomo. S. monotonous tone slightly stuttered as she looked to the side. From those who are craving your butt. What? He said something that if someone should like you, then they should like you for who you are, not because of your butt. What? Fight. Go, Mega Girl, you can do it. We love you, Chadman. Go kill each other. China #1. With the noise of the audience reverberating through the dense and luscious forest, it almost made it hard for the participants of the combat tournament to be immersed in the scenario they found themselves in. Each of the combatants was currently surrounded by trees and all different types of foliage, with the only other person being the opponent in front of them. Like with the rescue event, all of the 100 participants were playing at the same time. But this time, respective zones were allotted for them. If any of the two combatants were to leave their zone, then that would automatically count as a loss. So you are the mega student of USMA. I am very flattered you have heard of me. And in one of those zones was Sylvie, calmly standing as the opponent in front of her seemed to be looking at her from head to toe. And you, Ray, the one they are cheering for, right? Chadman of the England Mega Academy. Oh, do you know me as well? Probably not as much as you know me, Sylvie said with a smile. Probably so, Chadman let out a small scoff as his eyes finally settled on Sylvie's face. And you, Ray, not as humble as they say you are. Never was, Sylvie retorted as her feet slowly lifted from the ground. And now that you have heard the rules of battle, a voice then reverberated through the air as each of the participants all readied themselves to face their opponents. And judging by the sound of the voice, it was no longer Ben Jackson hosting the event. Combatants. Fight, and as soon as the announcer's words reached his ears, Chadman's whole body began to contract, his muscles beginning to swell as he slowly tripled in size, ripping off his shirt as his skin completely turned gray in color. Surprisingly, though, his pants were intact. Chadman then let out a shrilling laugh as he rushed towards Sylvie, who was calmly floating in the air watching him. Each of Chadman's steps left a print on the ground, turning into a crater as he leaped towards Sylvie. Sylvie, however, only floated to the side, completely avoiding Chadman's body slam. Chadman's body then began spinning in the air as he tried to stabilize himself before grabbing onto a tree and bending it with his momentum. And using the bent tree as some sort of slingshot, he catapulted himself even faster towards Sylvie. He was quite nimble for his size, Sylvie thought as she once again hovered to the side. But alas, this time, Chadman was able to grab her with one hand. Chadman once again let out a roaring burst of laughter as the arms in his muscles began to grow even bigger. Each of its veins was almost as big as Sylvie's leg. And then, without any hesitation, he slammed Sylvie towards the ground. Well, at least that's what he thought happened. But contrary to his expectations, the only thing that happened was him swinging in the air, with Sylvie as the pivot. Chadman once again tried to swing his arm, but the only one that moved was him. Sorry you had me as your first opponent, Mr. Chadman. Sylvie then let out a short but deep sigh as she pushed one of Chadman's fingers away. I am sure you would have gone a long way if we didn't meet this early. And with that, Sylvie raised her free hand and slapped Chadman straight to the ground. Chadman felt like he left his soul in the air as he made a small crater in the shape of his enormous body. Oh wow, Chadman muttered as his body slowly returned to its normal size. Are you all right? Sylvie then said as she descended from the air. Sorry I can't help you up. You might throw dirt in my eyes after all. Teach, I am not that petty. Chadman let out a cough before chuckling softly, I surrender. And as soon as he said that, a blue light started to emerge on the perimeter of their designated zone, signaling that someone had already won. The cheers of the students could not be calculated as they all watched what happened. As expected, Mega students were in a league of their own, they all thought, and to think there were 6 more in the arena. Riley, as for Sylvie, she let out a small whisper as she sat on the ground. I hope you, Ray, doing all right. As for Riley, he was currently lying on the ground, receiving a barrage of punches from his opponent. A few minutes before Sylvie won her match, most of the students were still in a deadlock battle. But like with Sylvie, there were also those that were toying with their opponents, one of them being Bella Jackson, aka Black Belle. Unfortunately for Bella's opponent, the material he was using with most of his costume was metal. The only thing he could do was stop himself from puking as Bella waved his body in the air like he was on some sort of roller coaster. A few hundred meters away from them, Riley still had not started his match and was instead busy being curious as to why his opponent was looking at him like he killed his whole family. If he wasn't mistaken, this was one of the students involved in a somewhat violent debate last night, one of the African students that Katrina questioned. He shouldn't have any resentment against him, since they didn't really follow through in the investigation and apprehend any of them. So why was he looking at him like that? Wait, did he really kill his family back when he visited Africa as Dark Day? But which one? He killed so many there. Why? To think that you will be the first opponent I face in this tournament, truly, this is a mission from God. Riley could only squint his eyes as his opponent started rambling. He was about to ask him if he killed his family, but it would seem that was likely not the case, but a mission from God. You talked to God before. Of course, I, Jamba, will be the one to eradicate the one cursed by God from the face of this earth. Jamba then let out a thumping roar as he beat his chest numerous times. I see, Riley then let out a small but deep sigh as he slightly looked to the ground. Then this is only a misunderstanding, Jamba. I have never met God for him to curse me as such. You are not fooling anyone, Ghost. Jamba waved his hand violently, and soon, the bones in his arms started to protrude to change shape as they seemed to tear the flesh of his elbows and knuckles open. Your skin and hair is the only proof that you could only be the one cursed by God. Ah, Riley then clapped his fist, letting out a hum as he raised his eyes. I thought that custom was abolished a long time ago, but it seems your kind still hunts creatures and people that have pigmentation loss. No, the bones continued to protrude from Jamba's skin. Our mission is to hunt only a single entity, the one cursed by God. You, the harbinger of ruin. And with that, Jamba disappeared from his spot, leaving some sort of large claw marks on the ground as he dashed towards Riley. He then dug his hands on the ground, allowing the protruding bones of his knuckles to sharpen even further as it plowed through the ground. And as he was only a meter away from Riley, he lifted his hands from the ground, using the tension from it to snap his hands even faster, creating some sort of erupting sound as his claws went straight towards Riley. The dust flew first, but it stopped an inch from hitting Riley's face. It was then shortly followed by Jamba's sharp knuckles, but like the dust floating in front of Riley, an invisible force was stopping it from gouging Riley's eyes out. And although not even a single thing had hit his face, Riley, however, still moved his head back and allowed his back to fall on the ground. Die, Ghost! Jamba then crouched and pinned Riley on the ground, continuing to hit him on the face. With this, the destruction of the world will be stopped, and the prophecy that my ancestors have told for centuries would be prevented. Jamba's hands were fast, almost a blur from the screen in which the audience was watching. Only a few had their eyes on Riley's match, as Sylvie and the 6 other Mega students caught all the attention of the students. Those who were watching Riley's match, however, could not help but close their eyes. And no, Riley, stop the match, stop the match. And one of them was Hannah. She was about to explode from where she was sitting, but before she could do so, Tomo stood on her path. Master Riley should be fine, big sister, Tomo muttered. His strength is almost immeasurable. A measly super who has not even fully tapped the potential of his power could never hope to even harm a hair on his body. Does he look all right to you? Why? He is fine, nuclear baby. And before Tomo could answer, a woman sat on the empty slot beside them, her silver hair almost as light as air as it slowly flowed down to her shoulders. Miss Scarlet Mage, Tomo muttered, her eyebrows slightly raised. All the combatants have a monitoring device attached to their ankles that would instantly alert us if someone's life is in danger, Catherine calmly said as she too started to watch Riley's match. He is fine. Should we even be calling you Scarlet Mage now? Hannah slightly started to calm down from hearing Catherine's words, but as soon as she did so, her eyebrows quickly showed her subtle hostility against Catherine. Your hair is far from red now. You Ray not a baby, are you? Catherine then let out a small giggle. So should we be calling you Nuclear Nosy now? Hannah glared at Catherine for a few seconds, before letting out a small scoff and turning her attention back to Riley's match, although with the way it was hard to see what was happening anymore from the thick cloud of dust covering the entire area. Jamba continued to release a barrage of punches, creating clouds of dust from the ground from the sheer force of his every hit. There were also moments where he slammed both his fists, causing the crater beneath them to go deeper and wider. But even with all of this, even with all the blood covering his opponent's face, there was a look of desperation and dread on Jamba's face, growing with each strike. He had been hitting his opponent for more than a full minute now without pause, and yet Riley's face was still completely unscathed. The blood was not flowing on Riley's face, but rather hovering less than an inch above it, and as for the blood, it was from Jamba, his knuckles already bleeding profusely from hitting what felt like a wall of steel. You, Jamba then breathed out. So, you really are the one cursed by God, he then said as he looked at Riley's eyes, unmoving and just looking at nowhere in particular. You do not seem to be enjoying this anymore, Jamba. And for the first time, Jamba could feel a pressure pushing him up as Riley finally moved, slightly lifting Jamba away as he sat up. You came all this way from Africa, so it would be a waste for you to at least not have fun, but if you Ray no longer enjoying this, then I suppose it is my turn. Okay, ga. And without even warning, Jamba slowly floated from the ground. His arms stretched to the side, the long sharp bones protruding from his knuckles were trembling, as it seemed to be being bent to the side. Even the long and thick bones from his elbows were starting to curl. I will kill you, but even with the uncomfortable pain starting to crawl throughout his entire body, Jamba still managed to lash out his fangs towards Riley, his saliva trailing from the invisible wall that seemed to be protecting Riley. There truly are a lot of disgusting powers in the world. And even with Jamba's roars reverberating through the cloud of dust, Riley only whispered as he picked up some stones from the ground, but I always wondered. Riley then opened his palm, letting the stones and pebbles softly fly towards Jamba, or more specifically, towards the sharp bones that were protruding from his body. It always used to hurt when my sister and I got our teeth cleaned by the dentist. Will it feel the same for you? It always used to hurt when my sister and I got our teeth cleaned by the dentist. Will it feel the same for you? Even with the uncomfortable pain moving through his body, Jamba still could not help but slightly furrow his eyebrows in confusion as to what Riley was saying. His thoughts, however, were cut short when a weird buzzing and whirring sound whispered in his ears. The buzz, whistling through the cloud of dust, almost forming a sort of cyclone as the pebbles started spinning and vibrating at a very high speed. What are you doing? Cleaning your bones, Jamba, for free. A sharp static then howled in the air, before it was completely overwhelmed by the sound of Jamba's shrieking cries. Jamba quickly tried to retract his extruded bones, but found that he was not able to. It felt like something was pulling it tight. And so the only thing he could do was scream in pain. He could grit his teeth, but the vibrations that were crawling throughout his entire body seemed like it would be enough to crack them. It was a cold feeling, but at the same time, it was not. It was as if a million needles were being slowly entered through his bones and flesh, only to be taken out and inserted again. The knuckles on his bones and elbows were the only ones that were being ground, but it felt like his entire body was starting to melt. There was a chill that he could not explain, causing a sharp stinging fever to make even his own skin sensitive from the air, and yet the only thing he could do was scream. Don't be so dramatic, Jamba. You Ray not going to die from this. Well, that's what my sister told me the first time I went to the dentist. Jamba could not even think anymore as the pain was slowly causing his vision to fade, but something whispered into his ear that made him not able to do so. A chuckle. Even through the shrieking roars coming out from his lungs, he could hear a chuckling whisper into his ear. He was right. He was absolutely right. The one in front of him is the one cursed by God. This sound, Riley then whispered, as he tried his best to stop the laughter that was threatening to burst from his mouth. He then turned his head up as he closed his eyes, taking in a long and deep breath as a smile slowly formed on his face. Truly wonderful. And those were the last words Jamba heard before he completely lost consciousness. Oh, and as soon as his cries ceased, the drilling noise also instantly stopped as the stones grinding through Jamba's bones dropped to the ground. And so, with the ashes of Jamba's bones mixing with the cloud of dust, a blue light emerged from the perimeter of their zone, signaling the end of the battle. Realizing this, Riley could not help but let out a long and deep sigh as he dropped Jamba's unconscious body to the ground. Well, that didn't last long, Riley then whispered, his words containing a hint of disappointment. Afterwards, he waved his hand, completely blowing the cloud of dust away and allowing those who were watching his match to once again be able to see from the screen they were watching on, and everyone was watching. How could they not, when Riley was the last to finish his match? None of them cheered, however, as for the last 30 minutes or so, the only thing they had been hearing were screams that were enough to resound in the very core of their bones. They had absolutely no idea what was happening, as the only thing they were hearing were screams and a light buzzing sound that for some reason was making their eyes twitch. "I told you your brother is fine." Catherine, who was able to hear the beating of Riley's heart, could not help but let out a short but deep sigh as she stood up from her seat. She was about to leave, but as soon as she stepped out from the bleachers, she glanced at Tomo. "I'll be one of the judges in the kata competition tomorrow, Dark Frost. I won't be giving you any advantages just because you, Ray, in my class." "That should be the case, Miss Scarlet Mage." Tomo only glanced at Catherine before letting out a quiet harumph. For a subordinate who can't even kill people, Catherine sure was arrogant, Tomo thought. The role of first subordinate should have really been assigned to her and not Catherine. And what's with that sudden change of hair color? Was she trying to look like Riley? "Good work, little sister." Tomo's thoughts were then disrupted as Hannah patted her on the shoulders a couple of times. "Don, let that hag beat you. She seems adamant in popping my brother's cherry." Oh, Catherine was about to leave, but as soon as she heard Hannah's words, she could not help but stop in her tracks and look at her straight in the eyes. "What made you think I haven't already?" "What?" And just like that, the events of the first day of the festival have come to an end. Congratulations on moving to the next round, Riley. And you were able to move on as well, as expected of you, American Mega Girl. American Mega Girl. A few minutes after the combat tournament was over, all of the combatants were now asked to rest underground. The Academy's medical staff were also there to see if some of them received any persisting injuries, giving priority to those who had the monitors attached to their legs slightly activated. "Yes," Riley nodded. "For the duration that the foreign students are here, that is what I shall call you, American Mega Girl." You know what, never mind." Sylvie then waved her hand as she sat on the floor beside Riley. "I am more curious as to why your match lasted so long. Did you have a hard time with your opponent?" "No, I just wanted him to have fun first. It would not be fair if I win without him being able to fight back." I see." Riley said it so calmly, but if his opponent was able to hear his words, then he would surely riot. "Speaking of which, who is your op?" "Zdravstvuyte. Privet." Sylvie could not help but blink a couple of times as she accidentally answered the woman that suddenly approached. How could she not, when the woman spoke in a language native to her? What followed, however, was an awkward silence as she and the woman stared at each other. "Good afternoon, Russian Mega Girl." And thankfully, Riley was there to break the silence. "I see you were also able to beat your opponent. Congratulations." "Thank you, Russian Mega Girl." Alisa could not help but slightly squint her eyes as they slowly left Sylvie. "I actually also came here to congratulate you." Hearing Alice's words, Sylvie could not help but also squint her eyes, wincing from embarrassment. However, this embarrassment did not last long as she realized something. "You know Russian, Riley?" "I do," Riley nodded before gesturing towards Alisa. "And may I introduce you to RFMA's Mega Girl?" "Mega," Sylvie only whispered as she looked at the woman in front of her. "Your superhero name is also Mega Girl." "And yours too, it seems." Alisa let out a small chuckle as she shook Sylvie's hand, and this time, she was speaking in English. "And how funny that the both of us are also Russian. I'll only be here for a few days, but I hope we get along. Name S. Alisa." "Why yes," Sylvie nodded as she returned Alisa's greeting. "I am Sylvie," she then whispered. "You know what else, though?" Alisa then once again chuckled as she released her hand. "I am also the mega student of my academy, so I guess we will be meeting each other at the end of the tournament." "I hope." Don't be so sure of that. And before Sylvie could even return Alice's playful declaration of war, another voice joined in on their conversation. And judging from the eyes that were slightly being revealed from his red mask, he was Oriental, because none of you might even make it to the finals, because none of you might even make it to the finals. Sylvie and Alyssa could not help but look at each other as someone suddenly intruded on their conversation. Even with his mask on, the shape of his eyes made it clear that he was someone from the Orient. "You are from Japan," Alyssa muttered. "I am from China. How dare you compare us to those warmongers? You," and before he could continue his rant, he suddenly closed his eyes seemingly in an attempt to calm himself down. Alyssa, on the other hand, could only look at the Chinese super as he flicked his unusually long hair to the side before patting his robe-like uniform clean. "I am Rednut," Rednut then said as claws started to emerge from his fingers, China's mega student. "Sorry to say this, but well, no one told me we were gathering here." And once again, an introduction was cut short as another one joined the conversation, his accent posh, his walk even more so as his steps, for some reason, was partnered with a cane. "My name is Julian Rubin, ladies and gentlemen." Julian then bowed, rotating his cane and placing it behind him as he did so. "From Britain, as you may well expect, my good people. And that one there brooding in the corner is Jinsoon. She is a bit shy since she can't speak in English that well." Julian then pointed his cane towards a super who had a mask in the shape of a fox's head. And judging by her fidgeting movements, she seemed to not know whether she should approach the others or not. And not to state the obvious, but we also the mega students of our respective and humble SCO. "Shut the fuck up, Harry Potter." And before Julian could even finish his words, Rednut lightly pushed him to the side. "I was trying to introduce myself here and you go, well, out of nowhere." "You are impeccably rude, sir," Julian then said as he backed away a few steps, once again spinning his cane before tapping it 2 times on the floor. "I am rude, you, Ray, the one who. I think we should leave all our energy once we face each other in the ring. Don T, you think. Why is everyone interrupting when I am the one talking?" Rednut could not help but groan in frustration as he turned his eyes towards the newest addition to their gathering. His eyes, however, needed to turn up before he could see the newcomer's face. "My name is Sefu." Sefu bowed his head, crossing his arms, then patting the front of his shoulders at the same time. "Africa's mega student." Are you sure you, Ray, still a student?" Rednut furrowed his eyebrows as he tiptoed to make himself look taller. "I would not be here if I was not." Sefu only nodded his head before turning his attention towards the other person that seemed to have been completely forgotten in the group. "You were the one who defeated Jamba," Sefu then said as he slowly made his way towards Riley. Rednut, who felt slightly ignored, could not help but hiss but did not really do anything drastic as he just turned his attention towards the whitest American he had probably seen in his life. And it wasn't only him. Julian, as well as Jinsoon, who was standing from afar, started to look at Riley. They have actually been curious about him since he was standing near 2 mega students since earlier, and now another one seemed to have something to say to him. "I am Sefu," Riley nodded. "The medical practitioners are saying he is all right, but he has not said a single word ever since he regained consciousness," Sefu then said as he looked down on Riley, their eye levels almost half a meter apart. "You were also the last ones to finish their match." "What did you do to him?" "Cleaned his bones." "What?" Wait. With Sefu walking even closer to Riley, Sylvie could not help it anymore and stood between them. Riley won fair and square. If he didn't then the match would have been stopped. Sefu only glanced at Sylvie, before once again looking Riley straight in the eyes. Riley, on the other hand, was looking nowhere in particular. He remained staring at him for a few more seconds, before leaving without even saying another word. "I suppose that's my cue to leave as well." Julian tapped his cane on the floor again before winking at Sylvie and Alyssa. "If neither of you mega ladies has something to do tonight, may I ask for you to accompany me, and we shall bask in the beautiful lights of the festival." Night, but thank you." "I see." Julian then smiled as he once again bowed. "Very well, then I suppose it is only I and Jinsoon who shall be walking through the fake moonlight. Let us go, my Japanese friend." Julian looked towards where Jinsoon was previously standing, only to see her no longer there. Julian then turned his head towards Rednut, looking at him from head to toe before letting out a long sigh and leaving. "I suppose I shall walk alone." "HMPH, I am off as well." Rednut then clicked his tongue before taking his leave as well. He sort of reminds me of Ga of Dragon Monarch. Don T, you think so? I see the similarity, American mega girl. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him all day. He des in house arrest. What? But we should be able to see him tonight, American mega girl. Why? I'll leave you two lovebirds to it then. And before Sylvie could say another word, Alice's childish giggles reached her ears. I hope to see you around outside the events as well, Sylvie. The two of you should visit our housing sometime soon. I am sure the others would be delighted to meet you since we, all from the same country. Wait, now that I think about it. Alice was about to leave, but as soon as she took her third step, she once again turned towards Sylvie. 2 out of the 7 mega students that are here right now are from Russia. I guess my father is of American descent, though, Sylvie muttered. Doesn't matter. Russia number 1, and with that, Alice left, her laughter slowly fading away as she disappeared into the distance of the underground. Well, shall we go find the others? I suppose so, American mega girl. And with that, all the mega students left the underground resting area. Well, all except the mega student of Singapore, who was standing near where the gathering happened, his eyes completely empty. He was waiting for a chance to join in on the fray, but alas, before he could do so, they all left. Maybe next time, Singapore. Oh, look who s back. What s up, Dragon Monarch s up. With the events for the day done and the festivities still ongoing, most of the students were now once again enjoying the hundreds of booths and activities all around USMA. However, some of them could not help but move to the side as a tall and seemingly muscular man suddenly started dancing out of nowhere as he approached his friends. Did you all miss me? Gary then clapped his hand, before taking the chicken nuggets that Tama was eating away from her hand and proceeding to eat all of it without hesitation. Well, how's life in jail? Hannah let out a small sigh before handing her corn dog to Tomo. Ah, same old, same old. Gary also let out a sigh of his own as he looked towards the horizon, which was filled with people, but I see a lot has changed since I was gone. I don't remember this place being like this, he then said, his eyes filled with nostalgia. You've only been gone for 24 hours, Sylvie breathed out. Oh, has it been that long? Gary then said as he squinted his eyes. I suppose time moves even without the presence of the Dragon Monarch. Riley, my brother, I now see the error of my ways. Thank you for stopping me before I could ravage the world with my insolence. You got pissed drunk, what are you saying? Hannah let out a small scoff as she seemed to have bought another corn dog. It's all part of the plan, Gary then said as he covered one of his eyes with his hand. I watched all of you from the shadows, and speaking of shadow, where's hurricane boobies? What? Riley's assistant, Gary muttered as he fondled his armored chest, Katrina. I believe she is conditioning herself for the race even tomorrow, Dragon Monarch, Riley answered, and she is not my assistant. She and I are of equal rank in the police force. Oh ho, of course she's not your assistant. I heard from someone that he heard from someone that someone saw her kissing you on the cheeks. Wait, what? Hannah almost choked on her corn dog. When did this happen? Last night, Gary then said as he let out a small condescending chuckle. I told you. I watch from the shadows, Riley. I am going to tell Mother that you, Ray, playing with women's feelings, and just like that, the first day of the festival ended without a hitch. Hey you shouldn't be here. In one of the many spacious and restricted hallways that the academy had underground, a group of guards was walking around happily talking, with food in their hands no doubt from one of the booths above ground. Their conversations, however, were cut short as they saw someone casually standing ahead of them. Who are you? The group continued to approach the man, who seemed to be wearing a very tight suit that completely formed across the lines of his body, but perhaps the most noticeable of all was the jet-black motorcycle helmet he was wearing. Hey, why? And before the group of guards could approach any further, the man suddenly disappeared. The guards were about to signal for reinforcements, but before they could do so, an echoing thud traveled through the hallway, and with it, their bodies falling one by one. The air around the three then distorted, once again revealing the stranger. The stranger then picked up one of the guards by his hair, causing the guard to slightly let out a groan. The stranger then faced the guard's face right in front of him, and almost instantly, without even any signs or flickers, just a static really, and the stranger's helmet disappeared, revealing a face that was the same face as the guard he was holding. Mr. Wednesday here, the stranger then said as he pressed something on his neck. Infiltration successful. I am ins. Infiltration successful. I am ins. Thank you for your hard work, sir. We've also contacted Ms. Sunday as you ordered. She says her team is ready to move at any moment at your advice. All right. Keep your lines open, January. Roger that, Mr. Wednesday. With the communication line cutting off, Mr. Wednesday quickly looked around him if there was anything amiss, but as soon as he confirmed that there was no one moving in the hallway, his jet-black suit instantly changed to that of the guards. And now, with his face and uniform, and even his voice similar to one of the guards he incapacitated, there should be no one who would be able to see through his disguise that easily. Mr. Wednesday then moved the unconscious guards to the side of the hallway before placing his hand on his back, and seemingly, out of thin air, a cloth appeared as he slightly pulled his hand, and with him fully stretching his arm to the side, the cloth was revealed to be a large blanket. He then immediately placed the blanket on the guards, making sure to cover them completely, and with a snap of his fingers, the blanket instantly disappeared along with the 3 guards. Rest for a few days, Mr. Wednesday then whispered as he started to walk through the academy's spacious underground hallways. At his 5th step, however, he once again snapped his fingers, and as soon as he did so, several linens fell from the ceiling, revealing the cameras that were placed all over the ceiling of the hallway. Now, where could you be? Riley Ross. Too bad for those who lost, but they were just too rough. I don't want my hero to be handling me like that. Ooh. With Ben Jackson once again hosting the event, those who lost the race event could not help but be even more depressed of their defeat. It was as if his every moan pierced their ears, crawling until it reached and crushed their already broken hearts. They have been training for this for months, but to think the Academy added one single factor that completely changed everything for them. Just one single object, and the training that most of them did completely withered away. A package containing a dozen eggs that they needed to bring to the finish line. If even one is cracked, then it didn't matter if they came first, they would be disqualified. One of those that were disqualified just happened to be Hurricane Katrina. She was doing fine halfway through the race since she was able to control her wind abilities quite well, but alas, there was one single thing she forgot: her breasts were too big. When she went over an obstacle, she let the package flow with her using bits of wind. But as she was about to catch it, it landed on her breasts and the rest were history. Katrina could only look at the bleachers where Riley was previously watching, but found that he was no longer there. Maybe next time. At the same time, the first elimination of the kata competition had also come to an end, with Tomo being the one to end it with a bang, a literal bang. She created multiple ice spheres with multiple gaps inside, vibrating them at an extremely high speed until the steam caused by the sudden change of temperature erupted, creating an explosion that had an even stronger impact than a grenade, creating a rain of craters around the empty arena when it was over. Of course, she did all this while staring down on one particular judge, Catherine, aka Scarlet Mage, aka Silver Moon, aka first subordinate but not for long, aka greatest pedo according to Tomo. Obviously, she was able to move on to the next stage. There were actually already veteran supers with the same ability who were able to do the same, but to do so with as many as she did, and all at the same time, truly cemented her as one of the favorites to win the exhibition. And now, with the kata and race competition over, the students were scrambling to get seats to the next event, the second elimination round of the combat tournament. It might not seem fair that the kata and race competition were held at the same time, while the combat tournament and rescue event had an exclusive time allotted only for them, but that's just how it is. Even the Academy itself had predicted that the 2 events would garner most of the attention of the people. Oh man, so our fated battle is finally happening. Now, with the combat tournament about to start, Riley was once again wondering why there was another person mentioning talks of fate to him. Unlike the round yesterday, the arena was now a desert wasteland, and one could even see the other combatants from other zones, as the only obstacles that could be seen were pieces of debris from what seemed to be broken ships and other types of vehicles. As for the person in front of Riley right now, she was from the same class, Bella Jackson, aka Black Belle. It has been a while since we last talked, Black Belle. Riley nodded as a greeting, but why are you talking about fate as well? As well, Bella slightly squinted her eyes. The metal mask that was covering the lower half of her face was moving with her mouth. We didn't get the chance to compete with each other during the second day, remember? The second day. Scarlet Mage took you off the group since she needed an assistant. Bella breathed out, doing air quotes with her fingers as she reached the last word of her sentence, remember. Or is the only thing you remembered the thing you did after the class? No, I remember, Black Belle. Riley once again nodded. You fainted. Enough talk, old friend. Bella got into some type of martial arts stance before Riley could finish his words. Let us dance. Bella then slid her left foot forward on the sand, before stretching both her arms to the side and sticking them back together. And as she did so, the metal container that was peacefully resting near Riley split in half, creating a screeching noise as they suddenly shot towards him, threatening to swallow him whole. And before it could completely swallow Riley, Bella folded her arm into a 90-degree angle, causing the already torn container van to split into 4 pieces, completely trapping Riley inside. She did not stop there, however, as she closed both her hands into a fist, crumpling the metal cage into a ball. Bella was still not satisfied, however, as the veins on her hands began to show as she used all of her strength without hesitation, without holding anything back. The large metal ball, however, soon turned into the shape of a human. "You fucking monster," Bella then breathed out as her hands started to tremble. Her raw power with manipulating metal was enough to compress a whole airplane into the size of a bowling ball, and for the cage she made to turn into Riley's shape would only mean that his telekinesis was strong enough to counteract hers. It wasn't fair, she thought. Riley was able to move everything with his mind, while she can only control things with metal properties. At the very least, she shouldn't lose when it comes to controlling metal. Riley Ross, she was about to let out a roar and use the last of her strength to compress the metal even further, but before she could do so, she heard a voice seeping from the metal statue in front of her. "I am afraid you are going to faint again if you use your powers like that, Black Belle." "Are you?" And before Bella could even respond to Riley's words, the metal cage she painstakingly made with almost all of her strength was ripped open like tissue paper as Riley took a step forward. "You can win against me with your telekinetic abilities, Black Belle." Riley then let out a short but deep sigh as he waved his hand, and as he did so, the ocean of sand beneath them began to tremble. "What are you doing?" Bella then said as her eyes turned to look at the ground. "Well, this." And as soon as Riley's word reached Bella's ears, she felt the ground beneath her disappear. If it wasn't for her costume being made of metal, then she would have probably fallen a few meters towards the silver floor. "Silver floor," Bella then quickly turned to look at Riley, only to see him also floating in the air. That is not what caught her eye, however, but instead, it was the mountain of sand that now surrounded the perimeter of their zone. "Did you just push all of the sand away?" Bella whispered, but after a few seconds she shook her head and let out a short but deep sigh. "If this is your way of showing that you are stronger than me, it worked." Bella then slightly bit her lip as she looked at Riley. "It's your win, I surrender. Judging by your movements, you are a practitioner of martial arts, Black Belle." "Sorry." Bella then blinked her eyes a couple of times as she saw Riley slowly descending towards the silver floor, casually taking off his long white coat and proceeding to fold it before carefully placing it on the floor. "What are you doing?" Bella curiously muttered as she too slowly descended to the floor. "You were using Shaolin Kung Fu earlier, correct?" Riley then muttered as he got into the same stance that Bella did earlier. "You still would not be able to win against me, but as you said earlier, let us dance." With the combatants of the combat tournament now only half of what it was during the first day, allowing some leeway for the audience to watch a match that didn't involve a mega student. Most of the students of USMA still had their eyes glued to Sylvie's match. But not Class 1V. As for Class 1V, rather than watching Sylvie's match, their eyes were all on Riley and Bella. Sylvie's match was already done before it started, since the one she was fighting was relatively unknown and not even a mega student. But Riley and Bella, this was the chance to finally settle who has the strongest telekinetic ability amongst their class. Although Bella did not win during the group activity during the second day since she fainted, she was indisputably the one who has the highest raw telekinetic power in their class. And as for Riley, he was not able to join the activity because of Scarlet Mage, but all of them knew that his control was the best of them all due to past incidents involving him. All of them were excited, and initially thought that Bella would win since she was the first to strike. The match, however, was put on a complete hold. When Riley changed the terrain, it was as if Riley was telling her that the difference between their telekinetic abilities was massive. With that, the match was over. Most of them could only sigh as Bella slowly raised her hand to surrender. It should have been over, but when Riley suddenly took off his white long coat and got in some sort of martial arts stance, all of them could not help but howl like little monkeys that managed to escape from the zoo. And because of this, the other students that were near them could not help but be curious, their eyes also landing on Riley and Bella's match. Why isn't Riley ending it? Finish her, fatality. It's a good thing you were replaced. And one of those howling like a monkey was none other than Gary, his head even wildly flailing as he threw the popcorn in his hands. Anyway, this match is as good as done anyway. I'll be preparing for the rescue event. Hannah grabbed Gary's face and with force pulled him back towards his seat before standing up and walking away. But when she saw Tomo following her, she quickly raised her palm. It's fine, you go and finish the match. You don't have to follow me every time, you know. But Riley said that. What are you, his servant? Hannah rolled her eyes. I'll be fine, go and enjoy. You Ray about to see Riley murder someone. A murder? That Bella girl probably stood a better chance when they were still fighting with their powers. Hannah breathed out as she continued to leave. But now she's fucked. Oh, fucked how? Gary quickly motioned obscenities with his hands as soon as he heard Hannah's words. You shouldn't have been let out of your room, Hannah muttered. Remember when I told you Riley was better than even me at martial arts? I wasn't exaggerating that. He once managed to hit Dad. Let us dance. Heth, I am starting to like you more and more, Riley Ross. My opinion of you still remains the same, Black Belle. With Riley putting up his stance, the only thing that Bella could do was let out a small smirk as she, too, landed on the ground. And after only looking at Riley for a few seconds, she started walking towards him, and while she did so her costume, which was made with metal plates stacked on each other, slowly fell on the floor. This continued on until her smooth and slightly toned dark skin revealed itself, leaving her with only her mask, tank top, and some sort of workout leggings. Let us dance then, and now, with her only a meter away from Riley, she chuckled, raising both her hands almost to her chin, her palm facing forward as she slightly moved her left leg forward and raised it. Mano a mano, just how I like. Wait, Black Belle. No. Bella was about to strike, but before she could do so, Riley suddenly removed his stance and walked towards where he folded his long coat, and without even saying a word and his back towards her, he slowly unbuttoned his vest and took it off. What are you doing? Bella raised an eyebrow. It is only proper that I, too, strip down to the bare necessities, Black Belle, Riley muttered as he then unbuttoned his shirt. And as soon as he did so, Bella could not help but take in a huge gulp as soon as he saw Riley's bare back. Of course, it was obvious that it was going to be as white as his face, but what Bella did not expect was the lines chiseled on his back. With his skin, it literally almost looked the same as those Greek statues, every muscle sculpted to perfection. Riley had always been wearing clothes that covered most of his entire body straight down to his cuffs. Even before they were asked to wear their superhero costumes at all times, he was always wearing long sleeves or a jacket, so all this time he was hiding that underneath his clothes. Bella once again took a huge gulp as Riley finally turned towards her, almost choking in her own breath as her eyes widened almost to the point that they reached her ears. Ever since she was young, she knew that she liked women, but seeing Riley like this almost made her doubt her own preference. She tried dating men before, but it just doesn't click with her, and for it to almost break from the whitest man possible, in a literal sense of course, was almost ironic. Well, almost. Even with Riley literally being a Greek statue, chiseled to perfection, the warm feeling she gets from seeing a woman was nowhere to be found. Realizing this, the only thing she could do was let out a small but deep sigh as she tightened her stance. Forgive me for not taking off my pants, Black Belle, Riley then muttered as he returned in front of Bella. I am only wearing underwear beneath these fine pants. No, that's all right, Bella let out a small chuckle. Rather than your pants, I am more distracted by the fact that you, Ray, still wearing your sunglasses, you look like a stripper. Right, thank you for reminding me. And Bella was about to say something, but when she noticed the color of Riley's eyes, she could not help but blink a couple of times. They were almost a light red pink even. Didn't Riley have blue eyes? However, after a few more blinks, she noticed that they were in fact blue, almost bordering on silver. Was she just imagining things? Bella then shook her head as she once again tightened her stance. Enough talk, let us do this. Riley then once again got into a stance, this time, once again copying the stance that Bella had. Jan, with the click of Bella's tongue signaling the start of their brawl, she was the first to strike. She leaped towards Riley, her knees threatening to slice his chin. Riley, however, quickly moved his head back to avoid it, leaving only an inch of space between his chin and Bella's knee. Bella's attack did not stop there as she used Riley's leg as some sort of foothold, allowing her other leg to have enough force to snap the back of her foot towards Riley's face. Riley rotated his entire body in response before her foot could reach his face, and without any pause, he pushed the foot away using the momentum it already had to create more force, causing Bella to lose balance. And with her body now falling horizontally, she could feel her vision blur as the back of her head was suddenly caught by Riley's knee. It did not stop there, however. As she saw Riley's unusually white elbow coming down towards her face, it was almost as if Riley was trying to swallow her entire head. A loud bang then thundered as Riley's elbow landed on her face, or at least it should have been her face. Riley then quickly leaped back, allowing Bella to fall on the ground with a slight clang. Shit, Bella's muffled words then seeped out from the metallic helmet that suddenly covered her entire head. I panicked. Bella then stood up as she took off the metal plate covering her face. Let's start again. I promise I won, TB using my power. And before she could even finish her words, her vision was suddenly blocked by Riley's fist. She quickly ducked to avoid it, only to meet another fist heading straight towards her nose. And due to her surprise, she could not help but once again block her face with a metal plate that came from her costume. Wait, that wasn't T. And once again, before she could even finish her words, a fist once again came her way. She could not help but wince as the sound of Riley's fist exploded on her face. If it wasn't T for the fact that there was a metal plate protecting her, then her face would have definitely been destroyed. Riley already changed his stance. If she was right, then he was currently boxing. She had no time to admire it, however, as the only thing she could do was back away, as Riley continued with his barrage, not seeming to even mind that she was already using her powers to protect herself. This was a shameful display. Even if she was outmatched, she shouldn't be hiding behind her abilities when Riley was doing his best not to even use an ounce of his telekinetic abilities. And so, with a short but deep breath, Bella decided to throw the metal plates away. I am done hiding, let's. What followed, however, was the sound of her ribs cracking into multiple pieces, the inside of a blender. Bella had always wondered what it would feel like if you accidentally stuck your hand inside a blender when it's running. She initially thought that being hit hard enough for your ribs to crack would just be a similar pain to having a fracture, but she was wrong. The feeling she was feeling right now was probably what it felt like for her inside to be mangled by a blender. There was this fluctuating numbing sensation crawling inside of her as well, amplifying the pain she was feeling with every beat. She could feel herself fainting. No, in fact, she was trying to, but the pain she was feeling was keeping her awake as her face groveled on the silver floor. As Bella was writhing in pain, the only thing that Riley could do was take a few steps back. It would seem he got too excited, becoming careless enough that he put too much strength in his strike. Of course, the fault cannot solely be blamed on him. Bella suddenly removed the metal plate that was shielding her, not giving him enough time to adjust the power of his punch. Well, this could have gone worse, after all. The raw strength he had was the same as Megawoman. The silver floor started to be stained by red as Bella started puking blood, and as soon as she did so, the perimeter of their zone lit up in red instead of the usual blue, indicating that the match was over and one was gravely injured. It was almost a direct hit to the liver, with multiple rib fractures causing a punctured lung. Just a few inches more and the bones that were now like shrapnels would pierce Bella's heart. I find it interesting you, Ray, still conscious, Black Belle, Riley then muttered as he continued to watch Bella gasping for breath. You must be used to pain. But please, Dawn, move or the tiny bones inside your body will go through your heart. Moves. Riley then quickly moved a few steps back, making way for the 4 people that were suddenly descending from the air, and as soon as they landed, they quickly rushed to check on Bella. Multiple fractures on the ribcage, liver trauma, nearest shrapnel to the heart is only 375 cm away. Not good, we need to take her to the ward ASAP. X-ray vision. Quite a rare power, Riley thought as he watched the 4 people take care of Bella. What's the student still doing here? Move him away. One of the medics was about to grab Riley and assist him out of the zone, but before the medic could do so, Riley moved to the side. I can't leave here, medics. Go, Riley Ross, your friend will be all right. No, Riley shook his head. If I leave here, I might forget that I am preserving the shape of the sand. All of you will be swallowed. What? The medics quickly turned their heads to the perimeter. They didn't notice it before, but the wall of sand was perfectly in a flat, hollow cylinder. Does that mean he was holding this while he was fighting with his opponent? Just what kind of monster was the Academy breeding? Let us transport the patient first. Bren, can you float her away without moving her torso? Yes. I'll do it, but before the medic called Bren could say another word, Riley raised his hand. I caused this, after all. The medics all looked at Riley, who was surprisingly already completely dressed, and without even waiting for the medics to respond, Bella started to float in the air. The head of the medic group was about to open her mouth, but as soon as she noticed that Bella's entire body was, as if completely frozen, with her hair not even moving a single bit, she just ordered the others to prepare to leave. No time to be amazed, let us go. And with that, Bren raised his hands and carefully floated the rest of the medic group. Riley's eyes quickly looked at the other combatants as they flew in the air, and his eyes immediately caught Sylvie, who was already done with her match. Sylvie also quickly noticed Riley flying with the medic group and could not help but be curious. She truly wanted to follow them to see what was going on, but since they were ordered not to leave their zone until all matches are over, the only thing she could do was wave at Riley. Riley also waved back, but as soon as he did so, the eerily quiet audience all let out unshackled cheers and roars. He, and one of them was Gary, who was laughing menacingly as he looked at his phone. With this video, my channel subscribers would surely pierce the heavens. Tomo, let us leave this mortal plane since Riley and Sylvie's match is over. Tomo, Gary was about to scooch to the side, but noticed that Tomo was not moving even one bit. Tomo, Gary then could not help but take in a huge gulp as he heard something coming out of Tomo's mouth. You all right? Keko. Kek. Dark steam slowly started to fume from Tomo's body as a smile crawled on her face, almost ripping out her cheeks with how wide it was. Her eyes were also moving erratically at a very high speed as she stared at her phone. Gary took in another gulp as he slowly took a peek at her phone, only to see a bunch of Riley's shirtless photos. You need help, Gary immediately muttered. Can I have one as a thumbnail? We need more eyes here, possible heart puncture if not treated quickly. Prep the ITT. Riley Ross, thank you for your help, but I am afraid you, Ray not allowed inside the ward. I actually am medic. Riley then quickly grabbed something from his pocket before proceeding to wear it around his arm. Okay, and as soon as the medic saw the words police force on the armband, the only thing he could do was let out a sigh as he gestured to Riley to go inside. You must really be concerned for your friend. Maybe, Riley shrugged as he nonchalantly entered the so-called ward. And as its name suggests, the ward truly did look similar to a hospital's ward, other than the fact that the medical apparatus that were scattered everywhere was not something you would find in a normal hospital. TT ready. Riley watched as the medics carefully inserted Bella into some kind of tube similar to an MRI scanner, except the bed that Bella was resting on was floating. Alien technology, Riley once again thought as he looked at all the apparatus inside the ward. It's a miracle her heart wasn't punctured. According to the ballistics and impact of the hit, the bone should have gone straight for her heart. One of the medics then let out a huge sigh of relief. Nice work transporting her here, Riley Ross. Maybe I should ask the academy for you to help us more, Riley Ross. The medic turned his head towards where Riley should be waiting, only to find that he was no longer there. Still a kid, after all. Maybe he couldn't take the atmosphere here. Riley was now walking across one of the academy's colossal hallways that were normally restricted to normal students. Well, it was a good thing that he wasn't a normal student. Riley turned his head towards the endless cameras that were plastered on the ceiling, making sure that his police force armband was being seen. He continued to walk through the hallway, his eyes as if searching for something, and after a few more minutes, he stopped and faced a wall. He stared at this part of the wall for a few seconds before slightly sliding his foot forward, and as soon as he did so, the part of the floor where his foot made contact with slightly distorted in shape. He once again stared at this weird distortion, before casually moving his foot back and patting the distorted area, returning it to normal. Dark Millennium is earlier than expected, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on board Flight V6 with service from Los Angeles to Miami. We are currently 6th in. Mommy, look at him. J. Julie, what did I tell you about pointing at people? It's rude. A woman was currently trying her best to stop her daughter from pointing at the people walking past by their seat, apologizing to each of them. Most of the passersby did not mind, however, as they only smiled and waved at the child. The woman could not really blame her daughter for being excited. After all, she was finally visiting her grandmother after a very long time of not seeing her. Julie don't be too noisy when. Mommy, look, it's an angel. Julie, what did I just tell? It's all right, madam. And no, Julie say sore. The woman was about to reprimand her child, but as soon as she saw the face of the person her daughter was pointing to, she could not help but take in a small gulp. I am actually seated next to you, madam. May I pass? As sure, the woman could only let out a stutter as she could not help but stare at the young man's face. Although his head was covered by a hoodie, it was hard not to notice his skin that almost reflected the sun that seeped from the tiny windows of the plane. Mommy, the angel is so close. Don't touch him. I really am sorry for this. It's quite all right, madam. The young man then smiled, almost making the woman take in a small gasp with how pure he looked. Children are just curious creatures. Oi bro, where were you? The event has already started. How's Bella? Is she going to be all right? Even with all the incessant roars and cheers pestering the air, Gary's voice was enough to filter all of them out as Gary waved to Riley, gesturing to him that they saved him a seat. The rescue event had just started about a minute ago, so there really wasn't anything worthwhile happening just yet. She will be fine, Sylvie, Riley casually answered as he took his seat beside Tomo. I am late for the reason that I got lost in the academy's hallways. All right, Gary then slightly whispered as he leaned closer to Riley, slightly touching Sylvie's thighs as he did so. This, of course, got him the brunt of Sylvie's palm. He did not seem to mind, however, as he continued to look at Riley. So what secrets did you find inside? You got inside the restricted areas, right? Are there aliens and some shit? As much as I want that to be true, Gary, I am afraid I did not see any signs of Megawoman there, Riley breathed out. Maybe if I had more time, I could explore it more. Master, it seems big sister Hannah is in a bit of trouble. HM. Hearing Tomo's words, Riley quickly turned his attention back to the screen, only to see Hannah battling it out with someone. What the? Gary was the first to react, however, as he quickly recognized who Hannah was fighting with, one of the only other people in the academy to ever subdue him and make him shut his mouth. Are you okay? I am fine. Please stay here and hide. I'll just deal with this. Hannah was on her way to get one of the citizens to safety, but halfway through the nearest one yellow flag, someone wearing a red ribbon around her arm suddenly blocked her path of villain role. This left her with no choice but to gently drop the distressed citizen she was carrying somewhere safe. Hannah was about to rush towards the villain, but as soon as she saw who it was, she could not help but stop in her tracks. Haha, you will never defeat me, hero scum. Charlotte. The one playing the villain role was none other than Charlotte, the cashier of the Korean shaved ice store that she and the others regularly visit. Even with the mask she was wearing, it was easy and obvious to see that it was her, simple for the fact that she was still wearing her store uniform. Charlotte, who is that? Charlotte then stretched her arms to the side before turning them counterclockwise, landing on some sort of pose. It is me, the raging underpaid employee girl. What? Hannah breathed out. Are you even a soup? And before Hannah could even finish her words, she felt a slight breeze pass by her, followed by a trickle of warmth flowing across her left cheek. Warmth. Throughout Hannah's life, the only time she would ever feel a slight rise in temperature crawling through her skin is whenever this one simple thing happens to her. She was bleeding. Hannah quickly touched her left cheek, only for her hand to slightly be covered in blood. What in? On your right. This time, with Charlotte's words, Hannah was able to move to the side, her whole body quickly being engulfed by a fiery fire as she leaped through the air, only stopping as the wall of a building touched her back. Hannah quickly focused her vision, her eyes moving swiftly as they tried to search for their opponent. But even after almost a full 10 seconds of her eyes scanning the area, Charlotte was nowhere to be found. Where? Hannah whispered, her hands and foot embedded in the slightly scorched and melted wall as her head continued to slowly move. She waited for another second before letting out a sigh and letting herself drop. It would seem the villains only serve as a distraction to keep you from rescuing any of the distressed cities. And as soon as Hannah's feet landed on the ground, a loud, thunderous eruption exploded behind her as the walls of the building collapsed from the inside. She did not even have time to react before a pair of arms wrapped around her thighs, also locked by the leg that quickly embraced around it. The only thing Hannah could do was kneel on the ground, gritting her teeth as she removed the fire engulfing her body. Oh, why did you remove the fire? Charlotte's piercing words then whispered in her ear as she tightened her hold on her. The cheers and roars of the audience also almost pierced her ears, as they all howled and screamed as they saw Hannah being bound, her large and toned buttocks being squished. Why you LL get hurt? Hannah tried to remove Charlotte's arms, but found that she was not even able to budge it for even a single millimeter. Me, Charlotte chuckled, hurt by fire. Lesson number 1, dear patron, learn to judge your opponent so you can run for your life. What? Hannah then could not help but take in a small breath as fumes started to emerge from Charlotte's arms. It will be a very long time before you can hurt me, and as soon as Charlotte said that, a trickle started to appear around her body, followed by the sound of a hiss, as her whole body was engulfed in fire. Oh, interesting power. IV controlled fire before this isn't it. Hannah could then feel herself able to breathe normally again as Charlotte backed away. This is dangerous, Charlotte then muttered as the flames around her body began to die down. I'll let you go just for the fact that you could control something like this. Hannah could still feel her throat wanting to cough, but refused not to do so as she stared at Charlotte. Who the fuck are you? Who am I? Charlotte then once again rotated her arms before doing some sort of superhero post. I am the raging underpaid employee girl. What? I still need to prepare the store or they will cut my salary again, Charlotte then said as her figure slowly disappeared. Also, tell your father he still hasn't paid me back with his debt, that's why I am struggling here. What the fuck? Hannah could only blurt out as Charlotte suddenly disappeared into thin air. What the fuck was that? Hannah could only repeat her words as she stood up, but after staring at nothing for a few seconds, she clicked her tongue and rushed away. Battling it out with Charlotte took a lot of her time. She reckoned that if she didn't rescue at least 5 more citizens, then she would surely not move on to the next round. And so, Hannah leaped to the skies with all of her might, almost as if a pair of wings were violently waving behind her. Late, help me. And without even a second of her floating in the air, a piercing cry whispered into her ears. She quickly looked towards where the voice was coming from, only to see a man hanging for his life on the edge of the roof of one of the tallest buildings in the arena. I am coming. The flames on her back once again fluttered violently as her body shot straight towards the roof of the building, expertly extinguishing the fires surrounding her body as soon as her feet landed on the ground. And without any pause, she ran towards the distressed citizen. She then quickly grabbed the man's arm, pulling him up without any effort and gently sliding him on the floor. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Hannah quickly asked. My chest hurts. I can't breathe. Let me check, sir. Hannah crouched on the ground, carefully removing the man's jacket. Hannah was expecting another paint or marker etched on the man's chest, however. Before her hand could reach the man, she noticed something beneath the man's jacket. That yes. But before she could say another word, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling her forward as he swiftly moved behind her, tightly wrapping his arms around Hannah's neck. Don't move, the man then said as his voice slowly distorted. And don't even try to use your powers. You saw what's underneath my clothes, right? You what? And before Hannah could even finish her words, she heard a slight static whispering in her ears, and as soon as it was over, the man's appearance became completely different than before. His face, that seemed like any other normal adult male, was now covered in a jet black helmet. The Dark Millennium, Hannah said as she was about to struggle, but as soon as she remembered what she saw under the man's clothes, she quickly calmed herself down because wrapped around the man's torso. It was a bomb. Cooperate, the member of the Dark Millennium whispered, and you will move on from this situation completely unharmed, Ms. Hannah Ross. What do you want from me? Hannah whispered, her breath starting to become heavier with each second. And it would seem the audience has noticed her situation as well, as they all became quiet with only their gasps and whispers traveling the Colosseum. Not from you, the man's voice then started to become louder, as he let out a short but deep breath, his head directly facing the drone floating in front of them. My name is Mr. Wednesday, the man then proclaimed, Riley Ross. We need you to come with us. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet at an airspeed of Angel. I am really sorry about this. You don't need to keep apologizing, madam. It's quite all right, let her play. Thank you. The mother's sigh was almost enough to lighten the plane itself as she nodded to the hooded young man seated beside her and her daughter. It has almost been an hour now, and her daughter still was not tired of moving around, even kicking the seats in front of her because of her excitement. Really sorry, the mother once again apologized. It's just that this is our first time flying without her father. He will usually be seated where you. He's an angel, mommy, look. Julie, no. And before the mother could even pull her daughter's hand away, it was already too late as she had already grabbed onto the young man's hoodie, successfully pulling it away. Oh my God, I am so sorry. The mother once again apologized. Maybe we should just exchange. And before she could even finish her words, she could not help but squint her eyes as the young man's hair completely reflected the seeping sun straight coming from the windows. The mother was going to apologize again, but she could not help but be distracted by the young man's overall appearance. See, mommy, I told you. He's an angel. The dark millennium. Shit, so they really are also in this country. They took my friends. Our Riley Ross, isn't that the one from 1V? What do they want from him? Where are the teachers? How did they even get inside? I thought USMA was the most secure of all the academies. Fuck Hannah. Gary, no. Although the students were trying their best to only let out a whisper, their nervous breaths that filled the entire Coliseum were enough to make an orchestra of their unease. There were those wanting to run, and there were those wanting to jump on the arena to try and confront the man calling himself Mr. Wednesday. But from their months of training, the first thing they learned not to do was make any sudden movements during a hostage situation. One needs to be calm, listen carefully to every word that the hostage taker is saying, and try to empathize with him. However, there was one other factor that they were not trained in, yet the hostage taker has a bomb clasped in his body, and judging from their first encounter with the Dark Millennium, they were more than capable of killing themselves when they realize they are going to be captured. What are we just going to watch? That's exactly what we need to do, sit down. But of course, when the one being taken hostage is a friend or a family member, then one could not help but be drowned with worrying emotions. And so, right now, Sylvie was currently trying her best to pin down Gary back on the bleachers. You don't need to calm down, but you need to stay put, Sylvie then said as she looked Gary straight in the eyes. Sylvie's voice held a certain authority and calmness in it. Her trembling eyes, however, quickly showed how worried she actually was. Seeing this, Gary took in a small but deep breath before patting Sylvie's arm. You, right, it's not the time to be rash. Sylvie nodded as she removed her arm and carefully sat back on her side of the bleachers. Afterward, she turned to look at the situation in the arena, and almost instantly, her trembling eyes stopped. Illegal detention of considered act terrorism, subjugate with force. Kill if necessary. Did you say something, Sylv? What? And as soon as Sylvie heard Gary's words, her eyes once again returned to normal, quickly shaking her head before looking at Riley, who also seemed to be looking at her. Are you all right? Sylvie then quickly asked. I am not the one being taken hostage, American mega girl. It was hard to tell what Riley was feeling since he was wearing his sunglasses. No, it was always hard to tell what he was really feeling even without it. But Sylvie was sure that even someone as stoic as Riley, it's his sister, currently in danger, after all. But what are you going to do? And as soon as Sylvie said that, not only Gary and Tomo, but everyone within their earshot turned their heads towards the person named by the hostage taker, Riley. Respond and wait, Riley then said as he slowly stood up and floated in the air. What? Stay here. Sylvie tried to grab Riley's ankle, but some sort of invisible armor was preventing her hand from wrapping around it. White King is the one controlling the drones, right? I am sure the Academy is already planning on taking action. That does not change the fact that I was called American Mega Girl. Shit, we should come with you. I advise you to stay where you are, Dragon Monarch, Riley then said as he slowly floated towards the arena. The same goes for you, Mega Girl and Tomo. Is this really wise, Master? Tomo also stood up from her seat, and unlike the rest of the students, her words held no stutter. We LLC. And with that, Sylvie and the others could only watch as Riley's figure became smaller and smaller as he made his way to the arena. Fuck, we should just gang up on the guy. There's like thousands of us here. What's the use of them teaching us if we can't apply them when it matters? That's just the thing, Gary, Sylvie then muttered as she sat back down. We are not ready yet. Most of you are ready, little girl, just not for this. White King. With White King suddenly appearing seemingly out of nowhere, the group could not help but slightly move back from their seats. And it wasn't only him, there were others behind him including Scarlet Mage, Spectacular Mustache Man, Nightwalker, and a number of other instructors. Shouldn't you be doing something? We are, White King nodded. We have actually already started apprehending the other members that are inside the academy even before this. That's seriously. Riley Ross was already aware that someone infiltrated the academy. This time, it was Spectacular Mustache Man that spoke. He reported seeing 3 guards incapacitated in the hallways. You Riley Ross. I am. As soon as Riley landed on top of the roof, his eyes quickly turned to the multiple drones that were surrounding them, and with their voice echoing throughout the Colosseum, it would seem they will be having an audience during their negotiation. And you are Mr. Wednesday from the Dark Millennium, I presume. I am, Mr. Wednesday quickly nodded as he tightened his hold on Hannah, the voice that was coming out of his helmet, completely monotonous and indiscernible. We need you to come with. Are you comfortable, sister? Fuck you, Riley Ross. With him suddenly being cut off, Mr. Wednesday could not help but slightly let out a small but deep sigh. We need you to come with us, Riley Ross. Are you saying there are more of you inside the academy, Mr. Wednesday? Yes, so it would be best for you to comply. We are not here to hurt anyone. But you are an evil organization that has already killed more than 100 students, are you not? That's not what. Your leader is Darkday. He has killed millions and millions of people all over the world, laughing as he enjoyed their cries. You can't expect us to believe you. Ray not here to hurt anyone. That's right, tell him, Riley Ross. Hannah managed to speak up even with the arms wrapped around her neck. Mr. Wednesday was about to talk, but suddenly found himself unable to even open his mouth. He could also feel a strange pressure slowly tightening around his neck. He tried to move and push Hannah away, but it would seem it wasn't. Only his mouth that couldn't move. Our leader is not Darkday. His breaths then completely stopped as someone else's voice reverberated inside his helmet. On the outside, it would seem like he was still the one talking due to the voice changer installed in his helmet, but the voice circling inside was not his, but someone he was familiar with. Mr. Friday, the one who told them about Riley Ross and how he killed his own schoolmates. Your leader is not Darkday. Riley slightly let out a deep breath before placing his hand on his chin, trying his best to cover the smile that was threatening to crawl on his face. No, we lied so that we could get his attention, but he did not approach us even once. Then who are you? We are the ones that are going to continue his legacy. Our true goal is to drown the world in darkness forever. You fucking psychopaths. Hannah let out another scream even with her neck clasped. Then what do you need us for? Let me and Riley Ross go. Because we are here to reintroduce ourselves, you see, and the only way we are going to get the whole world's attention is by taking the 2 of you hostage.